You guys would have loved the Batwoman break, so it doesn't matter.
I like how in the thumbnail Rags has got like little goggles on.
He does
Yeah, I
indeed.
got my little swimmy goggles, so I could see clearly underwater while I'm looking for
Right.
all the
I don't
buried,
know how
the
they're
sunken
attached,
treasure.
because, I don't see a strap.
Clearly.
My what?
I don't see like a strap for the goggles.
Oh yeah, it's there.
It's really subtle.
They're just suction goggles.
Yeah,
Isn't it? I figured it
it's
might have
subtle.
been that you glued it to you just glued the goggles to your face. You got super glue.
I
put
live
on
down here now. I live beneath the waves.
under the sea.
I'm like Ariel, but before the movie happens.
Well, no, partially while the movie's happening, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm under the sea.
That's right.
Under the sea.
Man, the new version rendition, oh, painful.
Oh no.
Oh, just in general painful. That movie.
Not as painful as Scuttlebutt. That was pretty
That
good.
was a decision.
You don't appreciate Awkwafina's amazing talents?
Nobody
Oh.
does.
I feel like Disney. Someone at Disney, she has dirt on or something. She knows some secrets. Something's
Yeah,
going
because
on.
she was
to where
Marvel's
she
Katie
keeps
as
getting
well. How did that happen?
That's right.
She
The
was
prestigious
in Kung
role.
Fu Panda
Stuff.
4, right? She was the voice of the little fuzzy
Yes.
new
there's a-
character in Kung Fu Panda 4. The one that
She's
no one
in
talks
a
about
lot
or
of
really
stuff,
cared
right?
for.
She was in the Bad Guys as well, voice role in that too. And there
Ah.
was something else. Feel like
She's
there was
not
another
Diana
thing.
Foxington, right?
No, she was the spider.
Oh, thank God. I don't want to learn that I've been jerking off to a character voiced by her. Jesus Christ, that was a close one. Oh, mine's dodged.
Right then, let us not hold back from the next round of things. We've got the exact same cast, except now we're joined by Nutsa. How you doing?
Fine. A little
Yay.
sleepy, but
Oh, a little sleepy.
Oh,
That's okay.
Well,
we have
Yeah.
got
You-
on the
get
menu.
yourself one of those energy bottles. Like I have here, a vitamin energy, B12, 14,000%.
Oh my God. I will
What it
say,
I'm
says.
trying to.
no
yeah.
no tiredness setting in just yet, so we're good. We're right for now. We're doing well.
Mhm.
I'm
I
prepping.
get the impression it's
prepping.
going to be me first. I did not sleep amazingly. I kind of
Mhm.
sabotaged myself. I went to sleep a little too early, so my brain's like, you took a nap, an afternoon nap. It's like, no,
No brain.
no, I want to be
Brain
asleep.
stop.
You send me away. It took a bit too long. And I'm trying not to drink coffee either, but that's going to end soon.
Well, don't worry. The boogie sections, the one at the end of this one, that'll get you. That'll be a pep up. You'll enjoy.
Well, this one probably will, because it's about Deadpool and Wolverine, and that film like
Oof.
upsets me in a more visceral level. So
Well, I think it'll be
Yeah.
interesting because I don't even know what everyone's takes here are of Deadpool and Wolverine. You know, if
Mm.
we got a bit of a selection, you know, maybe some people here love it, right, Shad?
I do love it. I just also think the writing is absolute dog crap, and it was really, really dumb. But I laughed.
Well, it may interest you to know this was a very controversial video released by High Top. He put it out to his audience who were not happy with it. So,
Mahler,
well,
do you want to hear?
oh,
Do you want me to? Do
okay.
you want me to start off part 2 of our anniversary with a really controversial hot take? You do good. So, my super controversial hot take is that I laughed as much at Deadpool 3 as I did at Borderlands.
my God, you haven't even told me
Once?
that before.
That's right. I was saving it. I was saving
Damn.
it for a special occasion, like that meme of the fucking Flurkin license plate cover.
You're
I was saving that for a rainy day.
one grenade
or
per stream,
an
huh?
anniversary. That's right.
Oh wow, how about that? I suppose you know
Yeah.
that's just you just didn't find it that funny, or you found Borderlands exceptionally funny.
I found neither of them funny.
Yeah, I figured that was the case. So anyway, let's
I will say, before we
Mhm.
even start, the title is fascinating. The multiverse killed Deadpool and Wolverine. To which I would say, wait, I remember you liked Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, so something has changed in the last couple of years about our perspective on our
Well, remember,
multiverse story.
we covered his video called "We Killed the
That's
Multiverse," right?
Yeah, we.
We.
You know
you
what?
and I
I will-
together, we did this.
You know,
We
I
did
like that
this.
title because it implies that I deserve credit for that. And you know what? I'll take it. I will gladly kill. I'll
Not
do
in the
it again
context that
and
he
again.
meant it. Wasn't it like
Yeah, but
by
wanna rewrite
by
history.
promoting
Well, I
and
remember that
encouraging
it
this
was,
format, we've killed stories or whatever? Which is like,
I
well,
guess the
maybe
thing
you
is
did.
that in a certain sense, there was a level of consistency because, as I remember it, the broad takeaway is Spider-Man: No Way Home. That sucks. Multiverse of Madness. Oh, you know, it got held back a little bit by the multiverse stuff. You know, like it was otherwise it had a lot going for it.
I think he hedged his
I
bets
do-
with No Way Home, didn't he? Say like the Toby stuff is
It was-
both
it
good
was-
and bad.
I believe it was the idea that there should have been an MCU, like their timeline version of Green Goblin, and it shouldn't have been Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin, despite the fact that the story like provided justification for him being the main villain for Tom Holland's Spider-Man.
Also, for Tia in chat, you should be asleep,
Yeah,
bastard.
Yeah, isn't it like 5 a.m. or something?
Oh, maybe he's getting up really
I
early
would-
because they're weird over there.
I'd like to defend myself just a little bit from a comment in chat who said, "I can't
right.
believe Rags would laugh at Clappy shitting bullets." In my defense, I did not laugh at that. That was not funny.
Why is the assumption that you laughed at that joke specifically?
That is odd. That's the one that they would go to.
Who can say?
And laugh is a very strong word for what I did. I think I went, huh.
Oh,
It was at the
oh,
beginning
yeah.
when Claptrap was, he was holding up the photo or the whatever, and he was saying scanning, 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 and then Lilith, right? Kate
Correct.
Blanchett asks, "Do you have to say scanning while you're doing that?" And Claptrap says, "No," and then he goes back to saying scanning. And I was like, huh.
Oh no.
That was
A
the
snort.
one. That was a sensible chuckle.
Yeah,
That
give
was,
that little.
that was the one.
Your eyes close
That
a
was the
little
one.
and air comes out of your nose. That experience.
Yeah, like yeah, that was it. That was it.
Oh, all
So,
right, you know,
there
you
you
gave
go.
it
I
one of
laughed
those.
more at
Yeah, there you
Alien
go.
Romulus than either of these movies.
Alien
Yeah.
Romulus is funnier. I'll give you that.
It's very funny.
I still don't think anything will beat in the Alien franchise. Alien Covenant when that girl slips on the blood in the room twice. That's so fucking
Yeah,
funny.
that's pretty good.
And I
Was it
agree
Rags
with.
like the Batcave line from Justice League? Yeah, because that line's amazing. So of course I liked it.
Stop it.
It's okay, Rags. You can let it go.
By the way, Muller, I don't know. I think in Prometheus when she just doesn't run to the left or right and keeps running straight.
It's good.
And
I'll give you.
pretty
It's
amazing.
good. It's classic.
That part
No,
made me laugh.
pretty good.
I think I think I
kinda
laughed
funny.
longer at that because of how long the scene is.
Yeah.
It
The
coined the
ending-
phrase the Prometheus school of running away from things, which
I'm
I
gonna
have
tell
seen
you,
in
though,
at least half a dozen things.
the ending of Alien Covenant is oddly hilarious when it's meant to be very horrifying, but because it's such a clown movie, by the time you get to the end with the reveal, it's kind of funny.
Like, there's so many things to give away that David is not. Fuck. What was the other one's name? Walter. When she finally realizes, she's like, "Oh no, you're David. No. It's just like, obviously.
Especially when he's making fun of her as well.
Yeah.
He's taunting her. It's funny.
David's a troll in both those movies, and he's obviously the best part. Like, he's the reason people enjoy them.
Yes.
Well, that's the only reason to finish and let him get his third movie right. Is
Said
to get more
Walter.
David memes.
We needed
Well,
like
there's
Urban
the
Trout.
flute scene in Covenant. That's
The
pretty
fingering,
Great.
yes.
Which one?
Yes, the flute playing scene. The two Davids, one flute.
Oh, right.
They-
I found it
David's
funny
one
when
flute.
they,
That's classic.
something that I just found really funny was how he walks them through his scary, spooky lab with all of his scary drawings and all of his
Dude.
spooky diagrams.
Yeah, with the captain guy who he's like, follow me into my horror room, now into my basement of my horror room, now to my eggs, now
Hey,
look
now-
into
now
the
push
egg.
that
It's like,
egg.
why do you keep
Look,
doing
it's
everything
okay,
he
look
tells
at
you
the
to do? Anyway, we're not even close to talking about Alien, we're talking about Deadpool, Wolverine, and specifically High Top's perspective. And you know he's got a style. Now, if everyone's in, which I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Someone's not in. Who is it? Wait, two people
is it
aren't
the same
in.
one as before, or
No, it's a new one.
okay? I'm joining the new one then.
Oh,
I'm leaving the old
that's
one
my
behind
fault
in
then,
the past.
sorry.
No, well, hey,
My
Rag
bad.
didn't click on it either.
All right, we
That's
good.
not-
I didn't, but I didn't know if it was a new one or a current one.
Mhm.
I was
Any excuse.
I was paying attention to the conversation that was happening.
I
Don't
figured
ask
it
me
was
to repeat
just
what
a-
happened though.
Anyway, because that last one had like so many people who'd been in it.
All right.
You gotta refresh.
this say? Spoilers that you've probably already seen. I mean, they literally spoiled all the cameos at Comic-Con, but still, hopefully this was long enough for you to click off if you haven't seen the movie.
Most people don't know about Comic-Con, though, so it wouldn't...
I
mean...
Yeah, you may as well just
Also, please don't use commas for emphasis. All right, that's not what they're for.
Because when it said "I mean they," I was like, "Is that an error? Shouldn't it be like I mean comma and then they literally?"
I mean, yeah.
Those commas don't make sense.
I mean, they literally. I mean, they.
Your commas don't make sense.
Well, yeah.
It doesn't.
Yeah, this is
sense.
poor comma. Yeah.
Elements of style.
Hey, how you doing? I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing okay.
Like I said, this is a style.
Already,
this is a style. All right. This
Fun
happening.
color choices.
Very
there.
cinematic.
I think he's going for how he feels right now, which is he's not a fan of the movie, just so you guys understand. So he's like blah blah blah, you know, it's all over the place.
Now I know what you're thinking. I know what you're gonna say. Look at old high top views are down films hitting on a modern MCU classic yet again for clicks.
the sound
We're
effects.
gonna give you the benefit, High Top, of believing this is genuine. Go right ahead. Tell us how you feel.
And you're damn fucking right. I'm gonna milk this cow.
Oh. Well.
Well, he told you.
I'm sorry. I made a mistake. That's fine.
As much as Deadpool 3 milks the
owning it.
shattered
Good on him.
remains of a studio merger that cost tens of thousands of people their jobs. But all ass covering aside, you might be shocked to find out that I'm a huge fan of Deadpool 1 and 2. Genuinely. I think we as a culture undermine those two movies as just forgettable, annoying dick jokes for 14.
I agree.
I like them a whole bunch myself.
We do undervalue those films.
They are seen as silly nonsense, when in fact there's more to them than silly nonsense, though I like the silly nonsense in them as well.
Yep.
They undermine. Like, I feel like the entire culture isn't undermining those films. Undervalue is probably fair.
Underappreciating. Yeah.
Underappreciating, sure. Undermining might be a bit not the right word. Oh,
Yeah, they're not like actively going out of their way to say.
I partially agree. Then we've drawn it back to a partial agreement, but poor choice of words.
Not shaking hands,
what's being
shaking
undermined
fingers.
is like the Fallout games are being undermined.
Yes,
I get it.
Reality, they are heartfelt and sincere, passionate superhero movies with a lot of annoying dick jokes aimed at 14-year-olds. Wade Wilson has always been an interesting character to watch, even if the jokes don't.
I know it's been said so many times.
Yes.
Still the way that he talks. Yeah.
The wounded animal thing.
It'll forever be a part of his style, I guess.
Vulnerable and artistic.
I think someone posted a meme on the subreddit somewhere. I saw the image. The time they said the best encapsulates this is when Batman gets stabbed in the end of Dark Knight Rises by Talia. It's like after that, and then Batman had to record a video essay about Deadpool and Wolverine. Batman and Wolverine. It's like, oh man, I hope you make it.
I mean,
Don't always-
the delivery really clashes with the sound effects and editing choices there.
Yeah, like the beat, like a hip hop beat's about to happen. You can't. That's not a. He doesn't have a hip hop voice.
Not quite
You
a
have
hip
to
hop
be
voice.
aggressive and energetic.
His land, even if the constant winking
Well,
while doing the
hold on. Can you rewind about 5 seconds?
I can do that.
jokes aimed at 14-year-olds. Wade Wilson has always been an interesting character to watch, even if the jokes don't always land, even if the
So, I have an issue because he did land. The whole point is that it's just an impractical way to land, but he did it. He stuck the landing. It's hard on your knees. That's it. Nothing to be done about that. So I don't know if it's quite apt as a visual.
I think
Damn.
the depth that it's going for is that he said land, and Deadpool lands in the clip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
he's
that's the
not
depth.
considering the didn't quite part, I guess. Or maybe Deadpool would feel he didn't quite land this just because he's in so much pain.
I think he would because
Deadpool
I
would
think
say,
it's just-
"Oh
it's
yeah, I
hard on your
nailed it."
knees.
He'd say he nailed it.
It's hard. Well, I mean, when he does this, he just says, "Oh fuck," because it's bad on your knees. But he did it right. It's just that it's a terrible way to land. That's it.
Fair enough.
Task
You're
failed
right.
successfully.
He's also immortal, so who cares?
Yeah, breaking your knees.
Yeah,
is
his knees would heal
He does-
immediately.
Temporary discomfort.
He does feel pain, yeah.
winking while doing the exact thing
Wait, will he die of old age? Can he? Or
I assume not.
is he?
Deadpool's whole thing is he's basically living cancer, so
that doesn't really help with the question at all.
Yeah. People with cancer.
Well, I'm
die.
saying I'm saying like cancer doesn't just die because it exists for a long time. So that would be my assumption.
there are biological processes behind dying of old age. It's not like So I was wondering if he could get if he'd get old, but he would just regenerate, or I don't know. So
thing he's making fun of gets kind of old. But to me, Wade and Ryan Reynolds' always dedicated and passionate performance is palpable and contagiously empathetic enough to keep me on board. When I first heard they were bringing old Hugh Jackman back, all I could do was roll my eyes. I mean, come on, it felt like the most creatively bankrupt thing you could do. It felt like the most disingenuous way to make $1 billion, whereas the first 2 Deadpool films got by, survived, and thrived because of how genuine they felt in spite of the constant kamikaze of cynical jokes about the state of superhero stories.
Oh, cynical jokes. I don't think I agree with that.
Not cynical jokes necessarily.
I don't know if I'd describe the jokes in the Deadpool movies as cynical. Some of them are kind of mean, but I'd say
it's earnest at what
it
itself is trying to be. The first 2.
I would also argue the return of Hugh Jackman to me was not like a. I didn't roll my eyes in the sense that I was like, "There's no way this could be good." It's like, no, they could make something really good here.
I think the problem is that I would feel more cynical about it if it wasn't. It's clearly something that they wanted to do. It doesn't just strike me as, well, this is what the algorithm says is the optimal move to make money, even though it is. It's a Deadpool and Wolverine as a team up is something that's very appealing.
Yeah. And then knowing they're friends in real life means that it feels very much like a real possibility as well as
and also that it was kind of a thing that they were teasing, Deadpool opens up with making fun of Wolverine straight away, so it's kind of like a thing that's been building for a while. There's no reason why it has to be cynical that Wolverine was going to be in a Deadpool movie, even if it was going to be Hugh Jackman after Logan.
Well, I mean, the solution is, of course, a different Hugh Jackman.
He definitely used cynical incorrectly.
Haven't Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds been friends for a long time?
Yes.
It doesn't strike me as just like a marketing ploy.
No,
it didn't strike me that way.
I don't think anybody would take it that way. Ryan Reynolds fought so hard to get the first Deadpool movie made. It's clear he has a passion. It's not just about hitting, like you said, algorithmic stuff. He wanted it to be a thing, and he wanted this to be a thing. So I never get the sense that it was like that.
Also, he was probably butthurt about Wolverine stuff, so he wanted to fix it with Wolverine.
Wait, Hugh Jackman?
I mean, in the he is in the movie, right? In the Wolverine, and the bad one.
Oh, so you're
Origins.
I think what you're saying X-Men Origins Wolverine wanted to fix that. Yeah, I mean, well, that goes without saying.
I think he was pretty butthurt about it, so this is him trying to fix it.
Yeah, and to be fair, I would be butthurt too, because that was a horrible rendition of Deadpool in that movie.
The mark with the mouth. They removed the mouth.
Mm-hmm. I heard the storytellers behind the movie talk about the movie, and I was sold on the bromance of Ryan and Hugh, sold on the clear admiration and love they clearly have for these characters, and I thought, okay, even if this is, from a business perspective, from a story perspective, the most predictable and safe way to make the mouse a few $1 billion fatter, at least it would be some charm and cheese. Maybe it would maintain...
What was that?
I said a few billion. That's a tall task.
Quite optimistic. A few $1 billion, yeah. But $1 billion, that's a pretty safe guess.
The heart and the soul of the first 2 movies, and give us that fun buddy cop comedy that masqueraded the horribly bleak reality of how this film came.
It should have been 3 of them. Cable should have been in it. God damn it. I mean, not in this version of the movie because it would have been terrible, but in the ideal version, it should have been Cable too.
Well, they kind of already scratched that itch though.
No,
with the
no.
It's I can understand wanting to focus hardcore on just Deadpool and Wolverine. I get that, but I think the perfect version is going to have to be a sequel that respects Deadpool 1 and 2, which means you're going to have to bring in a few characters. What's her name? Zazie Beetz apparently didn't even get asked if she was coming in or coming back.
Yeah.
And she said she was interested
Well-
too, because she likes playing dominoes. I was like, why? How did this happen, guys?
No room for those characters. No room for the characters that were part of the films when they weren't guaranteed to be successful, and
Yeah,
then
and
actually
then-
had to be successful on their own terms.
Colossus would have been perfect. He just would have been
Yeah.
fun throughout the whole thing, especially with the history he has in Deadpool 1 and 2. And then, yeah, of course, Cable. There's so much to work in with them as a team. But instead, of course, we bring in Blade Electra and Gambit, who barely get anything, you know? Like,
Yeah, but
it's just
What
sort
are you
of
talking
there.
about? Gambit was going to make a name for himself.
I guess so. There was that.
There was totally a place to have those characters in, and it's really sad because the movie kind of goes out of its way to not have them in it, and it totally have space for them. This movie wastes so much time in the wasteland, like it's
Yeah.
embarrassing.
I mean, all the time they
I-
spend on Nice Pool, like, it's not funny enough to take that much room.
Yeah.
What I would say is the characters that they shouldn't have, if they were unable to secure the actor who actually played the character, that character should not have made a cameo, because there was way too many of those throughout the film. There was, some of them were passable at a first glance, like obviously ones like Azazel and stuff because they have makeup on. But then there was ones where they zoom in and you're like, that's clearly not the same person.
Yeah.
And those ones should have just been discarded and brought in these ones that we're talking about right now, and that would have been better.
Came to be a studio merger that allows all of us fanboys to get shittier versions of the wonderful, innocent childhood fantasies we once had.
Man, I get so tired of like how much of the talk about Fox is, oh yeah, X-Men. It's like, dude, they pay like $70 billion. Like, it's way beyond the scope of X-Men. I don't know why that keeps being like the thing that people focus on as part of like the Disney Fox. It's not even a merger, it's an acquisition. Oh yeah, well no, you can get like crappier versions of a handful of comic book characters, as if that was what encompassed the scope of that acquisition. I don't know, it just annoys me.
No, yeah, you're right.
That in reality sucked for so many people and only contributes, supports, and validates a large monopoly that already owns way too many things.
I feel like there should be its own video, High Top. Like, if you want to talk about
Yeah.
this.
You are talking about like massive media consolidation and monopolies and stuff like that.
Well, would he still be saying this stuff if he liked the movie?
Yeah, I guess so, which would be
I think
weird.
that- honestly, you could spin this into either kind of video, because this is a universal thing that the properties are being hoarded.
Sure.
So.
Sure, it just feels odd to jump into this every once in a while instead of addressing his issues with the film, unless he's saying this is a direct result of this attitude. But you have to thread
feel
that a
like-
bit better.
I haven't seen a lot of his videos, but I get the idea that he probably repeats this a lot, which is kind of like, why?
I can only imagine what the accountant looking at this business model. Holy shit!
I mean, there would have been a Deadpool 3 regardless of whether Fox got acquired, because Deadpool
Yeah.
movies made a lot of money. So I don't even know why we're pretending that this spawned from that.
Yet, I had hope, and perhaps that hope was misplaced, because underneath all the passion that Ryan Reynolds continues to bring, underneath all the glimpses of our fantasies come true, underneath Wolverine...
There's always three.
Yeah, always.
Just to be clear, in case anyone doesn't know what we're
Reliable.
talking about, it's when he does this sort of impassioned thing where you'll clearly notice the start of it. Hang on.
Perhaps that hope was misplaced, because underneath all the
Because underneath all the, he's gonna do underneath all the underneath all of the like for some reason it came up. Didn't it come up at really early EFAP? The writing in threes. There's some kind of recommendation that you always do that. It sounds the best.
Yeah, there's a rule of threes.
Yeah, well, I would prefer you just say the things you think apply instead of arbitrarily reaching a 3. Even knocking one out because you want 3 rather than 4, which would make even less sense to me, but whatever.
passion that
It
Ryan
doesn't
Reynolds...
work. It's just like, but he doesn't deliver it with any kind of emphasis. Like everything he says, I'm actually finding really hard to follow because he just goes on and doesn't change. There's no like rhetorical flourish. He's not stressing the third point. It's and underneath this and underneath this and underneath this, I'm making my point, and here we go. And like I'm fucking long-winded, but at least I vary my intonation.
He always
so when
sounds
it's
passionately
constant
upset. That's how he's It's his
It's
voice.
very difficult to tell when its sentences end. It's not the same as the movie Bob problem where it's literally because the sentences are fucking long. In this case, it's hard to tell when a sentence ends and a new one begins.
Continues to bring underneath all the glimpses of our fantasies come true, underneath Wolverine's comic accurate action figure cowl, is a movie that actively, despite trying so hard not to be, represents everything that is fundamentally, for a lack of a better word, fucked.
Damn.
Fucked?
Oh!
Well, I guess that's the intro. Hopefully. We'll start getting to the arguments.
Is it?
I don't know.
Is it the intro?
About the state of modern blockbuster storytelling. This ain't gonna be a video about how Marvel ruined Deadpool, or how being in the MCU took the charm out of these characters, or how
Even though both of those things are accurate.
I would argue this.
He lost the sauce to the corporate machine. None of that shit happened.
Wait, did Sean Levy ever have, or Levy ever have
Did he lose
sauce?
the sauce, or did he ever have it?
What's his sauciest movie?
I don't even know what else.
I don't
he did
even
besides-
know. Like, honestly, what would count? Like, night at the museum doesn't seem like it reaches that threshold, you know?
Okay, but what about, what's the one with Ryan Reynolds? Or did he not? Am I mixing someone? Because
you're forgetting 2003's
Free Guy?
Cheaper by the
Free
Dozen.
Guy, yeah. Oh yes, that's right.
Oh man, he did the Pink Panther remake.
He
Ew.
did do the Pink Panther, yeah. Oh, and he did Real Steel as well, which people kind of like, but I don't know.
It's fun, but it's not good.
Well, yeah, it's just it doesn't seem to be a film that inspires like a huge amount of like, ooh, yeah.
Perhaps Real Steel is the most sauce that he ever had. Who knows?
Man, he did
Also,
he did
like-
all three of the Night at the Museum films. Wow.
And those are all
studio.
those,
pretty funny.
those are all studio movies, and he's like, oh well, since he joined the MCU, he's lost his sauce to the corporate machine. What the fuck are you talking about, High Top?
This corporate machine
He
is much
wasn't-
more machiny than the other corporate machines.
Oh, that's true. I didn't think about it like that.
I remember thinking Big Fat Liar was fun. Apparently he did that.
Well, I mean, I do like the Night at the Museum.
Yeah.
I was about to say movies, but like I only really remember the first one.
This is gonna be
Date Night was pretty fun.
There you go.
It's a
Yeah, that
true
was not
choice.
bad.
how the multiversal Marvel storytelling actively works against every single genuinely interesting idea, concept, and character arc.
It doesn't have to though, which is the important part. It doesn't
you gotta
just
start-
because it's a multiverse story doesn't mean that it has to work against developing characters.
If he was a friend of mine and had said, this is my video, can you give me some feedback? I'd be like, you better start getting some arguments soon. You're going to lose. The audience is very much against you on this
Theo,
one.
Theo would be losing his mind.
Oh, Theo would be
Has
losing
he
his mind,
proposed?
absolutely.
Has he proposed two premises now in the video, where originally is like it's going to be a video that's based on what general Hollywood is fundamentally effed in the way they make films, but now is going to be wrapping it up with it's in relation to the multiversal, inclusion in that. To me, those are two separate things.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So
Like,
I'm wondering which.
is he blaming the multiverse or is he blaming the studio or is it both in this case?
Yeah, like I'm getting confused as to his primary kind of subject now because he's essentially introduced two. So
I guess
see which
what
one
we
he
know is
focuses
he
on.
thinks it's fucked. We're just looking for the whys.
Movie has. During the climax of Deadpool and Wolverine, Wade Wilson jokes that we are sick of the multiverse shit. Jokes about how the idea was fun, but it did not work and it's time to wrap it up. Wade was right.
Why do you... But you... Didn't he like get a
But
sword?
you.
But you... Okay, maybe I'll just take it for what it is. He, at this point, believes in that. He believes that the multiverse has fucked everything up. I mean, the thing is, what we've always warned about, and this applies to time travel with multiverse, and to an extent the next step down is like resurrections. You just need to be a very talented writer to balance it, to corner it off so it doesn't explode.
Mhm.
And you could have done that, but a lot of these films fail miserably in every last multiversal mechanic they have. Didn't have to be
Oh,
that
yeah.
way.
Absolutely, because like time travel, multiverse stuff, you can make good, consistent, interesting stories with playing with these ideas. But you're exactly right. It takes a bit of talent and ability to do it well, because there are inherent problems that can arise when you're dealing with this stuff, especially with the subversion of certain stakes and getting people invested. So I dislike when people say never do multiverse stuff. It's like, no, just do it right. Is my kind of view on it.
Yeah.
Except he should have said it before they started filming. I once made an overdramatic video called "We Killed the Multiverse."
I remember. It was funny.
Dramatic.
I like how he's got the text of the title over the text on the of the thumbnail.
We killed the multiverse. We did this. Ugh.
We did this.
That is really hard to read.
High
I
top
didn't even
films.
notice that.
That's a choice.
This is an overdramatic video on how the multiverse killed Deadpool and Wolverine.
Telling people it's over dramatic is not going to make them not angry at you if they disagree with you. By the way,
No,
it's not an effective strat.
I'm trying to track these murders. So we killed the multiverse, and then the multiverse killed Deadpool and Wolverine. So they must. Do we travel backward? And did the multiverse travel back? No. How did?
I don't think so.
Did we kill Deadpool and Wolverine by extension?
Is he saying
Yeah,
that
we
we
were
did that?
responsible
Oh my
for that?
god.
I mean, I'm happy to have done it, but I just want to know if I have.
But before we get into it, you ever try Googling yourself? I'm sure you have. You Google my dumbass,
Oh
and one
my
of the first
God.
links that pops up
Nope,
outside the
I
hate
never
pages
do.
that I fall asleep to every night.
Oh god, dude.
Mm.
This
Dude.
screams
Rapping.
insecurity. This screams
Boogie?
insecurity, but all right, you put it in your video if you want
Dude,
to. I
why
did.
did you put that in your... It's not even just in the video, it's in the ad. Dude.
The hate pages.
The hate pages that I fall
I
asleep
looked away
to.
for a minute and I thought we were
Oh.
talking about Boogie again.
That's just feeding everything what those pages want now. You've given them all the acknowledgement. They're now validated in their what they do. Well
You-
done, well done.
I want to go to those pages and support them now.
In the,
Am I a hate page?
In the ad, man.
Tonight is this site right here that claims to have my contact information. That's supposedly my email, my phone number that this site would be willing to give you for a small monthly fee. That ain't my email nor my real phone number, yet it's probably all out there, man, wrong or right, and these brokers will try to sell it to anyone looking to buy because these big companies can't keep our data safe. I mean, recently AT&T revealed that nearly
Okay, but
Yeah,
if it's not your
fee was
number,
great.
then who cares?
Also, yeah, that could just
It's
be a
someone else's
fucking
number,
racket.
maybe.
Like, we'll protect you from people finding your fake numbers. You know. You
See,
gotta-
look,
That'd
we
be a
didn't find
shame
it.
if someone found your information online. If you pay us money, maybe they won't find it.
Yeah, that feels
Yeah,
like the
see,
same
look
thing, but
here.
now they get the whatever.
Just
all of their-
because we couldn't find it doesn't mean someone else
It
can't.
would just be funny if they did nothing and they were like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're safe. Like, we'll keep
Which
an eye
VPN
out."
do you guys think this is for? Which VPN?
Oh, I think it's something else, right?
customers'
Or-
call and text records have been exposed in a massive data breach, resulting in over 70 million users having their social security numbers end up on the dark web. So what can you do to protect
Oh, no, that's the bad
yourself?
web.
Well, I use the sponsor of today's video, Aura. Aura is this nifty little app that will
Right.
alert me if they find my phone number or any other sensitive information has been compromised.
Wait, do you have to give them your
so
stuff?
that I can.
Yeah.
So that then I can.
So that they can
Yes.
find if it's been. I don't know, man. Okay.
What if I just and plus, what happen if it shows up? Do I need to get a new phone number or like?
What if they
What?
get hacked?
Just pay them money.
Oh no!
30
You'll have
data
to
brokers
get
have your
another
information,
Aura
damn.
2 to protect you from the breaches of
Yeah.
Aura 1.
Well, here's the thing: is at least you're controlling the narrative. You are the one who knows who has your information now.
They'll give me and you fast fraud updates if anyone tries to use that data.
Bro, we found someone using your phone number on the dark web. You're like, do
They
something
should
about it.
all
He's like,
start
we'll
with
get him.
bro.
We'll get him,
Bro, check this out.
One time I had
That just sounds like a
I had
fucking stress
robocall.
generator of an app. It's like we found more
Yeah.
evidence people know your shit. You're like, oh.
And it's also it's critical next to it.
Well, maybe they take this so seriously that because like Fatia's just kind of mentioned it, they personally hack into all these different places and remove your information. They like get into buildings and go into the PCs and they're like, I'm in, and they put a little USB in the computer and hack it until they get your accounts out. They take this very seriously.
One time I had a
That makes
robocall that was
sense.
my own number calling me. It was one of the most mindfuck moments I've ever had in my life. I was like, what the hell is going on right now? So-
Yeah,
I
time
watched that show.
Mm.
access our credit cards, our bank accounts, everything we need to function. One time, true story, somebody at the McDonald's snapped a pic of my debit card, then spent the next 3 hours buying every single Switch game they could. If I had
How did they?
Did they mug you to snap the
What-
picture?
So were
What
they
was
behind?
that
Like he
little
was using it at
skit?
McDonald's, so they must have taken a photo from behind him, I guess, when he was using it. I don't know.
But in the skit, he got hit by something and fell. It was very distracting.
But if he had aura, it would have stopped the blow from striking him, and he would be conscious.
There are things that can clone credit and debit cards. Happened to me when I traveled to the US, and when we came back, so we got alerts that someone's trying to use our card to purchase things, and we had our card, so someone clearly cloned it. So that could happen.
Maybe it was that.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on what he was doing there and why he fell. What?
Buying a Big Mac.
Yeah. Obviously.
Then it might have stopped the Hamburglar in his tracks. Aura goes that extra mile in keeping me and the homies safe.
I'm just thinking about The Simpsons, sorry. Look, he's stealing all the burgers!
That's like one of the most famous, amazing jokes ever.
It's all just that. Stop! He's already dead. And then the two burger employees grabbing him and dragging him away. Krusty the Clown, everybody.
He's stealing all the burgers. I just love how outraged Homer is that he's doing that.
There's so many good jokes in that episode. The one of the of course, that's I'm seeing double here. 4 Krusties.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the underrated one of, they don't know who to shoot because they both look the same. And then Krusty does a thing where he switches Homer in his place. I am confused. Good one, Krusty. And they just point the gun around.
One of the most remarkable things is that Krusty picks Homer up by his head and just flips their positions over and over.
And then they did the little bike as well.
Oh, don't forget when he's reading out funny names and he says Seattle. And Homer loses his shit laughing at Seattle.
And then the pie, just throwing the pie at the lady so hard that she slams through the wall. And then it had the one where it was with Fat Tony, and he needed to he's like, I'll be back in a second, and then you just hear him open the door, get in his car, drive the car to the airport, and then an airplane taking off. Oh, dude, season 6, man, top tier Simpsons. Not just because that was the one that I owned on DVD, and so I watched it all the time. It's actually the best season.
It's pretty good.
Transaction monitoring, a VPN, antivirus software, password managers, identity theft insurance, the whole package of protection all in one app for one affordable price. They got this nifty AI powered.
He talks in the ads the same way he talks about the movies.
That just shows how genuine price. He is.
It's like, stop it. Please.
We're exactly 5 minutes into the video, and about half of that is ad.
Or 5 minutes and 1 second.
Yeah. Under exaggerated.
How long was this ad?
This ad has been about a minute and a half.
That will pick up those pesky unknown number calls on my behalf to screen them for spams and scams. The software forwards all legit calls to me.
I need an AI to protect me from phishing scams, and
it does seem a little unnecessary. Maybe if you get hit with this regularly somewhat, maybe this is a really good program, but I mean, there's some basic security things you can do that wouldn't lead you to have to do this, I don't think.
So I don't necessarily deliver.
How has High Top verified that this is a trustworthy or a worthwhile service, or that it works
Aura.
or functions?
He got mugged
Everyone
at
knows
McDonald's
Aura.
once, apparently.
By the Hamburglar.
I'm just fucking waiting until
briefly
in a year's time where we find out Aura had a data breach that fucking all users got everything. You know what I mean? It's like it just feels inevitable.
Yeah. This is the one thing we didn't want to happen.
Blocking the creepy and scummy.
I like the idea that the AI is screening your calls for you, but it's just taking actual calls from people you know and talking to them instead of you. Like they just use all your information.
Oh, don't worry, Dave.
You.
I already called your mother to wish her a happy birthday. Don't you worry.
I'd like to speak to High Top. It's like, I'm afraid I can't do that.
High Top's busy right now. What can I do for you?
Scammers and filthy fishers. Listen, I'm a paranoid guy, like a very poor and dumb version of Batman, and I ain't gonna leave.
Did he hop in a dumpster for this ad?
I guess so. Commitment.
Committed to the bit, yeah.
Yeah, get it.
Right,
poor and smelly fish.
Did he commit to using the service and verifying it works, or was he just like, oh, this is an excuse for me to put on my Batman mask and jump in a dumpster?
Hell yeah.
That's so extra.
You don't need an excuse to do that. That's the thing.
That's
it
true.
adds
You
flavor.
should do it because your heart tells you to. Yeah, dumpsters are very flavorful.
Myself vulnerable.
Kid, up in the window somewhere saying, "Mummy, Batman's in the bin. What are we gonna do?"
Oh, he's not. Oh, that's a High Top kid. Yeah. All right.
He's always doing that sort of thing.
He's a weird one.
vulnerable to any data breaches, and I doubt you want to either. So
Here's someone photograph or videotaping me walking up the stairs happy while I look at my phone. I have lights on the stairwell so that I don't die when it's dark.
do yourself a solid and check out Aura by clicking the link in the description or going to aura.com/hightop to try your first.
Talk about the Wolfman with the knives hands.
2 weeks.
Talk about how
for
you
free.
verify this
Keep
is worth my money and my security. You're offering a security service. Have you verified it's good? No? Did they just pay
remember,
you money? Oh, they just paid you money, right?
He had to apologize for established titles, and I don't even know if he did an apology for BetterHelp, but I'm pretty sure he did that too. He's
This one will be different.
well, like I said, this one feels like it's ripe for fucking falling apart, doesn't it?
If I Google Aura data breach, what will happen? Aura data breach.
When it was
You reckon he took on a Kamikoto Knives sponsorship as well? If we're throwing all the dodgy ones
Probably.
in there?
announced that Sean Levy was going to direct a big-budget Deadpool movie, one where Hugh Jackman was stepping back into the tank top, I only had one thought. Fuck. Fun fact, this isn't Sean's first superhero project. Birds of Prey Season 1 Episode 9, Nature of the Beast, was his first. But seriously, I mean absolutely no disrespect to the man, even though after watching this video, he'll probably want to cut my tongue out and feed it to his dog.
What?
What are you gonna say about him?
What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna say, yeah, no disrespect, but what I'm about to say is gonna make him hate my guts.
And make me want to,
It's like, oh,
make him want to
shit.
kill me. Like, oh, damn, okay.
That like some disrespect may well have been implied regardless of this preface.
Let's just say my expectations have just been set.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you know what? If you disrespected him because you don't think he makes good movies, just say that. Don't do the whole like, well, no, I don't mean any disrespect. I'm just gonna shit all over your career. Like,
Well, and I don't think you
No
should be doing
disrespect,
it in
but
such a
fuck you.
cucky way. Like, just be honest with yourself. If you respect people who you consider to be high achieving in a particular skill, there's no reason that wouldn't have a reflective result, which is low respect for people achieving lowly in the skill, which you think he does. You don't have to be like, I don't mean to say this, and I hope you don't want to kill me, but I guess if you do, that's okay too. But I don't think your film's good. It's like you don't need to do that.
Very beta.
Yes,
It's
very
No
very
beta.
disrespect, but
Beta.
you'll probably cut out my tongue if I disagree with your movie. That's
If Sean Levy saw that, he'd probably be like, no.
I would never feed my dog human. I would never feed my dog human flesh.
he seems
Especially
like a chill
lame human
guy.
flesh.
That's how they get a taste for it.
Sean's career is, and probably will always be, more prosperous than some self-important YouTube.
Oh my god, get on with it, dude.
Stop it!
Dude,
God
nobody
damn.
cares.
I don't care if he's going to be more successful than you. Probably.
What's an
but,
excuse
like,
for
I
me
don't-
filming
Probably.
myself looking at myself in a mirror?
I don't care.
Is there a blemish
I
on my
think he
skin? I better
has-
take care of it for my video.
With
He
Aura.
has spent
Aura
more
take care of
time.
skin blemishes.
He has
Honker, who
spent
just
more
made
time shitting all over himself than on the movie.
I
think.
know.
Well, saves
it's,
us some time.
I guess so.
an illegal self-serious Robin movie for his first feature film. and is now
Oh,
ranting-
look
Why
at
are
that.
you-
Nice. Nice ad.
But
Just like
it
that
doesn't
one
count
right
for
in,
you
didn't
because it's
ya?
self-deprecation.
It's just funny. Like, yeah, no disrespect to Sean Levi. I'm a loser. Here's this movie I'm making. Like, oh, yeah,
It is
nice.
very what a series of thoughts that just happened there, all at once.
than some self-important
funny
YouTube
because they're
honker who
awful
just
and
made an
they're
illegal
bland.
self-serious Robin movie for his first feature film and is now ranting on the internet about a genuinely successful filmmaker's Deadpool film in order to finance the rest of it. I ain't
God.
talking down,
What
guys.
the-
Why?
Jesus Christ.
He
I-
called it illegal.
Well, technically it
I'm
is, right? Because he's going to be making money
Like
off
copyright infringement, right?
stealing the characters and making his own stories. Yeah,
Because if it is illegal and he's just admitted so, that's
that could cause him trouble.
rude himself. If
Has
it's
he
ever
also not
taken
just
to court.
said as well, like he's only doing this to make the money to make
I
the
don't know
rest of
why
the
he-
other thing, which kind of completely
Yeah.
leaves himself open to the charge that he's just doing this for like clicks.
Yeah,
Yeah, but he
I
already
don't
said
know why
you'd
earlier,
say
right?
that
He had the
unprompted.
visual when he had the cow, right, and getting milk. So he's already admitted that that's what he's doing it for. Get some money.
I'm gonna have a cow if he doesn't get to the fucking point.
Oh my god.
I
have a
don't
cow,
think
man.
he's right. To be honest.
You say you don't think he's right?
Right.
Oh.
No disrespect though.
That is mean. How could you? He's gonna rip your tongue out and feed it to his
moron.
dog.
Yeah, if he heard you say that, he's gonna dislocate your fingers
Oh,
and
no.
fry them into a pretzel and then salt it and then feed it to the pigeons down on 2nd and Main.
Well.
Guys, I'm rambling from the inside of the fucking toilet bowl. So with the utmost respect, I say that Sean tends to direct movies that you legitimately would and will find 300 copies of in the Walmart bargain bin. You shove your hand in there, what could possibly come out? What are the odds that you pull out the DVD copy of any of the Levy classics? Cheaper by the dozen.
Fucking
Is that
God.
common? No,
Like, you understand.
Get on with it.
What he wants to
Hey,
simply
Sound of
say
Music's all right.
is his pedigree is bad, and I think that as a creator that's going to take the helm of Deadpool 3 compared to Tim Miller or who was the director for the second one?
The guy did John Wick, I think.
David
I don't remember
Leitch.
his name. David. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
him.
So
Jimothy?
if you simply wanted to make that fucking point, just say, I don't believe with his history that he's going to be able to take care of the Deadpool films, much like those two, I believe, could from their histories. You could just say that. But now he's like doing like this roundabout way of being like, you'd find his movies in a bargain bin. You're like, okay.
No disrespect intended, though.
Well, the thing is, you find all kinds.
Well, I don't want him to disrespect Night at the Museum. I think it's a fun little movie with a monkey.
Yeah,
in
it's
it.
a fun monkey.
Yeah.
It's
Also,
a
I
fun little
believe we
movie.
are about to lose 2 different people all at once. I'm so sorry. It'll be Dark
Oh my
Hour
goodness.
and Little Platoon. Off
Wow.
to the world of Sleepy Buys / other things. Better things, I'm sure.
Like
Sleepy
3
Go Bye-Bye.
hours until I have to be up again. But yes,
Oh.
sadly.
Oh dear. Sleep well. We won't be going to sleep.
Thank
Yeah,
you very
and-
much.
Enjoy your snooze-aloo.
Take care.
But yeah, thank you
Cheers.
both.
I will jump back on
Bye.
if I have time later. I might be able to hop back on while you're still going. But if not, enjoy the rest of the 300 and congratulations and happy 300th anniversary.
Thanks so much,
Thanks,
Sam.
guys.
We'll catch you around.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
And of
Bye.
course,
And to follow, I will follow suit. All the
Same to
things he
you.
just said that he can say way better than I can. So
thank you for popping in, sir, and I'll catch you in the future to talk
thank you for having me.
about who knows what on wherever place. We'll figure it out. I think we got something penciled in, right?
Yes, yes. We
Excellent.
all, I have everybody penciled in for the next year, so I'm good.
Beautiful. Alrighty.
Catch y'all later.
See you,
We'll
dude.
see you later.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, how
Toodaloo.
very
There he
wonderful.
goes.
God, both of them leaving at the same time. Isn't that despicable? I'll do that.
Oh,
You
gee.
know what?
What, you
It
gotta
really
stop
is
doing this, Mola, when
absolute
you
cunt.
meet
Stop doing
people
what? Being
once they-
honest? Do you think being liars is better? Is that what you're saying?
Don't be mean to people right as
Stop
they leave.
advocating for lies. What are you,
Not advocating for
Wonder
lies,
Woman
advocating
from
against
Ares'
business.
perspective?
Oh. Lies!
You are a liar.
Then I will destroy you!
Yeah, what does
Ah.
isn't it kind of funnier to include more context? Like, does she say through the power of love or some shit? And he's like, "That's crazy,
said-
lies."
She says it's not about deserve, it's about what you believe, and I believe in love.
Oh God.
Yeah, I know, right?
Can
Isn't
you
it
imagine being a villain and then the hero shows up and says that to you?
You're like,
"Fuck
oh
me.
fuck, I'm gonna lose because I
What is
can't win
going
this when
on
you say
here?
shit like that.
I can't believe this. Who are they sent? They are not sending their best.
Also, welcome Jay Longbone. All right,
Hello.
All right.
there we go.
Jay Longbone, what are your thoughts
Hello.
regarding Night at the Museum? What do you think?
Good monkey, bad
I-
monkey. What do you think?
Good monkey, bad monkey.
I've never seen those movies. I've never had an interest in them,
All
actually.
right. Well, fine then.
That
is
works out
A-okay.
well because it's only a small portion of a video of a stream. We'll be fine.
That's half of a franchise,
Okay,
just to
okay.
be clear. But if that's how
Question.
you want to categorize it,
Mhm.
then that's, I guess.
All right, Jay Longbone, if you were wanting to, watch Night at the Museum, where would you first go to look to find them?
Probably like Netflix or something, right?
So not the discount bargain bin.
Oof.
No, that's kind of old.
She's like, I wouldn't pay
Oh,
for
probably
watching
not,
that.
right?
Are you kidding me?
No, I would look. I would go to one of my free haunts. I wouldn't. I don't do subscriptions.
It is kind of funny that a
Looks
fucking
like you
bargain
can,
bin is antiquated now. Like, it's only used in metaphor. It's like, who the fuck actually buys DVDs from a bargain bin?
Well, to answer your
Right, you'd
question,
be
you can
surprised.
rent it from Apple TV for $3.99. It's part of Disney
Ugh.
Plus, I
Wow.
guess. Yeah, Hulu. You can watch it on Hulu. Amazon Video, you can rent it for $3.79.
Didn't they like stop? When did they stop DVDs? Was that recently? Last.
No, I think they are still releasing DVDs.
You can still buy them.
Yeah.
Well,
No, I know you can still
movies?
buy them. I'm
VHSs.
curious if they've stopped making DVDs.
Like for new releases.
Let's see.
Ingram Entertainment, once the largest distributor of DVDs in the country, said in September it will exit the disc business. Well, that's just them, though. Best Buy said it would stop selling DVDs by the end of 2023. Damn.
A number of
According to
retailers-
comicbook.com, it says that, let's see. Oh, and I click the link and it brings me to a different thing. Carry on.
Although Blu-ray
number of
players can
retailers-
play older DVD format discs, which also tend to be marginally cheaper, there are many tens of millions of older DVD players still in use around the world that cannot play Blu-ray discs. That is why studios continue to print DVDs.
DVD's nuts. I got him.
Got him.
We got one for every section, hopefully.
Will DVDs be around in 2027? Yes, they're still making DVDs now. But apparently there's a 7+
No, in
year
2026,
agreement.
a galactic war will
Oh
occur.
god, the DVD
where all
wars.
of the DVDs will be destroyed and cast into the fire like Bibles in the Book of Eli.
It's just not financially viable for most retailers to stock them, and so a lot of them have just given up. Because they don't, they just end up sitting there. But there's still a market for them, especially online, and so you can still absolutely buy them if you just.
Yeah, well, you can still buy VHS and everything. In fact, I think VHS collections are on the rise for people just having fun with it, which I don't blame. VHS, they're cool, all right? They got a cool factor.
Yeah, anything analog just has a particular, a neatness to it, that physicality.
And of course, the link, in case you're not in.
1, 2, or 3, maybe the combo pack. Just Married, Date Night, Real Steel, Big Fat Liar, and of course the internship. I call this game Levy Roulette, except there's 6 bullets in the chamber.
Well, but
Yeah, I don't think you can have 6
okay, to be
bullets in the
clear, right?
chamber.
He's like, hoping not to step on too many toes, hoping not to do this, that. He just said, like, watching his films is akin to killing myself as a guarantee. That is the joke, right? I mean,
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
essentially.
like, he hides it around a bunch of shit, but I'm just like, go for it. Just be honest. I prefer you doing it like this. He actually sounds more genuine here as well. He's not doing as much of the wounded animal voice. So, I take it as a plus.
Recently, Sean has made the jump from discount DVD movies that we fondly remember watching in our grandma's house repeatedly to Netflix movies that I've never seen but have heard nothing about. Point is, Sean makes crowd pleasers, ABC Family marathoners, and he's good at it. I'm not condemning his skill because of the genre he chooses to operate in. He knows where to place
Holy
the camera.
shit, say something, please.
It's this for me.
Yeah,
he
I'm-
walks around what he wants to say forever. It's just like, say the thing.
Oh, we're 7
video
minutes
is just-
in.
Yeah, I'm
It's an info
begging
dump.
him to fucking say something.
How
like,
long is
Jesus
this video?
Christ.
All
This
you got
video
an
is
info dump
34
is
minutes,
being
and
too
we're
charitable.
holy shit! I just realized, we're 7 minutes into a Deadpool Wolverine video about how it sucks. But bear in mind, you're coming here to be convinced, right? A lot of people in his audience, because this is a hot take from him. Still hasn't gotten to any actual arguments yet. He's just said it's trash.
No, he said it's fucked.
Well,
He knows when to go practical, he knows how to get a few chuckles, and he knows when to stop the laughs and try and be serious. But, in theory, this is probably the most safe, sanitized pick for a director Marvel could have gone with. I'm sure Sean and Ryan and
like, he keeps shitting on the film broadly.
This picture.
I know. He keeps broadly shitting instead of like getting some airtight arguments in there,
Specific
Yeah.
shitting.
Typically shitting.
Between him and Chris Stuckman, which one is worse to get through?
Ooh.
I'm thinking about it.
Chris Tuckman is short and empty, and this is
Bloated and empty.
Like, I
Long
really
and
like
empty.
hearing myself talk.
That's actually
I don't know.
because I guess the question could be answered easier if it was like, who would you rather watch his coverage of the next film that comes out of those two?
Oh,
Because, you know, the answer is we've already seen Chris Stuckman's. We already know what he's going to say. Like, down to the fucking literal goddamn dialogue. Like, however he writes it.
But is that good or bad?
Yeah,
is
that
preferable? It won't be 4 minutes.
That's true.
But there's more in it. There's more. I mean, it's annoying and terrible, but there is artistry here.
Yeah, I think I'd go with High Top just because it would be different.
He tries. Yeah, he tries.
Sometimes.
And so I think he said things when we've covered him that we've been like, you know what? That's a point, and we agree with it. Good for you.
Well, yeah, because Stuckman would never make a video called "The Multiverse Killed Deadpool and Wolverine." That just would.
Well, he's already admitted now. He was non-controversial before, but now he's like publicly announced he will not be controversial. So you're not getting anything.
Yeah, at least High Top's willing to share some opinions and be even mildly critical.
Yeah.
And Hugh from the Real Steel days are all best pals. I'm sure that played a huge part in it, and I'm sure Free Guy made Disney a decent chunk of change. But to me, my fear was
But to me, Mario. But to me,
Deadpool and Wolverine would be this soulless, cynical, mass-appealing sequel that misses the point of why the first two films worked.
Okay, you need to start getting to arguments, man. You keep saying this.
Oh my god.
You said this so many times.
I can't help but be reminded of arguments you see on long videos of, oh, you need to cut your video down because there's too much empty shit in there when there isn't. But this guy has a half-hour video, and the first 8 minutes has fucking nothing in it. I want to kill myself right now.
Definite get on.
Most informative he's been is an ad.
You're taking a filmmaker who has never ever, and I mean literally ever, operated from outside the Disney Channel system. Someone who tries to tap into the culture rather than say.
God, I have not seen Free Guy.
Ninja reference. Wow.
Have you not seen it?
No, but I never want to with all these fucking clips.
I never either.
Oh, the moments where they get all the other influencers commentary is so painful. It's actual cringe. It's just like, oh. And I think the worst one for me was when Pokemon appeared. I was like, oh, give me a break. Oh, that broke me.
Anything counter to it, and you're giving that filmmaker an absurdly large budget to make a film that
he's still just yapping, man. He's not started up the actual arguments yet. It's like you gave this guy who can't make films loads of money, and it's like, okay, but tell me why.
Oh my god,
it doesn't work.
Now I know what it's like. I know how Keemstar felt when Boogie started going on about his fucking health problems, and his brain just zoned out and went to Happy Land. That's what's happening to me. Oh my god. This is it.
To be, as much as humanly possible, something different. You needed someone who understood that Deadpool works best when he's outside looking in, that understood why Wolverine has always worked the best when he's not forced into any kind of genre norm. And you got a guy...
Oh, that was just 2. Okay. But it was really long, that second one.
The guy who specializes in never pushing the limits, the boundaries, but is the expert at playing whatever Spotify recommends.
We're still going, man. Like, this is getting a little absurd.
Holy crap! He's taking so long to just say, the director is kind of average. That's all he needed to say.
Which, by the way, Shad, that's not important compared to how good the movie is, because if the movie was amazing and that was still true, then this would all be fucking irrelevant, you know? Like, telling us all of this, it's like, I don't care, just get to the movie and how it affected the movie and why the movie is bad.
Yeah, I don't need a biography of the director.
Even if we completely agree, I just don't... Like, you're going to lose so many people at this point, and he hasn't even gotten to the fucking film yet.
Not even got to the multiverse part, which is the thing that he said killed the movie. It's not called Sean Levi being an average filmmaker killed Deadpool and Wolverine.
That would be a long title.
That'd be a weird title, but it would be more accurate so far.
If anything,
being an average filmmaker killed Deadpool and Wolverine.
I've just seen how long this video is, and I want to kill myself.
Yeah. So
yes.
I would either move this to after the film is discussed, or just cut it entirely. Like I don't know. Like talking about the why once you get through what it is, like saying like this is because they chose this director and this is his history. That would be something.
I don't think this is going to be particularly compelling to somebody who said, yeah, but I had fun with the movie, though. They might even say, like, yeah, I had fun with Nightmare at the Museum, too, because I'm not, like, some artsy student or something.
You know, he said, you know, you needed to understand that Deadpool's about a man from the outside looking in or whatever. It's all people are going to say until you start having specific references are, yeah, that's what he did. Yeah, that's what he did.
Yeah, exactly. See, because he made fun of the MCU.
Yeah, that's what he did.
Said it
There
was
you go.
kind of crap. So you need to move past this point. It's just not going to be very convincing to people who like the film. Saying like, oh, Sean Levi, he kind of makes like generic movies. This is not going to win anybody over.
Was not helping anything, yeah, if they thought the movie was really good. So you got to get to the movie.
Quote Sean himself, "I'm not looking to make movies and shows for an audience of 7 cool kids in the corner. I build stories for populist entertainment. Deadpool and Wolverine is a film about outsiders that tries to find worth in the island of the misfit superhero properties made..."
What did the cool kids quote? I was just thinking about, like, I don't make movies for 7 cool kids, I make it as populist entertainment. I don't even know what to make of that as a statement. You know?
I guess I mean, it reminds me a bit of, it's a much, funnily enough, it's a much more sanitized version of the Michael Bay, you know, I make films for 13-year-old boys, what a crime, that sort of thing. It's the same thing. I make a movie.
I think you could take it both directions, couldn't you? On one hand, you could say, man, he admits to just making consumable crap. Or on the other hand, you could say he's looking to make movies that please as many people as he can, rather than specific.
Absolutely.
Snooty
it reminds
people.
me of do you remember the George Lucas interview with what's that guy's name? The interviewer guy.
Which one?
It was the really long interview. This was like
The
I want to
interviewer
say
guy.
shortly...
The guy with the nose.
At
He's
the
got 2
table
eyes.
in like a black void.
No,
That guy?
I think it's in like his house. I think it's in like George Lucas's house. I think it was in 2015. I'm saying he's the interview guy because that's what he does. He does interviews.
Yeah,
That's
but
Well, there's a lot of those.
That does not lower it down.
Remember that
Somebody
interview with the
will know.
interview guy who does interviews?
So this is so reminding me of a Lano and Woodley skit. Lano and Woodley, they're comedians from Australia, and he's trying to tell the other guys, like, "Do you know the actor guy? Yeah, he's got 2 eyes, he's got a nose, and it's kind of held together in a kind of a face. You know, the actor guy."
Charlie Rose. It was Charlie Rose. That was the one.
All right.
The one where
Oh, I was
like
kind of
Charlie
right. He's
Rose
usually in
like,
like a black void, but yeah.
It was this. Wow, it wasn't in his set like that he normally would have. It looked like it was George Lucas's house. It's a weird interview. Charlie Rose is like oddly aggressive and confrontational with George. It's really weird. But I think George Lucas said something similar about the idea of like trying to make films that are ultimately going to appeal to a lot of people, and that there's like a difference. But it was something like the idea that the Academy Awards aren't like interested in films that are popular or something along those lines. And it's like you said, you can run those positively or negatively. The positive one would be you're trying to make media that will actually reach like the largest number of people. Whereas obviously the more cynical one is you're just trying to make money.
Outsiders that tries to find worth in the island of the misfit superhero properties made by a filmmaker whose career has been carried by playing it entirely safe. This is a long mouth vomit way of saying that my greatest fear for...
When you say that, doesn't
mouth
fix
vomit? Isn't all vomit
It doesn't fix
mouth
it.
vomit?
I guess so.
You said
Wait,
mouth
Good question.
vomit, but like
I'm
that's
glad some of that's
generally
in the real questions.
generally, yeah. I guess you could get someone's vomit. Does it become... It's only vomit once it's come through the mouth, right? Like, if you take vomit from someone from, like, punching their belly or whatever, that wouldn't be vomit anymore.
yeah,
It'd
and then
just be...
inject it into your anus and then
What?
you know expel it. Like it would be that would be a weird thing to do, admittedly.
That would be
You know,
weird,
that
yeah.
would be a
Very
weird thing to do,
strange
man.
for someone to do that.
And
It's
asking
atypical
the right
behavior.
questions.
It's definitely atypical behavior, but it's theoretically.
Yeah, we covered up
It's
bases,
theoretically
right?
possible.
Deadpool
Yeah.
and Wolverine is that it would be this one moment from Free Guy that haunts my cerebellum like the cancer that is constantly trying to eat Wade's body.
What the shit?
And my fear came true somewhere.
Yo, we got the same Chris Evans clip of him saying "What the shit." Ben Shapiro did that too.
Oh, you're
We
right.
got the same clip.
9 minutes.
Throwback.
9 minutes in.
Synchronicity.
My
'Cause-
dude, is that an EFAP 300 Part 1 reference?
Hell
I think it
yes.
is. Let me like this video.
We have circled around the carcass of this film without taking a bite for so long. I'm
sorry, what are we talking about?
Deadpool
I am
I don't know
legitimately
and
anymore.
Wolverine.
I want to understand why he hates that scene so much, because it's what, corporate pandering? Is that it? Like
The Chris Evans thing.
yeah.
I guess it's like Nothing is meaningful.
The
Everything is
jangling
a
keys.
yeah.
Is he criticizing jangling keys? Is that it?
I think it's just, the commodification of literally everything down to the last anything you could possibly draw out of anything. It'll be turned into something that's designed to just get you to have meaningless feelings on the surface that'll get you to pay money. I don't know, like some kind of like hyper corporatism in the form of he finds Chris Evans and Captain America meaningful, but now look what they've done with him. You know,
Man.
Yeah.
I guess.
I guess.
My pizza never showed up.
Aww.
Ugh.
So they said it'd probably be about 30 or so minutes. I'm like, oh, that's kind of fast, but it's pretty neat. And this was quite a while ago. And it never showed up. An hour and a half went by, didn't show up. Called them, had to wait for like 10 minutes or so for them to pick up. And then they said, yeah, we tried to call you like a couple times. You never picked up. And it's like, well, it doesn't. I didn't get any calls, and you didn't call anything. Like, oh, sorry about that. I guess we'll give you a refund. And like, yeah, you do that, and it'll be done in a few business days. Have a good night. Like, gee, thanks.
That
Thanks,
story
Marco's Pizza.
had
You really
a better beginning, middle, and end than this whole video has had so far.
man. I was really
I mean,
jeez.
I would call that a Greek tragedy. That didn't, you know.
No, that's an American tragedy when your
When your
pizza that
pizza
you deliver
doesn't
doesn't
show
show up, and you were really I was really kind of looking forward to it because normally
Yeah.
they do pretty good ones, and I don't really order out much, but yeah, it's the anniversary and figure I'd have something delivered so I don't have to make anything, but so
I
here
feel
I
that.
am.
I feel for you, Rags. I feel this
Yeah.
in my soul. Like that. That hurts.
I had it with they had a deal where you get like a pizza and it's whatever % off, and it was like a big one, and you could have 2 toppings. Like, oh sweet, that'll be like what I eat tonight. That'll be like lunch and dinner or whatever for tomorrow. Sweet, excellent. I need to clean out the fridge anyway for this trip that's coming up soon. And I put steak and chicken on it because like, you pick 2 toppings. I'm like, yeah, steak and chicken. Yeah, I want some dead fucking animals on that pizza. Hell yeah. And it never showed up. So,
By the way,
man, I'm
You're just
kinda
making
miffed.
the pain worse.
fucking, of course, the 300 part one has been hit for copyright of theme from Doctor Strange.
Oh no.
God damn it.
I knew
Ben.
it. Thanks, Ben.
Ben,
Bastards.
Daily Wire.
Or in Act 2. But for the first 15 minutes, I believed there was a chance I was wrong. I felt like this was going to be more a sequel to the first 2 movies and less a hodgepodge of cameos and retreaded themes that were executed better 20 years ago. I thought for a small, brief, innocent moment that Deadpool and Wolverine wasn't going to just be an empty spectacle that we clap at in between our loud chewing of overpriced popcorn that we willingly choose to eat out of the mouth of a poorly made $45 plastic piece of shit.
$45?
I mean, I'm sorry, but what kind of movie did he
$45?
expect it to be? Let's be real.
Wait, Wolverine popcorn bucket price. That cannot be $24.99 plus tax. Oh, what? Yeah, it's $29.99, includes large popcorn. Okay, yeah, it's $30. What did he say? $42? $45? What did he say?
45.
Where did he go? Where it was?
Yeah.
Where did he go? Where it was $45 for that thing? Holy fuckballs! He got screwed over.
Sounds like another American tragedy in the making, right there.
Damn, so
That
many.
is an American tragedy.
Yeah, I agree.
He did it again,
crap,
though. He did his impassioned
$45.
speech, and he's not added yet. This is still just broadly, it's an empty, soulless movie, which he has said on repeat for the past, like, 10 minutes. Come on!
Yeah, well, I mean,
popcorn. Those popcorn.
Wait.
Yeah.
Hang on, it's broken on my end temporarily. Uno momento, I shall fix it. Talk amongst yourselves, but all your passions. Or not.
So, anyone watch any good porn lately?
No. That's not what I meant.
I heard someone say the N-word.
God damn it.
Does the new Alien movie count?
Oh, so now we know what Longbone's been watching.
Well.
I like
that. Yeah, I think it's, there you go. I think I've managed to crack what's happening. It's, whenever Watch Together freezes on me, it's because Chrome is having a little memory bleed on the back end of the studio for YouTube, so I just got to refresh that, and then it allows Watch Together to work again. Easy. At least in theory. And we're good to go.
You like that, huh? Go f your sister.
Vanessa was there, Colossus was there, Blind Al, Peter, the gang, the soul of why, for me, Deadpool has always worked. The first action scene had at least an ounce of vision to it. I mean, I was expecting this.
He wants it to be a tragedy so much, he's even playing opera music in the background.
The thing is,
Gosh.
if you want to make the argument you took it very seriously and you thought the meaningful stuff was stepped on, you could go that way, but this has not been the way to do it. This has been kind of embarrassing, I would say. Like, this whole sequence has been hard to follow for anybody who doesn't agree with them because it just seems so melodramatic. Remember, most people come away from the movie thinking it's a fun, non-serious thing. Watching this for 10 minutes, is it any surprise that this has not gone over well with his fans?
I mean, he's acting like it's destroyed his childhood and has trauma that he's dealing with over it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it feels like his family got killed. That's the way he does this.
So I was pleasantly surprised by the decent framing and choreography and the pure fuck it attitude of using Logan's skull to brutally maim these Disney agents. I was so hopeful when I thought that the main threat of the movie was going to be brand integration, was going to be the mouse begging Wade to join their MCU and him giving him a giant middle finger fuck you to the rat bastard. And for that brief while there,
but even that wouldn't work because this movie exists, making the mouse lots of money.
Yeah, why would you expect
it does,
that?
It's just, that would still be them being like, oh, I'm not going to do the thing as you do the thing. I'm not going to generate the mouse money as it makes it $1 billion. Like,
also, the fucking music, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
a very strange choice.
It is super distracting. I know it's opera, but super distracting to have some woman screeching in the background as he's talking.
Hold up. Let me see. Who am I gonna pick? Let's go with Nutsa. All right. What is your favorite opera and why? Are you a Rigoletto kind of lady, or a Marriage of Figaro, or are you like more Magic Flute?
You can't call him that anymore.
All right. I got an answer. The opera sequence in The Fifth Element.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Choice.
A bit modern. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's got this modern, this Madame Butterfly-esque kind of, stylization to it, and then you get the tonal shift, and then boom, Norma by Bellini.
Yep.
So
I got into it. Yeah.
100%, absolutely. So Nutsa, what'll it be?
I'm sorry, my headphones were kind of messing up, so I haven't heard
Oh,
last
sure.
minute
You
of
know what?
conversation.
That's all right. That's all right. We'll loop back to it. Let's go.
really felt like
So
this was
what
the
was the question? Oh, okay.
Yeah, what's...
Oh, it's the moment's gone. But wait, no, it's back. What's your favorite opera and why?
Opera?
Yeah.
I went last year. Wait, Tristan and Isolde or whatever.
Oh,
Dude.
Tristan.
Okay. Wagner.
The only opera I've watched, and I hated it.
Oh.
So.
Really? Why is that?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the music?
I went to.
Is it
I was
the
at
music?
I was in Vienna, and I went to the main sort of opera house, like very randomly. Just got the cheapest tickets, and I was. When we got in, we realized that we can't see anything because it was the cheapest tickets, and
Was
we
it
had
like
to.
really
I had to stand
low
for like.
or far back?
It was too high. I was in a balcony. I don't know what's called.
You gotta bring the binoculars.
And and it was a very interesting experience because in the middle of the opera, there were a bunch of 20. I look out. I'm standing up. I look out at the distance, and they're like, I see 20 like silhouettes of people, and soon enough, I realized, oh, they're butt naked. And they all turn around, and I'm faced with
well,
yeah, and I don't know how.
Oh, and Italians don't
that
shave.
Opera.
Oh my god.
So you've watched some
yeah.
good porn lately.
Yeah,
Jeez.
not lately, but last year, yeah. And they were there for like good hour, just lying on the stage
All right.
the whole time.
Oh, that's
So,
wow.
and then I realized that I went to the same. That was my first opera ever. In the opera house, that Hitler also saw his first opera. So I went to the same opera house, and his first opera was Tristan and Isolde, if I'm not mispronouncing it. So that was interesting.
And it sets unusual. It sets bad expectations because now you're gonna think, well, when are the 20 naked people gonna come out and just lay around? And when all the other operas don't have that, you're like, well,
yeah, it's
what
not
a
quite the
rip
same,
off.
is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, this was written in the 18th century. What the heck? What are these? It was never explained. They were there.
They're not.
It was the
all,
funniest.
Mostly, they're not like that. I would say most
Mhm.
operas.
And there was a little kid, and like there were a bunch of like French people in front of us, and there was this little girl. The whole so she was like really cute and sweet, and I was staring at her for an hour, and I was like, oh my god, such a sophisticated little child, because she was paying attention, she was leaning over, and then halfway through the opera, her grandfather she started to get bored with it, so her grandfather gave her the earphones and a phone, and she held it down, and she was watching some sitcom during the opera. And when I saw the naked people, I got concerned for the child. I was like, oh my god, don't look up, don't look up. And the next thing I see is the grandfather is tapping on her shoulder, and he's like, look. And I was like, what?
This is a very strange.
Europeans are a strange people.
Yeah.
They're French. They're French.
Yeah, I realized that.
Well,
I was really concerned for the little girl. And and I remember she looked up, saw those people, and she was like, and looked down back to the.
She was very
went back to the
unimpressed.
sitcom.
She went
Yeah, she was very unimpressed.
Oh my goodness.
So
She's seen better.
Yeah, that is her.
maybe
This is getting more and more French as it goes. It's like this little girl, she suddenly whips out a cigarette and she's like, I have seen better naked people before.
This is nothing. We have better cereal commercials in Paris.
Well, maybe that's why this video is like triggering me a bit. Maybe that's
yeah, it's just like
reason.
Anyway, back to high top whinging.
I can't even remember what
indefinitely.
All right.
Direction they were going.
Erection.
Oh, he said erection. Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
no. Oh god, no.
That was the perfect pause and direction.
A story about staying true to your character and ignoring the corporate IP demands that will make you canon. But yet, even if Wade tells you that's the point, even if all the supporting characters repeat that sentiment out loud, everything in the filmmaking and eventually the narrative actively works against that original idea. Wade.
Hang on. When did every supporting character explain that sentiment out loud as he's describing?
I guess he's saying even if they did, but it did seem like he's saying they did. You know, like not even if they did, but that they actually did. Because I'm with you. I don't think that was really, other than Elektra saying she wants to get an ending. I don't know if that's some kind of like he's saying that's a meta commentary on. I mean, if anything, that would mean Disney facilitated the ending. You know what I mean? Like not trying to do it in spite of them or something. I don't know.
Wilson fights the MCU and loses, even if he says otherwise. Deadpool jokes about how he's entering the MCU at a bit of a low point. He pokes fun at what's not working about modern Marvel movies. Yet Wade's entire...
I mean, it's funny. I don't think any of what he just uses as examples are actually poked fun at.
Deadpool jokes about how...
And I mean that in a broad sense,
he's
right?
entering the MCU at a bit of a low point. He pokes fun at what's not...
Does Wade have... Well, not even MODOK, but like horrible CG creations. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a bit awkward if he did because there's some pretty bad CGI in this film.
So I was going to say, I don't think they do that. I don't think they make fun of Fat Thor.
Thor? I don't think so.
About modern Marvel movies.
And they certainly didn't make fun of Beast.
Well, but if you said, say for example, they said gratuitous cameos, it's like, well, but there's more cameos in Deadpool and Wolverine than most films.
Then there were in the Marvels. The Marvels had it there in that little post-credit
Well, than
scene.
most films.
Deadpool and Wolverine had the entire, yeah, I mean, goddamn.
Yet Wade's entire character is completely regressed in service of said terrible Marvel movies.
Oh my god,
the
true.
I mean, yes.
His character totally regress. Yes.
Yep.
Guy who was completely driven by his idea of love in the first film, completely motivated by the loss of love and the need to save another abused outsider from turning ugly, turning broken like him in his second film. That same character, that same guy, all of the sudden feels such rejection at the idea that he cannot be an Avenger, that he cannot be accepted into the club, that he deteriorates, he shuts down, causing him to lose the one person that helped give him his heroism. All because
I feel like there's a better way of it. Mostly, yes. I think I agree with him. It's just the God, like he extends it so far and plugs in so much emotion.
Yeah, the whole like Wade Wilson, the character, that guy.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, that's redundant.
just be
Adult
clear, like,
characters
yeah,
are guys.
he wouldn't be doing this shit. It's not like him at all. It's completely out of character, and the repercussions are he loses the girlfriend that has been so important in both movies. It's very odd.
Yeah, because making it super duper dramatic is like, because people will be like, I almost feel like if you say it like that, people won't even believe that what you're saying is accurate compared to if you just say, you know, Deadpool's arc in the first movie was this, Deadpool's arc in the second one was this, third one undoes it in the first minute. Instead of
you might set off
stuff.
you'll set off people's like that, even if it's subconscious, that little like that bullshit detector with the delivery. Like, why are you priming me like this? I feel like I'm being like primed for something. I feel like you're trying to be overly artsy.
He's trying to tie it into his broader narrative, right? When he's like, yeah, see, Deadpool, he's trying to save that outsider, you know, that outcast. And it's like, yeah, because you're trying to tie it into the whole idea of like, oh, yeah, that's what Deadpool is about. It's about outcasts, and that's what they said this is about, but it's not. When it's way easy to just say Deadpool 2 is about him finding a family, and that he found the family in X-Force, and that it's really weird that that family never shows up in this film. And that apparently, despite having created that team, he yearned to be part of some other team in some other universe. And when he didn't get it, he didn't want to be a hero anymore. Instead of trying to tie it into this broad, like, theme he's trying to do with wishy-washy, you know, language.
Yeah, but Fringy, that only took you like 15 seconds.
Because he is rejected by the corporate overlords, the Tony Starks, he gives up on being Deadpool to work as a
I love the Tony Stark one because you know that's a holdover from being pissed off about Spider-Man.
Well, and also just... I guess he's going meta when, in universe, you can just focus on the fact that we had no reason to ever think he ever cared about the Avengers, and we don't even know what the Avengers mean to him at all. You don't even need to do, like, the meta representation that the Avengers are Disney. But the thing is, they reject him.
Like, yeah, that's right. No, but that's the thing. They rejected him. The Tony Starks, the Disney.
Yeah.
They rejected him.
Is it confirmed that everything that goes wrong in his life is because of Avengers? Because that's not...
Well,
yeah,
it's the idea that when he got turned down, like, he lost his motivation to be a hero because they turned him down.
Yeah.
Which is not good.
I hate this movie.
Tony couldn't have even turned him down. Tony's dead. So why is he saying that Tony Stark turned him down?
No.
Oh, wait,
Tony's alive.
Happy turned him down. Happy.
2018, that's right. It wasn't 2024 yet in the timeline. My bad.
Not even a true fan here.
Salesman. He needs the approval of Mr. Paradox, Mr. Feige in order to keep his home. I get the meta commentary, man.
Well, he does it in spite of their approval, right?
Yeah.
He's not a fan of the movie, but he does definitely go against Paradox's, you know, desires.
And trust me, I get it. I understand the whole idea of his world collapsing since Logan died is a giant commentary on the fact that without Hugh Jackman, the X-Men movies, the Fox...
Well, it only makes sense as commentary. It has nothing, like, there's nothing about the text that makes any fucking sense with the anchor beings and shit.
Not only has it been saying it undermines the Logan...
Yeah, it's not good.
His death destroys the universe.
It's not good meta, no. Because as a result of them trying to intertwine it, it means that Wolverine, or rather Logan's sacrifice, means everyone dies. Like, why would you want it to be that way?
universe would never have made.
I also just hate the entire concept of an anchor being. Holy.
Oh, it's retarded.
Yes.
Yeah,
Like,
Yes.
one of
it's
the
not
most
right.
retarded
The
concepts.
the only way you can make it work would bring it past the point of anchor being a relevant label. Like, I could give it a pass if we're talking about a literal god whose existence keeps the universe going. Not Joe down the street dies, so the universe dies. What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, so many people say that, well, the multiverse thing, they were forced to explore it, and it's all already fucked, so they couldn't do anything about it. But this anchor being they came up with it. This is even more stupid than the multiverse stuff for me.
Oh, and there's so many ways to
so-
write, Logan into the story, a different Logan, and a meta reason for why the TVA have interest in the Fox universe. You don't have to do this. It's just terrible.
Well, as has also been pointed out in chat as well, the idea that like the reason why the Fox X-Men film stopped was mainly because they got acquired. That was the main reason why they stopped. They wanted to keep going.
Well, and, in a way, what we're seeing now with him turning up in this and other X-Men shit that's going to happen, really, it's no different in the sense that now they're just integrated into MCU continuity as opposed to their own universe continuity. That's it.
Yeah. And, I mean, is that a good thing when everything is subservient to Marvel?
And we know it's not
or
true that
subservient to the Marvel slop.
that like you can't have a successful X-Men film without Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. It's like, well, there are ways.
Well, I mean,
I disagree.
There
I
are,
mean,
there are
Well,
successful
we've seen
ones
that there are ways.
have him in them.
First Class, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Like,
was
he
there a
shows up for
cameo?
a
But
second, but
second,
that's
but
it.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, like
First
that
Class is
film.
great.
Yeah, that
And
film
Deadpool.
succeeded without Wolverine as any major component in it. And
Same with
so-
Deadpool. The Deadpool movies are X-Men films.
Yeah, like I wouldn't
and
conclude
he's not in them.
from Apocalypse or Dark Phoenix.
Well, and Apocalypse made his money back, so it was successful.
Yeah, but he was in it for a second as well. So.
He was in it for a little bit longer in that one, like maybe 2 minutes.
Technically, he was in it less because you don't even get like a, the fact that he says "go fuck yourselves," I think is more of an impact, and people like cite that scene as opposed to his Weapon X scene, where he's just going like, and runs away. It's kind of like, eh.
The cultural dent that it did. Mr. Paradox, Disney by all means is the villain. The TVA is the clear stand-in for the apathetic monopoly.
I love how the TVA guys are wearing masks that dehumanize them. Like when they're the guys that have got to get killed by Deadpool. Because in the Loki show, they all have faces. They're not wearing like stormtrooper helmets. But
they're they're variants, and they have memories of their past lives and personalities, and they're different.
But now that they're antagonists to him, they got to wear masks so you don't see them when they're screaming in agony as they're being murdered.
They're also kind of like, you don't even know, because they are in on it, quote unquote, with Paradox, right? I think the implication is everyone is.
They're meant to be his guys. Yeah.
Still don't really understand why. Like,
and of course, it's really awkward as well because this is what's making it confused as well. Paradox is not Disney as the stand-in. Disney is the stand-in as the one from Loki, the one who shows up at the end, because she's the one who's actually in charge. She's the one who ultimately allows them to continue to exist.
You're right.
Like I would say that's a.
And I
way
think
more
Disney would be
apt
comfortable with
stand-in for
that.
Disney.
They'd be like, yeah, we saved your precious
they'd be like,
Wade Wilson
right.
and Logan. Look at
They're
them.
the good guy TVA because Disney does believe that there are some good guy TVA guys when the TVA as an institution overall is insane.
Are any of the people that Deadpool kills at the beginning of the movie, they're all masked up and fully covered and everything,
Except for the one guy, the one henchman who has a couple of lines.
Kind of leads into my question here, which is, are any of them women? Or
Maybe,
are they
I
all
don't remember.
dudes?
I think they're all guys.
Interesting.
While we're on the topic of just like this whole TVA integration stuff, There's so many questions in related to it, and I know the answer is Marvel does not give a crap about its larger continuity, which is one of the reasons why it's failing so much. But there are larger questions about the continuity and how this universe is supposed to operate in regards to the TVA. Because with this whole anchor being thing, when I first heard that, I was like, I thought Loki was in control of the timelines. Wouldn't he just have the power to preserve the timeline and keep it going? Or is he the one doing the killing? Is he letting it die? They're going to completely forget about that. They're not even going to address the fact that Loki is technically empowering the multiverse to continue. And then there was like another question that I had in regards to how this is all supposed to interconnect. And again, Marvel doesn't give a crap, right? But Multiverse of Madness, didn't it establish that if you have a person from one reality reside in another reality, that destroys that reality?
Yes.
Yet in Deadpool and Wolverine, they're trying to get a Wolverine from one reality to come into his reality to save it. When, hang on, according to Multiverse of Madness, that should also destroy it. They do not give a crap about consistency with these rules, and it just pisses me off. You can't get invested in any of it.
They bring in the worst of the worst Wolverines and an older X-23 into a universe that has both of them already in it. But they don't remember this shit because of all the timelines. They're just like, shut up. Like, okie dokie.
Monopoly that wishes to just keep the iconography and box office potential of Deadpool, yet take away everything that makes him Wade Wilson, that gives him his heart. Great idea. Problem is, they never fully commit to that idea because at the end of the day, this is a movie financed, approved, and made by the very thing that the film's central plot revolves around criticizing. So of course there needs to be some fanboying on Deadpool's part. Of course Wade still needs to want to be an Avenger, because if he spent the entire time roasting how soulless and cynical the MCU has become, we might actually start to take him seriously. We might actually...
I don't even know that I agree with him. Is the part where he wants to be a thing to the Avengers even that long-lasting in the film? It's right at the beginning, and it's supposed to prompt his sort of depression. And then you get Wolverine mentioning, like, yeah, it doesn't surprise me the Avengers would never take you. And then at the end he's like, you know what? They'd be lucky to have you. That's like that's all the references. You could probably either cut them out or switch them for something else. It's, them being there, I suppose is like a cringy result of how, I don't know, what do you call that in terms of meta? Like Deadpool wants to be a part of the MCU, and they reject him, but then he finally earns his way in, and they're lucky to have him. Is that the point the movie's making, do you think?
It's just stupid.
Okay.
Really believe it. Making him an Avengers reject is the easiest, lamest fast track to reconnect the general public to the character. Oh wow, we love Captain America, so Wade must as well. Oh wow.
I mean, I don't see why Wade wouldn't like Captain America. He's a, you know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily see a character insert shit where it's like affected by the wider audience. Most people like Captain America. He's a good person. I could see Wade liking him.
I think Deadpool would love poking fun at him.
Sure,
he
but
would respect him, but he would poke fun at him a lot, I feel.
Like, I mean, technically speaking, him saluting to him here could be interpreted as him kind of playing with him, right? Like, if you saw him in person and did the salute, Cap would be like, at ease, or whatever, then he'd be like, no, sir.
That would be a fun dynamic, actually.
He'd view him similarly to Colossus, probably.
Well, so the problem is, how much does he know?
But...
How much does he know about Captain America? And this one, I guess. Does he know about all the events of the MCU for some reason? Or does he have his own Captain America in his universe? I don't know.
If he's so affected by being rejected, you would think he was the biggest fanboy of the all time.
I mean, I get what's being said. Like
that he could go to, he went to that one.
His POV is being infected by the audience's general POV, but the thing is, like I said, Deadpool's a character is aware of almost everything. That's like one of his features in a meta sense. So I don't see why he wouldn't like Steve Rogers, like, you know, genuinely, but then also kind of having fun with it.
We want him to be in the Avengers. Wouldn't that be so fun? Wouldn't he be so funny? So he wants that as well. Problem is, this is the guy, the character who literally said, fuck the X-Men, I'm killing this abuser in Deadpool 2.
Those guys hurt you?
That kid was abused. You can tell, you can always tell. We have rules. Fuck your rules.
I mean, yeah, this is what I would cite for why he wouldn't join the Avengers.
I mean, exactly. Well, I mean, it goes right back to the start. He didn't want to be He didn't want to be part of the X-Men.
He made his own team.
Yeah, exactly. He made his own team because that's what he needed to do. That was the arc that he went on.
Remember when Deadpool cared?
Yeah.
Well, it's what High Top said, even in his own way, that we've lost the characteristics in favor of like this McDonald's version of Deadpool now.
It's
very corporate.
Yeah.
Dirty.
This is the guy who has always played by his own rules and above all else deeply cared about his own people. The last time we saw him on screen, he had found his found family of misfits and had grown the most a character like him possibly can to be okay with being constantly fucked over. Wade in this movie essentially...
A way to put it, I guess.
Yeah, I wouldn't say
exactly
that's all
like
that he could grow, but
He's grown
in
to the
general,
maximum he
yeah.
can to be okay with being constantly fucked over. It's like, that's... Alright.
What I don't understand is that so many people stress the fact that Ryan Reynolds cares so much about Deadpool and his legacy and everything, but I don't get it. Someone who cares about Deadpool so much, why would he scrap the entire second movie? Like, how would he go from that to this film? There's so many heartfelt moments and characters and dynamics, and all of that is lost. How can a person who cares about any of this do that, actually? That does not make sense to me.
I think it could be explained by the fact that he wanted it done, get this completed, and if it means slowly shaving out lots of different things
Well, that
until we ended
means-
up with what we got with.
Well, that means he's not that passionate about it after all.
Yeah, no, I would have preferred he'd push back on plenty of stuff, but for all we know at this point, this is the movie he wanted. That he doesn't see any issue with this connecting to Deadpool 2, which I would find fascinating, but alright.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know how much of an insightful kind of writer he is, and so it could just be he was more approaching it on a surface level. Let's make a fun movie and find the gags in it, but we don't know.
He learns the exact same thing he did in Deadpool 2. How to be okay being a misfit, how to find himself a brotherhood and a loner who believes he failed his family, how to find purpose in being the one that brings the outsiders together. Only this time it has the Disney approved sticker right on top of it.
I mean, well, I'd say it's weird. Instead of these characters that were built up in these movies, we have almost stock characters that are things you recognize from other stuff rushed in to fill the roles.
Yeah, it's just that it's like the Disney sticker is kind of underselling the problem. The problem is that they're not even characters. They're just it's just oh, there's Gambit, and he's about to make a name for himself here. And oh yeah, there's Elektra. She's just sort of here. They didn't. There's not a story for these characters, unlike all of the characters on screen.
Mm-hmm.
Even Dopender had a little story that made this happen. He did.
He did. He wanted to be a hero, just like Deadpool, and you know what?
That's right.
He found his
And
way.
then he
in.
ran over the bad guy with the car. That's right.
So it's canon, so it matters. Deadpool can make all the jokes roast how stale and uninvested so many audience members are these days, but when the foundation of his journey in the film starts with him...
So, I really hate Professor X and MOM, especially the way that he dies. But I think one could make the argument up to before then that his appearance is more meaningful than that of Elektra, Blade, and Gambit. Because at least he gives Doctor Strange that speech that cites the fucking... Just because someone stumbles and... all that. Even though when you dig deep, it's the opposite of what he should be saying. But at the very least, one can argue that he gave Doctor Strange the push that he needed, that he freed him, and that he tried to stop... Scarlet Witch and died doing so. There's a way you can... Because that's how people format the participation of someone like an Elektra. They'll be like, well, you see, Elektra never got a full chance, a full set of movies to really dig into what she was all about. She got cut off, and so this movie gives her that chance. It allows her to explore that future. Well, you just said, you're like, what do you mean? She doesn't even know where she is. She got stuck here. And then Deadpool and Wolverine turn up and tell her, yeah, we escaped Cassandra's fortress. They don't even figure out how. As in, they ask them how was that possible, and they never explain that they jumped on a sentinel leg that just happened to be there. Because if they told him that, they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then you find out Cassandra let them go. That's what Pyro says, that she was like trying to play with them. So really, the information that they escaped her is completely useless. And then eventually Elektra says, yeah, you know what? Let's just go and fight. Let's just get our ending. Like, what are you talking about? There's like nothing there, but if you essentially explain it very broadly, which I think if you applied to MOM, I think you could say that the appearance of Professor X, at least, is actually more meaningful. But I don't know. I find all this very distasteful. That's I'm willing to throw out that very aggressive word today. Sorry if that upset anybody.
I'm pretty upset.
Being rejected by Happy Hogan. The storytellers are kind of telling us all we need to know. You can criticize something, be the supposed outsider, but deep down, you must have that deep desire to be a part of it. You must still...
Yeah, like, he needs to... I don't know why he's doing this. Just talk about how the writing sucks. Rather than like, yeah, see, this is tied into the meta of how you need to conform. That's what Disney wants. Like,
this is
you
just
just
a
gotta
sappy
lose everybody.
rant.
I think the problem is that whatever claims he's making that are legitimate, like just legitimate criticisms, it's hard to tell those apart from these weird observations that are trying to tie into this bigger theme that just ain't working.
Are all of his videos so messy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Pretty much.
Must still support it in order to be allowed to grow, to live within it. It's fucking bleak, man. By trying not to disrespect Logan, you end up disrespecting Logan. Hugh Jackman just...
I don't think they tried to avoid disrespecting Logan.
No.
They seem to
No, they
embrace it, which, you know,
well,
has...
also, like, earlier High Top said it was cool that he was, you know,
Yeah.
look, it was pretty cool that he was killing them all with his bones.
Yeah.
clearly wanted to make a movie with his friend and get paid millions upon millions of dollars to do it. And he's good as always. He's not phoning it in. Even if the script itself justifies the exact reasoning as to why there was absolutely no story left to tell with his Wolverine.
Okay, when he says his Wolverine, that could be a bazillion Wolverines. That's what I meant about, like, the potential. You can do something with this. No way we're unlocking the multiverse and then saying there's absolutely no story you can tell. But I suppose if you're saying there was no more story to tell with this particular one on screen right now, it's like, well, he was dead. So, yeah. But, you know what I mean? Like, it depends on how he phrases this.
Even if they say this isn't his Wolverine, that's the distinction they make. It's not the Logan that died in Logan. The movie, the characters make it so guiltily clear that they are not trying to tarnish what James Mangold and Hugh Jackman did. Half the jokes and lines about it feel like a direct apology to James Mangold. Sorry, buddy, we promise we aren't trying to...
But see, that wouldn't have been as bad, I think, if it were a different Logan, a noticeably different one. I don't think he is noticeably different. And funnily enough, what he's noticeably different from is more so the Wolverine from the X-Men 1, 2, 3 films. What he's noticeably not different from is the Logan Wolverine. Like, for some reason, it really feels like they grabbed him, the cynical, asshole, alcoholic, you know, I don't care about anything man, but I do care about some stuff. But then by the end of the film makes the ultimate sacrifice. Like, that feels... it's practically like they fucking cloned the guy from Logan and put him in this movie. And then tell us he's actually the worst one.
In this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To fuck up your movie. Yet if I was James Mangold and I'm sitting in that theater opening night and see the most tender emotional moment of my film be clipped on the TV screens of the fucking TVA while goofy comedic extra number 5 sheds a prideful tear. We did it, Joe. I would seppuku myself with a fucking pointed horn of a popcorn tin. I would take that adamantium bullet and send it flying straight to the back of my skull. But behind
no disrespect to Sean Levi, though.
Yeah. But here's what I would do if I was him.
Here's the thing. It's okay to say that it's crap, because it is. It sucks.
Yeah.
I mean,
it really does suck, and I hate it.
I mean, there's some needed therapy here.
It's just so out of left field. Because to an extent, I agree. Like you know, if you had made Logan and then you'd saw it again, like a Happy Meal style, the toys of it being turned into your most meaningful scenes turned into little captions that are put on screens for the TVA characters to like be like, look, we're looking at replay in universe. That would be tough. It would be like, whoa, that's gross. And, you know, he's like, I made that to mean things, not for the future shittest
Not to
addition
fuel
to
your
the
cinematic
MCU.
universe in the most corporate way possible.
But I mean,
yeah, man. I mean, if I was him, I'd kill myself, but no disrespect.
But no disrespect. Love you though.
Love you though.
Is the no disrespect line supposed to be a joke?
No,
Or does he actually mean it?
No. I think it's basically it is the safe thing of like I'm about to basically shit all over what you made, but like I don't want to get too much flack / I don't want to burn bridges.
Yeah, it feels.
Don't hate me for it, but I'm going to. Yeah.
It's the thing where people basically aren't being particularly honest about the way that they feel of like no disrespect, but in practice you are, and that's fine if you don't like what he made, which you clearly don't. It's fine.
Also,
but don't do that thing of like no disrespect, but your movie's so terrible it makes me want to shoot myself.
Some people said Mangold deserves it for what he did to Indiana. It's like, well, wait, we don't want to destroy more films.
It's not just being destroyed because he destroyed somebody else's.
You know what's funny? Be like,
funny.
Ridley Scott deserves to like the feeling of Alien being destroyed because of what he did to Alien. Well, yeah.
Which is funny because
I mean,
well, there's nothing wrong with Alien Romulus. It's a good movie. I approved of it.
No, I just meant like he creates Prometheus. It's like after the damage you've done to Alien, you deserve to have Alien damage. Oh.
All the apologies and universe anchor nonsense, this is the same Logan, except in a costume. I mean, seriously, think about it. This Logan lives in a universe where he feels somewhat responsible for killing the X-Men. But in Logan, the film, Charles killed the X-Men. In Deadpool and Wolverine, he was busy getting drunk at the bar.
Family, but, you know.
Wait, sorry? Something about the family?
Something about an innocent family that he got killed. I forget exactly what I said.
That was him and Charles. In fact, it might even be more Charles' fault that those guys died.
It's more Charles
because Wolverine wanted to leave.
And then Logan went along with it, so that family got murdered and killed completely unnecessarily, and it's their fault.
When the humans did it. Either way, we are dealing with a loner alcoholic who let his family down and is spending his days wasting away behind the bottle, waiting for death. It's like looking in a
But
mirror.
enough about me.
Oh my god.
Oh, he made the joke!
Dude!
Oh god.
Oh, I made the joke as a joke. He made the joke so that you could feel bad about him.
The insecurities are just overflowing at this point. Dude.
Man.
Damn, Rex, you didn't have to slaughter him in real time.
Goes through the exact same arc, except it's like the fucking Cliff Notes version. Here's a Wolverine who fought with the X-Men, lost to the X-Men, and is now a cynical drunk. He no longer wants to help anybody for fear that he will hurt them as he has so many others. He finds purpose when someone also experimented on and abused comes into his life, needing his help in saving the few people this lost soul can find family in. It's a reluctant pairing at first until a tender moment forces self-reflection and self-realization that even if maybe you failed, even if you will always view yourself as that monster, you can still use what little time you have left to help give those who once believed in you a bit of hope. He rediscovers what being an X-Men has meant all along. I don't know how to break this.
It's kind of a similar criticisms. It's
Facts.
like Wolverine X-Men. It's so weird how much Deadpool and Wolverine wants to, because I think valuably and viably wants to bring in Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, and then be like, but he's gonna be a different version. He's gonna have different payoffs, different kind of growth. It's like, okay, cool. And then they do really a discount, shitty version of Logan, and then they let him live too. You know, they're like, and he ain't going anywhere. It's like, oh. And that's kind of the cheat, in a way. Like, see, we're not taking the one from the end of Logan and just regenerating him. We're just recreating him in a shit way, and then not letting him die.
And then we're going to shit all over his corpse, yeah.
So, yeah, like, I agree, but, you know, there's a lot of people saying, yeah, but pretentious. Like, well, that's the whole video, okay? you gotta take the style as it comes.
Yeah, man, it's high top. It's what it says on the tin. I don't know, man.
to you, but it's the exact same arc, condensed, stripped of all the nuance, but sugar-coated with a colorful costume. And yeah, some of it works, some of it feels fresh because Hugh Jackman's a great actor and always delivers in the intensity and the emotion. But by
someone just said, yeah, isn't that kind of what they did with Loki? It's like, not as bad as Loki, where he watched his own fucking growth and then grew. Like, ugh.
No, I don't know that anything ever beats that.
That and the movie Memory Store, two of the like best examples of the worst possible ways to write a particular thing. Just horrific, horrible, horrible, horrible.
Yeah.
Never do that again.
Yeah.
Damn you, Michael / No, that was both of those were Michael, weren't they? Mr. Waldron.
working so hard to not undo, disrespect the Logan that we grew up with, the Logan that died. They end up completely and utterly wasting the character. Quick question, sorry. Why is Laura here? I mean, on a thematic emotional level, sure, you need that third act emotional push, but seeing that little tormented and tortured violent girl who had that underlying vulnerability, seeing her all grown up to be a generic multiverse outsider, a Marvel Studios character.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it either.
That's your problem with it?
It's like, one of my problems with it.
That's one of them. Yeah.
Well, no, I agree, but it's more like she's torn out of her universe because the universe is destroyed now.
No, yeah, there's loads of elements to this. One of them that's really fucking unsatisfying is that all that work Logan did put her in more danger than ever, and she got personally zapped out of the Fox universe and sent to the Void.
Yeah.
Which is already just like, what the hell? And then she works with other people there to give them the opportunity to get back to the universe to save the Fox universe, which is the universe she's been plucked from, so she's just fucked anyway. You know what I mean? I'm like, what does that even... And then she gets saved to be brought back in a world where she currently exists, but as a younger version who's about to go through hell that's going to cost them the universe in the first place. You know, it gets so hard to track. And, of course, the other problem being that he doesn't even know who she is. She doesn't know who he is.
Yeah, it's purely relies on the meta.
Oh, God. It's just
it's so forced.
Yeah, just leave her alone.
Caricature who wears the same glasses during a pop song superhero walk.
Yeah, I didn't like that either, but alright.
Nope.
Caricature that has no purpose other than to give the lead superhero an emotional speech? I don't know, man. That's about the most disrespectful, disingenuous, distasteful continuation you could have thought of. And I really doubt that was the
Logan's
point.
corpse, but...
Yeah, she could have been using Logan's corpse to beat people to death, but at least Deadpool did that instead of...
Oh, no.
But hey, close second.
No.
Yeah, close second.
I think any of them had intended for that to play that way, and I'm sure it won't play that way to a lot of audience members. But, like, what?
I can't do this.
If the whole movie was about her getting to finally spend time with her dead father, sure, I guess. If she didn't just pop back up at the end out of the blue somehow and wait.
Yeah, no, this is an easy agreement. She should have been in way more of the movie if you're going to have her in there. Like, she should be a meaningful part of it. Same with
She
so many
comes
other
out of
characters.
nowhere to deliver the emotional thing.
Fucking Nice Pool has more screen time than X-23. Like,
I don't know
why?
what
Well, that's okay because Nice Pool was such an incredible, meaningful
Fucking
addition
Dog
to
Pool
the...
probably has more screen time.
Wade Wilson's apartment petting dog pool alongside not her dad, but still her dad, even though her dad is probably still alive, right?
Yes, he's in this universe still. He's walking
That's
around.
right.
It's so weird.
There's two Wolverines.
Like, she's from the future. Technically, Logan isn't dead yet, so there are two Logans running around in Wade's universe at the point we end the story on, right? Wouldn't that cause... What the fuck have
but
they...
don't think about it.
He's right.
But literally, but what about don't think about it?
It would cause that thing in Doctor Strange.
I do.
Multiverse of Madness.
How much this melts your brain the more you think about it. It's just funny though, because when was the last time he applied this kind of scrutiny to a lot of the movies he covers? Because I just feel like Multiverse of Madness is the most nonsense film that we've ever covered. And he's like citing how it doesn't make sense within the continuity of MOM. It's like, fucking nothing will, my good man. That movie
Multiverse
is
of Madness
insane.
doesn't make sense with its own continuity. There should be incursions happening in every universe America Chavez is in.
No, it's fine.
The meta message he seems to have derived from this movie, I think, is upsetting him quite a bit with this whole outsider thing, what he's been ranting about. So that's why he's more willing to see all the flaws with it. That's what it seems like to me.
Spent like 5...
Also, it wasn't directed by Sam Raimi, so... If it were,
There's
I'm
that.
sure he'd give it a lot more deference.
movies calling it an erection.
Incursion? Give an incursion.
Could have been one hell of an incursion.
Just for the fucking record, though. For the fucking record, that film, like, just completely backfires on incursions throughout. It doesn't pay attention to its own rules at all. So many characters. There was a whole list. It was crazy.
Caused an incursion.
And look, all jokes aside, if they gave Laura's story here weight, meaning if they didn't give us a shallow retread with a few different beats for Wolverine, I would not be questioning all the weird timeline, time travel logic. I would not.
That's not good, though. What you've just said is, I don't like other stuff, therefore I'm mentioning this now. Like, that's...
Except for you.
Like, that just sounds petty, right?
If it
I hate that.
If it gave me the happy feels, then I would excuse it.
Yeah, he's exposing his own disingenuous way that
Also,
he
this-
reviews
yeah.
stuff. It's like
This is exactly what Cap
all this
just
stuff
said.
was bad,
Just
but I'm
realized that.
ignoring it.
Man.
Yeah, he
why
was
would-
offended at the implication that he drew that, like, oh, that the message is outsiders need to conform. That's sort of his takeaway. That upsets him a lot. So now he's upset about plot mechanics. But if
Normally
it
I wouldn't
gave him the right
complain,
feels,
but I don't
yeah,
like
he
this
wouldn't
film.
notice.
Like, all right,
Yep.
well, fair enough.
Not be questioning all the cynical corporate choices you have to suspend your disbelief of in order to feel an ounce of emotion. The more money, the less lovely. Tim Miller and Ryan Reynolds did the impossible with Deadpool 1. They somehow made a $58 million movie look like a $200 million movie, but feel like a $4 million passion project. It should not look as expensive as it does, yet it should not have the smallness nor the intimacy that it has. You've heard
Deadpool 1 is the best of the three.
It's the best.
Yep.
Great movie.
Yep.
Basically agree with
I
all
watched
that.
it back to back with Deadpool versus Wolverine, and the humor is tighter and much funnier. Like everything is like plot, like the jokes are plot relevant, scene relevant. And in Deadpool versus Wolverine, this motherfucker is just talking the whole movie. He's just and hoping something is funny.
Heard the stories. Ryan Reynolds took a pay cut to get it made. Tim Miller and him leaked the footage so that the fans would support it and they could get a budget from a studio that had absolutely no faith in the character. Every single choice in that first film feels entirely in service to making the perfect Deadpool movie that wasn't just goofy and meta, but was heartfelt and vulnerable. From the dirty, grungy sets.
That's right, because Wade Wilson was a character who got a lot of screen time so that I would give a shit about Deadpool.
Meanwhile,
Why-
Deadpool
why
turns up
is
from
he-
all of Deadpool Wolverine.
Wow.
Why
so
are
it
we
must be
spending
really
so
good.
much?
Well, he's going to
So
make a
much
point about
time
how
on
there's
Deadpool
heart in
1.
Deadpool 1 and 2, and there's not in 3, I think.
Can you not hear Awe Maria?
That's the clue.
That's why. That's the subtle clue as to why this is here.
That are always filled with dirt, rust, and junk that reflect the seedy underbelly of the Marvel
set design
universe
is
that
a much
Wade
better.
operates in, to the cinematography that is by no means game-changing or awe-inspiring.
I love that he would show us a fucking room with a dark color and red, you know, the thing High Top does all the time.
But is always intimate and always tender. Like I said, it felt like a passion project. Ryan Reynolds' brilliance with the first two films was realizing that eventually you will get sick of Wade and his shtick, so he populated the world with supporting characters that not only served to call out Deadpool's childlike antics, but more importantly, to be very down and dirty reflections of his own humanity.
Your crazy matches my crazy, big time. And we're like two jigsaw pieces, you know, weird curvy edges.
You put them together and you can see the picture on top.
That first film works because it is a love story about two traumatized.
Dude, how many lines did Vanessa get in Deadpool Wolverine?
God, you know what? For me, I wish there was 0
lines?
because I hated her lines in Deadpool and Wolverine. They didn't sound like they were
Well,
from a
yeah.
character. It sounded like they were from some
Yeah,
robot.
If we granted that simulacrum that we see in that movie is Vanessa, then probably 4 or 5. But it's really 0 because she doesn't exist in that movie. That character just has been completely wiped, reset. Not even reset, just a different person, a skinwalker.
lovable losers before it's any kind of superhero action comedy. And when you start populating Deadpool's supporting cast with bombastic comic book icons instead of very human outsiders,
it's like what we were talking about, where they had to earn people's interest through writing interesting characters as part of what were essentially like the dregs of things they had access to through the IP. And now it's flipped. They have access to the biggest and the best ones ever, even the actors to follow, but they don't bother to write anything for them, because who needs to do that anymore? The audience
We
are
don't
already
need
looking.
you anymore. Yeah.
Guaranteed eyes.
It's the Toy Story Andy meme, where they just drop all of the characters from the first two
Pretty
movies.
much.
Because
Yeah.
I've got
you've
Wolverine
got
now,
Colossus.
we've got this.
Bye. See you,
Also, it
Colossus.
should not have taken
goodbye,
this long
Colossus,
to get to these points. Like, God, the fucking structure of this video. Because, yeah, there's plenty here I'm agreeing with, but it took us ages to get here.
you begin to lose that charm and that humanity. The first film in every single way had a soul that was messy, thrown together, and trying to pull off way more than it could chew, which to me is far more endearing than—
I don't even agree with that. I think it took
I
on
think
the
it's
task and nailed it.
executing exactly what they wanted to be. If anything, Deadpool and Wolverine is clearly like stitched together, incoherent. They, that was not. There was no clear overarching plan that they were able to follow through on.
I was going to say the character of Cable and the Fat Child were great characters, like dismissively. Cable was awesome.
Cable was
really
great.
cool.
Cable was good. The Fat Kid is
The Fat Kid's annoying, but like,
yeah, he's
not,
annoying, but
not
I
bad
get
for the
it.
story. You know what it does for Deadpool and Cable.
But Cable was, I thought Cable was really cool, and he had a decent little backstory, and the choice he makes at the end was really neat, and I liked it. And it would have been really cool to see what his actions would have been in a proper Deadpool sequel to Deadpool 2, because he's stranding himself in this timeline, secure in the idea that he has, he saved his, loved ones in the future by what he does, but he still wants to make sure that the world doesn't go to shit, and he's got his new pals now, and then he disappears forever, and we have no idea what happens, and that's that. So that sucks balls.
Yep.
And the thing about those characters is that they're particularly created to be sort of harmonious with Deadpool. Like, they're built around Deadpool to play off of his dynamic. But these characters are just shoved in there, and in hopes that they will work out somehow. And it just doesn't. It clashes with the entire persona of Deadpool. That's why those characters in the last two movies were so, fun. Because they were built with Deadpool in mind and, their dynamics in mind.
No, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The way that it feels as though they had slots for characters to be able to be there, and they didn't even know who they were an hour before the film was completed. Like, it's gonna be Blade. You're like, oh, sweet, that's one of the ones we wanted. It's gonna be Gambit. All right, we'll take him. It's gonna be Elektra. Right. Then they're like, Elektra from Daredevil. They're like, no, she had her own movie. You're like, right?
No, Elektra from Elektra.
Yes, I know that one.
And something so grand, so overstuffed in scale, desperately trying to maintain some semblance of that soul. The action was better back then, don't let Wolverine's mask fool ya. Both Wade and Logan have been in plenty of movies that have a far better grasp on how R-rated violence should feel, have far more thought out practical—
I agree with all of this.
I mean,
yes,
true. This is all just true, yeah.
I was genuinely baffled to see people say, yeah, this is the first time we got to see, Wolverine be Wolverine. It's like, what? Do we not remember in X-Men 2, that fight scene in the mansion? That was crazy. He was screaming, he was slashing.
Yeah, I don't know how else to describe it other than his iconic roaring. That's how he does it. Everyone knows the sound.
Yes, this action scene has way more creativity and imagination in it than anything in Deadpool and Wolverine.
Oh, absolutely. Arguably peak Deadpool content.
Pretty much. I love this action scene, and I love that it's reflective of how they had no money. I find that very entertaining.
It's a guy shooting guys on a bridge and then punching them in the car. And it's somehow
reload.
better than all the... And it's so much better than that monstrosity at the end of Deadpool Wolverine 3.
Well, this feels like attention to detail, right? It's like, yeah, he only has 12 bullets because he can't carry around a whole bunch of extra magazines, and also the bullet holes are permanent. When he gets shot, there are lots of times where they will add bullet holes into the costume because, of course, you would, right? It's taking damage.
Dude, it was so refreshing to see that scene for the first time because it was like around the time they were setting up like Infinity thing in the Marvel, and it was so like it was leaning towards that slapstick comedy route, and Deadpool was just such a refreshing thing to see at the time. Really fun.
Yeah.
Choreography that allows the moments of violence of slicing, maiming, and murdering to feel grounded and gruesome. Deadpool and Wolverine, outside of a few genuinely well-executed moments, contains
the car fight and the choreography of the opening fight. Like, there's still things to say. It's not like a worthless set of fights or anything. It's just that.
Well, it's not like some other Marvel sludge in that regard.
Part of it is kind of what Hightop was getting on there. With the once he puts the cowl on, it'll like make people probably be in favor of the fight anyway. The fucking side street one, like I just don't know how long it's going to be before people will be willing to hear out how nonsense that whole thing is, and how not particularly satisfying it is to just watch them mince through them as if they're nothing.
Well, especially when it's like they should be getting up real quick. They are Deadpool.
Yeah, like there's still value to behold in terms of, I suppose, the sequence of events, and there's some funny ways that people are killing people, I suppose. It's just that I don't know, like, once the cowl comes on, the music comes on, everyone's just like, that fucking scene is 11 out of 10 best action ever. And you're like, oh, alright, I guess.
Including the jump out of the bus. That was really cool. The CGI was amazing. really, really great.
I'm often the one that says
that you can't have...
like, oh, there's the reason that they did that. It could be this, could be this, could be this. But that's one of the ones where I'm just, how did the editor not cut the fuck away? Why did we not cut that down?
I don't know why... Why can't you get that? What's it called? The sugar glass or whatever, and then have the actors jump through it? Like, that used to be a normal, everyday movie.
Which feels like it'd be much quicker, much cheaper, and much more effective. You know what I mean? Like, even with a stunt double, he's got the cowl on. But
paying stuntmen is expensive.
Yeah, but not as expensive as putting like 10 CG artists on that one scene on crunch time to get it out the following day. You know what I mean? Like that shit costs. That racks up.
I never said these people were smart.
No, I know that. I just. Damn, that part was so hideous. The CG Wolverine.
Yeah, it looked terrible. It was distractingly bad, and I was already distracted by the terrible quality of the movie.
Well, and it's been mentioned.
Remember when we watched Dalmatians, the one from the 90s, and they had like real Dalmatians throughout the whole movie that were like trained and they did all sorts of stuff, and I'm like, oh, that's wonderful. Look at that real dog doing some really cool stuff. He was actually trained and did stuff, and they had trainers off screen, and like that was great. I never once a single time questioned anything in that movie.
No, of course, everything makes complete sense.
Oh, look, the real dogs. They use raccoon puppets for a few moments because I don't think you can get them to drive a vehicle, but I'll let that one slide a little bit.
I just picture Rags going back in time to watch that with his family in the 90s, like that 90s version, and then being like, appreciate it now, it's all going to be CG goo in the future, everything will be CG, every last dog you see, it'll be CG goo, appreciate it.
When we were watching Echo, they had, what's his name, the postal service guy with the truck, I forget his name, but he had a dog, and we were constantly being like, oh shit, like wow, the dog didn't do anything, it just kind of stood around, but we were kind of still shocked that they used an actual dog, that they just filmed him with a dog, because it's distracting now that because they're so used to cheaping out, or I say cheaping out, but it wouldn't be cheaping out, it just wow, real animals. Remember when they used to just do things to make films instead of passing it to all of the slaves in the CGI dungeon for their rations and gruel?
Action scenes filmed with the tangibility of a half-sketch cartoon you drew when you were 12. The ideas are there, a long tracking shot where a fully costumed duo kills 100 Deadpools in a cathartic bloodbath. But the level of digital plastic porcelain coating on top ruined any sense of reality or grandiosity that moment needed to have.
Oh man, the way that he says all of this. Like, dude.
Grandiosity.
Grandiosity. That's
Can he just talk like a normal fucking person?
No, you found him on the
he's
side of the
not a
street
normal
bleeding out.
person.
He'd been mugged. He was stabbed, and he's trying to explain something to you real important. And this is when he started
You'll
recording
put
the
on a
essay.
Batman mask and hop in a dumpster for an ad for his YouTube video. We're not in normal territory.
No, we're far away.
Could he not think of the word grandeur, and so he used grandiosity instead?
Why not? Damn
Grandiosity
it.
is three more syllables, so I mean, rack them up.
Hugh finally dons a mask, white, expressive eyes that move. Yet, I'm finding myself wishing I could see any number of the animal-like expressions I know he's conveying underneath.
I don't know why we would argue that you can't have Wolverine be expressive, even in this specific way with the mask on.
What's the point of making this point?
I'm not sure what the goal is here.
Yeah, that's actually where I was at. I was like, why is... So he's saying he wants the mask gone because he wants to see more expressions from Hugh Jackman, but I mean, the mask doesn't impede expression necessarily. It would be how they do it.
How they do it, exactly. How it's designed.
Beneath that heavily polished CG
Oh,
cowl.
shit.
The writing was...
text.
Wait, yeah, what was all that?
What was it supposed to say?
I know there was a practical one
read
used
it,
on
'cause
set, but you cannot tell me that there isn't a layer of digital polish akin to most modern Marvel costumes. This is proof that Batman should never have white, expressive eyes. An actor's raw expression will always be more effective. Wolverine is not Deadpool. His eyes do not need to articulate. He's not a cartoon. Wow.
Man, I don't know why he said all that when he could have just said, yeah, it looks like there's some weird visual effects thing that they're doing on their mask that makes it look weird.
Yeah, you.
Rather than
That's an argument
this
for
is
sure.
proof that Batman can't have the wide expressive eyes. The eyes do not need to articulate because he's not a cartoon. You don't need to throw in all these other weird arguments.
Because we talked about this with our coverage, that something did seem up with the cowl. Like, it didn't seem like it was fully there. It did instead seem that they were doing something with CG, if not fully.
CG.
He's got...
I just want to say...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, sorry, I didn't know you were still going.
No, I thought I was about to read more, but this is the same subtitles, I think, anyway. Or text.
Okay, so what I was going to say is I really hate this text. It is hard to read.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you want me to read the text in your video, or do you not?
I really don't like the red,
put it
yellow...
in here, you gave me...
Like, the horror
I
show
think
of
he's
that
doing...
to match the Deadpool
He's doing
Wolverine
that...
thing. Go ahead.
But it's also that
doing
it's
that thing
bolded
where-
and really small.
You gotta commit. One
You
of
gotta
you
get
needs
in
to
there.
commit.
One of you needs to go.
That's a
Not-
commit.
Not
Okay.
true. Commit. Do it. Go.
I think he's doing that thing. He's making the text like the color of Deadpool, red, and the shadow is
It's
like
definitely
yellow.
Deadpool Wolverine. It's
and that's, like,
just ugly as hell.
Yeah.
Why?
It should be the other way around.
At what
I don't know
cost?
about that.
I don't know for sure. Well, this is funnily enough.
And it's got double shadows too.
I gave
It's got the drop shadow on the.
You know the
It's got double shadow.
Yeah, you know the intro colors for the boogie sections in the two main videos I made. They're all McDonald's colors. Was the idea? They look like this. It's supposed to look ugly and gross.
They should have been Mountain Dew colors.
It's just funny.
Part of it is because the text itself is bold, and that's like really making the letters chonky.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Mhm.
I hate it.
It looks the way this video sounds.
Oh. Ouch.
Cowl. The writing was better back then too. Don't let one monologue about being an X-Men trick ya. Both Wade's first two
But okay, but you can give an argument for that. You can talk about why is it that the monologue about being an X-Man doesn't work as well as something in the prior movies. There's easy comparisons to make because I agree, but I don't know that it's worthwhile to say in the video it's worse. Moving on. You know, it's like, well, wait, why? Talk about it. Why is it that when he does that speech, it doesn't mean much? And it's like, well, because what has changed since before he felt that to after he felt it? Well, X-23 told him that he can be a good man. Which was never in doubt, I don't think, necessarily. Like, his motivation to help them in this fight was never really fully in it for him once he found out that there's no real guarantee he can actually save his own universe. He feels like it's all for naught and that he's a bad person. Why would someone he doesn't know telling him that he can be good change any of that, even if she's referring to an alternate universe version of him, which he's apparently been told is the best one, the anchor being of his respective universe. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't feel that there was enough done in any way, shape, or form to earn that speech from him, even though it's really well acted and somewhat well written. You could pluck it and put it in a movie that's much better, and then you can compare it with some of the speeches that he gives in Logan about trying to be the man that, in relation to what happened with the X-Men or something, or anything in, I was going to say, like, I'm trying to think, is there stuff in The Wolverine that's on that level? I haven't seen that film in ages. I don't think anyone has.
Been a while.
It ain't going to be X-Men Origins Wolverine for a comparison speech. Maybe X-Men 1. I don't know, we'd have to check. X-Men 3, maybe. I don't know. There's going to be something that you can grab from somewhere to... What I'm trying to say is just, if you want to convince anybody that it's a meaningless speech or a worse off one, you're going to have to give us something for why. Don't just say it, otherwise we don't know what you're talking about.
Solo films and most of Logan's X-Men films had a story and growth for the characters that did not feel the need to recycle and condense character arcs into a multiverse movie. Some people have said that this film, at least compared to the horrendously cynical lows of The Flash, at least cares about the cameos, which are more like...
Cares?
What does everyone think about this?
Yeah, no.
No.
I mean, it's funny when you've got the image of Johnny on screen.
Johnny
when
boy.
you think about what happened to him. I don't know. They're both pretty cynical.
Cares. It's like... The thing is, couldn't someone just say, like, The Flash clearly cared because it had them all in their respective worlds, and something crap. I don't know that they cared that much for either.
We're in a universe where, I guess, the MCU, where it just doesn't matter if you're in your own world or not. They don't care. They'll ruin you no matter where you are. I don't give a shit.
Supporting roles here. Some have said that it uses the multiverse to pay respect to what built Marvel, to all the movies and memories that made us Marvel for the first time. So much heart underneath the black leather, soon to be or already movie stars playing the first big screen versions of the characters that comic readers could only dream of being seen adapted. Deadpool and Wolverine is a love letter to the early days of superhero cinema. Problem is, it's a poorly written one.
Sure? I'm not sure if I would call it a poorly written love letter, because I don't know that it's a love letter at all.
Love letter?
Yeah, but yeah.
How is it a love letter to anything?
I mean, there's a couple of moments where people kind of point out to, like, Blade's comment where he says there's only ever been one Blade, only ever will be, and stuff like that. There's a good chunk of people have seen that as a type of paying respect to the early...
biggest example I would give are the credits. And that's not a joke. That's
yes.
That feels like a love letter for sure. But too much of the movie is, like if someone said Alien Romulus is a love letter to Alien as a franchise, I'd be like,
Oh no.
I would hang them.
Well, because the thing is, it certainly doesn't pay respect to all the cameos like they did with Blade. Johnny Storm's character got his skin ripped off and mutilated and murdered in front of everyone, and so was that paying respect? I would say no, not for that one.
Sabretooth, no. Juggernaut, no. Elektra, like, neutral?
I mean, it was a pretty low bar with Elektra.
Well, but like, what is the bar of like she was? What is it to be a love letter to Elektra? Have Jennifer Garner say, "Hi, I'm Jennifer Garner's Elektra."
Yeah, the acknowledgement that Elektra as a character existed in a past film. You remember her, right? It's like, respect.
And then Gambit, was that a love letter, or was there something else? was it more of a lol? Good thing we never did this, right?
I wonder. It could be that take. A lot of people because that was one of the possibilities of Gambit, was it? Because Channing Tatum was potential casting.
If you remember, Gary's takeaway was he loved it, but he also loved that it was proof that was a bad idea. It's like, okay, so I guess that's like a something. And then who else we got? Fucking Azazel. Lady Deathstrike was
Toad for 3 seconds.
Yeah, Toad was there. Pyro. Wasn't he great? Yeah. Right, anyway.
Is Blade the only one that gets respected?
I think so, and it's more because that's the edgiest line in the whole movie. The one where it, like, almost, if I'm not misunderstanding it, is making fun of the, like, horrific process of them trying to make another Blade. I hope that's what it is.
I don't know how I feel about that, considering we're told that Blade's universe got destroyed and he didn't even have a chance to fight for it. Like, that sucks.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong about that. Well,
that's Star Wars Girl says in the chat, Henry was the best cameo, hands down. We know why you think that's Star Wars Girl, Anna. We know why you think that.
Bias.
I'm inclined to agree, to be honest.
Well, I suppose that's funny. What would everyone pick? What is the best cameo? It's like, I guess I would pick Blade for that line.
I kind of agree.
Yeah.
Because it's actually, what you said about it. It kind of comes across as actually something that might belong in a different Deadpool.
Well, I hadn't thought of what Kritosis just said. It's like, it does feel a little bit undercut by the fact that this universe just announced that the Blade universe got fucking erased. Like,
Yeah, everything he did was for nothing.
And remember, they don't have to. They didn't have to erase it. He could have just said he was taken from it and he wants to get back. So...
yeah.
Anyway...
The film gestures at being the multiverse movie that has a soul, that honors and respects what's come before. Yet, within the first 4 minutes of Chris Evans' Human Torch showing back up, the film has him flame off, fall, and hurt his balls. 10 minutes later, Johnny gets skinned alive before falling into a Scooby-Doo puddle of blood. The joke is that if any one of the Resistance, if any one of the Fox characters should have had the most screen time in the movie, it's Johnny. He's the one character that the casual audience member probably has the fondest memories of.
Really?
Is that true?
I don't know. I have no.
I found his character more annoying in the Fantastic
I feel like
Four.
Blade outclasses him, especially Wesley
Blade,
Snipes.
yeah.
Oh, by far.
Yeah.
I think that's highly subjective. Like,
I
depends
agree.
on what type. Yeah.
But broadly, if you were to ask me to bet on it, out of all the ones we saw, I'd go with Blade, probably, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure the big wigs were too worried about having him play Johnny for too long that it might take away from their inevitable scheme to bring back Steve Rogers.
Disney brought him back. They're gonna make him do this till he's 90.
No. And like, fuck yeah, Wesley Snipes is back. Who would have thought that would ever happen? But he's back to ruin the joy of some
motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Yeah, it was cringe as fuck. There's an art to reusing and referencing lines. Some of it's really hard to explain, but just having Blade go swish, swish, swish with his blade, and then going, some motherfuckers are still trying to ice skate uphill. It's like, oh, oh. Dude, imagine that, the 1-2 punch of having that, and then having get away from her, you bitch.
I was gonna say, Alien Romulus did that so well.
He said it like he was about to look at the director off screen and go, "Can I say that? Can I say is that?
Are we allowed?
Canonically before Ripley did, about 20-30 years before she
Dumbass.
did.
Anyone out there who shows people the Alien franchise in chronological order is you're a Satanist.
Oh my god! You imagine you have to sit through Prometheus and Alien Covenant before you get to Alien,
and then you gotta watch
Romulus breaking it up between getting back to Aliens.
Now that's something I want to do to someone.
No. Just cruel.
He pulls the classic multiversal movie move. We have no idea what to make him say, so he will just say what he did 20 years ago.
The power of the sun in the palm of my hand.
Whoa, wait, hang on. These characters got treated well. They were actually given something.
I like how he plays the first one when it feels like you have to play the last time that he says it, when his line gets completed by good old Tobey Maguire Peter, and then they reunite.
Yeah, and the Doc Ock and both Norman Osborn and Doc Ock are both treated like characters. Their characteristics are based on what we knew of them before. They have a dynamic role in the story. They don't just appear, go, ooh, and then leave.
Well, I mean, they're in the whole movie. Like, they're the main villains of the movie. Green Goblin is the main antagonist of the film.
People fight to this day about whether or not the performance from Willem Dafoe is better in No Way Home or Spider-Man 1.
I mean, God, there's some good, like, strong enough to have it all. Too weak to take it.
He's fucking loving it, and he's awesome in it.
And cackling as he's getting punched in the face. It's amazing.
Now, I'm willing to admit there's like a cynical element, and that there's ways to fuck these lines up. I just think it's unfair to make these comparisons if you're gonna at least give the character... Like, what did Blade have, other than that line? Well, he did some attacking of people.
Well, I mean, it's the reality is that like Blade's inclusion kind of doesn't make sense. The idea of like, yeah, he's like this weirdo outcast. It's like, what are you talking about? Blade kind of like made modern superhero films. Blade and X-Men.
I think he would have deserved Wipeout. If anyone loves Elektra, Wipeout, Elektra, and Gambit. Give Blade the full screen time and have him talk about his universe, have him talk about his fucking his relationship to this universe and his experience. Why did we do the movie the way that we did? Like, why did we make all these choices?
I don't know. I don't get it. I don't. But
why couldn't he be a character in the movie? Have you seen like he's starting up a campaign of being like Wesley Snipes should be able to play Blade in like an old man Blade movie? And it's like, you had the chance to do whatever you wanted with him, and instead you made him fucking blurt out lines from the older movies, and then obviously make the one meta reference that I do appreciate, but still. That's it. You could have done so much more.
It's because the audience is supposed to clap like a seal whenever a character does that.
But like, you can make them clap for real, not just like a seal.
Well,
you can make them
for real. I mean, as case in point, right, with the No Way Home, it's the reason why it's fascinating to see him like put them in the same category when they're obviously not the same. These characters were characters.
I mean, I'm willing to entertain plenty of criticisms for how they approached it, but I don't think we could ever compare what they did with Norman Osborn's Green Goblin, Willem Dafoe, directly with someone like Jennifer Garner's Elektra, who'd be like...
I just don't see how that could possibly be the case. Like, there's no... He's the main antagonist of this film. Like, the fight with Peter that then gets stopped by Peter. It's like, god damn.
Oh, yeah, he kills Aunt May. He's got a pretty impactful position in the plot, too. And for a point, right?
Like, yeah, exactly. As well as obviously the desire, right, of like trying to save all of the villains. It's like, hey, that's like a Spider-Man thing to do, to try and save all of the villains, give them another chance,
and to have that be
and then have conversations with each other.
I don't know, yeah, like
because that's really all it's about, is having conversations with each other. It's good to see them talk to each other about their values, where they come from, where they're going. And to come in and help each other. Whereas here, the help is, they're here to fight the bad guys so that Deadpool and Wolverine can go talk to what's-her-name. That's like the role they serve, rather than having their own specific character payoffs that are meaningful. You know, like Andrew Garfield saving MJ, for instance, or, you know, Tobey Maguire saving Green Goblin. These are like actual character payoffs.
Yeah, and even if you just had one, they would outclass what we get for... You know, the majority of what we're supposed to be criticizing here, which is like the soulless key jangles that we get in so much shit now. Because it's like, I agreed with him broadly. It's just that the examples he's using, I assume is because he's very mad about No Way Home. I understand it, okay? I get it, because he didn't want anyone touching Sam Raimi shit without Sam Raimi being involved, I think, directly. And then, of course, just touching old stuff in general. We generally understand and agree with that. It's just that if you think about, you know, like what they're doing in Star Wars, and then MOM, I feel like, is the best for grabbing examples. And then, of course, The Flash, yeah. But I don't know exactly if he's willing to grab broadly or specifically here, just for the MCU. I don't know.
Myself.
In Spider-Man.
Come out to play. Oh, my back.
Die.
What? Hang on.
No,
he's got back issues. There's no... Like, why wouldn't he?
The back one was honoring it. He has back issues. He is Spider-Man. He's probably got back issues. And it gives us that, hey, like, you know, Andrew Garfield can help him out with his back problem. It's good, and they have a little bond.
Yeah, it's like stretching before a fight and his back.
Sequence in the whole movie.
I think so. It's one of the best ones, yeah.
It's really charming because it's just three Spider-Man getting to talk about unique Spider-Man problems, which they've never been able to do before.
And now he's got an example that I think is actually perfect, where it's the you want to get nuts? Yeah. Let's get it. Like when he gets the new context for that one makes no sense at all. Like, why is he saying you want to get nuts here? Like, what?
Slightly, like
You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts.
This is the worst one. This is the worst.
I fucking
one.
hated this shit. It was terrible.
This is painful.
Come on, let's get nuts.
Oh, dude, the delivery in
Didn't
the
give a
original
shit
is
at all.
So good. In the original, though, it's so great.
Yeah,
He's
well,
so
yeah.
into it. I love it.
He's back to spin in a circle while the camera has no idea where to go and looks.
Note this is Blade 3 edited to look like what Blade does in the film.
I mean, it definitely doesn't have, because that opening fight scene in Blade in the club. God damn, that's
Oh yeah,
so
that's
cool.
top tier.
It's so
Oh, it's so
cool.
good when he does the big flip to get into the middle and he's fighting all the vampires and then he throws his like throwing star and it gets all of them.
It is called. They call it his glaive, even though it's not what a real glaive is. But yeah, it's a glaive. I did a video on it.
Well,
I tested it.
Listen, he has possibly the best film fist pump in all of everything
Yes.
in that moment.
So much
So
less
good.
iconic and grand than he did back.
Look at it, just a freeze frame.
It's
like,
so stylish.
Yeah.
The part when he's fighting at the end of the film and he beats him up with his fist and then he grabs his little sword and does the spin and then jams it into the ground and twists it as they're all disintegrating behind him. Dude, it's so good, and the music as well. It's like perfect. Gets you hyped.
Mm-hmm.
Blade. It's so badass. And that's the thing. Watching him turn
I
up,
love
I
that
don't even
movie.
like. He's just there in Deadpool Wolverine. It's not anything special. It's not anything meaningful. He's just there.
And not only the first R-rated Marvel movie, but
Yes.
He's so proud of himself.
Yes.
the first Marvel movie.
What is that? Fuck you. It's a joke, huh? The fuck is wrong with you? You think this is a joke? You think this is a fucking sitcom? I can't do this.
Jennifer Gardner is here to do the same, except at least she gets a meaningful speech about wanting to have an actual ending. Problem is
it?
Meaningful?
What?
I mean,
I don't understand. From her POV,
The words mean things.
what does she think is happening in the universe, right? Like, she's there, and she's trying to survive in this horrible place where she was sent for reasons she can't possibly understand, right? The whole mechanics of the TVA and everything. And then these two just turn up, and she's like, "Oh, it's time to have a fight to get my ending." What does she mean in universe? What is she talking about?
The idea of the unifying idea of an ending, even in a meta sense, like this is like the idea that Laura doesn't get an ending. I mean, this is her ending in this movie. This is the ending. It's the idea of like potentially a hopeful future that's been ensured by Logan. So that's already that. Blade, in terms of getting an ending, it's like, I mean, he got a whole trilogy. Blade Trinity was not good. But
yeah,
like,
he got his
wasn't
full
commanding an
attempt.
ending.
Yeah.
Gambit didn't have a beginning, so what's the point of an ending? He never even got a chance.
I think they even have
Like, what
lines
if-
that clunkily address that. It's like, time to get an ending, and he says, time to, even if you didn't have a beginning. Or some shit. He's like, he says some weird, he has to keep catching up. Do you remember when they say, like, all the lives we saved, he's like, or wanted to save? Because they can't include Gambit into the whole idea. He's not even, remember they say, like, oh, they destroyed my universe. He's like, yeah, I think I was born here. Because he just, you know what I mean? Like, it's so fucking
As
clunky.
they
And
pointed out in chat, he wants to make a name for himself. That's what his story is about.
And this is
he
continued.
doesn't succeed, I guess.
Oh, he does. He's got a meme. That's something.
Yeah.
Oh
So,
well, yeah, it's more than most people get, I
I'm
suppose.
about to make a name for myself here. Like that's basically a meme. That's probably going to stick around for a little while.
Yeah, that's not a bad one.
To
I
be
don't
the
know why. When I think about him, I just keep laughing because his accent's funny.
multiverse problem, these characters.
He is situational disability.
Oh,
Don't judge him
no.
too harshly.
Don't really feel like they did in their own films. Jen's Elektra would never say, it's fine, about Matt dying. She's only saying it because you and I know that her and Ben Affleck had a very public divorce. Her defining character trait, maybe her only character trait in the Fox films, was her love of Ben's Matt and her tragic death that tore them apart. Just because we know the meta joke that exists outside of her narrative, and Wade also knows, does not mean that she should know.
I'm inclined to agree with him. Deadpool's meta fourth wall shit bleeds into a couple of people in the film when it shouldn't be. That's not supposed to be how it works. Including as well jokes that Deadpool would make that other characters shouldn't be but do. the main one I was going for was like Cassandra Nova makes like several random hypersexualized jokes that feel like Deadpool's jokes, but she just got them. And then yeah, meta jokes and understanding. I agree with this point. If you're going to respect Elektra, I think he said mockingly, which is kind of funny, that her almost only trait is how much she loved Daredevil, and that she doesn't give a shit about him in this movie for a meta joke. So yeah, I think that's true. Undermines.
Deadpool can make the joke. She can't. Otherwise, the whole thing feels like a joke.
Why'd you have to say it like this?
So like she can't because it's out of character.
Yeah, why'd you have to go like it?
Because if someone said the whole thing, if you said the whole thing's like a joke, someone will say, yeah, and that's Deadpool and Wolverine, and that's why I like it. The whole thing's like a meme. It's Deadpool. What'd you expect?
And it kind of is though, right? I mean, like, we're supposed to believe with the utmost sincerity that these fictional characters dying, their universes getting destroyed is all a part of some cosmic plan. We must protect the sacred timeline, the glorious MCU. The storytellers who actually had to try to make anybody think superheroes are cool, all their work was in service.
Okay, whoa.
Hey, hold on. Iron Man had to work.
Yeah, Iron Man had to work his ass off. That was a nightmare production. They
had
said
to prove itself as well. That was not a guaranteed like success.
Yeah, you can argue Phase 1 was rocky, and they had to work pretty fucking hard. Like the idea that all the risks were taken by everyone else. I'm all for appreciating who came before, but let's chill out on just shitting on everything in the earlier phases. Damn.
I would absolutely agree that this is much more applicable to the later stages of the MCU, that they basically knew that they could succeed no matter what.
And then they didn't.
They didn't have... Well, and then they didn't. Yes, that's right. But right at the beginning, like, Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, and Incredible Hulk are not similar movies. They're just not.
Very different.
They've got different styles, different tones, different like overarching objectives.
In chat, so some of those weren't great, to be fair. I'm not talking about how good the movies are. I'm talking about the efforts behind them and the work they did to try and legitimize superhero films. Just because they came after these doesn't mean they're still not working their ass off to, get superhero movies to a certain place.
Because these films did have to prove themselves in a very particularly the first X-Men. Goddamn, that was very tumultuous times. But I mean, there were still plenty of movies that came along much later.
Creating the MCU? Are you fucking serious? Like, no, really think about it. Deadpool and Miss Logan are allowed to keep their world. The moneymakers are allowed to live, to not get recast or rebooted just yet. Because the TVA, the mouse, knew they had and will always have money-making potential. Sure, Vanessa will be slowly written out. Wait.
Sure he is.
Yeah, she's gone.
She's out of here.
Wade will continue to be more and more neutered and marketable. Soon, all his grungy, messy supporting cast members will be relegated to one-scene cameos in service of whatever
I like you show Cable as if he got anything.
One-scene cameo. He got nothing.
He got nothing.
He was just not present. When he's should be the most invested in being present.
Should have been Deadpool and Cable and Wolverine. That's what it should have been. All three of those guys. Well, really, it should have been Deadpool and Colossus and Cable and Wolverine.
Maybe let's just not have Wolverine. But nobody's gonna fucking go for that. So yeah.
Team up the focus group can test. But it's all a part of the plan. It's all for a reason. This multiverse story, this one has heart. It's all about the heart. We knew that you were lacking the heart. Here's the heart. This is a love letter to those older movies. A love letter where the supporting characters die and are eaten by a giant purple plot cloud off screen. But supposedly,
where was this energy for MOM? Hello?
Yeah.
Remember what happened to the fucking Illuminati?
Well, he had the good vibes and the Raimi and everything, so he was able to look past it.
It had some better shots, that's why.
Because I'm pretty sure he argued the hell out of the fact that MOM had heart. It's like, no, it didn't.
Yeah.
Possibly brought back to life by the corporate entity that dictates everything off screen. A love letter where these heroes are stripped of their aesthetic, the vibes of their individual films and characters in service of becoming one with the aptly named Void. You can fight the Void all you want, but in the end, you will be forced and stripped of all your personality, your color, your character in service of a mass appealing, natural, ugly, vacant, ever-consuming gray.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, I mean, I wish you had this passion for all the things that were this, but you know what? Maybe we should just take what we can get.
I do not like, because I mean, he's just on point here, like dragging all of these vibrant alternate worlds and crushing them all. It's like Funko Pops or Fortnite, right? It's like, there you go, you're in.
Yeah.
Back to the loop.
The final punchline being the credits montage. A genuinely, no joke, great compilation of clips and behind.
I found it rough to watch that because I was like, this doesn't deserve to be here. This shouldn't be in this movie. It's not fair. Get it out of here.
Behind the scenes moments from over 20 years of blockbuster filmmaking, filled with characters that would actually make this movie far.
Is this copyright shit? What's going on here?
I don't know, but it's very distracting.
Yeah.
Or more meaningful a Fox send-off if they were actually in the film. Instead, Channing Tatum Gambit and Johnny Storm saying cock. It's
he's right. Loud. A lot of people in those that sequence at the end, they didn't even get asked to come back.
Yeah, that's a bit awkward, isn't it? Right? Wasn't it Halle Berry said she didn't get asked? Like, they just never heard anything.
Curious.
It's fun, sure. I laughed. They're great as always, great actors, fuck. But wouldn't those 20 lines of dialogue be better utilized for some kind of emotional catharsis for Logan? For the audience? If they used any member of the original X-Men?
Yeah, it is kind of weird that we don't get a lot of these actors, to be honest with you. Instead, we get fucking Channing Tatum Gambit. Is like, okay.
You'd gotta imagine that they would have said yes if they got
I
asked.
think Halle Berry would, especially under the context of this is the end for your Storm. This is the last time she'll be seen.
Yeah.
Hell, cut Laura altogether and bring back Anna Paquin Rogue or Famke Janssen Jean Grey.
That would make more sense.
Yeah, that would exactly. Yeah, it would.
You ain't wrong, folks.
Have them be the one to appear and assure Logan that there's still good in him. That works not only as a cool fan service moment, but as a send-off to these characters we haven't seen in a long time, and does not in any way step on the emotional beats of James Mangold's film. But the greatest gag of all, being that the images, the shots in that montage, were the most visually exciting frames in the movie.
True. Or maybe I'm just being mean at this point.
No, it's
an ugly movie.
There's a lot of cool shots in the other X-Men films, like across the board.
This was visually so boring. I don't remember a shot from it.
Yeah, just stagnant wide shots as usual.
And void.
And void, lots of void.
I say this every video. I know you're sick of hearing me say this, and I don't want to beat a dead horse more than I already.
Just say it, buddy. Just say it.
Yeah, just say it.
You can
just
say it. We believe in you. Look, we had to suffer through like 20 minutes of preamble for you to say the things. Just say the things.
Man, whatever you say, it is not going to be nearly as profound as you think it is. So just say it and save us both the time.
But these things, even when they were genuinely nonsensical in terms of narrative, actually used to look.
Okay, here's a fun editing trip and tick from Rags the Doggo. All right, so when you want people to pay attention to the words that you're saying, don't have faintly understandable lyrics of a song playing in the background, because people's brains, they're like, oh shit, which of these two voices do I need to be listening to? Because the lyrics and the music, you can clearly, like, I could focus on them and hear what the lady's saying, but you're also talking. I have two voices that are being projected at me.
In there. So he's talking, then audio that comes from a clip in there, and then the backing track is voice. I get it, because you're right.
Voice.
The thing for me is I'm trying to tune her out so I can properly listen to him,
I know,
which isn't supposed.
But by tuning her out, you have to kind of like you have to focus on his voice, because if you try to tune her out, now you're thinking about her and she's saying words, and your brain is subconsciously like, "Hey, those words have meanings." And
well,
like,
I was going to say,
brain.
if I'm successful, that I have tuned her out and I'm ignoring her, that completely defeats the point of her even being there. You know what I mean? Like, he's supposed to have a complementary track, not one that I'm trying to avoid being there at all.
Yeah, at least with Ave Maria, you're not like, oh yeah, Dominus taken a bit of fructus ventri to Jesus. So yeah, I know what that means. Of course, the Latin phrase.
Yeah, of course.
Hail Mary. Like, no, it's like, but no, this woman's speaking English. That's my language, baby.
I know that one.
It's really causing me to fucking drift and just not take anything in at all.
It's been a
I
tough.
don't
It's been a
understand
tough ride.
why
This
it
one.
had to be there.
Rags, do you know the lyrics to Ave Maria?
Well, yeah, it's just the Hail Mary in Latin.
Oh, okay.
We learned it in Latin class. Yeah, Ave Maria.
You
Grazie
sing it
plena.
like the Riddler.
Oh, I forget how he sings it.
Beautifully.
In the Batman.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd have to. I remember when he's behind the
keep screaming
glass.
it when even Batman is screaming at you, "What have you done?" while bashing against the glass? Can you like keep
Can
tempo?
you do that?
and
Yeah.
sort of-
That's
do
the
that for us?
famous "Does he know" scene.
Yes, that's
The
right.
famous "Does he know" scene. Yeah.
This is not how this is supposed to go.
Fly down. Look, all right. It's interesting line delivery.
Yes, yes, it is truly.
He's the Riddler's a kooky. He's a wacky guy. All right.
Dude, the Batman had so many good shots, though. God damn, that's a beautiful movie. Like,
I mean,
the
I would.
cinematography, the lighting.
It had
one
of the best trailers I've ever seen. That's for sure, and a lot of really awesome shots. You are right. In the
Good job,
opening, like
Big Fraser.
what was it? The opening, like 5-10 minutes of that movie is like some of the most peakest Batman content ever.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. It's so good. Oh man.
Anyway,
High Top.
Back to High Top. Bring it home, bud.
Cool. In terms of narrative, actually used to look like movies. Blade 1, 2, even fucking Trinity had better set design. Elektra had far better lighting. Daredevil is a straight banger. The original X-Men movies, First Class.
Man,
Was a straight banger? Was Daredevil a straight banger?
It was 2000s. Let's just say that. It was very 2000s.
Days of Future Past, the Wolverine, Logan, all had cinematography that actually said something, that used the visual language and absurdly large budget to do something
That scene's fantastic.
Oh man,
interesting, exciting, and
I love these movies. There's a lot of them. It's a lot of fun to be had.
Evocative with the camera. This is why the on-screen multiverse.
Oh no!
There he is.
Jump scare.
The lad. The true Batman.
There we go.
Superman.
Almost birthday boy.
No.
No.
Did we
I
deserve
think
this?
I need to give it to him. This was a good contrasting clip
Oh, yeah.
to pick. Drive his point home.
Yeah.
Versus
Man,
looks and
I don't know
feels.
though. I think the worst shot is that one where they get out of the Batmobile and when they're in the desert. You know,
Oh,
like, it's like them
yeah.
running into the battle. That looks really bad.
Horrific. God, the
Oh,
flag.
that
That was a
bad.
horrible movie. Damn.
Yes, it was. That was crap.
So uncannily boring. Forcing a filmmaker like Sam Raimi, you thought I wasn't gonna mention him, forcing his heightened individualized choices he took with his Spider-Man adaptations into John Watt's medium shot green screen Feige-owned rental home will never.
I am never going to.
yes,
Sam Raimi has a better eye than
John Watts,
whoever. Well, John
Definitely.
Watts plus whoever his cinematographer was, I guess.
but the contempt really seeps through, don't it?
Oh, well, I think that's fair. I like the thing about the Spider-Man films, the 2000s ones, they are kind of gorgeous.
Oh yeah, I mean they look great. I guess it's just that I wish that the cool shots that are present in the new Spider-Man films got like some amount of attention. The Mysterio sequence is really cool.
Well, when
visually.
the J. Jonah Jameson one, right, where he's this raining in the city, that shot's
yeah,
fantastic.
that one's really cool. Homecoming's got a lot of cool shots as well.
Ever feel right on a visual level, forcing Tim Burton's gothic noir Batman into a blue screen postmodern.
Oh.
Jesus.
Why did
I
you
don't
do
know what the
it?
deal was. I don't know why they put it in the desert. I don't understand. Why would they?
Because
put it in the
deserts
desert?
are easy. It's like
Yeah.
Deadpool
It is
Wolverine.
easy.
It's just
Flat.
flat and
Yeah.
dull
Oh.
and shitty, and
It
I
doesn't
hate
even
it.
need to be. You can have deserts. I mean, like the Southwest in America, right, with all of the rugged terrain.
Absolutely.
And stuff, the Wile E.
It's
Coyote.
beautiful, yeah.
You can have
Dang.
reddish deserts and all sorts of cool stuff. You can have, I mean, Afghanistan and places like that in the Middle East are deserty, but they have like shrubs and greenery, and it's gorgeous. And the
Mountains
mesas
even.
and plateau. Ever been to Mesa Verde? It's a really cool place. A lot of cool stuff going on out there. The Grand Canyon, oof, gorgeous.
Dude, this shot.
What about
yeah.
Remember when Batman kills himself when his plane won't work right?
It's over.
I'm gonna take him down with me. It doesn't. He's like, okie dokie then.
My cockpit won't open. I guess I gotta die now.
Oh, so awful.
Desert Wasteland will always look like shit. Deadpool and Wolverine continues this trend. Deadpool and Wolverine works best as a somewhat tender reminder of what—
Turn the fucking music off, High Top. I swear.
I know, I'm trying to do the thing where I'm trying to focus in on him, but this woman in my ear keeps telling me
She's
about
yelling
things.
at me.
Very distracting.
She's giving me
Stop it,
temporary
woman.
disabilities. God, stop.
was in an almost
Situational disabilities.
Yeah.
twisted, bleak look at what is. I know it sounds like I despise this movie, and
Well, it's okay to admit that you despise it, I guess.
Yeah, you do. It's fine. I
Truly.
don't like it either.
I don't. This will get me even more shit, but everything—
Wow, that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one HP voice has been coming in and out the whole time.
Oh,
that one
weird-
was extra.
Yeah.
I don't. This will get me even more shit, but everything that did not work.
Wait, what the hell?
Are you edging? Jesus Christ.
Shit.
Shit.
I don't think I've ever said shit with that inflection.
No one has.
It's hard to
This is
say
a
it like
first
that.
for humanity on this show.
I don't. This will get me even more shit.
It sounds like he doesn't want someone to catch him swearing.
Yeah. Like whispering into the microphone. Shut.
No, Mom, I was talking about the shed. The shed.
The shed, yeah.
But everything that did not work for me here worked 10 times less for me in the likes of No Way Home or The Flash. If anything—
Wait, what?
10 times. Does he mean it worked?
It worked better than in either of those films, I think, is what he's saying. Is that what he's saying?
I think
He was
so.
saying it was 10 times worse in both of those other movies.
Than in Deadpool and Wolverine. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he's saying Deadpool and Wolverine is a better bad execution. Like they're all three are bad, but this one comes out on top. I don't think. Does he think he's going to convince his audience that he likes this film by saying that? Like he spent the whole. Why not just admit you don't like it? It's fine. Just say it's shit. Like everyone else who thinks it's shit. Just say the word. Don't say shit.
Best thing I can say about Deadpool and Wolverine is that what works is what always has, and it's right there in the title. Hugh Jackman is Wolverine, even when the script can't figure out anything new to do with him, and Ryan Reynolds truly loves Deadpool in a way that will always make me want to see what Wade Wilson is up to. I don't mean to be mean, I never do.
Will you stop
How many times has he
groveling,
said
please?
Honestly, meanness is fine sometimes.
Just be a little mean, man. It's okay. You'll make it. Remember when you said you'd rather
Just
kill
say it's a
yourself
fucking
twice
piece of
over than watch
shit.
a Sean Levy movie? Like, you could just keep saying that. You don't have to be like, I'm sorry to be mean.
I
Shit.
guess what I'm trying to get across is that I am the target audience. I am the kid who grew up watching the Fox and Sony universes bring these guys to life. I am the kid who loved and still loves the early days of the MCU. I still love a lot of their newer movies. I still am deeply invested in some of their characters. Even if it's true and I do feel all those things, I can't.
Man.
All those things. I deeply care. I am the target.
He's crawled across the floor. He's been shot 17 times. He's just like, no.
Cannot help but feel the still ever-growing corporate cynicism that lurks behind these movies. Yeah, it's always been there from the very, very beginning, but they used to try to hide it better. Now it's out.
That's kind of funny. This horrible monster's always been there, but at least they put a few fucking, sheets over it. It wasn't scary as much as it is now.
They're in the open, a part of some half-cooked meta-commentary that we are supposed to applaud and clap at as they continue to dilute all the sincerity and all the soul As the credits rolled on Deadpool and Wolverine, all I wanted to do was go home and rewatch the movies that came before the multiverse Marvel universe. Before all this was so mainstream that it became unbearably
Okay, it was pretty mainstream, even when it was the X-Men movies and Deadpool. These are not.
Spider-Man films made
Yeah, these aren't like
$800 million
little-known
each.
indie productions.
Yeah, no,
Like,
these are pretty
Some of the
mainstream.
most successful films at the time they were coming out.
isolating. I wanted to rewatch the movies that did not feel the need to justify their own existence, that did not feel the need to pander to a universe that has fallen so far from the thrilling highs it used to soar at. Movies that
I know, right?
Soar at? Why if the script was really like not good, yeah, if it was really good, then I wouldn't mind it as much. But soar at?
I think I'd still mind it somewhat because it just doesn't sound sincere to me. Maybe it's because I've seen so many of these.
If there was more skillfulness in the construction of it, then there might be something I could appreciate a bit more. But like, come on, man.
underneath all the spectacle, all the action, were very human stories about what it's like to feel different. But for now, it sadly seems we won't get back to that baseline for a very long time. There are always...
Yeah, where have you been, man? We've been complaining about this for ages. But, you know, hey, happy to have you.
And always will be exceptions. I guess I'm sad that something I viewed as an exception now has to play by the rules in order to maintain relevancy. Even when we joke, when we acknowledge how far we've stumbled, how far we've lost our way, that doesn't change the fact that we just can't seem to find our way back.
Please fucking hell.
Jesus Christ. God, grow up.
Stop it.
Holy shit.
It's just so funny how everyone's getting... You don't even need to explain it. Everyone's feeling it. It hurts. It'll stab in your brain.
Like this, you know, like when you go see a movie and on the drive back home, you feel profound after watching a new movie. That's how he's stuck all the time. That's his life. Is that 7-minute drive back home. That's his entire existence. It never wears off. That's him.
And that's partly why I'm pausing. Is like, oh, I need a few seconds of not that. Just fill me with anything else, please.
Understandable.
You still believe? Just because someone stumbles, loses their way, it doesn't mean they're lost forever.
I'm just being careful about fucking copyright, I guess. I don't know, but sure. He's saying that we can come back, guys. It's not over.
Agreed. Definitely.
My heart is so big right now, guys.
Aww. Wait, what happens in the rest of this video?
It's
then?
on silence. And no.
Oh no.
Oh, is that it?
Oh, Patreon. Okay. Well, there we are.
Thank
We
God.
did it.
It's kind of a fascinating one because the overarching opinion of Deadpool, Wolverine, kind of bad, yo. It's like, yeah, and then the arguments. It's like, yeah, I mean, I guess I agree with that one. Oh, whoa! All right, chill on that one.
I'm sorry. He
I
took
don't think that's
fucking
very effective.
ages to get to substantive stuff. He just kept broadly
very
complaining, which you could.
Oh,
I
yeah,
seriously
it's,
think you should flip those. Get the broad complaints later, where you've shown the evidence for it. If you know what I mean.
Well, it's kind of like
Oh, yeah.
if people aren't on your side right from the get-go, then spending like 10 minutes talking about how Sean Levi is like generic is probably not. It's just not gonna. That's not a good way to start.
Please don't do any more
Especially
6-hour
if-
videos.
Especially if people come in and being like, "Oh, I remember Night at the Museum. It was fun. Why are you being so mean?"
Yeah, why?
Well,
are you
yeah,
being
it's
mean?
like it's kind of. I mean, really, the difficulty in terms of trying to even talk about the film is that you have to get past the fact that for a lot of people, it's like, yeah, it's fun. Shut up. Like it's kind of even difficult to like begin the conversation on the film, because it's like, yeah, it's Deadpool. He's like the meta wacky guy. Nothing, you're taking it seriously. So why are you taking it so? Especially in this case where it's taking it very seriously and himself. It's not a good idea, because I mean the film is bad, and there were points that were made in here that were valid or even strong, but they were like inhibited and limited by the delivery and the overall tone and vibe.
to be nice. I think there's plenty of good editing choices here and there. It's a lot of work to have done as fast as he did. If he worked with someone on that, fair enough, good stuff. I think that he makes several good points that show a lot of insight into the actual events of the other films that he thinks are being disrespected. He wouldn't need to throw all that shit in of like, I'm doing it for the money. Yeah, sure, I am. It's just like, just make the video, man. You don't need to. You need to do all the insecure shit.
I suppose it is unfortunate, right? Because this video did have something going for it that is not often the case, which is a familiarity with the other films. There was like real familiarity with what came before, even though there were some weird like observations, you know, some like strange comments, like not sure that's what that film was about, or like that quite encompassed what it was about, but certainly remembered what happened in the Deadpool movies, which I definitely appreciate because nobody seems to, and that makes me sad because I like those films a lot.
You know what bothers me about his style of delivery here? It comes off to me as highly manipulative, especially for like impressionable people, where he is, especially his tone of voice, where he's like trying to inject so much meaning and passion to what he's saying. Then there's the music choices, absolutely are intended to try and build a type of emotional response. And it feels like he's trying to get people to resonate or connect with him emotionally than listening to the core facts of his argument, especially with the waffle. If you were to cut out everything, the visuals, the music, his tone, and just have an AI read out what this video was in terms of what was actually said, a lot of it will come across very bloated and nonsensical, and the arguments would feel really dumb in a lot of it. Some better, some actually made sense, but others really stupid. And it feels like he doesn't have complete confidence in the arguments themselves, in the arguments themselves. So to the point, or perhaps a reason why he falls back and is so reliant on these emotional kind of manipulative framework that he does all throughout the video. Bothers me.
No, I'm completely with you on that. I find it annoying, and I think we could all agree, we find it annoying because it's not genuine. There are times, and I think Rags was kind of alluding to this, that you can make this work, and you can make it meaningful. But I think, much like music, you need other parts to the fucking song, High Top. It can't all be the chorus or whatever have you. It's like, I don't believe it once it happens for this long. I just think you're manipulating me. You want me to feel like this is the most important and meaningful thing that's ever happened to you in your entire life. Every damn time, every fucking video. Stop. You don't need to. And you know what? I'd appreciate a bit more spine. Being like, you know what? I think this movie was shit. Let me explain why.
This movie sucked.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Instead of being like,
Man.
guys, I need you to understand that I don't mean to say that it's shit.
Well, it's that thing that a lot of YouTubers who also want to be filmmakers have, where there's like, well, I can't be mean to other people, but I want to be mean because I have those thoughts and opinions, but I don't want people to be mean to me, so I'll have to try and couch it in this whole
But if you're gonna,
thing. Like, oh no,
he made 2 separate significant references to how he would want to kill himself instead of watch this director's movies. If you're gonna go that far,
because that's
why
what
bother?
he really thinks. Yes.
Yeah. Why bother with all that bullshit? Just move on.
He wants both.
But not in a mean way. He'll kill himself, but not in a mean
in a joke way. That's what I mean. This is like I feel like there's an unleashed High Top hiding under the surface that I would way prefer to watch.
Yeah.
Unleashed High Top.
A punished High Top that doesn't care about all the fluff and just tells you what he actually thinks. I'd way prefer that.
Wouldn't that be refreshing? Like cut the music, cut all the emotional thing, and just let him share his filtered opinion.
You know what would be more entertaining is his drive back with his friend that he saw this movie with, where they just casually discussed all of the bullshit in it. That probably is a much more entertaining video than this, where you're like, oh, ooh, it's just like, stop. Now, on that note, there is a video that someone made me aware of, I can't remember where, but it's called How Every High Top Films Video Essay Starts. So,
oh no.
A little look-see, shall we?
Oh,
okay.
Oh, wait for me, hang on. Come on. It's not playing the right video at all. Oh, is this it? There we go.
That's I've seen this. This is amazing.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
I want to suck Sam Raimi's dick.
Yes.
Already, it's just pure Kino. Nice. I love how poorly cut out it all is as well.
Hey, hi, how you doing? I'm Alex. Ever
Spider-Man
since
font.
He's already cracked it.
Was a kid, I've loved Spider-Man, which is why I've made like 20 videos about it. Growing up, I learned so many lessons from Spider-Man. How to cry. How to love. How to beat the shit out of my girlfriend. How to stalk women every day.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
My girlfriend. How to stalk women. Every day I wake up in my Spidey Whiteys, eat my Spider-Man toasted oat cereal, fuck my girlfriend with Spider-Man themed condoms, and then pray to my mural of Bruce Campbell in my bedroom. People used to make fun of me. They called me Fatty, Sumo, Kingpin, Butterball, Big Bitch, Lard Drinking Land Whale.
Lard Drinking Land Whale. He's got the Spider-Man font as well.
And the kid who jerks off to Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. That's not a good name to be known by.
But I didn't care. Also, occasionally I will flash big words on the screen in tune with when I enunciate certain words to show that I mean business. But I didn't care because of one lesson Stan Lee had permeate throughout all of his stories.
Well, you see, when I had Steve Ditko create Spider-Man, I wanted him to stand out from the other superheroes. I wanted to make him
a bitch. And that's why I love him.
Stanley quote.
Spider-Man has no drip. He bags no bitches. And if by some God-given miracle he does, he has to leave them to keep.
He has to leave
The
them.
music volume is accurate.
The music is on point. Oh, yeah.
Being Spider-Man. People walk all over him, treat him like shit, and he gets his ass beat every single day. All to keep being.
They love me.
And for that lesson, I will always thank Spider-Man for making me who I am. In this video on how Spider-Man taught me how to be a bitch. Like a man.
Like a man.
Oh, I needed that.
Oh, it's perfect after watching.
Oh, that's really good. What is this little dancing animation? Play it. Play it.
Well, wait, I was going to say,
like
so
a man?
The channel is K Fillet, for anybody who's curious. It's called How Every High Top Films Video Essay Starts, and it's so fucking perfect to watch after watching a High Top video. And by the way, High Top said he loved this video too, so, you know, it's all chill. It's all in good fun. Just,
Glad he can take a laugh.
I almost want him to make more. It's just so perfect.
Is this copyrighted song stuff here?
Oh, yeah, it could be. That's fair. Beerzan versus Evil Gorilla in 4 days and also other life stuff. Well, that's a great video too. There you go. That's some good recovery from a high top segment, you know, I'm just saying. Anyway, I think CJ's got to head out now. It's around that time.
Yeah, I'll need a bounce as well, fellas.
And Shad.
Yeah, me too.
Oh my
Me
god,
too.
and
I
Jay
have to-
Longbone.
Yeah.
I have to sleep.
Very well.
It's like 3 a.m. where I am.
I'm surprised we've got this many people at this time. This is the dead of dead time. Nobody's around now.
Yep.
Otherwise known as just late afternoon in Australia, when a lot of people would be awake.
When the world
around.
sleeps.
It's about dinner time, and I gotta check up on the
Yes.
family, see how they're going.
When the world sleeps, Spider-Man fights.
Yes, he does. And that's why we love him.
Like a bitch.
He teaches us to be a
Like a
bitch.
bitch.
Like a man. Well, appreciate all of you hanging out with us, and we'll catch you around wherever that may be.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Yeah, we will see you
guys.
later.
Yeah, thanks for having us on.
you.
Congrats on 6 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yay.
Keep it up, fellas. We'll see you
Take care,
Will
lads.
do.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep.
Love you guys. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
See ya.
Bye.
And then there were 6.
All right, so what's next?
Possibly 7, because I'm going to add someone in. Just saying. Give me a sec. What's
Oh,
next,
boy.
indeed? I need to do things, so why don't you guys discuss cheese or something?
Boy, cheese.
I don't know that
love
much about cheese.
Well,
I like cheese,
why
but I
not?
don't know that much about it. What do you mean?
What do
why
you
not?
know about it?
I know that
Yeah.
there's cheddar cheese and like mozzarella and Old English cheese.
That's a start.
I know that Homer likes eating American cheese such that he would eat 100 slices, or was it 99 slices?
Oh my goodness.
Of American
I thought it was
cheese.
400.
Oh, it might have been, yeah, until he was blind from eating.
And Burns and Smithers
Wow.
fall off the ceiling.
That's right. They were up on the ceiling trying to get the bear.
That's
That's right.
just so funny.
64 slices, yes. I don't know why it took him so long, but you know. Yeah, so that's about all I know about cheese, really.
All right. Well,
You
Rag
can
seems a
stand
little
to learn
Well, I
a
mean,
bit
fair
more about
enough,
it.
I guess. Fair enough. We asked you about cheese, and you started talking about The Simpsons again, but, you know, that's all right.
I was talking about cheese in The Simpsons, so I don't even know what your problem is.
That's not a
Damn.
problem.
I've satisfied
Just
the
an observation.
criteria.
Just an observation.
I've satisfied
I think
your
it's great.
criteria. I'm glad you do. Your implication didn't seem to indicate as much. Yeah, that's right. You got nothing
No,
to say.
no,
Because you know it's true.
No, I don't. No, I just don't have anything to say.
Please don't fight.
Come on, Mom.
We're not fighting.
Come on, Diag.
Look, I just don't know that much about cheese, and I think that's okay. And if I need to lean into The Simpsons, you know, to fill up my knowledge gaps, then that's fine with me. Because The Simpsons really is just like filled with little, you know, lots of information. I've learned a lot of things from The Simpsons, unironically.
Well,
about...
there's many people in the world, they just don't fill up their knowledge gaps with anything. So I'll take The Simpsons any day.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's so many references. You learn so much.
Good stuff.
What's your favorite cheese fact, Rags?
My favorite cheese fact?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. What do I know? I don't know, man. I don't know if I know cheese facts. Oh, cheese is half of the ingredients in macaroni and cheese.
I suppose well, actually, I can't remember what brand of cheese it was, but there's a certain type of cheese that the only official one is in a certain part of Italy. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was actually mozzarella. That proper, true, real mozzarella cheese can only be made in a specific region in Italy. Kind of like how Scotch can only be from Scotland, and if it's not, then it's like whiskey.
Or champagne. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Doesn't it
I
take
know a lot
like...
about.
Go ahead.
No, please finish.
All right. Doesn't it take like 10
No.
pounds of milk to make a pound of
I hate that.
cheese?
Oh, it was Parmigiano or something. That's what it was.
I know a lot about my local cheese in my country, but
I feel most
Like
people are more
what?
familiar with their
Different.
local cheeses. This is something that needs to change, I think,
Yeah.
about culture.
I'm an exotic
I don't know
cheese
what the
expert.
local.
so, you know.
I'm not sure if there's any local Australian cheese in terms of like a specific kind that's not from anywhere in the world. I mean, we got cheese, like we make cheese here in places, but I don't know if we have any that we can say is like, yeah, you know, the only official version of this cheese you can get in Australia. I could be wrong. Like I said, I don't know much about cheese. Now I'm just thinking about the Monty Python thing in the cheese shop, and how there was just
quality
a bunch of
sketch.
people, just some guys sitting in the corner playing a really repetitive song for the whole time.
Yeah, my country we love our cheese. It's very salty. It's like mozzarella, but you know, a little bit saltier. You could even like eat it as a snack. Like people just eat straight up cheese and bread all the time. It's very flavorful. Yeah.
I don't think that's uncommon, right? Like toasted
cheese on its own,
sandwich.
Yeah.
With
I
a
mean,
grilled
there-
cheese, yeah, we have them here.
There are a lot of people who don't consider cheese like a snack, however.
Those people are wrong.
We can kill them.
There's a vessel for it.
Who wouldn't consider cheese a snack? It's like the perfect snack. It's like
What if High
I mean, I
Top
don't even know what else
doesn't-
would.
What would you say then?
Well, he'd still be explaining it, and I'd have to wait.
He'd be crying at this point.
That's right, crying like he just sniffed a big old tub of Limburger.
Well, on that note, welcome back, Bach.
Hello.
What do you know about cheese?
Speaking of stinky cheese,
I
don't actually know where that.
Did you sleep well? Did you dream of sheep?
I fell asleep listening to EFAP and then woke up to silence and I was like, where is the EFAP?
We're real.
And then
We're not just in your dreams.
We're not just in
I
your
opened
dreams.
up part 2 and I was like, oh,
You
look
can't
at that. They're
escape
still
us.
going.
I will destroy you.
Oh no.
What?
That actually is terrifying. I feel like you're well armed enough that I wouldn't have much of a chance. Even though I have
Don't forget
an
it.
above average amount of firearms for a
What if
Canadian.
he just shoots the leg and that's it? He thinks, that's where
I
your
mean,
power
that's
source is
actually
held.
that's the worst.
His fake one or his real one?
I was about to say,
which would
my
be more
robot leg
dickish?
is that's the one part of my body that's kind of invulnerable. So I mean,
Do you?
I'd
do you
actually
need to
prefer
ward
he
off
shot me in the leg.
moose? No, moose. What's is the plural of moose? Just moose.
I think Meese is funnier.
I agree.
In any case, do you need to ward off meese that are
Moose.
coming to get you?
Mice.
I did live at a base that required me to drive through Algonquin Park if I needed to go visit my parents, and yes, encountering a moose would have been a major problem to the point that I would have like a bow and arrow in my back, like in the back of my car.
Not gonna do shit.
Like I'm
You
also
should get a
Canadian,
gun.
so I can't just carry around a shotgun all the time. So yeah, if I was ever in a situation where my car hit a moose and it was dying in like my windshield and radiator and somehow didn't kill me, then yeah, I wanted a way to take it out if I had to. Luckily, I never had
Get
to do
yourself
that.
a Serbu Super Shorty.
I again, it's just I'm Canadian, so I can't like I can't just be carrying it around all the time. That's the deal.
I should mention as well, because I forgot. I keep forgetting to say it, but in the description there is a link to a survey to answer all the questions about the past year about EFAP, and we're going to look at it in part 3. So make sure to get your answers in said thingamajig before the time eventually runs out. I don't know how long we're going to be doing part 2, but we're only 3 hours in, meaning we're only halfway through this entire extravaganza. Where we are at the quieter hours for now. Though I have, I've got the perfect video for us all to check out. It is called "Bad Dialogue versus Good Dialogue: Writing Advice." So how about that? You guys ready for some writing advice?
I would love some writing advice.
Good, because that's what we're going to be getting if Watch Together behaves and fucking loads the video.
The best way.
There we go. We're good.
As well as
Excellent. Silence,
All right.
video person.
Here we go.
All right. Yeah, I mean, without further ado, right? Because this is good stuff. This is for you, chat, and this is for us. We're all going to be learning today about.
Oh, good. It's not a closer look. Thank God.
No, it's not. It's a different guy.
It's a further look.
Also, yeah. Wait, is the link been provided
I
for
think-
everybody?
Yeah, I think I might be in an older watch
Yeah,
together.
we got newer, cooler ones now.
Okay, cool.
Oh, I need to. Oh, okay. I'm not
Jump
swapping.
right
Okay.
in.
It is them. Other people should change, not me.
Yeah,
True.
exactly. All right, here we go. Let's find out about good dialogue.
The best way to learn about dialogue is by studying the good stuff as well as the bad. And that's what we're going to be doing.
Gonna stand up for Attack of the Clones here for a
Oh my
moment.
God.
Since, I'm just gonna say, I think that this line about sand is unfairly maligned. I think
Wrong.
it gets way too much. I think that it gets way too much flack for what it is. I think it is.
That's it.
I think it's I think it's a fine line. I think it makes sense in context of what's being discussed here. I think it gets way too much hate for what it is. I think it's a perfectly fine line. There are far worse things.
You also hate sand, right? Is that why?
No, I love sand. Oh, I love sand. Sand is great. I love sand.
Actually, I wouldn't say I
beach.
love sand.
But...
All right. I tolerate
sand. Go way back.
It's useful for certain things.
Yeah, sure,
like
it's useful.
Way back. But but yeah, because this is about bad dialogue versus good dialogue, and this is being used as an example, a prime example, I guess, of bad dialogue. I'm gonna kind of hope that he explains why this is considered bad dialogue.
It's probably not gonna because this is pretty broadly accepted to just be a crappy line.
Yep.
So I would be surprised.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Also, I don't know if you put up the best case for this line as being good.
Maybe he has yet to give the case.
I said it was a fine. I said it was a fine line. I think in context it makes sense because she's comparing the way that she views sand based on her life and how she sees sand and what she associates with, and that is being contrasted by him with the way. I think she's talking about like the beach or the shore, right? About how it was like a vacation or a getaway. But it's being contrasted by him growing up on Tatooine, being surrounded by it, and how much he hates it, and he thinks about the negative qualities of sand, whereas she kind of has positive connotations and associations with it. So
could be. It's been a while since I've seen it. I just remember her talking about water, and then suddenly he says, "I hate sand."
How do you feel about the delivery rags? I hate sand. It's coarse.
It does
rough,
get everywhere.
It gets everywhere.
That part is true.
the delivery could be better. I don't think it's terrible. It's not good. I just said I don't think it's terrible. I think it's not good.
Do you think the
It could be
scene
better.
accomplishes like them falling in love?
I don't think,
among other things. Like, do you think it's serving what it's meant to be in the story well?
In a purely,
we all know women want a man who fucking hates sand.
Because I think that one of the biggest weaknesses of the trilogy, but in particular Attack of the Clones, is that it fails to really give a lot of credence to this romance and make me believe it, and their dialogue is very stilted and like alien. It doesn't come across as things that people would actually say, and it's a combination of the way that they act and the things that they say, and it's very awkward and like clunky and strange. As for this scene in particular, and I am going off memory here, I mean I would not. I think just the whole romance between the two just needs to be just completely redone. It's got a lot of weird stuff. I don't think it makes good use of its time, and yeah.
This scene is probably one of the stronger romance scenes in this movie. Actually,
it might.
They sort of get
maybe.
worse
because
from
the floor is low.
By comparison.
Yeah, but
Isn't
I think
he,
by
like,
comparison,
feeling
you
her
might
up
be right.
there?
Feeling
He's,
her
like,
up?
touching her arm. Her arm up.
Well,
I
here's the
remember
thing.
He's like,
Well, here's the thing. Back in the day, when young men and young women would used to get to know each other and begin the process of being romantic, there might be a little bit of casual touching involved. Back
That's
in the
a myth,
before
Rags.
times.
That never
Back,
happens.
well, I know the ancient scrolls detail many of the rituals that would be used by young men and young women when they were courting and doting upon one another, when they were, building up an amorous relationship to become paramours or whatnot. But the ancient texts, the manuscripts would detail some of these maneuvers that would be done, such as the touching of hands and arms, because the extremities were considered oftentimes the least personal elements of who you are. And then over time, you would perhaps get more comfortable with embracing and touching the parts of the other person's body that were considered more personal, like the cheek and the face and the vagina and the breasts eventually. And that was just that would just become that was a thing. Wait, in the before
Is
times,
that why
ago.
is that why Yoda destroyed them? Because it's an incel, he doesn't like that being,
Because Yaddle turned him down, and he's held a grudge ever since. He became a Jedi cell on the island.
So he destroyed the sacred Jedi text in the beginning.
He was like, Luke can kiss your sister, you did. And so he never let him live that one down.
no.
Sorry, what were we talking about? This is
Yoda,
good dialogue.
Yoda just like making fun of Luke forever. Then Luke finally snaps and says, "You're a swamp incel," and he's like, "What?" How dare
Embrace
you?
the swamp cell life, you must.
Today, so stick around.
Whoa!
Oh shit, dog!
What's up, guys?
no.
My name's Brandon McNulty. I'm a writer. I'm the
Ugh.
author of Bad Parts, and welcome to my writing channel. One of my subscribers requested a.
How old is this video?
Yes.
When did it come out?
Should be timeless.
Let's see.
I'm just curious because that intro sequence was very
August 19th of
yeah.
2021.
Oh,
Wow.
okay. So not that old.
It's
Video
from
on
the
good
age
dialogue
of
versus
we wouldn't expect that. That's why.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
bad dialogue. And I thought that was a great idea for a topic because obviously there's a lot of things you can learn from good dialogue, but sometimes good dialogue can be intimidating on its own, especially when it's some of the best stuff out there. Now, on the other hand, when we learn from bad dialogue,
I assume he means intimidating in terms of it will seem extremely difficult to write yourself, is what he means by that, I assume?
Like, can I achieve this like level of quality or whatever? Maybe.
dialogue, not only do we get to see other people making mistakes, but we can have a lot of fun in the process. And for today's video, I'm going to be explaining what makes good dialogue good and what makes bad dialogue bad, and I'm going to be having examples of both. I want to start out by explaining what makes good dialogue good. And I think there are three things that help define good dialogue. The first thing,
man, this is like the opposite of the high top video. We're not even a minute in, and he's like, "Here's what I'm gonna do, and here's where I'm gonna start. Here's some diagrams. Hear that music? Exactly. Let's get the
You'll
fuck
love
to
to
it."
see it.
Oh.
I feel like
thing
I'm
that
at a
good
fun
dialogue does.
lecture.
Yeah. It sounds natural. And this is going to vary from character to character. Obviously, what Marty McFly from Back to the Future says in his movies wouldn't work in Lord of the Rings. And what Frodo says in Lord of the Rings,
well, he does say that the ring is a great burden, but
wouldn't work in the world of Back to the Future. So you have to be aware of who is speaking and in what world they're speaking. But regardless of who your characters...
So in character then, I suppose.
Yeah, in character.
Yeah,
because I would say that sometimes good dialogue is when writing doesn't sound natural, like an android pretending to be a person, or
a character saying something that
anything,
isn't natural to them because they're in a particular state, right? Emotionally. Oh, they would normally say that.
If they have if they had a situational disability, for instance, and their dialogue.
Or
didn't
they were
sound natural
mind
as a result of it.
controlled.
Oh.
are and where your story world is, the dialogue has to sound natural. The second thing good dialogue does, it attacks or defends. And that's because good dialogue involves conflict. It involves characters trying to learn something that another character doesn't want to tell them. It involves characters...
So good dialogue can't be made...
Well, so the problem
unless
here
it's part
is
of a conversation with another agent?
There's always going to be dialogue that needs to be there for more arguably mundane or dull reasons, and it's like if you ever have dialogue that's not meant to attack or defend in context, then it's just automatically bad dialogue.
Could just be a character reminiscing on something, right? You know, that could be...
Of course, yeah. And like the idea that you can't have good dialogue if the person's alone, that's...
Well, that would be a monologue.
I guess they could be attacking and defending on their own too, but seems more unlikely, right? Like...
Well, he said as like part of a conversation here.
Oh, is this specifically when two people are talking with each other?
I don't think it
means what dialogue
this is under the umbrella of...
I mean, a dialogue versus dialogue simply...
Sure, but people don't...
Yeah.
Yeah, like technically, but that's not what people mean when they say dialogue. Just writing, just speaking, essentially.
But it also feels weird that in every conversation between two people that it would always have to be attacking or defending something. I don't know.
They could both be agreeing on something.
We'll see if he elaborates.
To push a worldview on another character who is defending against it. Your characters should always be wanting something in their scenes, and they should be trying to obtain information through dialogue exchanges. And the third thing that could...
That sounds like a debate or an interrogation is what makes good dialogue.
Yeah, what about characters who you're characterized by being very apathetic and don't want anything?
Yeah, or someone specifically trying to be dismissive or despondent or distant to something. Why would you put such a tight box around the insanely broad concept of dialogue?
Well, it feels
like
weird to put it
that?
next to make sure it's in character. It's like, yes, make sure it attacks or defends. Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, okay. I don't know.
Attacks or defends.
I'm curious to know if he's going to elaborate on whether he thinks that sort of principle applies to all sorts of places where you wouldn't normally think about it as attacking and defending, but he's going to argue that it's there.
Maybe, yeah.
Anyway, you know.
Dialogue does, it expresses unspoken meaning or subtext. And
I'm okay with that, but it doesn't always have to.
Yeah, sometimes good dialogue is when a character is being blunt and curt and very direct.
And cold.
It just varies. Like, it varies on the situation.
Uh-huh.
And,
Expresses...
you know, what character it is. You know,
yeah, there might not be
situational.
subtext.
Yeah.
I like me some subtext, but I don't think it is necessary at all times.
It doesn't,
Yeah.
well, it doesn't
if
belong
you
in
add the
every line.
subtext literally to every single line in like a movie, it's gonna be fucking retarded. Like, you know,
could, yeah,
that's
very well
when
end
it
up that way.
becomes
Yeah.
text.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just gonna be
subtext
way over
doesn't-
the top.
It wouldn't be appropriate for every character to even speak in subtext. You might have characters who, like I said, they want to be direct, they don't want to be misunderstood, they don't want to refer to something else. Or you might have characters who just don't speak in that kind of
Well, you can have a character
way.
express
They
subtext
don't
without
think
them
about that.
realizing it, right? That's a possibility as well.
I suppose
Are we
so.
saying that
I
it needs
suppose
to be
so,
all
yeah.
of these things at the same time rather than, hey, one of these qualities could be, like, good?
I don't know.
Oh, you saying?
Yeah, 'cause I'm
I thought you said
totally on
good
board.
dialogue
If-
needs
if
to
it
have
could
all of
be-
these.
Because if it,
Yeah,
that's
that's kind of how he painted it, at least.
Yeah, because I remember, I can't remember where it was from, but the idea that like good dialogue achieves like, let's say 2 out of these 8 qualities. It's like, yeah, I prefer that because it gives you more
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
flexibility of
Well, to
your
be fair-
dialogue ideally should be achieving
Even
more than
then-
one thing at this. I like that one a lot more because the idea that dialogue should be achieving more than one thing at a time is probably like a better overarching rule, especially if you can say like, well, you know, it needs to advance the plot, and then it also has subtext, or it says something about the character, or it's relevant to theme and it has this thing, rather than like all of them all at once.
Yeah, but I don't know if that applies here
Should
because
have.
he said number 1 is
That's
like being in character, which I assume we'd have to assume that's for all dialogue, right? We never want it to be.
Presumably, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, number 1 of sounds natural. That's kind of like, it's just kind of a weird description, because does that mean that the dialogue should sound like it's said by normal people?
No,
'Cause
he did
normal
explain
people,
that
I mean,
one. It just means in
Yeah.
character. That's he should have just said in character.
in character's better, because sounds natural is a different kind of advice that people sometimes give about dialogue of, yeah, it needs to sound like regular people. Regular people and ah and like have broken sentences and sometimes have thoughts that don't go anywhere, which isn't necessarily going to be good. And then like Aaron Sorkin dialogue isn't like natural. It's very
No, like-
breakneck and fast.
Yeah, realism isn't the goal of every story, so
No.
naturalism isn't the goal of every story either. But if he just means in character, then I think that's a
Then
good
sure,
rule. And
yeah.
he definitely wouldn't say that if you only have 2 and 3, then that's fine.
No,
You know what I
like
mean?
yeah, it attacks
Mhm.
and defends, but it's out of character. It doesn't follow.
This means that there's some kind of meaning beneath the surface. And I think the best way to think about this is that when you have the spoken word going back and forth between 2 characters, you have to remember that there's got to be some emotions hiding beneath it. For instance, if you've ever seen a married couple arguing about something stupid, you know that what they're really arguing about is much bigger than that stupid thing. They're not.
Okay, but sometimes people actually do say exactly what they mean. So
Yeah.
framing it like you always need to be doing this. Well, first of all, there's so many moments in any sort of dialogue, in any story, where there's just no opportunity for subtext because it's just basic, mundane sort of things, or it's just connective tissue. It's a funny freeze frame. And then the other thing is, like, sometimes people do, like, let's say they're arguing about something and maybe they actually do get to what's deep at the surface. Like, then it's not subtext anymore, it's just text. So I don't think that's especially strong advice, especially when you frame it like it's something you always need to be doing.
Yeah, I think he's referring to a very particular type of dialogue in a very particular scene, I think, like impact, some kind of scene that is supposed to be very impactful and the core of the film or something. But Yeah, I don't think this applies to like literally every dialogue ever.
No, yeah, I think that's true. Like there's just so many examples of where you wouldn't use it. In fact, I'm surprised he wouldn't himself catch himself while writing this and be like, I guess there are scenes where you wouldn't want this, and they emphasize different things.
Yeah.
Not arguing about whether or not they're going to have chicken for dinner tonight. They're arguing about some kind of conflict that's going on within their marriage. So keep that in mind. There should be some higher stakes.
Maybe.
Like, not always.
Or they could
Maybe they
legitimately
actually
just...
care about chicken.
Yeah, maybe.
Fucking love chicken.
Fuck you, I want the goddamn chicken.
Maybe they're hungry.
I mean, because
what's really on your mind? There's no way you're just this upset about chicken. It's like, no.
You could you could do both what he's saying and not what he's saying. They could be like, well, it is and it isn't. It is that you haven't bought me the chicken to cook tonight because it's indicative of like you're just not aware of what I want. You never are. You never care about me. But seriously, I really wanted the fucking chicken, man. This just crossed the line. Like this has made it enough for me.
Just the final drop in big cold.
Someone in chat asked if I am a surgeon. Is that good dialogue?
I am a surgeon.
He's autistic though. You don't get
Dr. Han.
I suppose one could argue the subtext of that you see is about his life and meaning as a surgeon being torn from him, while the basic text thing is just him expressing a fact that currently the
and he's defending himself.
Yes,
and it sounds natural.
I was about to say, to an extent, you can argue. You could argue that there's subtext for almost anything. I think, whether or not it's actually there. Like, take any line, you can try and spin something.
Beneath the spoken words in your dialogue. Now we're going to talk about bad dialogue. And for this video, I came up with 5 specific types of bad dialogue. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go through each type, I'm going to explain what it is, then I'm going to give you an example of the bad dialogue, and then I'm also going to give you a good example that you can use in its place. Now the first
example of the bad, and then a good example you can use in its place. So, as in an example of the same thing but done well, or just a replacement?
Sounds like he's saying a better alternative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Type of bad dialogue is on the nose dialogue. This is when you state the obvious. It's when you're just stating thoughts and emotions without any subtlety, without any subtext. There's nothing but beneath the surface. You are just saying exactly what you're thinking or exactly what you're feeling. An example of this.
What do you want for dinner?
What a pause.
Oh, I'd like some chicken. This is called bad dialogue.
Force.
He's going after Star Wars again.
This type of bad dialogue comes from Attack of the Clones. It shouldn't surprise anyone that I'm going to be talking about Attack of the Clones today. But in Attack of the Clones, if you remember the one scene where Anakin and Padme are talking beside the fire, and Anakin just completely spills his unfiltered emotions out to her, it's completely on the nose. I'll play it for you right now.
Now that I'm with you again.
Oh, I might have to be careful here, depending on how much he plays.
Okay.
Let me get my cover up.
Play it and then we'll do our comments here.
Yes.
I'm in agony. The closer I get to you, the worse it gets. I'm haunted by the kiss that you should
know.
So this
it's curious. I don't think I'm not sure the problem here is that it's on the nose as opposed to because like he would be on the nose, right? In this scene,
he's very melodramatic. Yes,
he's like not dealt with these emotions before.
Yeah, he's coming out to her in this very earnest way. He wants her to know how he's feeling, and he's kind of spilling himself out for her.
Oh, he's like high top. Yeah,
I don't. But I don't like. Sometimes you don't. Like I said, sometimes you want to be on the nose and direct, and you want to make sure there isn't any misunderstanding as to how you feel, and that doesn't mean it's bad dialogue.
Yeah. I think the problem here is that it's just over the top. It's too like.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure that you feel his feelings here. Like, I don't think we did a good enough job building this relationship.
He's saying the words, but I don't know if they.
Yeah, if you.
I'm not convinced
the words are actually the problem here.
I agree.
I don't think it's the words or
like
the nature of him being on the like him expressing in no uncertain terms how he feels. I don't think that's a problem either. I think it is the how we have come to see these two develop. Remember, this isn't far into their scenes. It's like, okay, this is happening now.
Yeah, like I said, we need to just rejig the whole relationship with these two in terms of its pacing and how like humans would communicate with one another. Because this shouldn't be where it is, and we don't have as much investment in this relationship yet because it's so poorly paced and constructed. But this scene, if it was surrounded by completely different stuff,
you know what you could say is on the nose?
A lot better.
And better acting.
You could say dialogue that's on the nose is "I love you, I know." But the reason it works so well is because you buy into their relationship at that point completely.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with it being on
but
the
that's
nose.
bad dialogue because it's
very much in
supposed to
character for
protect.
those two too. You know.
Yeah, I don't. There's no reason to make these boxes around what is good and bad dialogue like this. So far, I don't know why it has to be those things. I mean, I know that it's nuanced and contextual, and it depends. Like, I know those are not exciting answers, but like that's the answer.
No, I genuinely think the problem here is that the scenes backing this one up aren't good enough.
I agree,
Yeah, I think
100%.
this is a bad example because you could say like if a character gets like hurt and they just scream out, "I am in pain." I think that's on the nose, and that's a better example of this particular like sort of argument than this scene, because this scene the lines are fine.
The problem is that just sometimes there will be some times when the characters will say exactly what they mean. They will explain how they're feeling in plain terms. As a general rule, people aren't necessarily going to be so articulate that they know exactly how they feel, or even that they would want
Or
to
how to
share
express it. Yeah.
But or that they know how to express it. But sometimes characters will say what they mean. So it feels like the thing that you need to add on top is if your characters are doing it all the time, it really undermines when, for instance, you have a really important scene where the character essentially explodes and says exactly what they mean. That it's more of a matter of balancing. Sometimes people say what they mean. Plenty of times they won't say exactly what they mean.
When we and I guess as a little bit of a teaser for our House of the Dragon stuff and stuff that we've talked about before, there are scenes in House of the Dragon that we've covered recently and we'll cover very shortly, where a character just comes out with how he feels about things, and that's that, and there's not a lot of subtext at all behind it. It's very direct, and they are excellent scenes that are written fantastically, that are a joy to watch.
Talking about the dinner scene, or
the dinner scene. No, I was referencing in season 2. The one we already covered was Otto, but yes, Otto and Alan were the two that I was thinking of. Yeah, those they're being very direct, very on the nose. They're doing all the things that, I guess, by his criteria, seem to imply it's bad dialogue, but those are excellent scenes and they're written very well.
Very, very well acted, very well delivered. It's really fucking good.
I
mean,
think
maybe the real
in
stinker
this-
is going to happen in a second. I can't remember exactly what they say next. Maybe there's a real clunker coming.
I was going to say, though, that Nutso kind of mentioned that in this scene, Anakin is speaking in a way that it's too poetic to be relatable as far as the words that he's using, which is why you could make the argument that "I love you, I know" is more direct, but also it seems like something that Han Solo would say, whereas we don't really have a context for Anakin speaking as if he's like reading a Shakespearean soliloquy to her.
It just doesn't feel that poetic to me. It feels a bit more like high top level.
It feels amateurish,
which I think has justification.
Which is appropriate.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I would be like, what can you be critical of here? It's going to be like, well, what about the quality of the words themselves? Like, well, is it in line with what Anakin himself would say, is learned to say? And then is it in line expression-wise with what he would say to a girl like this when he has these feelings for her with absolutely no direction in his whole life of how to deal with it? It's like, well, I think those things match up. The thing that doesn't is us really feeling like that was earned. We sort of just walk into this and it's happening, and you're like, okay.
It's the delivery of the lines specifically, I think. Like his delivery.
And there's the context of all the scenes around them as well. I think that's probably...
I think the performance is okay. It just it comes across as really just weird and strange and oddly paced, and I feel like we haven't earned getting to this point yet. And in the scene, I mean, Padme's reaction to this is not great. So
no.
There's
this whole shit.
I'm a senator, Dr. Han.
Like every time we come back to Obi-Wan, I'm like, thank God. All right, back to good old Obi-Wan.
Yeah. But I think that being able to describe accurately what does and doesn't work about these kinds of scenes, I think a lot of people just take for granted that, oh, these scenes suck and they're terrible, and so therefore everything about them is bad. But I don't know if they can actually elaborate on how they are bad or good, or what what its issues are or aren't.
Never have given me. You are in my very soul, tormenting me. Believe me, I wish that I could just wish away my feelings.
Yeah, that one's a clunker. I wish that
But
I
wait,
could
that's
wish away my feelings.
That's a clunker because the writing is it's not because it's on the nose.
No, you're right.
A lot of it there is delivery and how we got here and how quickly it sort of happened, and
yeah.
Well,
And the general clunkiness of the
see, this is terrible. It's like, wait, we're not saying this is good. We're arguing whether or not he's accurate when he says the problem here is it's on the nose. I don't know that is the problem.
And the
if you're
first
trying
line
to
to
get
the
someone
scene,
to
I was
if
just
you're
gonna
trying to
say
get someone
the
to earnestly understand why you feel a certain way in a very personal way, you will be direct. You're not going to beat around the bush. You're not
Yeah.
going to try and be, subtextual about it. You want to be direct and on the nose with people about things.
I mean, love confessions are one of the most like on the nose things a person could ever say.
Yeah.
You don't use subtext for that.
Yeah,
Unless
you
you're
might
being
even
like
say
some
that people feel that
Shakespearean
the other person is in their very soul,
Tormenting him.
Tormenting him, yeah.
Which, I mean...
Subtext can be used as almost like a bit of plausible deniability / smokescreen in a subconscious way for you saying something else to a person without directly saying it. And so when you're trying to be or appear vulnerable about your feelings to someone else, a part of you is going to want to avoid that. You don't want to give across the impression that what you're saying has hidden meanings or that you're really saying something that you aren't. You're going to want to be direct.
And this is, of course, on-the-nose dialogue. It's stating exactly what he feels. It is not natural, and it feels totally cliched. It feels like something that's just coming out of an afternoon soap opera.
Okay, but with better context in terms of how the character writing and how we've built up to this scene, you could have these exact words. Let's say the performances are a bit stronger, and it could really work. It's not necessarily just the words. There is the clunkiness of I wish I could wish these feelings away. You clean up that sentence, and I don't think it's really the words in and of themselves that's the problem here.
It's the delivery.
Well, it's
if
weird
you
that he
say
said...
if you see if you say the same word twice in near succession, you want to often inflect it differently. You want to say, "I wish I could wish these feelings away." It shows that there's a deliberateness to it, and you understand you're using a word twice. That's why you're inflecting it differently and giving extra emphasis on that first wish.
Yeah, even showing
But
him
yeah, a lot
struggle
of
with the
it's the
second
delivery here.
wish and giving up and being like wish. Like I'm looking for a different word, but I can't, sort of thing. So it's like recognized. But saying states his exact feelings is one of the elements for why it sucks. I think is silly.
I think that's bad. Yeah. If he didn't state his exact feelings here, I feel like that would be weird, and I'd be asking if he's trying to tell her how he feels. Why is he beating around the bush? Why is he using subtext? Why is he not telling her how he feels?
He's also
that's his
Anakin
goal
Skywalker.
here?
He doesn't know how to use subtext. he's a little goober.
Yeah.
And then
Also,
sounds.
like, it depends on. Yeah. Go on.
I was just gonna say sounds unnatural. I mean that's more so what we're trying to determine about the whole scene. You know what I mean? Like all of these components would determine whether or not it's unnatural for him to be speaking this way, which I don't think we've managed to figure out.
I feel like we've done most of the work here.
It really depends on a character. Like, if you're talking about someone like Tywin Lannister, that man uses subtext probably a lot. He probably never says anything, like, directly, probably. But when it comes to a character like Anakin, you would expect he would be, like, very honest.
Yeah.
Often. He's a very emotional, impulsive person. So it differs from character to character, I think.
See, that's a very funny meme, but it's bad dialogue because I'm stating my exact feelings. Yeah, I'm very on the nose. There's no subtext.
I like your little smile though; it's really good.
Yeah.
And
Very
because of
pleased
it,
with
we just,
yourself.
we don't buy into it. It doesn't feel real. And it's just
that the way they built their relationship is why nobody buys into it. Give us enough of
If
those
this
two.
was a well Yeah, if the relationship was better, and this occurred like later in the relationship at like a breaking point in his feelings, then I think it'd come across way better.
I think I Love You, I Know. I think a lot of people would have advised against that, but when you see it in play with the
They did at the
performances,
time, right?
I think so. Yeah, I'm not sure that they were.
Isn't that ad-libbed?
It is. It was.
Well, I think
supposed
he
to
was
be
supposed to say "I love you"
something.
back, right? Like he was supposed to say "I love you" as well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so,
And
yeah,
then
what
you
I'm saying
changed
is like it may not seem like it would work on paper, but then you see it in practice. You see the scenes they have before. You see the performances, and you're like, "Oh shit, they
It's
got this."
fucking iconic.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's crazy that that dialogue really makes like a romance in a franchise like Star Wars work. I mean, we saw Acolyte, right? So it's a pretty tough thing to sort of cram into a franchise like this, but it totally works, and that's amazing piece of writing, even if
And
it's ad-libbed.
I don't want to defend the prequels too much because I really don't like them, but I actually don't agree that there's no deeper meaning here. Isn't part of the whole thing is that he's like extremely
Emotionally
passionate,
unstable.
can't
Yeah.
control his yes, and that's a big part of the arc of the movie and
Oh
his
shit,
character.
you're right. We are defending the prequels because I agree with you. That's fair. That this is an example of the several scenes that show Anakin is not the Jedi he needs to be. You know.
Yeah.
By the way, I double checked to see if the "I know" line was improvised or ad-libbed. It wasn't. Ford came up with a line while brainstorming with Kirshner. So he did come up with a
then
line,
that's
but he didn't ad-lib it. He did come up with a line though.
I heard before though people say that like it was supposed to be something else from the beginning, and then he felt it was unnatural, and then he wanted it changed.
There's an excerpt that I briefly looked over on Once Upon a Galaxy, a journal of the making of The Empire Strikes Back. And let me see. Ford says, if she says I love you and I say I know, that's beautiful and acceptable and funny. Kirshner says, right.
All right.
Dull because there is no deeper meaning here. He's just saying exactly what he feels. There is nothing to read into. Now, if you want a conversation between two lovers that is a lot more fun, take a look at Back to the Future, the early scene between Marty and his girlfriend Jennifer. They're
Let's put the cover
Okay,
back up.
but that's a very different scene in terms of the arc of the story, right?
Yeah.
Ideally, you'd want to
Marty
compare.
isn't gonna turn to the dark side in the.
You'd want to compare two scenes that are trying to do similar things, but one does it
Yes.
well and one doesn't do it
Yeah.
well. That would be the ideal way.
These
to
two
present
characters and
something.
their relationship are entirely dissimilar from the other two in their relationship.
At the very least, you'd want to pick like a crisis scene for them, you know?
Yeah.
Well, even the function of romance in this story is not like, I mean, is the romance in Back to the Future really important at all? Like, I don't even really think about it as part of the movie when I look back on it. Like between Marty and his girlfriend, I couldn't even have
Not
told you her name was
super
Jennifer.
consequential, but it's there.
Depends. Let's see what his example has first.
romantic trip to the lake. I'll play it for you now.
Does your mom know about tomorrow night?
Ah, get out of town. My mom thinks I'm going camping with the guys.
Just gonna have to do some pausing here. Gotta be nice and careful.
Yeah,
that was a line for her and a line for him. That's probably the most we'll let play at any one time. Bing bang bong. La la la.
Well, Jennifer, my mother would freak out if she knew I was going up there with you, and I get the standard lecture about how she never did that kind of stuff when she was a kid. I mean, look.
Just being careful. Keep it all in your head, you know?
Yeah.
Treat it all as one big
By
flowing
all
thing.
means.
Yeah. La la la.
Absolutely.
Jeez. Local. Foreign.
La la la. I think the woman was born a nun.
She's just trying to keep you respectable.
Well, she's not doing a very good job.
Terrible.
This is why would Anakin this is so inappropriate for their relationship at all, you know?
Wouldn't fit at all.
I don't
yeah.
know. I don't know if Anakin would talk about his mom like.
Well, there's so many reasons why this would never be Anakin and Padme's dialogue in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
So, how is
Well, maybe he'll explain it.
Okay, so notice how neither of these two characters outright states how they feel about each other. It's obvious that they're boyfriend and girlfriend, they got this thing going on, they're hoping to hook up at the lake, but the feelings here are all in the subtext. The dialogue itself is just
Okay, yeah, but that's really not.
Yeah, but they're
This
not
is the most overt
negotiating their
subtext,
feelings in this scene,
though.
though. Like, It's a very different
just
type
a-
of scene from the Anakin and Padme one, because Anakin and Padme are trying to figure out their situation. He's saying that why this works is because these two know their situation, so we don't have to get into that. It's like, well, it's a very different type of talk, though.
Yeah, and it's not like it's like subtext technically, but like when the fact that they're doing what they're doing, the inflection of everything, like it's like it's cheeky subtext. You know, it's not the same kind of subtext as it's tough to like. Do I need to rephrase it? Do you kind of catch my drift here? It's like
Yeah,
I
like
smell
on
your drift.
paper yeah, on paper, sure, if you read the lines, you might not specifically know, but the fact that they're in that proximity, touching each other like that, about to kiss, smiling with, the expressions, the way that they say it, it's only technically subtext. It's like the most overt subtext ever. It's practically sarcasm.
I mean, it's just a random scene of two romantically involved people. It doesn't serve anything.
I mean, I do like the
scene with
dialogue. It's just not really
it's
a good
good.
point of comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good stuff, but it's not a good example here.
Yeah,
They are too
this feels a
dissimilar.
bit like autism,
I
to be
guess
honest, man.
this wasn't going to work in the first place because we kind of disagreed with him on what the problem was in the prequel scene anyway. He thought it needs to be solved by getting more subtle, which is just not at all what I think the issue was.
Yeah,
Because
like,
that wouldn't be natural. It would break his other rule. It wouldn't be natural necessarily for a character to be subtle and be subtextual. So there is like inherent contradictions potentially in the criteria that he's outlined.
I appreciate the spirit of the point that there are many times where you need subtlety in order for characters to come across as natural, as in character, instead of always stating how they feel. Sure, we watched plenty of things where we're critical of how too many fucking characters state constantly how they feel instead of giving us something to think about. I'm with them in spirit.
It's a lot of fun, and it just dances around the subject of the romance, the sex, everything else that's going on here. But it's much better than the Star Wars example because neither one of these characters is outright stating, oh, I'm so crazy about you, I love you, anything like that. It's much more fun when they just kind of hide their feelings.
Yeah, but there's also,
Should it be fun?
Like, it's not a forbidden love situation.
I was going to say,
in the Back to the
Marty's
Future
not a
one.
part of like a crazy monk order that prevent you from making attachments. It's different.
The time monks.
The time monks.
Oh.
A little bit, even though we know what's going on here. The second type of bad dialogue is melodrama. And I've talked about melodrama on the channel before. And what it is, it's emotion that is way over the top. It's emotion that is not earned.
What if you
Well,
have
this is
people
better
who are
for the
naturally
Anakin
melodramatic? What if it is within someone's character to be a drama queen, to be melodramatic?
That would be
because there are people like that. There are
that would be
children
earned, though,
often
right?
like that. I guess so. Yeah.
Let's hope that's the
Emotion-
direction he's
well-
going with it.
Well,
Well,
if
is
that's
the-
what he means by that, because emotion that's not earned, he could mean something else by that, but that's potentially true.
But
I-
is the problem over the top emotion, or is it over the top emotion that's not earned? Because it's
Yeah,
very
because
different.
melodrama generally isn't earned. That's why we call it it's melodramatic. It's over the top. It's excessive displays of emotion instead of it being appropriately earned. When Anakin says "I hate you," that's not being melodramatic. That is him using an appropriate display.
yeah, I agree.
of
Let's
the
see his
emotion that he
example.
actually
Let's,
feels. Yeah, let's
who do you
let's
got?
do it.
Sometimes you'll see stories where
what
two
about-
characters
yeah.
are just yelling back and forth at one another, but you don't really care about the conversation. You don't feel the anger, or you don't feel the passion or anything like that because it isn't earned. That's what melodrama is. Now, for an example of melodrama, I want to take it from one of my favorite video games, Castlevania Symphony
right.
of the Night. I love this
Good
game to
game.
death, but it opens up with a prologue that has some absolutely horrendous dialogue. Now, for
Well,
context,
By the way, I appreciate
It's
him
the
going to video
translation.
games for examples
that's
of
cool.
dialogue. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't even give it any thought that video games are, out there and they have dialogue and stories and characters. So good on you.
This is a bit of a weird scene to use, though, because I absolutely know the line that he's going to use, and this is famously kind of just a weird translation that,
That's the,
that kind of got by.
What is a man?
The-
Shit, right?
What is a man? A
lies.
miserable pile of
Pile of-
secrets.
Secrets. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Which is
it's funny.
Wait, yeah, this might be what Rags
It's
was
kind
talking
of a
about.
good
'Cause
line,
that,
anyways, even if it was a
that is in
mistranslation.
character melodramatic, is it not?
I mean, I'd say so. I don't even know that I'd describe it as melodramatic. It's just it's a strange sentence in English, and it kind of works to make Dracula sound distinct in
Here, the
the
only thing
words he's choosing at the same time.
you really need to know is that the guy in blue here on your screen, his name is Richter. He's a vampire killer, and he's going after Dracula. And once he meets Dracula, this happens.
Time, monster. You don't belong in this world.
It was not by my hand that I'm once again given flesh. I was called here by humans who wish to pay me tribute.
Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Perhaps the same could be said of all religions.
Your words are as empty as your soul. Mankind ill needs a savior such as you.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. How about you?
Okay, so obviously the voice acting here is bad, but one of the dead
Well,
giveaways
voice
that
acting here is just to be clear, the voice acting is fucking glorious. All right,
Yeah, it really is. It's super charming.
Amazing.
I don't actually think it's the words, really, at all, for the most part. I think a lot of it's just the performance that makes it so melodramatic. I mean, yeah, there's a couple of things where it's like you probably wouldn't translate it that way, but you could have, let's say, I don't know, if I'm just like, you could have Charles Dance or some actor like that give it, like, say those exact same words in a way that would not read as melodramatic at all.
Well, I don't even know that.
Definitely be better just from better voice acting.
What they're talking about is pretty dramatic. They're not like over. You don't understand what I'm saying? Like, they're not making more drama out of the situation that would require it. It seems like there's a hell of a lot of drama to be had about this situation. It truly is. I think the performances.
I don't
think it's
know
entirely
that much
the
about this
performances.
game, but I think for me, this type of thing, if I see this, I'm like, it mostly sort of comes off as more of a creative decision, sort of an artistic. Like, if these characters started like spewing Game of Thrones level of like dialogue at me right now, I would be like, I would not enjoy it as much as I do this. Like, it's sort of like artistic decision for me more so.
Mm-hmm.
I think it really works with the visuals and stuff like that. I don't mind it.
There's all sorts of things that are intentionally over the top and camp by design, and I would say that when they're successful, it's very much because they're melodramatic.
Was that working for everybody? Because I enjoyed the scene.
It's definitely fun.
I liked it. I enjoyed it.
It depends on its
I
like
love this whole game from beginning to end.
Yeah, I guess I need to be more familiar with
about the characters.
Yeah, the genre and the tone overall. I'm not familiar with it, so I can't speak to it.
Yeah, but in isolation, it is an interesting line. What is a man? A miserable pile of secrets. I assume that's talking about how Dracula here, this vampire guy, this Dracula, is. I guess he thinks that like humans are they harbor lies and they're deceitful, and they got a lot of problems and a lot of foibles and faults that they kind of keep to themselves or don't want other people to know that they're deceitful. That's his view of what people are.
I don't know. I think that line specifically is fucking bullshit, but
I like the line. I like that line.
A miserable pile of secrets. I mean,
what is a man? A miserable pile of secrets.
I think the line is fucking stupid.
I don't think so. It's talking about it, to refer to a man as a pile, a miserable little pile of secrets.
That's funny.
To be fair,
that's weird because when I hear that, there's nothing about that that's funny to me.
I mean, Boogie is a pile, but I don't think of a man as a pile usually.
No,
isn't that the point though?
Because it's not like literal. It's not a literal pile. It's like figuratively.
He's dismissive.
A man.
Well, I know it's figurative.
I
also don't think Boogie is a literal pile, Rags.
He's also, I guess, ultimately expressing why are their souls worth saving? Like men are nothing. There's no point in feeling sorry for them.
Yeah,
if you're
there's no
someone
good
like
in
me.
men because men are a miserable little pile of secrets. Miserable in the sense of that's what he thinks about what he's about to describe. Little in the sense that he thinks very little of them. He sees himself as better than them. A pile meaning that they have a lot of these flaws and secrets, which is their deceitfulness. Yeah, I
Well,
think. It's a
I mean,
good
yeah,
line.
that is kind of true because again, the translation is notably not really accurate to what I think is apparently in the Japanese text. Although I don't speak
got
Japanese, so I couldn't really tell you that. But at the same time, I feel like it works really well at the same time.
Nah.
Yeah, I like it. I think it works really. Yeah, I think it works well. Even though I don't know much about Dracula's character in the game, I think that one line says a great deal of what he thinks of people.
He's more overtly evil in the games than he is in the Netflix series.
All right.
That it's melodrama is the fact that everything Richter says ends with an exclamation point. It's just a lot of yelling back and forth, and this dialogue exists purely.
So the Marriage Story example doesn't work because that's a lot of yelling.
That would have had exclamation points at the end of most.
much yelling.
To create a sense of conflict that really isn't there.
They totally
What do
have.
you
I don't
mean
even
it's
know
not
anything about their
there?
game, but
Never
they
to
clearly
kill
have.
him. They're there to fight.
Yeah.
The last line is like, "Time, I'm gonna fucking kill you." So he's like, "But enough talk. Have at you." They're about to fight to the death.
I don't think that's
It's an
forcing
intro
conflict.
level boss fight preamble, is what that is. Like it's
Assuming
just,
it's not trying to be camp and funny and it's trying to be serious, the only failure really is in the over the top performances. It's not the words, as far as I'm concerned.
And because of that, it just comes off as laughable because it's just so over the top. So you don't want this type of melodrama in your stories. Instead, try something like what the Castlevania Netflix series does in this next example. And it's a very similar scenario. We have Alucard, who is the son of Dracula, going into a confrontation with Dracula. And they're going to have a conversation here. Pay attention to how different it is from the first example I gave you.
Father. Son. Your war is over.
Gonna do a safety pause.
Why?
Welcome to say whatever you want. I'll just I'll
Netflix.
This seems more funny to me than the last one, actually.
Well, out of context.
Yeah, I like this scene.
It's probably much better in
just
context. It's
very
just funny to
different
cut to a scene where you just go, father.
Father.
Son. Wait, who talks like
Because you
that,
say
though?
so. It ends in the name of my mother.
Out of context. It's just funny.
I mean, this seems way more overdramatic than the other scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the
I don't
delivery
have
is
any
the
context
difference.
for
Cap's
anything that's
right.
happened before this.
Father. In the name
I mean,
of
if you were
honor.
delivering this, like the Symphony of the Night game dialogue, it would seem as silly. These exact words.
It endures in the name of your mother.
Okay, so notice how the dialogue in this confrontation is toned down and measured out.
Toned down?
It's the performance, not the dialogue.
It's super fucking dramatic.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree that it's toned down. I guess compared to shouting, it's
Less
just
loud.
They
It's quieter.
don't say a lot of words.
Because I can just I can very easily imagine the response being, it's because of your mother, especially when someone
In the
brings
name
up someone's
of my
parentage
mother.
or loved ones,
Yeah,
it often
exactly.
drives
The way you
someone to
just
be
read it.
passionate.
You
This
can
is all
feel
performance notes.
Yeah.
emotion boiling beneath the surface of their words, and that's so much better than what we got in the first example where everybody's just shouting back and forth.
You couldn't feel.
In this second example,
What?
Well, isn't
This
it a
is
little
bizarre.
Bit awkward?
Yeah.
This one has the verbal battle, attack, and defend. The last one did.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
It
the last one
absolutely
did.
did.
The last one was
Dracula
very
throws his wine glass.
Yeah, like
He's attacking the floor with his wine.
No. The floor takes 2 damage.
Characters are practically restraining themselves from lashing out, and we get the sense of the subtext, the emotion that is underlying it. And also we get the verbal battle, the back and forth. It sounds natural.
The problem is, like,
Everything
you need to make more of a case for why characters can't yell, because, like, that's kind of because saying like, oh well, the emotion's boiling beneath the surface. Yeah, that can be fine. That can be totally fine. But it can also be totally fine for characters to be screaming at each other. That there are
Screaming is
contexts that
cringe,
happen
though,
as
Fringy.
well.
Yeah, don't.
I mean, I guess as long if we just decide that that's the case, it's more so just saying like, yeah. See, the reason why this is good is because it's toned down. It's like, yeah, sometimes when it's amped up, that's the right decision. Emotion boiling beneath the surface, that can be fine. Sometimes it's better if the emotions are actually like bubbling over.
Again, a classic in chat.
Really
Really good.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I don't know. It's for whatever reason, I'm thinking about the melodrama one would be in Rings of Power. You know, the one where Galadriel is screaming at. Yeah, no, not that one. The
oh
the
no,
one where she's
the other
screaming
one.
at Sauron on the
raft?
boat. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that one. That's
At the very
what I
end.
would think of as
In the
melodrama.
last episode, yeah.
Yes, that would be like what I
Sauron
would think of
lives
melodrama.
because of
Like,
you.
it's just really, really, really unnecessarily cringy and over the top. It's a bad one.
About this dialogue in the TV show is considerably better than what we saw in the video game. Now, the third type of bad dialogue is exposition, specifically exposition that involves characters discussing things they already know. And this is often called the as you know Bob.
Well, this will be the easiest one to nail. Like,
yeah, this is way more agreeable because, like, as you know, Bob, and then explaining what they know is a case of. There's very few times when you can justify characters saying that.
Exchange.
Sorry, I just want to go back to the previous one very quickly. I feel like the obvious counterexample is the Boondocks, where like they have that one really melodramatic scene and it's fucking awesome.
Well, I think that's what Rags opened with when we talked about this subject, was like, I hope he didn't mean all melodrama's bad, as opposed to, contextually speaking, when you are engaging in melodrama when you should not be. Because there are plenty of opportunities in stories where melodrama is used because the character is being melodramatic, as was mentioned. But
yeah.
Well, anyway, so you got characters discuss things they already know. Lazy exposition often sounds unnatural. I agree with all of them. Let's
that if you have two characters and one of them is named Bob, you might have a scenario where one says, "As you know, Bob, the house down the street has been haunted for decades." Or, "As you know, Bob, my wife works at the supermarket so she can help your kids get a job." Or, "As you know, Bob, we're just saying this so that the audience can understand where the plot is going." That sort of thing. The "as you know, Bob" exchange is not what you want in your stories because it's just a cheap attempt at telling the audience something. An example of this comes from the...
Oh my god.
Wait a second. Wait. This is
of all examples.
This is my favorite movie.
What are we doing?
No.
Why are we here?
Wait!
Lord of the Rings or Fellowship of the Ring?
I know what he's going to say.
Bilbo's
that
speech,
sign
his birthday
is
speech?
exposition. Because we all know it's his birthday. There's no reason for that sign to be there. Take that shit down. We know why we're here.
These people know why they're there. They don't need that fucking sign. All right,
dialogue.
Let's not panic. This could be anything. Who knows?
First Lord of the Rings
it's
movie.
Gonna be the speech.
Oh, God damn
it's
it.
gonna be the speech.
Remember the party
He's going
at
to
the beginning
criticize
where
the
Bilbo's
dialogue in a
celebrating
scene
his
that
birthday?
contains I like less than half of you twice as well as you deserve. It's amazing.
And Bilbo and Frodo have this exchange here. Pay attention for the "as you know, Bob" moment.
I'm very selfish, you know. Yes, I am. Very selfish.
Gonna pause for safety. You know how it goes. Blim blam blim 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 bloom.
Is it because they said as you know?
Frodo doesn't know
We're gonna
that necessarily?
We're gonna have to wait for the explanation because holy shit, he's touching a nerve with this one.
I don't know why I took you in after your mother and father died, but it wasn't out of charity.
Okay, so in this example, Bilbo and Frodo are discussing something that they both already know. Neither one of them is really gaining anything from this conversation. It's purely there so that
That's not true.
That's not accurate at all.
Because I don't think that Frodo thinks Bilbo is selfish in this scene. I think Bilbo is saying, "Hey, just so you might have think I've been very altruistic taking care of you,
Listen,
but
it's Lord of the
I was
Rings.
actually being selfish."
It's so good, all right? Almost every part of it. So we got to roll it back. It's the Sackville Baggins is they're running around and he notices them and he's like, "Oh God, Frodo, hide me!" And then he does. And then the context of this whole party is that he's leaving, right? He's building up to the speech. He's about to abandon everyone here and go to Rivendell. So what is he thinking about? Well, Frodo just protected him from the Sackville Bagginses and he's reminding himself of how awesome Frodo is. And yet he's leaving him. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the conversation is him trying to reconcile that fact. I took Frodo in, I raised him, and I'm leaving him. And then he says, "You'll be all right," right? Like he's reassuring himself,
It's also
building up to abandoning him. And he's also letting Frodo know that he believes he has the spirit to be able to take care of himself, unlike a lot of people in the village that he did not have that same relationship with. Which is not something
And
Frodo would
he's also
necessarily know,
trying-
why he took him and why he raised him when he is a bit of an asshole, which is what he opens with. He's like, I am kind of an asshole.
He says that after this, but he's also like admitting something to Frodo that Frodo really doesn't, know. That he took him in, but it wasn't out of charity. It was, because of this other reason.
He's trying to level with Frodo and be like, no, I am.
Yeah, and I think
selfish.
it's not prompted randomly.
Don't
This is
deny it.
because he's about to make a huge life decision, and Frodo's the main person he worries about suffering as a result of it.
Yeah.
I strongly believe that not all exposition is bad. Exposition to some degree is needed, and if it's natural and well written. It depends on a context. You need to communicate to the viewer that information somehow, right? You can't just show everything. To some degree, you need to use exposition. And also, what if the characters actually do need to exchange information on screen? Just because it could be counted as exposition, make it bad? Because in reality, we actually do in our lives exchange information, and if we were in a movie, that would be labeled as exposition. Should that be written off as bad?
It is often important for people to, for catharsis or to make sure to cover their bases, that I'm putting out, I was like, you know this, I know this, just to be sure, we need to know this is the state of things, especially if a decision's about to be made, or if you're about to debate on something, or try and figure out a solution to something. Here's the situation. It could be the finances of a company. It could be the relationship between relatives that you're talking about. It could be making plans for scheduling and whatnot. It's like, it makes people feel safe, secure, helps them make more informed decisions. If they say stuff like this, as you know, is one way to say it, but sometimes I'll just say it. The whole cards on the table kind of, thing.
Really like down to numbers specifically, as in there's people in a submarine, so you have to pass information back and forth about the nature of locations, coordinates, and everything. So it's literal exposition, back, forth, orders, back, forth. You could, I think, be valid in having it stay that way. But then, maybe part of a video I might try to construct would be, if you have the chance, then take it to infuse those pieces of exposition with character. So say, for example, a character who overly celebrates when they actually get successful hits, you can infuse that into their dialogue. Or one that, through a realization of a bomb dropping on coordinates that are too close to them, you can tell just from the way that he describes the next set of coordinates or something like that. Trying to get character into
if I can give one of my favorite examples is actually from an incredible movie called The Blues Brothers, where right before one of the greatest sequences ever put to fucking film, when they drive to Chicago and they wreck all those cop cars and everything. Elwood says, it's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark and we're wearing sunglasses. And Jake says, hit it. And then they take off. That's exposition. They both know all that shit. It explains their attitude. We're in this, confidence, let's go. Here's what our situation is. Boom, we're going to Chicago. Love that fucking line. Great film if you haven't seen The Blues Brothers. Good stuff. But yeah, I would never say that that's bad dialogue, even though it is, I guess, technically exposition. They are telling each other, Elwood's telling Jake things they both already know. It's establishing stakes in the scene, and hit it. Off they go.
And just
You guys know this movie better than I do, but it really seems like the claim that neither character learns anything new is just simply not true here.
No,
in this case,
I think he only used it because Bilbo says, "As you know," when he's like, "I'm very selfish, as you know," and I think he's like, "Oh, this is an as you know, Bob." Frodo obviously already knows
he doesn't
himself.
realize he's selling that. That's not actually the case. Even though
I know.
It's not actually true.
Well, and I think
he was trying to find an example. Might have like Control F'd a few scripts with "as you know," found this one, and just like, yeah, okay, cool. He's telling something he already knows, obviously.
If you remember, he's kind of saying a lot here, spilling his heart a little bit more than usual, and I think it ends with Frodo saying, like, have you been smoking the weed or whatever again?
No, have you been drinking
drinking
something? Yeah, but point being that
the old Gaffer's brew is the thing.
Bilbo being stoned is a given. It's have you been drinking in addition to smoking weed?
No.
Well, point being
Yes, but
that
that's
Frodo
mixing
finds
your medications again.
Frodo believes like his attitude is unusual, so it's still this is still a situation that's new for him with Bilbo,
Mhm.
and then of course this is arguably more about Bilbo himself. He's saying this and it's for us to learn a bit about him as well, and then no tension or conflict. Well, we know more than Frodo does, especially on a rewatch, but the music itself is relatively calming. Like the idea that there's no tension or conflict and that's why it sucks is very odd.
Yeah. We've left the diegetic music of the party, which is present in most of the other scenes, and we have gone into, tone establishing soundtrack.
I have a huge problem with this point, and this applies to like his last point about melodrama because it really sort of disqualifies the mentally ill type of characters, which I think applies to Bilbo here. The characters that are not themselves, that are mentally not that well and express emotions in a, not such a traditional manner that Bilbo does here. He's obviously affected by the ring, right? So I think these types of rules usually don't apply to those types of characters. Yeah, and to use them as an example is very, I don't think it's correct.
I think he missed here.
Yeah.
I'm not looking forward to when he says, "Here's how to do it right." Here we go.
I think caught up to speed on what happened to Frodo's parents, and frankly, it's just lazy writing. Now, in the
it's not
lazy writing.
Damn, he didn't mention any of the fucking things we talked about. Huh?
You know what's funny is because he just didn't notice the subtext, which is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Bilbo's vulnerable there. Like he's feeling guilt about the things he's done, and he feels that he has been selfish. And
I mean, how is there more subtext? How's there more subtext in the Netflix Castlevania scene?
Yeah,
I mean, again, like I like that scene, but they're sort of just laying it out on the table there.
On the other hand, if you want to explain something through a dialogue exchange, do what they do in John Wick.
What does this have to do with
this? It's a different. It's a totally different scene. It's a cool scene. I like this scene a lot. But
yeah, his points of comparison are weird.
This is
Bilbo should have
actually
punched Frodo in the face.
This is just a case of actually relaying exposition that the character doesn't know and doing it in a way that's entertaining. That's very different than the last scene. The last scene was subtext that you didn't understand. That's what happened.
Now, if you remember early on in the story here, Vigo, who's the main villain, he tells his son who John Wick is, and he does it in a way that is very cool and very creative. I will show it to you right now. And the key thing to know here is that Vigo's son is not aware of John Wick's history.
Isn't that key as a...
That is...
like...
That's the key bit of information. You can't do as you know if the character doesn't know. Like
as you don't
know. The whole point of as you know.
I know.
Yeah, like the way to present a good example of as you know is to find more subtle ways of getting characters to essentially disclose things that they know without, this is just a different circumstance. He doesn't know. So you shouldn't present the way you get around as you know is that the character doesn't know. No, you need to present the reason.
No,
you need to
like
present
I think
how
You know, a really great example of repeating almost a million fucking times a piece of information everyone always knows but tells you something about the character. Take, for example, someone who maybe is not being super honest about a potential illness and repeats that they have it over and 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 over to everyone who already knows. Why would they be doing that? It's like, oh, it's poor exposition. It's like, no. They're desperately trying to garner sympathy for their illness. That's what they're doing, and they're doing it badly, but it's still character.
Say what you want about Boogie. He's a well-written character.
He's well-written, yeah.
He's a complex character.
I think I've thought of an example, though, how you can have an as you know screen that's written with a bit more tact than just saying here as you know and then explaining all the things. Have the character who is theoretically doing or facilitating the exposition be asking them questions that they know the answer to, and having that the character who already knows saying it. So be like, so you already know these things, so why would you have done this? Like if he says, do you know who John Wick is? He's like, yeah, he's one of those assassin guys. Do you remember the things that he's done? I think I heard a story about him killing someone with a pencil. It's like, and you killed his dog and thought that would be okay. Like that would kind of be the same thing, but that would be a version in which Theon here already knew, when this is not that case. He doesn't know, and he needs to be told.
What I take from this is Bilbo should have punched him in the face, like punched Frodo in the face, and told him, like, you don't know who the Sackville Bagginses are, do you?
Let me tell you about the Sackville Baggins.
What do you know? What do you know about this ring? Oh, it's a nice little piece of jewelry. Poof. Let me tell you about this ring.
The ring.
Oh my god.
The Sackville Baggins, they're the boogeymen. Like they said, the Sackville Baggins to kill the fucking boogeyman.
I mean, like 100 years after Lord of the Rings, I think at that point you'd probably have stories in the Shire. Be like, yo, the Baggins, they've been through 2 major conflicts, and they're like the only people who have ever left the Shire.
You don't fuck with the
It's wild.
Bagginses, yeah.
It's not what you did, son.
Sorry, there's actually a good example of this in John Wick, though, where the mechanic calls up this guy and says, "Oh yeah, Theon killed this guy's dog and stole his car. It was John Wick." And this guy just goes, "Oh."
Yeah.
Oh, the boss.
Yeah.
The boss calls the mechanic and asks why you hit his son. Hit his son. Yeah.
Yeah,
And he
I got
explains
some
it.
of the.
He's John Wick. He said, "Yeah, you're right." He says like, "Shit." Yeah.
Totally understood.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Scene
It
totally
angers me
changes.
so. It's who you did it to.
Who? The fucking nobody?
And yeah, by the way, the performance is so fucking good here as well.
Oh yeah.
John Wick is the good one.
Nobody. It's John Wick. He once was an associate.
John Wick is so good.
Dude, these scenes are so fucking like not at all the same. I don't even know where to begin. Like, well, broadly speaking, what is good, what is bad? Like, okay.
They're not even close in like what?
Yeah. It's totally different.
We call him Baba Yaga, the boogeyman.
We call him Bilbo Baggins.
Well, John was
She made up with my silverware once.
Because he disappears at birthday party.
They just established that Theon did know what Baba Yaga meant, because he immediately was like, yeah, I know, the boogeyman. That's what that means.
Exactly, the boogeyman. He was the one you sent to kill the fucking boogeyman.
Okay, so this is much stronger than
That's so good.
I love the delivery.
It avoids being on the nose.
No, it is.
It is entirely on the nose.
It's super on the
It's
nose.
all on the
It's
nose.
a father explaining to his son that shit is about to go down. You fucked up seriously. Here is how you did it. It's super on the nose. It would be weird if he was being
on the nose.
subtextual to his
Well,
son.
is this a troll video? Like,
No, this is a.
Well,
this
he
is
just
writer
shows
Ryan
a scene.
Nutsalot or whatever his name is.
I think he's a fucking troll. Like.
No, he's not a
He's the man you send to kill the boogeyman.
He wrote a book,
That's
damn you.
not on the nose.
Would you
Just
you
one thing,
think he fake published a whole book just to make this video? You would never.
Yeah, absolutely.
I need to see the bad dialogue versus good
dedicated
dialogue
troll, right?
video from Chuck Tingle.
He chose a scene though to describe avoid being on the nose that is very on the nose, but just is in a movie, a scene, and a context where on the nose really works well. It's not a scene that isn't on the nose. It's just a good one.
the Bilbo Frodo exchange because
stop even. Why would you even compare it to Bilbo and Frodo? I don't even like. There's nothing.
Vigo is telling his son something that he doesn't know, and it's also something that the audience doesn't know. We finally get to learn who John Wick is, why he's such a threat, why people are afraid.
What the fuck is the connection, man? We finally get to learn who the Sackville Bagginses are.
The John Wick scene has more in common with the opening dialogue or sort of like preamble stuff in Blade, where it's just like exposition of like, hey, yeah, here's the deal with this world and this dude in it, and this is why you should think he's awesome.
This is Katana.
She's got my back.
This is the Hobbit you send to kill the fucking Sackville Bagginses.
I feel like the perfect. I feel like the perfect example of what he's trying to go for here is TFA with, oh, she's with the captain of the Millennium Falcon, Han Solo, your father. Because that's way over explaining information that he already knows.
Oh god, yeah, I hate
That
that
should have
part.
been the example.
Would be a better comparison, yeah.
Yeah, you're right, because it's Snoke when he's talking to Kylo.
Yeah.
And what do you say? The captain of the Millennium Falcon is like, oh, yeah, we know who that is, and I guess he knows who that is. Your father. You're like, oh, well, all right then. He goes, it's
I
Han
know.
Solo. You're like, okay, stop.
You don't have to tell me every time, Snoke.
You know the guy. The ultimate picture. That one.
You told me 5 times today, you fucking...
Really like
Previously
about this
known as Han.
dialogue here is that Vigo never actually calls John Wick a hitman or an assassin. That kind of things, if he were to say either one of those, that would be on the nose. Oh,
He said he's the guy you send to kill the boogeyman.
But he didn't say the word assassin.
He
This is
never said,
Billy.
as you know.
He
He
fixes
never said,
cars.
as you
He
know.
fixes cars for a living, but I didn't call him a mechanic.
What were we supposed to think when he said he's the one you said to kill the boogeyman? Like, that he is just a painter?
He's really good at trading stocks, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
He's a good doctor.
John Wick was a great hitman. John Wick was a great assassin. Nah, that's kind of boring. Instead, he gives this vivid description about Baba Yaga, the boogeyman. He's the one you sent to kill the fucking boogeyman. Those
Well,
are
what
some
would you call a person you send to kill someone?
Also, it's not fantastic as an explanation when you just read the dialogue to me. Like, yeah. Why is that good? Tell me.
great details.
getting
The fourth
The great details. Okay.
Great detail. You just described the job of an assassin. You just you didn't say the word assassin, but it seems like a low bar for good dialogue.
type of bad dialogue is forced poetry. Sometimes you have characters who normally speak like everyday people, and then some kind of event arises in the story. Maybe it's like romantic related, or maybe it's like a big moment in the story, and all of a sudden they start speaking in flowery language and purple prose and whatever it may be. And it just doesn't sound like them. It sounds totally unnatural. I think one of the most notorious examples of this is Anakin Skywalker's I hate the sand speech. I'll play it for you right now.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating.
Pause.
This is not poetry. This
This isn't
even
poetry at all,
trying to
yeah.
be poetry.
It's the
He's just
opposite.
talking like a normal person.
rhyme.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's not. It's not like
True,
he's...
because if it
Yeah,
doesn't
I am
rhyme,
haunted
it's
by the
not
kiss
poetry.
that you never-
True.
I think I'm haunted by the kiss is more poetic than sand kind of
Yeah,
sucks.
I was kind of expecting him to reuse that scene for this.
Yeah,
Coarse and
well,
rough
it's
and
what
irritating, and
Nutsa
it gets
said.
everywhere. Poetry.
Sand is of the land, and it is in my hand. And he presents it to Padme.
Yeah, that's good writing.
And
There you
it's
go,
gay,
poetry.
I don't want it to stay, please go away.
Irritating. And it gets everywhere. Not like here. Here everything is soft.
Pause.
Wait. The
Horny
swallow he
swallow.
does there.
Yeah.
Oh
The horn
my
swallow.
God.
It's a classic tactic.
I'm salivating looking at you wearing that. I better swallow before I choke on myself.
And smooth.
Okay, so Anakin should not be talking like this. It's way too flowery.
It's not flowery at all.
It's not flowery, no.
This is not at all flowery.
It's coarse
This
and
is
rough, really.
And it gets
irritating,
everywhere.
And it gets everywhere. It's like Shakespearean.
It's stupid.
Tries
Also,
too hard to
this
be.
sand is coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Wow, what a poem! Like, why did you come up with that? Like, wow. I don't know. What can you say about it? He's just wrong. Like, that's not the problem here at all. But okay.
And it just comes off as unnatural. Now, this isn't to say that characters who speak like everyday people can't have a poetic moment every now and then, because you can have characters who are gruff and nasty and they come away with a line of dialogue that comes off sounding pretty poetic. But the thing is, you have to keep that dialogue grounded in their character. Here's an example from Game of Thrones. It comes from the second season, episode 9. It involves the Hound, who is the head of the Kingsguard. And in this scene, he decides that he is done with the Kingsguard. He is abandoning his army.
The king?
I'm genuinely confused. Like, because I was already confused. What's a poetic line from the Hound? He doesn't do poetry.
Fuck the king.
He's the least poetic person there.
Well, I think that was that not part of his point? He was saying like even the least like the most I have to see his example. I'm a little lost here.
And In the scene, he has a poetic moment, but it is still something that sounds natural coming out of his mouth.
Your King's Guard, Clegane. We must beat them back or they're going to take this.
Okay, yeah, I know exactly what this is. How is this poetry?
Yep. This is so
I was
poetic.
about to say, I was like, this line?
Yeah, hopefully I can get it in one, but here it comes.
Fuck the King's Guard. Fuck the city. Fuck the king.
That is
So
that is
poetic.
it
That
in
is
full.
like-
Wait,
is it because
just
it's a
second, is
triple?
this- just to be clear,
Yeah.
is this flowery and poetic?
Which is apparently poetic? I don't know.
Fuck the King's Guard, fuck the city, fuck the king.
You
All
might
of
not
this is
know
a
it,
troll
but fuck
video,
is actually
come
a
on.
very poetic word.
That is precisely what a drunken soldier who's just done would say.
I
Yeah,
don't-
fuck
yeah,
this,
yeah.
fuck
How
this
is this
military,
different from
fuck you,
fuck
I'm
Destiny,
All right.
fuck Mudahar, fuck Medicurve, fuck Keemstar?
He never said
How is
Boogie
that-
wasn't
how
a
is this
poet, all right?
different?
But let's
Boogie,
okay,
the poet of our age.
let's get the explanation.
All right, so that exchange, the fuck the King's Guard, fuck the
that's
city,
it.
fuck the king, that is poetic within the
Come
context.
on, man.
It's anaphora, rhetorical technique, starting consecutive sentences with the same word or phrase. Dude.
Oh, shut up.
Oh, I didn't realize that every drunken weirdo that I've
He's
seen
a
in my
poet
life is
now.
actually a Shakespearean poet.
Also,
I didn't go up to him and say,
Newsflash.
you are speaking in anaphora. That's brilliant. You should be writing this down.
Also,
Most
Molly could act
language has
like 10
rhythm to
seconds
it.
or something. I want to hear is like how he says that line specifically.
What, anaphora or
Right. Like I thought he was chuckling when he like started saying this.
Oh, okay.
I
Sure,
just
whatever.
back a little bit. Yeah.
All right, so that exchange, the fuck the King's Guard, fuck the city, fuck the king, that is poetic within the
Oh, never mind.
context of the Hound's dialogue. That is something that, you know, it sticks with you
It's
when you
kind of
watch the
chuckling, but no.
So if he says fuck 3 things consecutively, that's poetry. Oh,
I mean,
right.
so if you use that with in any context, I love burritos, I love hamburgers, I love chicken
I
wings.
love
Did I just do
pizza,
poetry?
I love bagels.
Fuck you,
I love hot dogs and mustard and peas. What is it?
Fuck you, fuck your father,
great
fuck
poet.
your honor, fuck your cow.
Friggy, that's a Simpsons reference. I couldn't remember it exactly. It's
Wait, which one? Sorry.
it's when it's when he's becoming a food critic. I think they say like he's like you love food.
Oh, right,
Then he goes, I love food. I love pizza. I love bagels.
Oh, I actually. I'm
I
not
like
gonna
like breaking
lie.
into
With
songs.
mustard and peas.
Hot dog, mustard, and peas.
Oh,
Is that
wow.
it? I can't remember.
I think so. Something like that.
I love.
He
lamb.
says, I'll eat egg flan. I'll even eat. He said, I'll even eat a baby deer. La 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 la. Who's that baby deer on the lawn? The guy in the background goes, enough. He's just thinking about eating all kinds of food.
Fucking great.
Yeah, I remember that one now.
Poetry, that's good dialogue.
So I swear to God, it's funny as fuck if you watch that clip.
show.
Yeah,
It's something
it's
you don't
fucking good.
forget because of the way it is delivered, the way that the dialogue is arranged, yet at the same time, it's not flowery. It sounds natural coming from this character. And then the fifth type of dialogue is wooden.
I'm gonna say it. This has been a really shitty video so far.
Well, you know
This
what?
is terrible
The
examples.
broad examples are fine, but the broad statements rather. The examples are horrible.
Some
Yeah.
some
Yeah,
of the
some
broad,
of them. Yeah, some of them.
Well,
fine.
wait,
I would say
Like the first statement was 100% fine.
So
But,
I think he's right about exposition. That's well. The problem is all of these are beset with unnatural dialogue, which seems to be the most important agreed upon thing. Which is, yeah, don't have a character say something that the character wouldn't say. But you could
Yes.
argue that he is now going into the subcategories. One, they exposit because the plot needs them to. Two, I was about to say the one on screen, which is so wooden dialogue. We'll see what he says about that. But poetic where they shouldn't be. Too expository where they shouldn't be, too expressive of an emotion when they shouldn't be. Like, I think we'd agree with all these as subcategories. It's just his examples have been horrible.
Yeah.
Yes.
The points are flawed. The examples are abysmal.
I'm
And
still
completely out of
convinced
context.
he's a troll, to be honest.
I
he's
think
a
this
very
is
dedicated-
real. I think this is... Fucking check the comment section, alright? Go find out if he's real.
And
Dialogue. This
the
is
fact
dialogue
that this is coming from a writer is
That doesn't surprise me at all. Rags, the amount of people we cover on this fucking useless ass site. They're like,
I'm a writer,
I've written
I'm a
for
director,
10,000
I'm a
years, and
da-da-da."
I'm about to give you the 10 writing rules. Number one, fucking.
Did you know that the color blue is shit always?
Number
And
one,
like,
fuck the
why
king.
would you? Like, where did this come from?
Always
What
writing
the fuck is
poetry.
happening?
You know, the number one rule.
Are you turning into Trump right now?
I would listen to Trump's writing
the best
advice.
dialogue,
Fuck yeah.
the best examples.
I have the best
Fuck the-
writing, the best rules, the
supposed
best
to say-
words.
The hero always
Best
wins.
words.
Fuck the King's
Every
Guard.
time.
Yeah.
Fuck the King's Guard. Fuck the Democrats.
Yeah.
It is funny though.
Fuck
'cause
Washington D.C.
to open with the whole, I have so much experience at this time, I let you in on it. It's like, all right.
That is too formal, it's too stilted, it sounds completely
Okie
unnatural.
dokie.
And one of the best and funniest examples of wooden dialogue comes from the original Resident Evil back on the PS1. And all you need to know in order to understand the context here, Resident Evil takes place during a zombie apocalypse, it takes place inside a haunted house, and the main character, her name is Jill, she is trapped in...
Is it a haunted house?
No, it's
Zombies
just a
aren't
zombie.
It's not a haunted house. It's just a house that has zombies in it, which does not
Yeah,
make it haunted.
There are
We
no
need to have
ghosts.
It's not a
Ghosts.
haunted
I
house.
don't think.
I'm not a Resident Evil purist or anything, but I don't think that it's not a haunted house.
Look,
It's
Rags,
just
it
zombies.
is in the name,
right
the
now-
resident is evil.
But the thing
But
is,
not
that
haunted.
this is just like his.
Resident.
his
It's not called
Resident E-
haunted
Resident
evil.
Evil.
It isn't a
Yeah,
haunted
this-
house.
Or resident
This is
haunted.
very similar to his Symphony of the Night example because this is a Japanese game from the mid '90s that famously has a bad translation.
Well, wait. What's his explanation of it?
in one of those rooms
Jill
where the
sandwich,
ceiling
so-
falls down on
Yeah,
you.
but what's
The
you have to
original
wait until he
translation was
says
Jill
things so that we
sashimi,
can see what he
so-
says.
She's basically
Does
like a
this one
SWAT
have the-
team member, and she's calling for help, and one of her friends manages to save her. And
Probably heard
after
this
she is saved, just listen to this dialogue.
Oh, Barry!
That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
You're right. Barry, thanks for saving my life. But Barry, didn't you say you're going back to the dining room to do some research? Why on earth are you here?
I just had something I wanted to check. Now, let's get back to searching for
Your
the lost
ass.
captain and Chris, shall we?
Bye.
Thank you, Barry.
Yeah.
Okay, so that dialogue is so bad that it's good, and it's bad again. Obviously, if you're writing a story, you don't want to write like this. You don't want to be repeating Barry's name 4 times. You don't
Translate.
want Jill saying things like, "Why on earth are you here?" like she's 10 times her actual age. You want to avoid these things, and what I actually did here, I rewrote
10
the
times her
dialogue
actual
so that
age? How old is she? What?
I just think there's something unfair about him using examples of things that were not written in English.
Like she's
Yeah.
talking like she's 300 years old. Like what?
The fact
Well,
that
when
two
he's
of the
speaking apart
examples
language.
used, even though I disagree with one of them, is translations is like weird.
Also,
Yeah, it's weird to be using as an example to prove a point of why this is poorly written. It's like, well, I mean, but it wasn't written the language that you're criticizing.
like on the too on the nose to say thanks for saving my life. I can buy plenty of people saying that when they get their life saved. It might just be the performance. You may not buy that she feels that way.
Well, that's the
Thanks for
thing. He
saving
played
my
the
life.
whole
the
scene,
first
but
like dialogue is fine, but the rest of it is bit,
I mean, this is not a movie, so. But if this was a movie and this is how it appeared, I would say it's the problem with the direction and pacing, and there's a lot more to it than just writing. The silences
important
between
thing-
pauses.
Yeah,
the important
right,
thing in that
exactly.
scene, from like the story standpoint, is making it suspicious as to why Barry was where he was, because one of the members of the team does work for Umbrella, and you eventually find out it's not Barry. But that scene did have a purpose beyond just we're gonna say a joke about a Jill sandwich.
Well, yeah, I think I agree that there's so many problems. This is not a great example to isolate the stilted thing,
that it works and makes sense
Or
and
wooden, I think he said.
fits the character. So here's the rewrite. It's very simple and to the point. You okay? Yeah, thanks. Thought you were headed for the dining room. I got sidetracked. By what? Nothing. Listen, we should keep searching for the others. So with this rewrite, it's very simple, but at the same time, it's natural. You believe that these SWAT team members would say things like this. You're not having them say things like, why on earth are you...
I'm not impressed with this rewrite.
No, it's kind of meh.
And it really highlights the...
It's
the
really
thing that
meh,
was trying to
and
be
coming from a
implicit
writer,
before.
quite frankly, my expectations are pretty high. The guy's channel name is like Writer. It's the writer name.
It's
And
pretty
he
direct
started
and
off
to the
by
point
saying
and
my
doesn't have a lot of
credentials are a
context.
writer.
We need to put Jill Sandwich back in
Especially if it's within if it's in Barry's character to be a bit facetious, then he needs the Jill Sandwich fits in fucking perfectly. If that's the way that he kind of is.
He's the old dad-like figure of the team. Like he's the oldest one there, and he is sort of fatherly towards Jill. So I mean, him having a weird joke that doesn't really land super well is, that's the thing dads do.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Resident
Hashtag
Evil
free Jill
this
Sandwich.
game to... Yeah.
I also don't see the problem with the line,
good.
why on earth? Why is that a problem?
Apparently, she sounds like she's 10 times her age when she says that for some reason. I don't
300
Oh my god, she's a vampire.
Totally natural,
Thought
and
you were
there's
heading-
also that attack and defend going on here. Jill attacks with that line, thought you were headed for the dining room. Barry, he defends with, well, I got sidetracked. And then Jill attacks again. By what? Barry again defends.
Well, she's just asking him questions that she wants to know. Labeling it as attack and defense is
Feels like a bit of a stretch. Yeah.
Yeah, that's I just wouldn't call those
Well,
things. She's
it
like,
feels like if fucking, I don't know, Rags is like, I'll be right back, and I go, where you going? You go, I'm hungry. And I go, what are you gonna eat? And you're like, sandwich. It's like, wow, that was great attack and defend,
what kind of sandwich? Jill sandwich?
I don't know.
He hasn't really gone too deep into the attack and defend thing, and
Yeah,
I
his
don't-
bad example that he made, yeah.
yeah.
This is
Were
just
this
lame. It's
duel-
super generic. There's nothing interesting about any of this. It doesn't convey the idea that she was almost a Jill Sandwich and she just had her life saved by Barry.
I feel like maybe the character, if you're gonna rewrite it, be like, what the fuck was that? You're in a room that was about to crush you to death? What is this place, you know?
Kind of a fucking what kind of a haunted house is this?
She's so thankful she
It's
says
one of those secular
and then
haunted
thanks
houses.
after an ellipsis.
Yeah, like, he's like, oh, you see, you believe it because it's soldiers or whatever the fuck. And it's like, well, they're still people. It'd be like, I was about to die.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
If someone saves your life, you will absolutely be more grateful than saying, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, he's doing the faded badassery. Like, yeah, I'm okay. Good thing you happened by. Jill
I would have found my own
Sandwich.
way out of that room with the creepy ceiling that falls
Good
down.
thing you happened by is more rewarding
Resident
to
Evil.
Barry than yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it shows appreciation. It's a good thing you were here.
And he says nothing.
Yeah,
and
thanks. Thought you were headed for the dining room.
Yeah.
that, of course, puts questions in the reader's head. We're aware that there's some kind of subtext. There's something going on beneath here. Barry is not being honest with her. And that makes us wonder, well, okay, what else is going to go on?
Oh, you made a round 2.
Why is she satisfied by nothing as an answer? Like, it's like if this were a duel, she would interrogate him further.
Mastering dialogue. Where's the... Yeah, because writer McNulty. Bad dialogue versus good
Writer.
dialogue, round 2. Oh, we shouldn't, should we? We
We should.
In part 3.
Well,
Maybe Boogie
maybe
and
another
McNulty.
time. I'll put it on the back.
On episode 350 of
I can only
3 as well.
I can only stand so much of this incredible writing advice at one time.
Just to give an idea, the sections are name calling, preachy, filler, relentlessly repeated phrases, and clunky comebacks. So
Speaking
yeah,
of clunky comeback, how's
that'll be a fun thing we can do another time.
On in this story. So I hope this helps. Question.
Why is it blurry? What?
Why are you?
Oh,
why is
no.
it blurry?
Yeah,
Please
God.
excuse the blurry footage. Well, why didn't he?
Look,
just
he's a
do it?
writer, not a filmmaker, right?
Okay.
Question of the day: What is
Like,
your
he's not a
favorite line
cinematographer.
of bad dialogue from a movie? Let us know in the.
Record it again. It's
I
like
mean,
a 30-second
Yeah,
bit.
like
No.
autofocus
No, it can't
is
be
a-
done
a
on this
feature
video
most
about
cameras
writing.
do.
The writer is making a video on bad dialogue versus good dialogue. and it was pretty awful video. But it should be really important. This should be a very important video. I am a writer. I've written books. My credentials are that I am a writer and I'm published. But I'm not gonna. Because he edited. He had to edit it either way. You have to either edit the text that says "excuse the blurry footage," or you could not be a fucking amateur and you could not have the footage be blurry.
Damn, Rex, hitting him where he lives.
It's just like, oh, my do not have high standards. I don't. I really don't.
Yeah.
I do not expect much.
Look, he really liked the take.
It's like a Zack Snyder. This is like a Zack Snyder movie. The advice is terrible. The dialogue sucks and it's blurry.
And the camera
improper use of shallow focus.
God damn it, it's blurry. On top of everything else, Zachariah.
The only thing that saves it from a total perfect analogy is that it's not enough slow-mo, I guess.
Yeah, more slow-mo, please.
There's no slow-mo in this. If it had
slow-mo.
slow-mo, it'd be,
Should have slow-mo the last Fuck the King, yeah.
That's poetry,
This
man.
video sucks.
Well, that puts us to the next Latteroonie. Because, like I said, we ain't doing part 2 of that guy, alright? It's not happening. So we got our old friends, extra credits, and it's because this was a video we were considering covering at the time when we last went over them, but called "Why I'm Lonely Gaming."
Because you're a loser.
To be lonely.
Which is just too funny of a title not to
Because you're
wanna...
a sad loser.
I can't wait.
You deserve to be lonely.
Because you keep calling everyone a Nazi.
Back in the
It's why you're alone
keep
and
calling
sad.
everyone Nazis. Why won't you play
You
with
compared
me?
black people to orcs, man.
They did. Well, all right. At least I can get rid of the copyright cover. Back to regularity.
Okay, here we go.
Let's see
I
here.
gotta get to play here. Is it loading for anyone else?
Back in the day.
Yep.
Is it up for everybody?
All right, let me reload the page.
It's all good.
It was just spooling up a bit. Okay.
All right.
Hey, playing games was a way to find your.
Hey, just a second. Whose name is that?
mine?
Is that showing up on stream?
Back.
Oh, no,
When
it's not showing up on stream, but I can see it.
Oh,
Okay,
Sorry, I
'cause I
didn't,
was-
as well. We're gonna outro Mr. Cat.
Is it
here, I
is it
believe.
you, Moller?
Hmm?
So someone named themselves
Something very naughty.
Guarantee that's Kretoses.
So when you play and pause it shows that under the thing. If you play or pause
Gamer
it shows
words.
that.
No.
I already know. I know all of you well enough that that's Kretoses.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
I mean, I
don't
could have
care,
done
but
that,
it's-
but yeah.
I don't know if it's a YouTube thing or not. I don't care myself. It's just a channel thing. So.
I use
see it,
Watch
so I don't
Together a
know.
lot to watch stuff with friends, and I randomly named myself as a joke that once, and every time it asks me, I just put it back in.
Well, if it ain't broke.
Yeah, it's Tipples, chat. It's Tipples.
Peugeot. Okay. Gotcha.
But yeah, Capital, I don't want to hold you longer than you're able to stay awake here. I imagine you're going to the sleepy buys or something.
I am. Thanks
I
for
hope-
having me.
Sleepy, go,
It
bye-bye.
was.
We will
Okay.
likely be
It was a good
completed
time.
on our journey by the time you awaken.
Wait. Hold up, Cap. You can't go yet. We were talking about other things, but the ending of the last video, he asked an earnest question. He asked, "What's our favorite line of bad dialogue?" And we didn't answer it. And I feel like we should. We should go down and we should all say, "What's our
What?
favorite line of bad dialogue?"
Okay.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
Excellent
That's a
choice.
very good one because I was just about to say a lot of them are going to be the poor performance in the delivery, but that's a good one just in the words itself. That's going to be tough to beat.
I'm gonna go with the Master of Unlocking from whatever game that's from. I don't remember.
Resident Evil. It was
yeah.
the same characters.
Yeah. Oh, it was. Yeah. It's true.
I'll go with Mortal Kombat 2. The too bad you shall die. The delivery makes it perfect.
Masterful.
A number of examples come to my mind. For whatever reason, Jeremy Irons in Dungeons and Dragons, when he's up at the top of that tower, just hamming it up, and he's like, "Let the blood rain from the sky."
Oh, it's so good.
It's so wonderful. It's beautiful.
I
That is good
I
dialogue.
did enjoy having the opportunity to put that in the King Arthur EFAP movies. But fucking great delivery. Oh, so much time.
Well,
I can't think of a better one than somehow Palpatine returned. It's
Yeah,
pulling all my
I'm
focus.
trying to think of a better one. It's tough.
You turned her against me.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
I am all the Sith.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Are they all going to be from Rise of Skywalker?
I mean, a lot of them.
They fly
What about
now.
the fucking? They fly. Yeah, that's a good one. What about the fucking? My mother was researching spiders in the rainwood forest.
Oh, that's a beautiful one. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
my
it was
mother was
it wasn't
researching
in the
spiders in
movie,
the
though.
Amazon
That's the
before
thing.
she
It didn't make it to
died.
the final cut.
It was in the trailer, and it's in our hearts, so
Yep.
it counts.
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
Okay.
What is yours, Fringy?
Well, what criteria do I need to meet specifically here?
Bad
line
line.
of
Oh,
dialogue, yeah.
yours or his?
Bad line.
Yeah.
I mean,
You could
a lot of
use
people have been
actual
saying it in
criteria or this
chat,
guy's.
But Kal-El No is pretty
Yeah.
Kal-El, no.
amazing.
Kill her.
It's kill her.
And enough champagne to fill the Nile.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Or I need you to give me this stone.
Oh.
That's
Oh, I think I've thought of a
bunch of
more
options there.
deep cut one. Spring Breakers. James Franco going, "Look at my shit. Look at all my shit." If anyone's ever seen that movie, it's
Oh man.
it's a really
Oh,
hilarious
God.
scene.
Oh man.
Oh God! Oh man! Oh God! Oh man! Oh God! Oh man!
Yeah. And then,
That's probably
wait,
my favorite.
This is not my world. This is
Oh.
a boyland.
What is the famous Troll 2 line the guy says? They're
Oh
gonna
my
eat him,
God.
and then they're
Oh
gonna eat
my
me.
Then they're gonna eat me.
They're eating them, and they're
Oh,
gonna
and
eat
another really good
me.
one if you're thinking about old ones.
Oh my
Garbage Day!
Garbage Day. Yeah. That's a good one.
Garbage Day's
And
pretty
it's the
perfect.
eyebrows as well. The eyebrows going up and down. There's no rhyme or reason to the eyebrows.
Yeah, they're doing their own thing.
Yes, they have a
Did
mind
not
of their
hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit.
That's
Did not hit her. I did not.
That's
Oh,
that's
I
all
think
the good
you
ones.
committed
Trust me, I
suicide.
get that a lot.
Could you
Everyone
committed
named Mark wants
suicide?
that one a
Oh,
lot.
that's the best
I
one.
can't believe you committed
Yes.
suicide.
Oh, that's so good.
I can't believe it. I can't believe you committed
How could you have
suicide.
committed suicide?
Fucking real breed, man.
Is it Fateful Findings where the guy says something like, "I am now resigning as president of the bank"?
Of the bank.
Yes.
Now resigning as president of the bank.
gun in his head.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
Well, anyway, bye,
Enjoy the rest of
Cab.
the stream. Happy 300. Here's the
Thanks
300
very
more.
much. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
We will see you
Hey,
later.
Cap.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm
What
gonna
did
head
you
out as
say?
well.
Your
It
face
is,
was asking. That's why I took the photo. No one guessed that. Okay.
Looks like we're losing Britosis as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now
if
that you
there's
have
room
been
tomorrow, I'll try to be back. But it's 5 a.m. I've been up since 9.
I think we've got 11 hours to go in total, myself.
Oh
Rex,
my
and
God.
Free.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's going to start getting harder soon.
anyway,
yeah. Thank you very much for joining us, and we shall see you in the future.
Thank you for inviting me. Happy 300. Happy
Oh,
6
thank
years.
you.
Thanks very much.
Later,
We will
guys.
catch you later.
Bye.
Yeah, see you guys later.
Toodaloo. See ya. Bye bye.
Yeah, I think this is truly the dark hour, the hour of the owl, or whatever they say, where everyone.
This is where you learn. This is where you learn who your real
the
friends
ultimate
are. That's for sure.
besties.
I guess I'll leave then. Yeah.
Only ultimate
Yep,
besties would
yeah.
stay to watch extra credits videos.
Oh man,
That's it's a lot to ask.
that's fucking hilarious. Why I'm lonely gaming? Because you're a sad loser. Next video.
Next, we answered the riddle. It's all good.
Riddle me this. What is alone and yet gaming? It's me.
It's extra credits.
Back in the day, playing games was a way to find your people. Your D&D group, your Warcraft guild, your Quake clan, those people became your friends. And in a world that may have rejected many of us as dorks or nerds or whatever, games really...
Yeah, like in the 80s.
His
Why do
fucking
people want to
voice,
hang on to
man.
this stereotype like video games and tabletop
You can
role-playing
still
games?
meet people through gaming. Well,
You're a social outcast if you play video games. You're like, sure, okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, when I'm seeing Call of Duty ads during the Super Bowl, I don't know if you can say that anymore.
Dude, look at that
frankly.
Kirby. He's seen things.
Yeah, the fucking monster.
Yeah. Whoa, is he meant to be alive or is he meant to be a toy?
I think he's meant to be alive,
Well,
and
the
his soul
Sonic-
has been
Sonic is
sucked
meant
out
to
of
be-
him.
Kirby
Sonic
cannot be
is
killed.
That's
probably
impossible.
a toy, right?
Kirby's literally unbeatable.
Is that where you keep your Sonic under your
I'm
desk?
not
Oh, ugh,
That's
never
just
mind.
Well, I guess his soul got sucked out by Unicron.
That's a shitty Triforce.
Yeah, it's not quite.
Yeah.
It's not looking
The
quite
bottom right one.
You get
Really
two
goofy.
wishes and a desire.
Someone
You
failed
get to have a
geometry.
desire.
felt like they were the method we turned to both form connections and find community. But today, with
Except for all the stuff that we did in real life with our actual friends and our lives in the physical world. But apart from that, yeah, I guess that would be what's remaining.
Look at this guy
I
boasting that
suppose.
he went outside. Good for you.
It's
even
just so
makes sense.
confidently stated. This is how we made friends. It's like, calm down. We weren't all
That's one
lonely
hobby.
losers when we were growing up. Just to be clear.
With gaming more interconnected and more popular than ever, study after study has shown that loneliness is more endemic than ever among gamers. And perhaps it's a radical new...
Isn't it among everybody, not just among gamers?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I mean,
I think so.
like,
At least in the West.
Gamers most affected.
As always.
I want
You
Trump
spend
to
your
talk
whole
about
day on
the
TikTok. Vietnam.
gamers are lonely.
spending your whole
That is horrible. We need to solve this.
We need better gamers, best gamers.
We need better gamers. We better LFG systems.
We
I
need
can't
to
find a
bring
group
back
for
Modern
my
Warfare
raid.
2 lobbies. No more
I
chat
need a healer,
restrictions.
but everyone
no
who
more
joins
bans.
says hi DPS.
Everyone's a
Where are the
pussy.
healers? I need the healers. Where are they?
new way
Everyone
of
wants to do damage. No one wants to heal.
thinking about matchmaking that can really help us out.
Loud.
Thanks so much to Clarendon and their new cooperative game priorities for sponsoring.
Priorities, a party game of absurd choices. Oh, okay. We can play now. Would you rather have a scooter or a tote bag or a PlayStation controller or an Aztec with a smartphone?
Is that what
I'm
this?
taking the
Is that what it
avocado.
is? Is a party game for absurd choices? And the absurd choice is like, would you drink coffee while you're upside down?
Do you want a Fiat
mean,
500
sure.
or an avocado or half an avocado? It's not even a full avocado.
Imagine trying to use your scooter, but it's like this on the floor instead of normal.
can you
Right,
pull a
okay.
nose wheelie on a razor scooter?
Do you want 3 randomly dispersed asterisks or a
Filming you
Starbucks?
from a distance.
Imagine you looked like this deformed approximation of a person.
Wow.
That's
like
really
a-
racist, though.
Just a real
That's not
photo.
Listen, the Egyptian hieroglyphic does not appreciate your commentary on their appearance.
So sorry.
I would say his, but I do not fucking know. So
During today's important gaming discussion. But more on that awesomeness after the episode.
Okay.
I want to give a quick shout out up top to John UK, the co-founder of GameTree, a platform dedicated to helping folks find teammates and form friendships through gaming, for providing
Aw.
us with data on this subject and helping to write this episode. Thanks, John.
All right. Get
Okay, so
afraid,
you're
chat. We're about to
really
find out
No
why
incentive.
with
I was
data
a
why
little
you're
bit
lonely.
I was a little bit distracted because the delivery is just bizarre.
Yeah.
It's weird amount
it's
of
bad
space.
dialogue. It's
It's
bad
really
dialogue.
weird.
It's
What are you talking about?
It's not natural and melodramatic. It's bad dialogue.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I think
It's
it was
in
bad
character,
enough.
A writer told me that once.
Despite games being an absolute pressure cooker for interpersonal connection, self-reported gamer loneliness is hovering around 50%, which is way above the average adult loneliness figures. Meaning that young adults, for the first time since we started collecting these numbers, are actually the loneliest group in the world. But why and what can we do about it?
Because they're sad losers.
Why is
Well,
everyone
strangely-
avoiding gamers? What's wrong with them? Why are they disgusting? Let's find out.
Why are they disgusting? Why do they
So I
smell?
suppose the thing is that I'm actually curious how much higher it is than the average. I presume that graph is probably not accurate.
I mean, I wouldn't trust it.
Because it made it seem like it was,
Gamers wanna hang out and
20%
smell
or
bad
15%, rather than what it could be, which could be like 40%. You know, like if gamers say, yeah, they're about on average 5% more of them are, lonely, then I mean, why would you single out gamers on this one? It just sounds
Because
like
they're the
everybody's
most depressed
lonely.
class.
Yeah.
Our reducing friction to play together, to access information about our favorite hobby, and even finding a game you want to play, seems like it actually ended up isolating us. Because think back, right? There was a time where we all gathered around the kid in school who had, say, the latest issue of Nintendo Power or something, where you shared tips and tricks, talked about strategy.
Who wears a hat that has the same logo as that's so well, like it's conspicuously uniform.
It's the Flash mood.
It's like it's like a baseball player.
Big Flash fan right there.
Yeah.
I guess.
It's odd. It's odd. It's too matching.
And plotted your next play session with your peers, with the people you actually...
Maybe it's Zeus.
No, it's
and
Flash.
that's their lightning bolt.
Big fan of Zeus.
Just a fan of Greek mythology.
Yeah.
Light on his
I was like,
hand.
I just really love Zeus. This is his thunderbolt. I hope that what's the actor, the Les Miserables singing the
so we'll just highlight. Did he just say you get bullied for gaming?
Russell
and now
Crowe.
The people gathering around the most popular gamer guy.
Well, that's how they used to be. That's how it used to be.
Like already, I'm gonna wonder how superfluous. Like, why singling out gamers specifically is going to be pointless. Because if you're just saying, hey, back in the day, there used to be more requirements to interact with people in the real world, but now there's less. That sounds like my guess would be that would be a general problem, not a gamer problem. That the same problem applies to people in terms of social media. Or like I'll be curious why we're singling out. Well, I presume it's just because they're extra credits and they're making gaming videos. But I don't know.
I know. I think this could be applied to anyone who spends, has a hobby within that is correlated with the computer or something, And also, I have a lot of gamer friends, and most of them are more social than I am personally.
I think it's because we used to be a strong people, and now we're all just whiny little bitches, and we can't take it.
I'm not very social. I despise talking to people.
Can we not get political? Okay. With that,
people are okay.
Make gamers great again.
Exactly.
Gamers are shitty. There, I said it.
And they smell bad. I've been around them.
Knew, or at least could grow to know, rather than watching content creators on YouTube, or, looking up a guide on Fextra Life. There was a time that you had to set up a server or get a party together if you wanted to play your games.
I mean,
does
this not still happen?
There used to be a time where you had to set up a server or a party to play a game. Well, how do we do it now?
Yeah. That's still a thing. That is still a thing. I'm sure of it. That's still a thing.
I think arcades are a better example of this.
When he was saying planning your next play session with your friends, I thought his big point was going to be we used to have to play video games together in person, but now we can just do it over the internet, and that's made people more lonely. But saying we used to be able to set up servers is wild. You can still do that.
I still play miniature games all the time with my friends.
I play massive games that are way oversized, and we can't fit the pieces through the door, so we have to play outside in the heat, and it sucks.
Miniature games.
That's why we smell bad, because we have to sit out there in the heat because we can't get our gigantic games inside.
You have to carry all these huge
fucking
fucking things everywhere, and you get sweaty. Oh, fuck.
And to do so, you had to work with people, forming a small community as you went. Whereas today, many of us, myself included, more often than not, just slam that solo queue button. I mean, it's just easier, right? Couple that with the rise in toxicity. Thanks for...
You don't have to.
Oh, come on.
What is he? Yeah, there's Nazis.
Wait, hang on, no.
Because you're black or whatever.
Surely the argument would actually be the reverse. It was more toxic before. You guys ruined everything already. You've made it so that everyone gets banned.
I don't even know why we'd be needing to, not to set it, but I mean, arcade, surely that's one to point to. That it used to be that a lot of the ways that people would interact with video games was in a communal space where they could meet different people or hang out with their friends, compared to just, you just go home and you just boot up a video game. And that, like, you may have had friends that you played it before, but that as more time goes on, or the longer that remains the common way of playing, that it means that there's less and less opportunities for people to naturally form friendships. Not this.
I'm just...
If anything, all of the tools are there. You have the infrastructure and vehicles and planes and all sorts of stuff to meet up with people at varying distances. Your ability to find people who are around you in order to meet up with is shockingly easy. All you have to do is just go do it. People just aren't going and doing it. All of the tools are there. It exists. The issue is, why do people not feel like they want to, or are they too socially awkward to do it, or like that's the question.
I think it's more so a matter of, if you give people the option not to socialize, that people will actually take that option a surprising amount of the time. Whereas compared to if people are forced to socialize, if you have no choice but to go to the arcade to play video games, you're gonna interact with
turns
people.
out you'll like it.
Well, it's just an interesting thing, right? That, like, if you give people the option not to socialize, they won't do it, but then they'll be like, oh shit, I'm lonely. Whereas if they have no choice, then that can actually just create better outcomes. Because, like, you have no choice but to be social.
Yeah. And by the time they get out and... by the time they get out in the world and need to socialize, they just lack social skills that they never gained in the first place. Because there was another sort of option for them.
Yeah, and then you're just screwed. Like, good.
You also can, even
when
far back do we
arcade
go with this? Like, you had gaming consoles, so you could just sit at home and play those as well, like back in the 90s. Like, you have to go back pretty far in order to have to, like, actually go outside to socialize with people. Like, there was no other options.
Even in the 90s, when arcade games were cheap, you can only spend so much time in an arcade without spending a bunch of money. Like, like you can waste $1 on Street Fighter easily within 10 minutes if you're not great at it.
And if you had all that money, you could definitely afford a gaming system at home, so you could just sit at home.
Yeah, and that would end up saving you a lot of money, because you could just play the game as much as you want and not have to worry about pumping quarters into it.
Yeah.
But then it would be that the only way that you could play it was, you got to go together and then, like, play split screen. The only way to play together was, like, in, a real life setting.
But you could still play single player, like, by yourself.
Yeah, I mean, even the NES had 2 controller ports. Like, there were in-person multiplayer games on consoles as well, as far back as consoles were at least
what
popular.
I'm saying, is that
yeah, but you have to socialize them, like, if you're gonna play,
How much split screen is there anymore, Like,
you need to know someone who's willing to invite you into their home.
Yeah, well, and that's what I said, that I thought the route he was going to go with his argument was saying that the decrease in couch co-op is a thing that people do socially is the big thing. But, like, I mean, he's really just talking about solo queuing, which you never have to do. Like, if especially if you want to do well, like if you're playing an MMO or even a shooter like Destiny, having a group of people who know what they're doing and can get through the raids will always be easier than just joining a bunch of people who you've never met before and no one understands the teamwork involved in successfully completing those challenges.
Yeah, and
pubs are
like,
totally
communities
different.
That are usually pretty welcoming to, like, new players, because they usually need more people to, like, go on raids and shit.
But that's the avenue to making friends, is those people you just queued with, you at any point in time, you could message any of them and say, hey, can I add you to your friends list and us play again later or whatever? Or, hey, you're in a guild or a group or a clan or a whatever it's called. Can I join your group? At any point, you can do that for free and it costs you nothing. And if you can't make that tiny little thing at, like, no risk, I don't know. What is it going to take to get you? If I don't know if I want to be friends with someone who can't even do that. I feel like our vibes just wouldn't match at all.
Sure, but, like, if you're trying to solve the problem of, like, broad loneliness, and you're just like, man, if you don't put in the effort to, like, make friends, then shit. Like, that doesn't really
die
solve
alone
the problem,
and sad.
Right?
No,
that doesn't. That's
okay, I will.
I will.
Also,
That's how we enter.
Hello, Meme.
Hello.
Hey, Meme.
Hey, happy 300th. I've been told I'm going to die alone, which is a good start.
Yay. Only if you play games.
Only if you want to.
Cool.
Wow.
Nice.
I mean, it's just easier, right? Couple that with the rise in toxicity,
Oh my God.
thanks for that, humans plus anonymity, and we have a powerful brew for isolating folks within.
Like the toxicity plus anonymity, blah blah blah. Like I just don't think that's even close to explaining anything.
But also,
That's a
the internet's
constant.
been around for like 30 years. So what do we like? Surely 30 years encompasses a huge amount. Unless we're really like, if we're talking about the 80s at this point, like in terms of these anecdotes, that I mean, how you know, that was like 40 years ago.
Yeah. Why are you an adult who's such a fucking pussy?
Well, why
still?
would
Like, come on, man?
They've reduced toxicity extremely in the past decade. So why would loneliness have increased if that were a
Well,
problem?
yeah, I mean, arguably one of the things that has actually prevented people from socializing is that there is less of a culture of socializing with randos on Xbox Live, or like, you know, where like in Call of Duty, it used to be that people would just have their mics on and that they would talk to each other. But now, like, there is no culture for interacting with randoms on video games because people generally, when presented with the choice of nothing or randoms, that's the choice that people will make is nobody.
Yeah.
In our games, even the multiplayer ones, rather than having.
Oh no, he called someone a noob.
Oh no, he called him a noob. Why is he crouching up and down on top of me?
Do you like this?
No,
Do you like this
great.
middle guy who's like, "Oh my goodness, you call? How could you do that?"
Oh my god.
He said WTF. Oh my gosh, I know what the F stands for.
What the fuck does that mean?
It's oh my gosh, Kurtosis, you can't say that.
Them help meet our social need. So how can we solve this? Well, of course, there.
How can we solve? As if you guys
Well,
are
yeah,
gonna solve it.
I mean, yeah, like I don't know. Again, this feels like it is a small part of a bigger problem that I don't even know if where you can begin to figure out how to solve the problem of loneliness in the 21st century.
Oh,
I
know.
The
You
death
make
of
it
third places, all of that shit. You know, that's a good place to start.
You add more words and phrases that can get your entire account banned and all of your purchases forfeited.
If you make people
And
afraid
related
of
accounts.
communicating. Interesting.
Yeah.
How come no one wants to communicate anymore?
Weird.
There are the tried and true methods, things like inviting people you know in the real world to play, or
Well, wait, if you're talking about what people individually can do, they have a million options. I thought we were talking about like society as a whole.
Yeah, the
who
tools
is
for
this for?
socializing
Like-
are more expansive than ever.
Individually, it's exactly what Rag said. Individually, you can make a million choices that will improve your life. I thought we were talking about like broad social change or
Like
something.
the psychological, general, societal, whatever that makes people not want to do that or not feel the need to do it. And because if this is purely a video that talks about the mechanics of why I can't find anybody, then you're actually stupid.
Like how to socialize. Step 1. Socialize.
It's even
That's
worse, right?
basically
Because
it.
it's like, you need to find people to play games with? Well, then how about people you're already friends with? It's like, thanks, man.
Yeah,
that was like my
mean,
main
Why don't you
idea.
just cherish the few friends that you have left before they
Guy-
inevitably
and
leave
then
you?
I'm just imagining the guy watching this and drawn in the extra credit style, sitting in an empty dungeon, just in darkness, illuminated only by the light of the screen. Nobody around.
Oh,
cobwebs everywhere.
he's doing the SpongeBob thing where he draws the smiley faces on his fingers and he's like, the gang's all here.
Or he just gets like some puppets. These are my friends.
looking for like-minded groups on social hubs like Discord. But as designers, we might be able
Why
to
would
do
that?
That's
why
like
would
the
that-
basic
but-
fucking thing. That's not helpful.
Yeah, I mean,
but hold on,
I
if
was
the
just about
toxicity
to.
is higher, then why would that? You know, shouldn't everybody be toxic there too?
I was just about to say though, like, do you think this past spring it would have been difficult for people to find a group to play Helldivers with if they wanted to?
Very.
If they smell.
Well, I mean, like, no, like go in a couple social media
I
groups
can't
or
smell
forums
you
and
through
say,
the
hey,
mic.
like, you guys want to do a game and talk, have
Smells
voice,
that
and
bad.
I feel like you can only play with so many people before like you click with someone, right?
It's weird
then
because
all
I've been recently getting into DayZ again, and like a couple weeks ago, I just randomly bumped into this other guy in a server, and we just hung around for a little bit in the game and went up and down and stuff. And before the server restarted, I'm like, hey, give me your Steam so that when the server restarts and everything, we can keep playing. He was like, yeah. And so now we play DayZ sometimes, and that was just like, that's just all you had to do.
Yeah, there you go.
It's just it just happens. Like I don't know. I guess I thought it was just normal to do that like a human, but because I learned it from humans. I'm not one. I'm a dog. But you know, you pick up on some things. You know, cultural diffusion. But normally I just sniff people's asses, and you know, it just things work out. But
I used to play that with one of my
I go to the
IRL
opera in
friends
Italy,
as well.
and I
It's
make a
only
lot of
natural.
friends. So
As long as you do it with your pinky up.
Yeah, it's a bit of high-class sniffing.
More than that. So I'm going to throw out a wild idea.
Whoa.
One sparked by the research the Game Tree folks have done.
Whoa.
What if we match made for positive social interactions?
Oh.
I want you people to stay the fuck away from video games.
Okay,
Always.
right. What do you think when they had the fucking inception of the idea of people talking to each other in games? Did you think they needed to label it, hey, this is the nice conversations place? No, they called it just the chat. Because what the fuck would be the point in creating the nice place? All the fucking negative people would go there. This is like perfect trolling ground.
We need more policing in gaming. That's what we need.
What if we made a club for penguins?
Oh.
Yeah, we only let the nice
Barbra
people
Streisand
in.
effect.
Is this video sponsored content from that website? Because he just referred back to it again. Whereas, like, here's what we're gonna try to do. We're gonna create a social place you can go where
the
everybody's
nice people
nice.
place. Be nice.
This is so naive. Like, what?
Only nice people allowed. Problem solved.
And then you get the people doing moderation, and then someone at one point says, "Man, you weren't very good today," and then someone else goes, "Excuse me, calm down. This is the nice people place." Like,
You can't say WTF.
Yes. Did you just call that
Why
player
are
a
you
noob?
crouching that much like that?
How could you do that?
They're not a. You can't call someone a noob. That's
I think
offensive.
you'll
And then you'll find
and leave.
And then you'll find, you know what? I might go to the group B, the spooky group that are allowed to swear. Oh, feeling spicy. And then even in there, you get blocked for dumb shit. You're like, you know what? Just put me in the fucking bad people group. So at least they're allowed to talk to each other.
They're real people, unlike you.
What an awful first solution, right? Like we've got it. We'll make it a nice group.
For decades, we've thought of matchmaking in exactly one way. How do we match you against an opponent of approximately your skill in a short amount of time? And most all of our design efforts have been towards making marginal improvements to that process, to finding tiny refinements to improve match time, or matching you to a more evenly matched opponent. And that's really common.
Well, the solution was the question. Why did he phrase it? How did we find out to match people close to their skill? Well, we made improvements to matching people with others close to their skill.
He's setting up. So he's saying this is how they're doing a thing. I think he's about to say this is how we could do it with people being nice, which is fucking insane.
Or we're
to see exactly
way
why,
too much on.
You can check out our video.
Yeah,
here.
we
But
rank
what-
people on like slurs per minute or
Yes,
something.
literally. I think
it's really low.
Wait, don't be laughing. I think he's about to say it.
What if we radically rethought the parameters of how we approach matchmaking? What if we try to match you for the most enjoyable game rather than the fastest, most competitively balanced one? What if we actually did?
This isn't even a new idea. This is not even
miserable.
new.
Do we not have
It's not
social
even
matchmaking
new.
for a reason?
That, like, Xbox has had this forever on Xbox Live, where you can pick your
Reputation,
place.
or-
Yeah, you can. There's a couple like groups you could be in. I think one was casual. There was like I think one was called Core
Underground?
for like, a hardcore one. Was Underground the one where like it was supposed to be the one where you can shit talk?
Oh, that was all of them.
Oh,
This isn't
This
even
was
a new
remember back in the
concept.
day.
The
This
idea
was when you could just send people voice messages.
I feel like what I'm
Unsolicited.
talking about might be like
Some of
mid
those recordings are funny
360.
as fuck.
I don't remember it well enough.
I'm just perpetually amused by this pathetic attempt to fix the world.
It's just like literally all of their problems
not even a new
would be
idea.
solved if they just weren't such massive pussies.
Yeah,
What if we
just grow
try to match
thicker
people
skin.
for
That's the
fun?
solution.
Like, that's already like. But what does that even mean? Like, that's what do you even
Well,
mean when you say that? But like, that has
especially-
been addressed before. The idea of matching not necessarily just for skill. That is not always
You know,
what's being factored in.
You know what Rag said about slurs per minute? Or with people, I guess, would be second. But that kind of like actual rating, how could you not end up wanting to try out the worst? You know, like match me with the most slurs per second. I want to see what that server looks like. You jump in, it's a card game.
I
you
would
just-
only play in that.
It's gonna be full of just a bunch of memesters who
I
wanted
know,
to meme together.
but then you know for
Yeah,
a
it'd be
fact
funny.
that one of them would actually just be like, they get tired, and then they just go, So you guys like COD? Like, yeah, it's good shit. Like, which one's your favorite? You know, just back and forth, and they actually make friends. While the people in the fucking 0 SPS server are just like, hello, how are you? Don't you hate toxicity? Yes, I hate it.
It sounds like almost a cheat code to get into the good server. You have to say the N word at least 1 second per minute.
That's a server
and
password.
then you get in. Yes, exactly.
It's the ultimate like entrance exam. If you're not willing to type out the password, we don't want you in here anyway.
I'm seeing merit to this.
Yeah.
Forehead tapping meme.
Did social matchmaking. Because think about it. I know for me, there are lots of times when I'm hopping into a casual game of something, and I'd much rather be on a team with a handful of awesome people whose playstyle and reason of play matched mine, even if they were a bit worse at the game than me, rather than suffer through a half hour of rage and toxicity.
Oh my god.
I would rather have a good experience than bad.
This is SPS.
You have the power.
You have skill and
is-
then social niceness.
You could
Looks
just
like
mute
the
Is
puke
this
is coming
video
from his
for, like,
skin because he didn't draw the
5-year-olds?
lips.
If you don't
it would
like
be-
it, just mute them.
It would be
Yes,
so
it is
funny
for 5-year-olds.
if objectively the statistics ran. It's just like the fucking more slurs that come out of a person's mouth, the higher skill they were. It's like,
That's
God
probably
damn it.
unironically true. That's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
actually almost
probably.
certainly
They're probably
true.
aggressively competitive, and they just don't give a fuck about social cues in any way, shape, or form. But it would just be so funny. It's like, I want to win, but I don't like them. They're mean.
It's like people
That's
who
most
grunt at the
likely the
gym.
case.
I want the entire world to be catered to my sensibilities.
Make me a server filled with
But that's all I
freaks
want. That's all I want.
I can
Yeah,
call
freaks,
home.
sad loser freaks like me who can't get. I would make a server full of all the lonely
You
people
know,
and put us together. So
the
it's
thing
just
that-
awkward.
That bugs me about this so much is that they will eventually, as soon as they're big enough, like draw a line, and then it'll get carved into pieces, that particular community, because they've already purity tested to get there, and they will continue to do so. It'll just always keep on going. You know, it's nice to have the we hate all of those horrible, horrible players, don't we? And everyone in the room nods their heads, and then one person goes, "Well, they all look at him like, get out." And he's like, "Oh, shit, okay." Like it just, you think you're so much better than all those evil players being mean online, don't you? Gotta make a whole playing.
Yeah.
He's practically blaming these fuckers for the destruction of, like, you know, social bonds. Fucking gamers saying mean words. Like,
You ruined my Christmas, my Halloween.
don't you
my-
think it
my
might
way of
be
life.
something else?
Toxicity with people who are technically better at no-scoping or something. Or to be consistently grouped with people that had similar interests and social decorum, meaning that in-game chat was actually an option worth considering.
What if someone just like lies and they're like, "Yeah, I want to be nice. I value
Yeah.
No, that would never happen.
I mean,
You're
That
gonna
would
get
never
three of those in a game a day through that. With people that are just stealth into the server, go in, shit talk, get kicked out, make an ult, and do it again the next day.
You know, if it was
all of this drastically increases the complexity of these systems.
yeah, which is a waste of fucking time, isn't it? Why the hell would devs do so much work for this?
Yeah, that's work.
You have like all these requirements and boxes to tick. You even have like filters where you have to talk to people to prove these things. Like, what are your interests? You have this. Are you a nice person? You have this skill level. Do you play generally to not
Well, if you're
win,
already
but
playing
to
the same
enjoy
game-
and all this stuff? They finally get in. It's a huge server. Everyone's talking. Then they take a deep breath, and everyone's like, "Oh fuck, he's one of those." He cheated the whole system. He's about to lay out every slave ever heard. It's like, no, run.
How
You're already playing the same
frustrated?
game with people. You already have
How
a shared
frus-
interest. You're playing the same. You're literally playing the same
No,
game
Rags,
together already.
I want to play with Lord of the Rings fans on my Call of Duty game, okay? So I want that specific
What about
group.
Lord of the Rings Gollum fans?
Yeah.
Well,
Any
Make
true
another
fan
one.
of Lord of the
Make another
Rings is
group.
also a Gollum fan.
Exactly.
True.
Yeah.
In this system, though, how frustrated can you get before it's like, oh, now you're being toxic, you're out? Like, can you say fuck when you die?
No.
And it's like, oh, well, now you can't be in the good group.
That's way too far, dude.
Yeah,
Get
fucking
degraded
plays
into the
actual
smelly group.
That's a warning.
Look, that's where you belong, in the smelly trash chat. That's where you should be, saying those horrible words.
Personally, I'd even be willing to wait a bit longer for a match if I knew it reduced the likelihood of, say, someone giving up in the first 10 minutes, or throwing the game.
What the fuck?
Well, it's really
Such
hard to
a-
fucking account for that shit, man. Like, we
Yeah.
can't all
I
have what
guess
we
you
want.
could track the. I guess you could
can.
track the amount of times that someone like leaves, but they already put in
There often
abandonment
are-
penalties.
What if they do?
Yeah,
What
exactly.
if they do what Wings does though, where he like actually just closes the application instead of rage quitting? Like, through the menu.
As he throws the controller.
I don't know if that necessarily gets logged.
Well, but there's,
like if someone
I mean, it
does that, but there's also just
a lot of stuff I can just.
This is only going to work on hugely played video games, because once you wipe out everyone who isn't reliably remaining in games that can be decided in the first 5 minutes, you're going to come across a lot of these players with this kind of history.
Yeah, the truth is that the smaller games are just not going to have the player numbers to be able to give you a lot of scrutiny in who you have, which is, I mean, good and bad. I mean, there are some games where when there's not that much of a population left, it means you're almost guaranteed to have like invested good players left, not a bunch of, casual trash or random people or people who have no investment in it. But it also means that you might have to settle for, you can't be as picky.
Yeah, and also this is risking like the euphemism treadmill where like you can not say a single slur, but you can say something really close. Like I think on TikTok they say regarded instead of retarded, or acoustic instead of autistic, and they just basically say the same shit.
Is a big one coming up, yeah.
Exactly.
Or like just be really fucking passive aggressive. Oh, you did great, dude. Yeah, you did so well. Yeah.
Replacing letters with numbers. Yeah, literally just doing irony. You just train everybody to avoid saying the thing because you've become boring.
Yeah.
Because of personality clashes, or someone raging that the bottom lane got off to a bad start.
Yeah, but if it fucking destroys the whole game, they're a little bit welcome to be upset, aren't they?
Yeah. maybe people should be held to a fucking standard in a video game if they're on my team. Maybe learn to fucking play.
How frustrated can you get before you're just booted out of this service?
It's how when the top lane nails it, but the bottom lane has fucked everything so that the carry's already shot off. You're just like, well, that's it, isn't it, you fucks? The whole team will like, excuse me, sir, that's very toxic of you. It's like, yeah, it is.
If I make my Deep Rock Galactic lobby and we're playing Has 5 with modifiers, and your level 12 rank having ass comes into my lobby, sorry, how about you find someone else's time to waste?
Well, that's not very nice, Mr. Rags. I'm not gonna play with you.
Fuck that guy.
Well, you can wait
Is
a little
that a
bit more.
slur you're planning on using on me? Despicable.
And I'm sure that most of you watching have had that experience too. Your precious few hours of free time that you got to sit down and game just ended up leaving you stressed and maybe more miffed than you were before you played because you got matched with jerks.
What the f- You got
matched with noobs.
I got matched with the fucking the blob.
What's the bigger problem?
Yeah.
At least this one
What's
has
with this
zero.
fucking puking anime?
Would you rather be on a
All the
team
game
with
is
people
just
who are
fucking puking
crass
all the-
and good, or people who are really nice but terrible at the game?
He's so toxic.
You know, the
look at
mute
it.
button exists, guy. I'm just saying.
Years and years ago, when I played, when I played Guild Wars 2, and I was like super casual into it, it took a group of people telling me that I was not doing good, and like where I needed to go to look at like info and builds and stuff to get me to be like, oh, like shit, I had no idea that I was actually not really performing well, but I thought I was, and that kind of was like a wake up call for me for that game, and now I take it a lot more seriously, and I'm very grateful to those people who years ago told me, hey, you kind of are doing badly. You kind of suck. You should leave our group
Not at all,
and kind of learn
Rags.
how to play.
They were bullying you, and you shouldn't have accepted that.
Thank God.
This example for toxicity, is that just Medicare's avatar? Like red shirt, white face, like headphones?
Missing the hat.
As someone's highlighted,
Yeah,
this
needs that.
person is a pro gamer because they're not even letting that controller go while vomiting. They're keeping that game in hand. They're doing what they need to do for their team.
He doesn't even need
can't
eyes to
know.
play, man.
He doesn't
I
need
can't
eyes.
see trigger stops or G Fuel. I don't know if they're the extra buttons on the back of it. Yeah.
Such a dumbass video. Welcome, Nick. Welcome back.
Hello.
And it-
Hello. Good
Boy.
morning.
We're going strong, as you can tell. We're watching a video
You
about
gave
how
me like an estimate. You gave me like an estimate of 3 hours, so I took a nap and I set an alarm, and like on the moment, you're like, "Did you fall asleep?" And I was back. I was awake. I was good.
Well, yeah. I suppose
Respect
chat
me.
can guess what's going to happen after this video. You know, obviously.
Oh
I'm
my
ready.
god, I'm ready.
Instead
I'm
of
so
people
ready.
you liked. So what if we offered the option to matchmake you with like-minded players? The easiest way to do this would be to offer
Fill a
Just to
survey
be clear,
to explain how nice you are. Are you kidding me?
you're
Oh,
this
this
is like
will work
asking
so well.
people, you're over 18,
don't
right? You
like
can visit this
those.
website, right?
This is so
Oh.
stupid.
Like, yeah, I'm totally 18.
Are you generally positive about all races? Shut the fuck up.
No.
What are your thoughts
Obviously
on ethics
not.
in games journalism?
I don't know. I just hate women.
How do you feel about equality? You're like, it's terrible. It's the worst thing that's ever happened.
Equality.
For you, an opt-in survey as a player to set criteria that matters to you, and a toggle that said, matchmake me with like-minded team, or matchmake for skill. Or there could be a third-party service that could collect the data.
Why not have matchmake me, read my mind, and matchmake me to the perfect person I could ever want? Why not that? Let's just go
To be
further.
clear, all of the people who are insanely good at the game are gonna choose for the former, and then they're gonna destroy you just for the fun of it, because it'll be hilarious. All you can do is pray that they will eventually get bored of having no challenge and watching their numbers go burr, so that you can maybe have a good
Dude, by the time you get through this fucking server, there's gonna be nobody left playing this game. This theoretical game that has a million servers.
Are you saying that I can't matchmake with you? I've been playing video games for 30 years.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Data once, and then supply
will get through.
that to games you play on an opt-in basis. Heck, we could even make those after-game pop-ups that say the thing like, did you enjoy this game? Actually mean something, and use them to refine our social match.
Nobody cares about those. Whenever you get the pop-up of like, can you please rate? You're like, get out of my face. Get the fuck out of my Like, I want to get back to the lobby. I need to change my gun.
Matchmaking algorithm. The system could even try to proactively match people who have played together and gotten along in the past, helping to naturally foster new friendships and weed out bad actors who—
No, the vomit man.
No,
Oh, he got his eyes back.
He needs help.
Yeah, he got his eyes back.
Constantly going. Yeah, sorry, he's got it with the claw. God damn.
just want to troll.
All that's
And
going to
simply-
do is spread it out.
Oh no,
It's
people who
disabled,
just
right?
want to troll. Oh no.
They're trying to help, and they
He's-
lift him with the
he's-
crane, and the vomit just splatters and splashes everywhere. They're like, no!
He's clearly disabled and needs some help. He's puking all the time. Like, how is he not malnourished? Like, how is he not dead yet?
Well, this person
He's
is clearly a
sustained
puke
by his
bender.
pure hate.
Yeah.
Puke bender, oh my god.
Simply by conceptualizing matchmaking in this way, we'll start to find new and more powerful techniques to allow our games to once again forge the social bonds that we so desperately need.
So everything you suggest so far feels to
Why
me it's just
isn't
going to
it
separate
comforting
people
the
more
game?
and more
Like-
until there's nobody
Yeah,
left
this
in
is
these servers.
You're literally saying we should compartmentalize people more so that they won't be lonely. And I'm like, okay, all right, Dr.
That's
That's why
Phil.
we need more divisions.
So let's use these ideas to fight back against the trend of technology to separate us, to divide us, to allow us to dehumanize each other, and
He will not
instead
divide us.
use it to make our games
He
feel
will
more
not
akin
divide
to
us.
dropping by your friendly local.
Like, am I not wrong? Most of this seems to just be about people being mean online.
Yeah, this is not going to help
Yeah,
me.
This has
100%
nothing to
not be
do
lonely.
with the current loneliness epidemic. Just people being mean. Are you kidding me? People have been mean forever.
It's
Yeah.
another rant about people being mean online, yeah.
Local game store. Let's create community and find each other rather than pushing each other away or shutting folks out when we fire up our.
He's got a no shirt to tell people no.
The blonde white guy
He wore it
is telling the
especially to exclude
the African American gentleman
Why
or
would he
gentle
wear a
lady.
shirt that- Why would he wear a shirt that has no written on it?
Because he's a
Maybe it's
negative
on
Nancy.
and
He's so mean.
He's so
He's
negative.
so mean.
He probably bought
His
that.
hair is
Right, visual
melting.
storytelling right here.
He probably bought it
I
to
would
shit
love
on
a
the
shirt that says
Acolyte.
no
It's
on
an
it.
anti the Acolyte shirt. It says no renewal on
No.
the back.
Yeah.
Maybe it says on and he put it on up inside out.
Maybe.
You know what? We'll be the first to start in a small way. Until
Aw.
something akin to
That looks
social
creepy as
matchmaking
fuck.
exists in our games, we're inviting all of you to join our Patreon and
Oh.
Oh,
Please give us toxic people in there.
What?
Oh man.
Oh, that's good.
The nice Patreon with the nice handling.
Nice Patreon.
For a
My
small
first thought
monthly
was-
fee, you too can have friends.
All of the videos we've seen
that
so
is
far are like,
brazen.
please
Wow.
give us money.
Jesus.
Fuck
Oh,
off,
that's
extra
so
credits.
brazen.
Damn.
You asshole. You fucking cunt.
Oh,
Aren't
my
you
goodness.
feeling lonely? but you're also
Aren't you
like
lonely.
it.
lonely with just small
That was my
payment of
dopamine hit.
No, it's
$5.99?
worse
You
than
can
that.
have
It's
friends.
no, it's not about you. Look at the title. Why I'm lonely gaming. Please join our Discord so that you can play games with me, please.
And
I
also
need
pay
friends,
me. Yeah.
please. Also,
pay my rent and be my friend, please.
Pay me with your time and currency.
This whole video, it was
Oh
just
my
him being
God.
like, is there a way to solve my two problems? I'm poor and
I'm too
friendless.
lonely.
I need money and I'm lonely.
Wow. There it is. You didn't ask for this. My Patreon.
Diabolical.
Yeah, dude.
Surely someone out there wants to play the most fucking lamest gay D&D game
It's
ever
such
conceived with me.
Horseshit. Like, they should be able to get away with this. Like, they're the ones that call everyone else toxic. They just tried to sell friendship to the world. Like,
Like, how did you find your wife? Oh, we met in extra credits Patreon Discord.
Oh my God. Fucking run.
we were playing friendly
and the
Call
other
of
members
Duty.
of the Polycool are away right now.
God.
Hop in our Discord, where we're planning to host an EC Community Game Day in the coming months. I'm really pumped about this, and we'll post exact dates.
What?
really
What?
pumped
You can
about
tell
this.
you're pumped about it. Where'd you put that hat? Is that a hand, or is that something
might
else?
even make some
Do they
friends.
filter out assholes?
Making money does get people
Well, yeah,
pumped.
there's a form you fill out, and it asks, "Are you an asshole?" And
There
I
you
always
go.
put the no option because it's a lie, so that I can get into the game.
Well, that's
Looks
see,
like he's
Rags,
putting a finger
you
up
think,
an invisible butt.
You think you'd subvert it there, but they actually have a follow-up question. For real, though, are you an asshole? So they'll get you on that one.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Shit.
Oh,
So if you
I
are an asshole, they just refuse your money, or what?
No, they would
expended
take
my
your
one life
money
per
and
day
ask you to
limit.
be silent.
I don't need your pity or your money.
Well, I'd like to keep your money,
He
though.
he needs your pity, though. He really needs your pity. This
Later.
video
But
doesn't
until then,
work if you don't pity him.
please join us on there, hang out, chat it up, and make some new like-minded friends. We'd also be remiss if we didn't also point to Game Tree.
So, okay, so this video is
What if
is
I wanted
just...
to make friends who don't think exactly
It's an ad for something else they've made. It's a way to promote their Patreon, and all they've done is say, everyone is lonely, including you, because people are mean, but we're not. Come to us and pay us.
Including you.
Yeah,
It's like better help for gamers.
This is totally sponsored content.
It's pathetic.
Even if it's like, well, it's our stuff, because I think weren't they saying that the tree thing helped write this?
The tree
Yeah,
thing.
Yeah,
Like,
he's like the
Yeah, they said the stats from him, and all they've
They
said,
did the surveys.
all they fucking said is that people are being mean. That's it. That's the stats they got
No,
from that guy.
the stat was gamers are lonelier than normal people. That
Yeah.
was the stat.
And then people are mean.
And then
they
people
didn't
are
give us
mean
any
over and over and
numbers.
over and over again.
Yeah.
Since they kind of got us thinking in this direction in the first place, their goal is to help gamers connect and game with like-minded folks, so you can check them out as well. Most importantly, though, just know...
Oh god, your hand's between his torso and his head.
Oh Jesus! You
Oh my
decapitated him.
You're killing this man.
Killing
He
him.
can't breathe. Like he can't breathe. I
Spare
think,
that poor
or-
man. Is he one of the toxic
Yeah, he
people? Do
doesn't
you
look
need to do
happy.
this?
that you're
He
not
looks
alone.
really fucking scared.
Look, we've all been there. I've had plenty of
No,
nights
I
where the
haven't.
only light is the glow of a screen.
Can you lose your hand in the extra credits universe?
I
didn't
have
know
not
you
been
go
there.
outside and like.
Oh
into
no,
the
look,
sunlight.
he's so sad. It's raining outside.
Where I want to have
He
a
deserves
meaningful conversation with another person, but it seems just so difficult and distant, and I didn't know where to start. So
please pay me money.
Talk to the people you're playing
So please
games
give me
with.
money.
You're playing games all the time with people. Just talk to them.
But they're also mean,
No,
Rags.
they're
They're also
toxic,
mean. They
Rags.
call
They're
him a
toxic.
noob. They call him a noob, Rags.
Oh
The trauma of being called a noob.
no! I want to have all the benefits of friends with doing zero.
He's gonna
of
become the
work
Joker,
ever.
but a gamer.
He's got
Joker
post-traumatic
gamer.
noob disorder.
The Joker is a gamer. What are you
He is a
talking
gamer,
about?
that's true.
That is true.
He is
The
the
ultimate
the
gamer.
patron saint of gamers. He is our
So
god.
instead-
He
Rest in peace,
created the society that we live in.
God.
I
I
just
just want to
boot
keep.
up a game,
I want
right?
this guy to keep dropping ads. Like he'll just be. That's when I found Manscaped.com. I started fucking taking care of myself better, and then people wanted to talk to me.
There's
Turns
a
out my
community
disgusting
surrounding
hairy
Manscaped
pubes were
where
turning
we-
away
we
everybody,
discuss
except
our
for the people who
pubic
live in
hair.
Italy.
Oh, it's a real gamer movie. He's going for the sponsor combo in that case.
That's really hard, and it's understandable to feel lonely while engaging with this hobby. But
It is understandable when you
I
block
just-
out every last fucking person for arbitrary
I
reasons.
just, yeah, if you set the
Yeah.
standards, so much about life is setting expectations. And if you're setting the expectation in other people that they have to find like the perfect, like-minded, identical clone of yourself in order to game with, then yeah, you're gonna die sad and alone. Why? Just
dude.
what if you just chill and play games with people? It's not a life or death situation. You can just play games with people. You don't even have to talk about politics or anything. You can just play the game. The aforementioned random Daisy guy, I don't know like anything about him. He's told me a little bit of personal stuff and vice versa, because that's just what happens when you communicate with other human beings. But I don't know like anything about the guy really, because we just sitting there, we're playing the game together, we're having a good time, just chat-chitting here and there. Who knows if we have the same political views or philosophical views? I don't know.
They didn't finish this drawing.
She doesn't have any feet.
Because
there's a hidden under the dress.
Shouldn't there be a glass box and then a series of things to grab?
Yeah, there should be something in there.
What's the claw? What's the claw getting?
Is the claw, because if it dropped the YouTube thing there, then that doesn't make much sense.
It
She's
the claw's trying to grab all of the
you're right.
Extra credits
it's empty
has.
and there's nothing.
It
maybe
looks
that's
like
point.
it looks like the roof is like solid as well, like the
maybe that's the point.
Oh, that's the sad reality.
You're grasping for something that doesn't exist. It's very abstract.
Oh my god, she's the bird in the cage. She's the bird in the cage.
Oh my gosh, she's the claw on the box. She's the claw on the box.
Romulus. Wow, best movie ever.
Okay.
That's
the
good
claw
writing
desperately humping against the box.
It reminds me of so many things in Aliens.
Although that claw is shit, by the way.
Oh my god.
It's not a great claw.
Listen, I would make it into their pure server, right? They'd boot me out straight away.
If there's anything you take away from this episode, it's that I just want you to know that there are people out there inside the game or outside of it, in communities, on the internet, or IRL. I've found a lot of mine.
Thanks, dude. Thanks for telling me there are people out there. It's not
people
all
like
worthless.
that.
I shouldn't just kill myself, you know? Like, thank you so much. And the first step, of course, is becoming a patron. Thank you. I agree.
By giving money to me, you can find friends.
That is actually like crazy to be like, yeah, man, are you lonely playing video games? Here's some stats. Anyway, if you're looking for some friends, pay us money and then join our Discord.
You might find some friends.
I feel like anybody who covers extra credits cringe should cover this video. This is a classic. It's just not.
It's nice and short too.
It's pretty funny. It's pretty stupid, and it's actually pathetic at the end. The premise is I'm lonely and not as rich as I'd like to be. I can solve those two problems all in one go.
I would say it's like borderline evil. Like, you know, he's
no, he's desperate and sad because he's a sad loser, like I said at the beginning, and I was once again correct.
He's preying on other like sad, tired people.
These four fuckers here in the picture.
Please give me money.
Are they paying him?
5.
Are they patrons?
Oh, this is yeah, those are his patrons. You have to pay to get access to this really cool guy.
He's like, oh, I met so many wonderful people. And then he holds out his hand and they all put $1. He's like, thank you so much, friends.
Yeah. Isn't this fun?
He like clocks out after an hour and he's like, please pay more. And I'll continue to discuss Lord of the Rings.
And then in 2 years, he gets like exposed for harassing one of these people in his Patreon. And it becomes like a massive drama.
4 years from now, one of these girls is going to be like, yeah, he was a super mega creep and he touched me inappropriately and he was weird and he smelled bad.
That's very toxic, right?
That was the top tier option on Patreon, unfortunately. That's what
the title seems kind of distant from what he actually talked about.
Why I'm Lonely Gaming, yeah.
He didn't really talk about that. It was mostly people should... I don't know. What was it?
How was there this much of the video?
It was stop being mean online. That was the main thing. And then pay me.
Yeah.
Yeah, stop being online. Stop being mean online. Pay me. Join my thing so that maybe I could be less lonely.
Who would be perfect for this would be someone like Boogie. He'd want to get in on this racket. He'd be like, you know what? You run a good idea here, buddy. You're like getting people to pay you and you get people to admire you. I like it. I want to be a part of this.
You would brand it as like play games without Francis. Play them with Boogie instead.
The guy's like, no, I'm
access to Francis.
Like, I'm genuinely trying to find people who will pay me to be their friends. And then Boogie's like, yeah, I got you. Me too, man. Me too.
Boogie's writing notes as he watches this video.
Hashtag me too.
Patreon. I'm gonna need to do one of those.
Through the extra credits community, and I'm very thankful for it. And I do truly believe that if you don't give up searching, you can really find a like-minded.
Oh my God!
Jesus Christ, man!
Is that Moses?
So pay us.
Just to be clear,
is the answer.
If you are
end of all
wandering
of
through
these sentences.
If you ever find yourself wandering through the jungle and you randomly stumble across two people playing a game that you're happy and excited to join, you've been bewitched.
No,
All right, and
you're
you need to not
dehydrated. You
engage with these
hallucinate.
apparitions.
Something's very
Yeah, you're
wrong.
hallucinating, or someone has cast a spell on you, and these
Or you
people
found
are
the jungle
figments of your
cult.
imagination.
Yeah.
Just laying it on so thick, though. Like,
Look,
how many times
this
has
is
he
just a
said
metaphor.
basically
He
the
touched
same
grass
thing?
and then he found friends.
Well, he keeps like resetting into, so don't despair. Don't think the entire world is filled with people who will never speak to you. It's like, whoa, when
Maybe
were we
one day
there?
big companies will pair you with good people. Anyway, give me money and join my Patreon, and hope the big
Maybe
companies
Moses will
can
join
fix
your
our
Patreon
loneliness.
too.
Oh.
Yeah, there's nothing that you can do in this. There was no like advice for a lonely person. If they came here
It's
looking
just
for
gamers
advice,
are toxic and
It's
give me money.
televangelism.
yeah,
Like, it's
gamers
just-
suck. Actually, maybe one day the corpos will solve your loneliness. Give me money.
I assume somebody already kind of said this, but like anyone who thinks the way that the extra credit guy does, it's probably good they've taken themselves out of like the general gaming population.
You
Well,
know,
that's the eventual
you say
result,
that,
though.
I thought of that. I thought about
Making an
saying that because it
isolated
did occur to me.
$100.
Maybe it's good that these people have been sequestered. It's like when they got the porn off of Tumblr, and then all those people flooded into different communities, and things got fucking weird and out of hand. It's the same thing. Maybe.
But
these guys
naturally,
are-
the filters
These guys are the
remove
actual
them.
toxic people who wants to like police everyone and tell everyone what's okay to say.
It's like, what happens to
They
the
want to
world if
control
League of
people.
Legends servers shut down? It's like, well, now we've got a fucking problem on our hands because those people have to go
That kept them
somewhere.
busy. And now
Yeah, it kept them busy and off the streets. All right. Any moment you spend playing a video game is a moment you're gonna spend not doing a crime.
And now they're.
It's like if you had in the EFAP survey, like a section on how you'll vote in the next upcoming election or whatever, and that would decide if you're allowed to watch next year's streams or not.
No, the trick is we'll ban anybody who answers. That's like,
Yeah.
if you felt strong enough to tell us, you're out.
No.
If you have any investment in the political process of your country, then get the fuck out of our community.
We don't want you here.
We got memes, baby.
Doug Ray Scott played Moses once.
Oh.
Caring
Good
community
actor.
as
He
well.
was also-
Sorry for the
He
bit
got
of
up to the top of
emotionalness
that
at the end of the
mountain, he looked at
episode,
God
but
and said,
it's
"What'd
important to
you bring
me. I hope this stuff.
It's important to me that you pay me. Just so fucking insincere.
Got you thinking about ways that you can combat your own loneliness if you're experiencing it. And thanks again to John
Is that
for
the
sharing all the
loneliness
data he and
monster?
his company
Yeah, that was the loneliness monster. Yeah.
Okay, she was battling her loneliness, and it's a
collected
big
because
purple
it did
tentacle monster.
really put a lot into perspective about how even though we can all feel lonely, we are definitely not alone in that fact.
Jesus Christ.
You are alone. The title is Why I'm Lonely.
like,
You
I
should
mean,
be alone.
that's not a fact. We're not all lonely. Some people are not lonely.
Well, the video started off with a massive projection, and he's like, "You know how you're fucking miserable?" I'm like, "No, I guess that slipped my mind."
I like that he's like, well, this video's not for you.
You
If
know
you're
how the
happy
only
in
way
your
to
life,
socialize is
you're
video
probably
games?
not
It's
going
like,
to pay
no.
me.
So wait, he was literally projecting.
I think he was projecting hardcore. You must be miserable. I am.
But like I've been in a lot of different like online communities over the years, and what I found is like if you're not a fucking massive cunt, it's really easy to make friends on the internet.
Yeah.
Like if you don't go around just telling everyone what to do and what to say and like just be chill. It's really easy to make friends on the internet in whatever community you're in. They're gonna be like assholes
Yeah, it
and shit
absolutely
everywhere,
is,
but
yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
Because I'm one of them, so yeah, you'll bump into me eventually. So,
You may not have
but I know what
friends.
But here's the thing: it's like I said, managing expectations. I have an abrasive, sarcastic personality, and I have a very dry humor, and I suffer fools not particularly well depending on the game. I've been kicked out of communities because for reasons that because that's just how it is. I've been kicked
I
out
am
of groups
shocked.
before. Like that's just how it goes, you know.
And in a stroke of very good luck, our sponsor for this week is actually a game design.
Oh, isn't it enough that you did the Patreon
It's a
plug?
board game. It's a board game.
Come
to
on.
bring people together.
Oh
If
yeah,
someone,
the board
if
game.
someone with blue hair in a board game tries to enter your home, you need to shoot them. Do not
Priorities
let
by
them in.
Clarendon Games. So, as you know, games are really in our blood here, and we're always very, very, very excited to tell you about a great game when we find one. You know, you might even say it's our
Oh
top.
my god.
What the fuck is
looks
this?
so
Just tell me what
ass.
this thing is. I need to know. What is it?
Why
What
did
do we
the
do?
art
Priority.
style change slightly?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Thank you.
Oh
I'll be here for the rest of this read. In all seriousness,
Uh,
priorities.
The dog
beg
is
you.
pissed off.
His only friend is
Yeah,
a cat,
Jojo
and
got
it's a
angry.
drummer.
Is he actually going to show the game, or is
Well,
it just gonna be,
I'm
like,
expecting
not-
that. I need to know what this game is.
Is a heck of a lot of fun. It's this easy-to-learn party game of extreme truths and absurd choices, where each round, you and your friends are tasked with ranking 5 random items from love to loathe.
Oh my god, look at these options.
It sounds
Do
really
you
bad.
love
Draw-
Hawaiian
okay, draw
pizza
five. I
like a
or
TikTok
selfies more?
filter.
Stop. We have to start at step 1. Jesus Christ, Mahler.
What do you
All
mean?
right.
I just
Draw
I
5
just cut to the
everyday
funny
item
part.
cards.
No, don't read all the fucking shit.
funny
It's
part
just
that-
ordering 5 things,
no.
Rags.
The man... No,
Like-
it isn't.
like-
Draw 5 everyday item cards and rank them from love to loathe. Okay. Step 2. Working as a group of like-minded people, hopefully. The other
Yeah.
players try to guess your order. Compare the 2 lists. It's everyone versus the game. Oh, good. Of course this soy nerd wouldn't want a PvP game. Okay. It's everyone versus the game. Win points when items are in the same rank.
It sounds like hell.
Who is Alexa? Is she
No,
the one
that's like
from
The robot.
That's the Amazon
Oh,
assistant
the
thing.
robot lady. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazon
So
AI.
Hawaiian
You just
pizza, selfies,
activated it
Alexa-
for like 3,000 people. It just went off in their
Alexa!
house.
Hawaiian
Play
pizza,
Despacito.
selfies, long hugs, people.
What
think
would
I
you
like Hawaiian
rank
pizza, you
number
toxic
1?
man, baby?
Do you prefer selfies or long hugs?
Selfies. Oh wait,
Like-
are long hugs with clothes?
Depends on who I'm hugging.
This
that's
is a
true.
fantastic prompt to have as a scene in hell, like just a little animated thing where a guy
Yeah.
ends up in hell and then they present this as the video game or the game he has to play, the board game with
Why
another
don't you play
person.
shitty party games with
Play
extra
this for
credits
50
for
years.
eternity?
And like they go to write something edgy or funny, and then the person immediately says, "No, you can't write that. No," and it crosses it out, and you're like,
Mhm, yeah.
oh, "Okay."
But it's just the country of Nicaragua. It's like you can't type that. You can't say that.
Put something wholesome like a turtle. Okay, man.
For example, let's say I pull
Oh, here we go.
friendship, Taylor Swift, climate change.
I have to stop.
Cringe.
No, no.
Already.
Oh,
No,
friendship,
no,
Taylor
no,
Swift, and
no,
climate
finishing this
change.
video.
Why are you hurting me?
We're finishing.
Don't you
I
want to play
love
this
climate
game,
change.
gamers?
What?
I love, yeah.
Change being right and kittens. Would
Being right.
Being right.
Being right. Yeah.
you be
It's
able to
like
guess
Cards
how I
Against
rank
Humanity
them?
for
Any
toddlers.
rankings you get right go to the players, and any you get wrong go to the game. That's right. It's a PvE
We're having
experience
so
where you and your
much
friends
fun.
are working together against
Well,
the
I
game.
know I'm
Because
right about
whoever can spell
climate
out the
change.
word
Wait,
priorities
he just
with the
called it a
letters on the back of
PvP
the
game
card.
where you play against the game. No, that's called PvE, my friend.
It's called PVG. Players versus game. This is so
First
lame.
wins. And I gotta say, after a few rounds, I
Oh, you know what? The game was real good. I gotta say, and the thing I'm promoting was really good.
Wait,
Actually,
wait.
I get
What's the,
50% of every sale.
why is this woman wearing a bird skull around her neck? What the fuck is going on with that?
She's a witch.
It's called style.
Is that like her? Is that her fetish, or like her totem or something?
She's a Tumblr witch.
That's how she controls animals, Rags.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
no.
Oh,
She
I've
controls
never
the police.
seen.
A goat skull or something? Or is that a bird? I guess it's a bird.
She grasps the bird skull necklace and she chants, and then she can read his mind to know what his cards
His knows
are.
priorities and win. Yeah.
learned that there's a bunch of stuff about my friends that still surprises me.
No, you know, I didn't know that Sylvia valued a good hug over a nice fitting shoe, but there we are. I found out a lot about her today.
I guess she doesn't like long hugs.
Turns out she likes Taylor Swift. Who would have thunk?
I'm gonna assault her later.
Grab your copy at the nearest Target. They sell at Target.
Oh my god.
No.
Add
At
your
your
own
nearest
copy of
Target?
priorities at your
Ass,
nearest
dude.
Target, or if you'd like to prioritize your time, you can click here, and
No.
then afterward, why not rank another one of our videos here?
No.
Once upon
I
a
like how
time,
he
Michael
didn't
Hawk and
demonstrate
Koya
the game
Joseph.
being played, so...
Oh, that was
Genius
terrible.
game
Nice
design of
bumper.
Genshin Impact's login screen.
That was just awful.
Well,
These guys used to be decent. That's the really sad thing.
That's the ancient lore
Like,
at
they
this
used to
point.
make-
Well, they were different people back then. I think it
They
was
were.
like just legitimate. It was just different people.
yeah.
Because
Other
they
guy's
used to
another
make,
channel.
Like, you know, they weren't amazing, but they used to make like decent videos back in the day.
Extra credits is a microcosm of why monarchies are terrible. Because eventually, eventually the good king, he's gonna fucking die, and his asshole dumbass son is
It's
gonna
the same
inherit the
guy.
kingdom.
Bum, bum.
But it's the same guy.
Actually, a modern critique of capitalism.
Shots fired, Aiden.
Because the old voice was a sped up, higher pitch guy, wasn't it? But he used to make points that
And it was like
better.
robotized, yeah.
But
the original
was the
guy
same
started
guy.
another channel that does like more
Was it?
technical breakdown animation stuff now.
Are you sure? I thought it was the same guy.
Oh,
No,
there's
not the same
definitely
guy.
Sounds totally
the
different.
meme with the
They
both the voices
transitioned.
is that they suck for different reasons. Like the other one was annoying and grating,
Yeah.
but this one is just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was still the same person, but just like sped up. But, okay.
Well,
how is this game priorities? How is that not going to create divisions? And you find out that your friends you aren't actually like-minded. Like, what if someone likes Taylor Swift more than or less than climate change?
Rags, you should
And you're like,
collect-
whoa.
collect a bunch of these people and write all their names on the cards, and then go on, rank yourselves against each
Rank
other.
us.
Who do you
Rank
like
us
the
now.
most, and
Do
who
it.
do you like the least? And just watch them tear each other
Like-
apart.
You stare at
Any
them,
number-
yeah, do it. Rank us.
The
Any number
power
of
is
these-
yours.
Any
You
number
go to
of
this
these
guy's
priorities too could like spark an argument. Like if you say you like Taylor Swift, someone could say, "Oh my god, she sucks." It's like what? And then like all of a sudden, it's not a friendly game anymore.
That's not very like-minded of you, my dude.
I mean,
You go to
yeah,
this
but
guy's
like,
house, they
like,
they
"Did you
fucking
fill out the
throw you in the
survey?"
basement.
The survey, sorry.
You know, you
don't sound
wake
very nice.
wake up in like a Saw scenario or whatever, where you have to play this game, and depending on your answers, depends on if you lose your limbs.
Someone here does not belong.
To be fair, that would make the game way more interesting. Because like the stakes are actually
that's
important.
gonna cost you a finger.
Oh dear.
And he has to talk in that exact tone of voice the entire time.
Oh no, you can't leave.
if
Oh.
you say the word Nickelback in any room
will
in
break
Canada,
your
an
soul.
argument might happen.
Wow. On that note, we have officially melted Nuts' brain, and so she's probably going to head out now. But thank you so much for joining
Yeah.
us. It's been fun.
Oh, thank you.
Quote unquote.
Thank you for having me. Huge congrats on 300 and much love to everyone in the chat. Thank you for having me and
Don't encourage them.
We'll see
Fair
you
enough.
next time. Thanks
Well-
for joining us.
bye.
Bye.
Boy,
See you
boy.
later.
Bye.
It's probably
love to the
good
peasant.
that she doesn't stay for the boogie stuff.
She'll never come back.
She'll never be able to recover. It's not gonna. There are hospitals, I know, but are they good enough to solve this problem? I don't know. But yes,
Boogie
this
the
is
Wild?
Traumatic
I've been,
boogie. Oh my lord! What
Was that a
okay,
wild
that is-
boogie at the grocery store?
well. So this is
Nah,
indeed.
he never goes there.
If part one was revelation, this would be gluttony, and we're going to be exploring another aspect of the boogster. Penance would be part
Revelation
3.
is
I appreciate
Oh,
the title.
okay.
Oh man.
Beached
Yeah,
Whale
title.
2. Electric Scootaloo.
Scootaloo.
Boogie Loo.
But yeah,
Oh.
I mean,
Scooter.
Boogie Nights.
I mean, we've done a lot of intellectual discussion in the past 6 hours, so it's time
It's
once
looking
again to wash your brains through with sludge.
It's
and
time to pay the
slime.
piper.
Let's be honest, they're all excited for more tipples.
Yeah.
Woo!
Everyone's
Strawberry. Whoa, 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 whoa! Right off,
Diet
right,
Mountain Dew.
right off the bat.
Number
bro.
one, it's Diet Mountain Dew, and number two, as I explained,
Ultra improved.
Well, that makes it okay then if it's
That
diet,
makes it
because
okay,
as we've
then.
established, Diet Mountain Dew is like water.
Yeah,
It's like breathing.
not
It's
at
mostly
all
like
unhealthy
breathing.
for you.
Not at all. It's
Zero
fine.
consequence.
20-minute video. My friend Flint was here. We didn't have anything for him to drink. He's the one who fucking filmed this for me. I was
Water.
going to fucking cook for him at home, so I was going to fucking
No, you
feed
weren't.
him.
Do you see how excessive this
Like,
is?
ha-
Like,
It's like 17 lies.
he's
There's
terrible at
nothing
it.
to
Might have
drink.
He's,
I
it's
don't
just like a
really
child
know
where they
what
go.
it
Gonna
is.
cook
not
for
a good
him.
idea.
No, you weren't.
Do you see? He started with actually it's not even that bad, and then his brain was like, "Wait, just say it's for not for you." And he was like, "Actually, it's for a friend," which is the most like
Actually,
child
for a
argument
friend
ever.
because he can't drink water because he's got an allergy to oxygen
He's
molecules.
full of shit. We know he
and-
drinks like by the gallon that shit. You know?
He has reverse diabetes. He can't drink water.
And I was gonna cook for him. Yeah, I was gonna cook for him, and so yeah.
So I needed to marinate the chicken in Mountain Dew.
Also, it's diet, so
No.
it's okay. Diet Mountain Dew's like breathing, so it's okay.
Yeah, he said there's chemicals in the air, so
Hey, so we're
This
gonna
is what he drinks. This is what he drinks.
So we're supposed to believe that you went on a shopping thing, got Diet Mountain Dew, what you drank for your friend.
Yes.
Look at his face.
Oh,
Even Boogie was like, yeah, when he says it out loud like that, it does sound fucking retarded. But
I have been stun-locked, friends. I have been stun-locked.
Is that a Teletubby on Wings' sofa? Or is it
I hope so.
It looks like it.
It looks.
Or
like
is that
I think
like?
I think it's that asshole Poe.
Poe's red.
Who?
Well, yeah, this one's worn.
Okay.
Oh no.
You can tell it's Poe because he's just got the rod on his noggin. He just has the one the pole.
People saying it's Grogu.
He just has the pole one.
Yeah, it's Grogu. I was like, what are you talking about?
Is it? No.
Oh, it is. You gotta
yeah.
look real close.
It
though,
looks
'cause
like Poe.
I can see the ears, yeah, but it's the
What
the
is
color of the
yellow?
outfit isn't very Grogu, but
He's
okay.
It's like a
Yellow.
Timu Grogu. It's like from AliExpress.
No, it's
Also,
a
does he just
well-used
not?
Poe.
Does he just not
It's a
open his
well-used
closet? Or does he
Poe.
move the Pikachu every time he opens it?
It's
'Cause
true.
I'm
The red has
bothered.
become like a pale pinkish, and he still has the little rod on the top of his head because Poe has just a straight rod. Tinky Winky's got the triangle. Ditsy's got like a circle.
A slut.
Which one was Lala have? Lala's got like a, I don't know, something else. But Poe's got just a big red rod on the top of his head.
Why did he frame that jersey so weird? It just doesn't like. It's just kind of
Yeah,
sagging.
he could have done a better job of that. Yeah.
The actress for Poe did lesbian porn.
Everyone knows that.
Tinky Winky was we remember that thing about Tinky Winky being gay because he had a handbag.
Because of the handbag.
Yes.
That was
He's a
fun.
gay icon.
I have friends.
What
over
are we, like,
Wednesdays
fucking-
and Sundays? I have friends over Wednesdays and Saturdays. Every
Yo,
Wednesday and Saturdays.
Boogie,
There's all
what-
kinds of fucking
Boogie,
sodas and drinks in this house. I don't fucking
Buggy,
drink.
am I fucking 12 years old? Like,
There's a ton of fucking drinks.
No,
in
then
this
you
house I
wanna
don't
date
fucking
him.
drink. There's
Mommy,
coffee, there's
mommy,
tea,
this
there's
alcohol
beer.
wasn't.
I don't drink any of this shit.
Mommy, this alcohol wasn't for me. It was for my friend. Like, literally, that's what you're trying to do right now. Do you know how
I'm
fucking
telling
dumb
you,
that is?
I'm telling you.
Wait, what did Boogie just drink there? I have to make sure.
Well, you can't see it because it's in like his little
Rewind the tape.
container.
Hey, it was
thing.
for my friend. Like, literally, that's what you're trying to do right now. Do you know how
so he's
fucking?
Hiding it, yeah.
It's probably
It's
Mountain Dew.
probably it's those
Yeah.
Mountain Dews that he bought. He's
Probably.
drinking
Yes.
the Mountain Dews currently that he's denying that he got from
There's
himself.
two of them in there with extra sugar.
Well,
Wow,
Boogie's
like,
the
what
god of
is wrong with this
self-control.
man?
So Boogie putting himself
would
in a
never lie.
scenario where Diet Mountain Dews, his soda of choice, is just in the other room. He would never drink them.
Did you see him buying
Could be a
Diet Dew
milkshake.
and then adding sugar back manually?
Oh my!
Yes, I can.
Wait,
I
what?
literally
He actually
can.
did. I was joking. Holy
No,
fuck.
could you see him doing that? Like, I'm just thinking the hypothetical. Like, I could see
Of course,
that
like
happening.
yes, absolutely.
It's impossible
I
not to
was
imagine
triggered by
that.
that
You know,
idea.
it's happened. That's got to have happened. There's just no way it
He's
wouldn't
got like
have.
the stevia packets from Breaking Bad that he just
Well,
puts
'cause
into it.
He thought, you know what he thought to himself? He was like, they make this taste pretty good without the sugar, so imagine how it tastes with the sugar put in too.
And I'll get the healthy sugar. Yeah, I'll get
That's,
the
yeah, that's how he
sugar.
that's how he
Yeah.
rationalizes it. But it's like, bro,
I'll get the good happy
The
dust or whatever
premium
it is.
sugar.
I'll
Raw
add it in
sugar doesn't
manually.
count, right?
Telling
Dumb
you-
that is?
I'm telling you,
I'll
that's what
Breaking
he
Bad
fucking.
this
I wouldn't have
Mountain
put it
Dew.
in the video otherwise. I wouldn't have put it in the video otherwise. Would I have?
I don't know.
mean,
You're
like,
pretty clumsy.
I mean, you
Can
apparently
you
were,
say that
were gonna
about
lie
anything?
anyway. Yeah, that doesn't really work. If you, it's like, why would I have done any of the horrible things that I would have done when I?
Yeah, like, dude, you
I mean-
can't use that. You need to think of something else to say.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of lied about cancer in a video once, twice, 3 times.
Why would
you
I
know?
do that?
A few times. Oh, fuck.
If I was gonna fucking lie to you about this shit, I wouldn't have put it in the video otherwise.
Dude.
Literally in the video,
What?
Flit asks if I will fucking.
No, I don't. I just
You
don't
would lie
believe he's
about
fucking got
anything,
the batteries in him to do 2 runs at the same time with the supermarket. You know, like the for the camera run
yeah.
and then all the bonus sugar run. I think he was just like,
Oh
"Yeah,
fuck
fucking
no!
do it."
He's not going there again. Are
No,
you
so
kidding
all
me?
you would just pack it all in one and then be like, oh, it's all for a friend. Yeah, 100%. It's all for a friend. Yep.
I'll deal with this later. I'm too fucking tired to
Yeah.
care right now.
Have you guys followed any of
That was
the
one-
Have you followed any of the Mr. Beast stuff?
Not really.
Yeah, I know a fair amount.
Are you guys aware of who like? Are you aware of who Delaware is in that whole
Yes.
story?
No.
I've heard the name. I don't.
He hired a guy named just for context, he hired a guy named Delaware, and apparently the guy can't go back to Delaware because he's a registered sex offender.
Oh yeah.
Wait, yeah, now I remember.
So that's what I'm thinking of. Like, this guy's name is Flint. I wonder what his deal is. Can he not go back to Michigan
anymore?
Yeah, David. Oh.
No, but I'll get it for you.
That was one of the main fucking things I said is no more
Wes,
Mountain Dew.
what-
This might be the most obvious lying that you've ever done.
What's the fucking lie?
It's always obvious, but this might be the most.
Fat Man goes to the grocery store, orders a bunch of fucking shitty foods, and then says it's for all my friends. I mean, I'm with Keem. It's like,
How can he not see that it would seem like a lie? Like, why would he be like, yeah, I guess I understand this looks bad, but
if we could
seriously, it
rank
was
his
for
lies,
Chad.
he's been telling some like radioactive 99 out of 100 lies. This is like a 10 most. So he's like, yeah, I can tell some 10 lies. Whatever.
Most obvious lie.
The
May
funniest
as
thing
well
about the
crack
video,
a fucking Mountain Dew right now, right? Right? I may as well crack one right fucking now.
And see, that's the logic he would probably pull. If he was accused of murder, he'd be like, may as well just kill everyone. If you're just gonna
Now I'm
believe
gonna
it
make
anyway.
you talk me into drinking one of the things that I definitely didn't buy so I could drink.
Now it's your fault if I do the thing. It's like, wait a minute. Like, how did you manage to do that?
Except I'm not going to because I don't drink them anymore. I don't want this shit in my house right now. I don't want this shit.
Oh yeah, so he bought a Mr. Beast bar, and now he's like, I'm crushing it on camera. Look at me, I'm crushing it.
Shit in my fucking house right now.
Now
he's virtuous.
Normally buy this to support a fucking
course, yeah.
YouTuber. I do this because
Ooh,
there's
it's
YouTuber
probably
shit in the store. I
melting as
used to buy
well.
Harley's shitty food. Now I
And then he's gonna
fucking
eat it
buy
later.
Jenny's fucking shitty
Ugh.
food.
Probably is.
House.
There you go. He's making a steak.
What is that making?
Don't worry,
Such a virtuous man.
There's a payoff for that.
Wait, so now you're virtue signaling that you're some good person because you
No, I
fucking
just don't want it in
destroyed.
my fucking house. I just don't want it in my fucking house.
I put it in your stomach when you bought it.
Fucking eat.
He's like, I was gonna eat that chocolate bar until Jimmy fucking had a controversy. Then it became bad chocolate. It wasn't because it's like high in calories. No.
Well, yeah, no
Jimmy had
difference will
bad
be made
chocolate.
to Mr. Beast, but he can show everyone at home he's virtuous. That's what keeps us. It's like,
He
what are
left
you
that
doing?
package.
Yeah, that's the chocolate equivalent of the airport thing when he started pouring out the Mountain Dews.
Pretty much. Oh,
He
fuck.
left
I'll
that
go-
package intact for a reason when he threw it in the garbage. He's definitely going back in and eating that.
Split that open right now.
Why? You're fat. You can't be
Because
eating
it's
that
good.
stuff.
Because it's low calorie. Because it's popcorn.
Are the
Popcorn's
Cheetos
low-
popcorn
No, that's
yours?
not
Popcorn is
true.
carbs. Popcorn is corn. It's carbs.
The roommates get the classic.
No, I'm eating them. I'll probably eat them both by the time it's over with.
Eat them both when it's over. What does that mean? When it's over?
Cheetos
Oh, that is
popcorn.
Cheetos
That is
popcorn.
When the great eating
How-
is over.
It was
It's
not even like.
popcorn. It's
it's
not
not
regular
even-
popcorn then.
Yeah, it's not
Turn
even
it
plain
over,
ass like
let's-
Amish country,
Cheetos
like,
popcorn. Of
kernels
course he
you put in
buys
the popper.
Cheetos popcorn.
Take a look at the calories
cheese
per
covers up the
serving.
corn
Let's
taste.
flip that over.
Let us find the calorie.
Why would you get the knockoff if you're going to get
Cheddar.
the name brand?
Because I never had the
Cheddar,
I never
cheese
had the Cheetos one.
popcorn.
I wanted to try the Cheetos one as well, but I normally get the fucking movie flavored one.
The movie flavored
Which is
one.
butter.
Does it
Like, I
mean
mean, that
butter
is, it
flavored?
says classic butter
movie
right there on the
theater,
front. Let's see
movie
the
theater
calorie
butter.
count on that one too, Bookie.
Stay
This
puft.
guy,
Stay Puft?
I guarantee he went to his local movie theater to try to
Buddy.
buy the Wolverine fucking bowl thing.
Dude, look at the stuff Puff's nutty.
No wonder this guy's poor.
What,
I mean,
he's
yeah,
just-
like look
Buddies?
at everything else there.
It's just junk food.
There's not a single vegetable or piece of meat on that register conveyor.
Hey man,
Yeah.
popcorn was vegetable once upon a time before the popping.
You gotta think, is this like a bit then? Is it just all like I bought all the fattest shit possible so it'd be funny for the stream?
Well, okay, there's some
Yeah,
funny
like,
payoffs.
I just think this is what he regularly eats. Like this.
I actually think this
diet.
is a reserved version because he didn't want to come across too bad. Trust me, with the way that he tries to rationalize this, you'll understand what I mean.
He's just making it think.
Oh
Oh
my god! I'd never seen it.
Welcome, heel
In his
versus
head,
babyface.
this is
and-
low cows. Oh, hey, Ass, what's up?
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hiya.
Oh.
Boy.
Congratulations on Tree Hundo fappings of the electronic every frame.
Thank you,
pausing.
dearie. And you know what? We've got a gift for you as a thank you for joining us. It's more boogie clips.
Oh wow! Wait, do I
Your
have a link?
favorite.
You do have a link. It's right there. It's
You
ready
do
to
have
go.
a link, but you don't have a choice.
No, I was about to say that. Yeah.
Your link, if you choose to accept it, which you don't
Oh
have a
my
choice.
god! Oh no! Okay.
We are currently looking at Boogie's grocery shopping that he's trying to justify to Keemstar is actually not that unhealthy.
Oh.
So
Is that
we'll roll it back
Nutella?
a little bit.
And
Yeah, well, I'll roll it back a
regular,
little.
regular shopping trip.
Here we go.
I'm ready. My body's
Normally it's a
ready.
fucking movie flavored one. And
Oh
that's
my
fucking,
God.
I've never seen this shit before in my life. This is some sort of fucking s'more shit.
You're not
I had to try this. I've never seen this shit in my life.
Okay,
What
but
the
you're not even.
So he's bought
So he's
two.
got marshmallow fluff, and he's trying to.
He's got a
Okay,
Nutella
Boogie. Okay, Boogie
thing.
Nights.
I don't even know what size that is. And
It's
then he's
half
got another
Nutella,
one.
like half marshmallow.
Yeah, it was.
He's buying two.
Yeah, two.
And he's already buying
Oh,
s'mores flavored puffs. He's just buying sugar in
Yes,
bags.
it's
and-
various forms of sugar.
He's just buying sugar. He's just buying sugar and carbs. The two things you don't have lots of if you want to lose weight. He's specifically attempting to gain weight.
Boogie,
Again,
Boogie,
not a
protein
single
bars have gotten
vegetable or
really
piece of
good.
meat.
Chocolate protein bars have gotten really fucking good. Buy them.
Why
Please.
can't you be happy for him? Why can't you just be happy?
Celebrate.
Because he doesn't
Only
deserve
joy in
it.
life.
He's
Because
developing
he's
a
managed to-
unique shape.
He's he's managed to defeat bariatric surgery. Come on.
He's a champion.
After a long
Yeah.
battle with surgery, he's defeated.
He's a winner.
Like an Elden Ring boss.
Oh, fuck no.
Boogie was walking down the aisle, and then he saw the bag that said "Stay Puffs," and he's like, "Well, I guess I will then."
Yeah.
You think he has a picture of the planet Jupiter up on his wall as his idol?
His
role
spirit
model,
animal.
if you will?
Oh,
Jupiter,
Mm.
Jupiter,
Jupiter.
large and gassy,
Large and
with
in
not much
charge.
substance.
Covered in red spots?
Oh.
and literally sucks everything in its vicinity inside of it.
And
Like a
highly
Hoover.
gaseous.
But if any of it's
That's all
healthy, it
roots,
coughs it
right?
back out. It's like, ugh.
Oh, the things that surround it are much more palatable than it is. Interesting. Yeah.
No.
Jupiter's dating Pluto as well.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
Took me a second, but I got it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh my.
Dwarf planet. Not even
You're not even a planet.
Barely
no.
That is so
planet at
It's
all.
it's an underdeveloped planet now.
Oh,
No.
She's
you?
tiny and
Removed
ice
from his
cold.
family. Yeah.
I saw Pluto on Only Planets the other night. Holy
Oh,
shit.
no.
But she's got a big heart.
Oh god.
Okay, but you're not even. That is so unhealthy for you.
I know. She's got a large heart. Boogie's got an enlarged heart.
Oh.
Graham crackers with it?
You're literally getting.
Yeah, no, I already have graham crackers at home.
You're literally getting Nutella with extra sugar in it.
No. It's no, and that's natural peanut butter, by the way. And
That's natural peanut butter.
That's not.
like I said,
runs
the
on
video,
I mean, it's
the natural.
still super high
we have a
calorie.
label
Peanut
here,
butter's
Boogie.
good. Peanut butter's good. Peanut butter's a good
Is
thing to
it?
get.
It's just
Yeah,
funny.
peanut butter's good.
Because he's like desperate. It's like, look, this stuff. It's not all chocolate.
Yeah, but
It's weird.
You
It's
know-
like you don't have to defend getting peanut butter. That's a totally fine thing to get. But he instinctively, you're right. He was like, "It's natural. It's made from peanuts from the ground."
What brand is that
like,
peanut
even-
butter from?
That's
Boogie?
naturally the name.
Reese's.
It's healthy.
it's
Even the
natural peanut
healthiest
butter.
item. That
been
is
made
definitely
from
the
E24.
healthiest.
No, there
Sugar's
is
also
buried
natural,
in this.
but-
He has strawberries in here somewhere, I think. So.
Struble.
Well, you
Oh,
know,
well, okay.
you know that
I-
he has a Nutella and peanut butter sandwich. Come on now,
Oh, yeah,
we
of
all know
course.
this.
No, it's just the peanut butter, dude.
Yeah, the Nutella's
Eat
for his
with a
friends.
spoon.
It's not for him. It's for his friends.
Peanut butter is how the dogs take their medicine. It's the only way I can get their medicine down them.
Hey,
but I do eat
hey,
that peanut butter. I
hey,
do eat that peanut butter.
Listen,
Do you think that Boogie is going to die the same way Elvis died?
On the toilet.
I
Yes.
like
Beloved?
again. I'm not
No.
100% sure he's.
No.
Beloved and talented? No, he will not die those things. No.
But on the toilet, halfway through a shit, after eating one of his trademark sandwiches.
Do you think Vegas will be full of boogie impersonators?
That would be amazing, dude. Random boogie impersonator screaming at random people.
Oh, chat! Someone suggests he's gonna die in the bath. Imagine finding that like 3 days later.
Jesus,
Oh,
like The Shining.
Oh,
you ain't nothing but a tip.
The natural peanut butter is the only thing you can eat. You can't eat Nutella. You can't eat that s'more shit.
I barely ever fucking do it. Sits in the house for
That's
months.
basically like eating candy.
It's such a fucking lie.
I barely eat it, which is why I have to get it.
Yeah.
You can tell you eat it by how you look.
If I didn't.
I barely eat it, so I bought 2.
He's got like buckets of sugar, and he's being told that's not good, and he's like, "What?
Buckets of sugar, really? Fucking hell. Jesus Christ.
What else would you call the Nutella things? They are basically buckets of sugar."
I thought they bought like buckets of sugar on top of that as well.
Oh, not like literal
What you
buckets
do?
of sugar.
If
You
you want to
probably
lose
would,
weight,
Yeah.
if you want to lose
It
weight,
is it for
you
its
eat
diet
a
man to do.
meal. Then right after you eat your meal, you go to the grocery store. You feel full. You don't feel the desire to buy things to eat. You don't even bring the shit home. That's your first step. Don't bring that shit home. Don't bring it to your house. Leave it at the grocery store for other people. Don't bring it home. Don't buy it. Do not buy it. And then it'll be a lot easier for you to
He
not
doesn't
eat
even
it.
need it that much. It's for a friend.
Yep.
It's for a friend.
Oh, well, fair enough.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
This is why the sad lonely loser for add extra credits is really thin. He doesn't have any friends that he has to buy Nutella and bags of sugar for, so he can stay in shape. Because he's lonely and sad.
Dude,
If
as
you
we covered a
spend
video
a month-
from extra credits that basically said like this is the solution to everyone feeling lonely, and it is to join our community and join our Patreon.
Buy a board game.
It's actually true. Yeah,
Unironically, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolute cunts.
Did you?
You know what? No.
Yeah, we joined, of course.
Crazy.
He basically
I met a
prostituted
group of
himself at the
super
end of the
positive
video with his
gamers on
Patreon.
the Tree Friends place or whatever it's called.
Happy,
It's been
happy
over
tree
24
friends?
hours.
Happy
I
Tree
understand you might not
Friends.
have opened it yet, but to say
Actually,
that you never eat this stuff,
I opened the s'more stuff last night. It was
600-pound
actually-
man.
Yeah, I actually ate the s'more.
You're shopping all wrong.
The thing that he hardly ever eats, that he just bought
already
2
eaten.
tubs of, he's already opened up and
How would
started.
you
What I mean,
think,
man, he's full of shit.
Where does this get squared away in the
Literally.
timeline, though? Because remember, he recently did that video about the miracle drug that's making him lose weight. So, like, was this happening while?
I think.
It
Oh,
was
that's
like
like,
a
I
miracle
think it's
drug,
during.
right?
He's definitely going to lose weight if he eats
And one of the things that he says in that video is like, oh, he's not even eating anything like shitty food anymore. Like, oh, he loves cherries and stuff and fruit.
Yeah, remember,
yeah.
he actually hates the taste of sugar now. So yeah, you know.
Yeah. He hates the taste of food, remember? He hates
Oh
the
my
taste of
God,
I don't
yeah.
even like food anymore.
If
Welcome,
you
Metal,
only
you're here just in time.
Metal Commander. How do you do?
Hey, Metal.
Finally, we get some disabled representation in here.
Yeah.
Oh!
I'm the cripple on the fort.
To be fair-
No,
Look,
it's
right there.
It's a situational disability. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's a reference
No,
to.
it's not, Rex,
it's
you
not one of the
fucked up,
real
you
ones.
fucked up
It's-
again,
yeah.
and you just can't take it. You fucked it up. I'll say, what's up, guys?
It was approximately
Happy
15 and a
Fernando.
half hours ago we discovered
Yes,
situational
that was
disabilities.
early on in the timeline.
Yeah.
I saw on Twitter, and I was
How
very
long
sad
ago
I
was
missed that epic occurrence.
Whoa, hold on. Wait, what?
So-
Situational disability?
Oh, you would have fucking loved it, dude.
You would have loved that ass. You would have loved it.
We found out. So
so fucking funny.
we were learning about accessibility in video games, and so you know you have a deaf person, they are disabled, and then you have temporary
Yes.
disablements like ear infection, and then you have situational disabilities like a bartender who has people talking in front of him. You see, he's disabled like the other people because he can't hear as well.
Oh, wait, this is like is it
Like being a
Alana
mother.
Pierce? Isn't Alana Pierce with a situational disability?
Yeah,
Well,
we covered the
Which was
okay,
her
okay,
her
okay.
baby.
Yeah,
It
so
was her baby.
So
You
to
need to
get to
understand
that,
as
right, you
well.
have the physical disability. So, for example, you lose an arm.
There you go.
And then temporary disability, you've injured your arm. Situational disability is you're a parent.
What?
being distracted while driving is a
I've linked the
situational
picture
disability.
in the chat.
Oh, you
I'm
guys
not
don't
Perfectly
seem to
fine
be
terminology.
understanding.
Microsoft approves.
It's
It's
pretty
been 3
straightforward
minutes. I'm gonna
logic.
leave already.
Well, and
If
where
you're
you
a barman,
and just to be
Oh
clear,
my God.
where metal comes in,
Yeah,
they
this
say
is
a
the
speaking
document.
disability would be if you're non-verbal, a temporary one would be laryngitis, and then a situational speaking
That's what
disability
that fucking meme meant in the channel.
would be if you're metal.
Yeah, if you're a Mongolian swordsman, you have a situational disability.
Or you're metal.
Well, first of all, fuck you all.
So is
But,
being German a situational disability then?
Yes,
I don't know.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
How is it situational? I don't know. But
It just is,
you
buddy.
know what? It's good to see, even when I'm not around all the time, I still get bullied all the time.
Geographic disability.
Oh, don't worry, Metal. In the absence
It's
of
not
you,
racist
everybody
at all, right,
immediately pointed at me.
So, what was that?
In the absence of you in that situation, everybody was saying that I was the one who was situationally disabled, so don't worry.
There's a hierarchy, you see, a hierarchy of disability.
Yes.
And
Every
the-
time Metal
Good stuff.
pronounces something too German, we lose like 20 viewers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody
Well,
sisters!
I didn't know I have that kind of power.
Well,
That's
yeah,
another
because when you say like
200 right there.
Geflügelfisch, they're like, look how they're using this disabled man to entertain everyone like a clown. It's disgusting.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
And,
Maybe if your great grandparents fought a bit harder, we wouldn't be here sitting making fun of your heavy accents.
True.
Yes, this meme is top tier.
Oh my god.
XQC is basically the elephant man of situational
It's some category. It's fucking amazing.
That's a permanent disability, is being exclusive.
Being from Quebec.
Anyway, back to the other person who claims constant disabilities.
Oh, true. Last night.
Wait,
So
is there a watch together somewhere? Oh yeah, there it is.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I actually ate this morning.
You're shopping.
Oh yeah, just to be clear, that fucking combo of whatever that was, Nutella plus marshmallow stuff. I don't know what he said it was, but he said he's already eaten it.
Delicious.
That he bought
How
it
long
the
ago
previous
did
day.
he go
Remember,
buy
it doesn't fucking matter,
Oh
but
my God.
he ate all of it. It's like,
Oh my god.
I opened the s'more stuff last night. It was
600-pound
actually,
man.
Yeah,
I actually ate this morning.
you're shopping all wrong.
Wait,
you ate.
wait. Did he say he had it last night and this morning?
yeah, he's gotten into it, man.
Well,
It's,
he had 2 jars.
we call
two
those
sittings, there you go.
sessions, all right? He had two. He completed the task.
A jar a day keeps diabetes stay. I don't know.
All you
Keeps it
have to do
staying.
to lose, if you really,
Keeps it to stay, yes.
if you're at the
S'mores-
grocery store and you want to
s'mores
lose
eat.
weight,
Keeps the waistline away. I know.
You ate
spend
that
a
as
month
well?
buying nothing but chicken
Well-
and salad. You will lose a bunch of weight in that month. I guarantee.
Chicken
you.
salad is awesome.
Hell yeah.
I'd eat that
Yeah,
happily
like-
all week and
Boogie
month.
keeps the waistline away, as in like proximity. He keeps
Yeah.
it further and further. It's further getting further and further away from him.
It's a
constantly.
gradual process, but it is further away.
Soon
every-
he won't be able
every
to
month.
reach it. Yeah.
It is a type of progress, I guess, yeah.
No, last night he wanted to try it, so we tried it. By the way, it's a happy birthday to me. Now that chocolate bar I will still eat. That I will still eat, right?
Tony's chocolate.
Oh,
no,
that's the treat.
You
Yeah.
eat everything.
The rest of it
You
is
eat
just.
About the
absolutely
Cheetos,
Alright,
though.
this is
There's
the treat.
Cheetos there.
That's
That
fine.
one's
bad-
the
not a bad
reward for
chocolate.
eating so
So,
healthy.
hang on, catch me up here. Were they just filming them going to
So,
shop, or was
their
it like
challenge-
go
Their-
shop whatever you
Their
normally do?
extensive and difficult challenge was to record themselves getting a grocery shop, just an average one, and this is his. It's filled
Oh.
with
This
sugar.
is his healthy shopping.
Well, this is the one he
Well,
did for
this
the
is
camera.
ethic- this
so,
is-
yes.
Well, this is ethical shopping because Tony's chocolate only. If you didn't know, their big thing is it's ethically sourced like ingredients and stuff. They're big into the whole
Right.
like a bunch of African kids are basically slaves on cocoa farms and da 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 da. So, but we don't use any of that stuff. So you can buy our chocolate, and it's because we're like 100%.
That doesn't sound very authentic.
I
I
only
thought it
buy
was just
chocolate
made by extra
for
credit.
exploited children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Me
children
too,
make
yeah, I wanna
chocolate
make-
taste better.
Yeah.
Because if I don't
True.
buy the chocolate and eat it, then all those kids and orphans suffered in the chocolate mines for nothing.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
I don't want to.
Like if
I don't
all
wanna
the
do that,
chocolate was
you know?
made like Tony's chocolate only, then Vosh would have had a moral or legal argument as to
Oh,
why
no.
certain things.
Also,
Oh my god.
also, this is a lesser known fact, but the favorite, the favorite chocolate of extra credits is Tony's chocolate only. So
Yeah.
it is, you know, it all. See,
That's what I
fight it
said. I
back.
thought there was extra credits who made it.
Yeah, you already made that joke. Right?
Oh,
Right there, Tony's chocolate. That I will
Get
eat.
some new material. Come
Yeah,
on.
Boo.
Yeah.
And you eat like that, bro.
It was technically new. It's
I wanted to be honest.
My joke wasn't as good,
This
but it
is
was.
the junk food that I will eat. I don't like being in public. With a fucking face tattoo that says fucking liar on it. For some reason, I don't like being in public right now. I wonder why
Nobody
that
can
is.
see. Nobody can see.
never like
He
being
keeps
in
arguing
public.
people make fun of him for that. It's like, no, they don't. They can't even fucking tell.
No, they make fun of you for all the other
We
reasons.
gotta
I can barely tell you got a fucking liar tattoo. Quit with
Yeah,
that
except
fucking
that they're
sob
two
story.
different fucking people that fucking noticed it in the store.
You would say, "Oh, I
No,
have
they didn't.
cancer. Poor pity me. Poor me."
Look at that
Like,
cat.
you would
Look
do
at that
that.
cat. Look at him go.
Oh, great
And
time.
most people,
Well, so
That's a good
I mean, the
cat.
cat's great, but right now this is a cancer survivor talking to Boogie about how he used his cancer for sympathy, and it's a little difficult for him to say anything back to it right now.
I'll tell you, I don't even like it when Jordy says I was a cancer survivor. I don't like it because I feel like there's so many people that are in worst case shape that I don't want anyone's sympathy. Put that to someone else.
Oh, bless her heart.
Okay, so there's that.
You rode in one of those scooters. You didn't even walk down the
Yes, because
aisle.
we were going to be in there for an hour to film, and I can't stand up for an hour. I can barely stand up for 5 fucking minutes. I don't use them when I jog.
Well, that's not
I think
true.
he was already
Your feet,
disengaged.
young man.
You can see
Don't
Keem
you
just
bullshit.
disengaged. He's gonna talk about how miserable he is.
It's
So in
also-
2 minutes when he's
Gonna
done,
zone out
I
for
can
like 10
re-ask
minutes.
him the question. Yeah.
His community
Just 5 more
service
questions. The stream is done.
his community service portion disproves that statement that he can only stand for 5 minutes. That is not true.
Hop in, pick up 3 things, and leave. But if I'm going to film for a fucking hour, then I'm going to be in a cart.
Oh, so you had a bad cancer day.
I love that he's like, for fuck's sake.
No response.
Wow.
Listen, when you're
Oh,
Boogie,
God.
every day is not leg day.
To your bad cancer day.
Should we show
Because
the
you're
new
the one.
people the
Because
clip?
you're the one. Because
Wait.
you're the.
Oh, you mean the 4 months ago thing? Well, we
The
can just
legendary fucking new clip.
well, yeah, we can just tell Az about it. I don't think he needs to see it because it's not interesting in and of
There's a
itself
few-
as like a
few new
clip.
people
It's
in
just the news in it. So,
Yeah.
I happened to find through pure luck of someone in a chat saying something that Boogie admitted his cancer was not, I guess, confirmed 4.5 months ago on a different stream. And it's a clip that, like, fucking everybody missed, including obviously myself. And then he says it to Wings and Team. Both of them missed it. The whole audience missed it, but it was funny. It's just kind of like shocked the shit out of everybody. That,
Yep.
and
He admits everything and says he did it for money as well.
yeah, he says he did it because he needed money.
Yeah.
No. What?
Yeah.
Why,
Yeah,
why,
no,
why,
it's just
why
like,
am I
oh,
saying
yeah.
no? Why am I
It's
saying
mind
no?
blowing as. It is
Yeah.
a big deal.
It's funny. I saw that clip. I saw that clip and I was like, oh yeah, that kind of checks out. That would happen. Yeah, okay.
Was it Molly is supposed to be a bug story, and every bug historian was shocked by this. Okay,
Everyone missed this. Fucking.
This was breaking
Historian?
news.
Jeez.
This was actually.
It's like it shouldn't be, but it is.
It's like the only
These were
instance
like
of breaking news we've ever had on E EFAP.
It's
Like
an
the
old
Dead
life,
Sea
but it
Scrolls of
checks out.
Boogie.
Yeah.
The Boogie Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, we don't even need Nicholas to talk to Keem anymore.
Yeah, well, yeah, as
Yeah, right.
Keemstar came on.
Up, yeah.
He came on to confirm the clip. Just funny. We had a little platoon and fucking Keem went at it about the morality of using a cancer faker to make money.
Yeah. Little bit too was fucking based in that.
It was.
It turns
The
out
entire
Keem
world
wasn't that
tuned him
bothered
out.
by it, so he can believe
I
it.
mean, he seemed a little bit bothered, I think, but you know, it didn't show
Oh,
it. That
he was
much.
definitely bothered. He fucking.
I didn't get a DM about it, so
He was
that's
shitting all
probably
over Little
okay.
Platoon. He kept saying, like, I don't know who you are.
Yeah, exactly. Who the fuck are you?
Oh, but that's a terrible argument, though.
He does not use ethically sourced lolcows like Tony's chocolate only.
The old what for, though.
Oh yeah, he
Oh,
said
God.
Platoon was sadistic because he wants Boogie to not be out of a home or whatever, right?
Yeah, and they called the chat peasants.
He did.
It's like,
he
oh,
did
you
call
think
the chat
Boogie deserves to be
peasants.
homeless? And I was like, well, maybe.
Yeah,
Kinda,
maybe.
actually, probably.
I mean, you could also have something in between. You know, we don't maybe need a massive
He
mansion.
won't be
You could
homeless. He
have,
won't
like,
be
a small
fucking
apartment or
homeless.
something.
It's not gonna happen.
Studio apartment
Yeah, he'll be
would
dead
be more
by
his
then.
speed. I think.
There's plenty of things he can sell, and he can downsize. Even he can downsize.
I
Okay?
mean, the only thing
He
could
will
argue
die
is
on this fucking
downsize himself.
There
we go. Hades nuts.
Listen, store brand snacks are very cheap and affordable. I think he'll be fine.
Boogie being in a situation where he has to downsize and adjust his priorities might arguably be the most healthy situation you could put him in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Boogie can kill two birds with one stone in that he could save money and eat healthier if he just stopped by like a local food pantry and just picked up the food.
It's really funny to me as well that he has a chef in his house and he still buys all this fucking garbage like at the store to
Yeah, but the
he
chef
has
doesn't
a
like
guy
that.
that could actually cook for him like every day, but no, let's just
Is the
I
chef
could see
making
Boogie
Nutella
having, like,
sandwiches?
a-
What is he doing in there?
Only the most exquisite
Your
Nutella
s'mores,
sandwiches.
On a brioche bun.
It's just
and
all
everything.
Nutella. Like when it's like the wide selection, it's just Nutella. Like, oh, wow.
Oh, he freezes the Nutella in the freezer, and then he creates these two Nutella buns, and he then slathers Nutella in between, and it's like a self-Nutellaing sandwich that he
Find
just
all the
stuffs into his
cutlery and the plates.
That sounds really good, actually.
He puts the Nutella on the brioche, or he gets the lettuce again.
Oh no, not the lettuce.
Oh no!
Dude, I'm picturing him at like a soup kitchen right now, screaming at like an 80-year-old woman, like, "Why can't I have a diet do? Why can't I have another diet do?
Give me a goddamn diet.
I beg
too.
you! I'm in tremendous pain. I'm in tremendous pain.
help me, help me, help me.
Help.
He makes
Also,
sure
I
to
can't
buy
stand.
only the ethically sourced Naomi's Nutalonely.
Ayo.
Nice.
Not alone.
The one
I
who
think
knows
of a
I
name
might
that
still
started
have
with
this, by
N
the
and
way.
rhymed
You're
with
the one who knows.
lonely.
That's the
Yes.
reason I'm going to the doctor
Wait,
when I'm
what?
16.
Wait, what?
Naomi's Nutalonely.
Yeah. I mean, I usually not when I'm lonely. To be fair, you know. It's...
I got a word that begins with N.
It's because I'm still being treated for this shit.
A Reddit
but
user said,
But you don't have it though.
Wait, what? Yeah,
So
it doesn't.
it's okay.
It doesn't matter if it turns out he has cancer. He lied about having it. That's the point.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. You
We've
can
been through this.
incidentally not have been
Yeah, we have
lying.
been through this
You
several
always-
times.
You can't
taking,
unlie the cancer.
I'm constantly taking ibuprofen in case something swells.
Like, all
You're
right.
taking what?
Ibuprofen. I'm
painkiller.
taking ibuprofen tablets. Yeah, painkiller,
Ibuprofen?
anti-inflammatory.
Ibuprofen? or
in
ibuprofen?
case-
Yeah, that's the Australian way to say ibuprofen.
Yeah.
Australian way.
Australian.
Advil, Motrin, same thing.
No, we say ibuprofen
Racism.
down here.
Oh.
look, if you're going to pay
Posh-
Tommy the
posh
full
part of the
amount,
world. Okay.
you might as well take the money from Boogie. Why the fuck should he make money in July when he faked cancer?
He's right, you know.
Because
Oh,
you're
is this the melt- is
contractually
it- is this the
obligated to pay
meltdown?
me because we ripped up our fucking contract. That'd be a good reason.
Wait, do you have an actual written contract though?
He
We
did
have
for
a
the
verbal agreement.
he
And
did.
actually, no-
Do you get, we have a verbal agreement. Like,
What?
just, watch this
Nothing
bit
was
now.
written.
'Cause just Mudah's reaction is just funny.
no, we
He-
did have one that we
No,
ripped up.
Contract up?
Yeah, we had a physical contract. We ripped it up.
He
Does it
did.
still exist? Has it been notarized by a lawyer?
No, it's.
Well, then I guess it doesn't count then.
You know what's
It means about as much as me filling out the "Yes, I am a nice gamer" form on
Yes.
extracredits.com site. I'm a very nice gamer, and I play as a good team member, and I very rarely, if ever, say the N-word.
Oh.
Once
By
or
the way,
twice.
Did you know
Very rarely, yeah.
this
I
happened?
didn't say I was honest. Okay.
Wait, this happened the
that
last time I
one.
was here. Did you know that it was confirmed that none of these people have shares of this show?
Yeah,
That
no, it's all.
100% owned by Kim.
Yeah, it's all. He just says that's the case. None of it's actually real. I
Yeah.
guess they all trust.
They all admitted it.
Like that's a thing, I guess, because they talk about ownership all the time, and I've always wondered, it's like, do they actually have all of that in writing? It's like, no way.
And they didn't get that $50,000 sign-on that he was claiming.
Did
Nope.
they not? Oh yeah, that was
No.
that was dependent on DSP being on board as well, right?
Something like that, but yeah, nobody got nothing.
No, Keem said that Wings said that he was getting 25% of the show, so he just ran with it. That was his. That was just a public-facing thing. That's not true.
Didn't they say they have to buy Tommy out then? Right? Is that happening?
No, they were saying they'd have to buy. They were saying they would have to buy Boogie out if they got rid of him.
But they all get rid of Tommy, though, right?
Yeah, but then that was gone. Then no one was talking about buying anybody out of the show.
Oh, okay.
The discussion would be whether he deserves to get paid for his last month he was working there.
Oh, so they've just dropped the whole 25% ownership for everybody thing.
Yeah, completely gone now.
Right.
They admitted it's completely fake.
Nah.
Really sad is he just went shopping for our show, Muta. And you know what this guy bought? Nothing but junk food. I'm not joking. Like multiple different. He bought multiple different fucking chocolate bars.
He's off. He's off.
Chips. It was so much junk food.
I mean, this is good stuff. You're making him exercise.
I can't think of anything healthy. There was more junk food than there was actual food. It was actually astronomically insane.
Come on.
I know, but you can't be like, hey, I got all these medical issues, and then go shopping, and that's what you buy. Chocolate bars. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, but they taste good,
And
though.
yet here we are.
Well, he's about to
Whatever
school
Boogie
all
presents-
yous. Look at him with his healthy
Whatever
food.
Boogie presents, if it's green, it's a Mountain Dew.
Oh, look at all these chunk. Oh, let's see. How about this fucking junk food? Oh, that's junk food. How about this fucking junk food? Oh,
Notice that's
how about
still
this
here
fucking
in the
junk
Detroit
food?
version.
Oh, yeah, fucking
He just
That's the only thing that's left.
Yeah.
It's unopened.
Yeah, all unopened and fully packaged compared to the Nutella
Someone else
stuck
bought
into.
that chicken.
He
did
bought
not buy
that
that
chicken.
chicken.
Yeah, he bought that chicken for his favorite dish, Nutella chicken.
Oh,
Mountain Dew chicken.
Nutella fried chicken.
Jesus Christ.
I can't do this. My problem is when I go and buy a pint of strawberries, I just sit in front of the fridge like a fucking asshole and just eat them.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, I'll save some for tomorrow, but they don't.
It's the meme where you like close the fridge almost like, one more. No,
I
then
just kneel
take
in
the
front
whole
of the fridge
package.
and eat
Can
all
we
the
also,
berries because berries
in
are
all-
candy.
In all seriousness, can we also pretend that he doesn't dip the strawberries in the Nutella?
Oh,
that is 100% what he does with the strawberries. He
No,
just
you have
coats them in
to-
Nutella and eats them.
You have to dilute the healthiness of the food. By
It's like one
dipping it
strawberry
in
per
Nutella,
Nutella
yeah.
bottle, right?
Be too healthy at once.
He like
can't just
blends
eat
the strawberries and then spreads them very thinly over a very thick spread of Nutella. Gotta be careful.
Over an entire bowl of Nutella. Like.
If you're gonna do that, if you're gonna use a fruit as like a medium to consume something you're dipping it in, well, like you could do something like celery.
No.
That would like a strawberry is in its own a like big thing of sugar that you're eating.
Not
Ooh,
really.
great idea.
Like there is
It could just
sugar
be
in it,
sugar.
but it actually tastes way more sweet than the amount of sugar that's in the strawberries. Like
yeah,
it's,
that's
super
true,
healthy,
but there's more sugar in a strawberry than there would be in celery if ultimately what you're doing is using it as a
Yeah, but
spoon
celery
that you can
tastes like
take a
shit, and
bite of.
strawberries are fucking delicious. They're
Yeah,
candy.
compared to how
I
sweet
know,
it is,
but
it's
he's-
actually less sugar.
That's my point.
The
It's
great
like he's
celery debate.
not even trying to make the
Yeah.
medium healthier.
So
if you
here's the
want something
thing:
sweet,
the
like
government wants me to
strawberries actually good
believe
option.
that like strawberries just grow on plants. Like there are plants out there that just grow this delicious red candy, and you can just like pluck it. It grows from the ground, and they expect me to believe that shit.
It's manna from heaven.
You know,
Manna.
I'm betting he
fucking
gets the
cherries,
personal
fucking
chef.
bananas.
I'm betting he gets the personal chef and he just pokes a bunch of holes in the strawberry, and then when he dips the strawberry, it becomes like filled and gorged with Nutella, the ultimate Nutella strawberry, and he gets
Keep
them
talking.
Just makes me
every single
fucking
one.
hungry, dude. Stop.
Keep talking. I'm getting really hard here. Keep talking.
I can go all day.
Okay. Oops.
Oh, no.
Tess is
Oh,
like,
no.
yeah, my seat's gonna be on the outside too.
Time to bump up the age rating. Let's go.
Fucking junk food. Oh yeah, fucking strawberries, fucking cherries, fucking bananas, fucking apple. Oh, you're right, such fucking junk food.
Where's the
All
bananas?
goddamn nutritions in the world that'll tell you to eat this
Yo,
shit.
calm down for a second. Okay.
We saw all the other shit, dude.
Both the other,
It's
yeah.
not as funny. It really just it ain't as funny as the outbursts.
The Tipples one is still the best.
Tipples is top tier.
Up and down, screaming about wanting to die.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean, though. It's
all
fruit.
like,
help me,
it feels like he's flanderizing. He's flanderizing himself at this point.
Boogie, actually eat a cherry on camera, you coward. Please.
You're asking a lot.
It'll be like a marshmallow cherry.
Just dangles in front of his mouth and just keeps sweating. It's like, I can't do it.
Puts it in front of his mouth, and then turns the chair all the way around and goes, nom. Oh, there we go.
Oh, it was great, yeah.
The natural bounty of the earth repulses the boogie. Yeah.
when
BRB getting the teller.
when Mr. Mackey's like, "Dad, eat that gluten, you know? Okay." And then the guy eats the gluten and he starts melting and his dick flies off.
I can see that happening. Possible.
I'm feeling great.
Is there what? Wait. Was there more?
Fucking liar.
We saw the video. What are you talking about? Was there more junk food?
Fucking bought.
Was there more junk food? Was there more? Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what.
I bet, by the way, that all the fucking healthy
You
shit is
spent
actually his
$60
girlfriend.
on that?
Yeah, you think?
What the fuck?
Do you think that's
Going to the
Mutaha
organic
is
aisle or
recognizing
something?
the sweat there? Is that what's happening?
Look at his face.
You see that?
That's some sweaty titties there.
Yeah,
that's some
that's
sweaty
titties.
titties.
That's some sweaty
that's
tipples.
the fucking.
Oh, yeah.
So, so we're all agreed that it's not a bad thing. It's not all bad.
We've also gotten to the point where we need an emotional support animal live on the stream while this happens.
That's called Desi.
No.
I hear that.
No.
Oh, Lord.
What I'm saying, was there more junk food than real food?
No.
Yes, there was.
No, there
Wings.
wasn't.
Wings.
Look at the goddamn receipt.
There
Wings.
was s'mores.
Maybe
there was
not in the
Nutella,
weight
there was
amount, but
mulatto
certainly in the-
chocolate bars. There was
And a lot of that I
maybe
won't fucking
pepperoni.
eat because it's for my fucking
Of course,
girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I don't think she eats.
She's not eating.
Like I said,
I was about to say
all the
that.
healthy stuff is for her, and he
Man,
eats all the.
Yeah,
love that
that's
he thought
what
that
I was gonna say.
That people would actually believe that. Like, yeah, people
Yeah.
will go for that one. Yeah, it's not for me.
We saw Boogie going grocery shopping. I'm willing to bet all the fruits and chicken and stuff that was bought by someone else in that house. It was not bought by him.
Well, the reality is that like it doesn't matter what he says. Look at him. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's
Yeah.
it. That's the
Yeah,
end.
exactly.
It doesn't
See
matter
what you eat,
I'm
dude.
like,
You
oh,
are
yeah,
a
no, I'm eating
massive
pretty healthy. I'm
stack
eating
of
cherries and stuff like
carbs.
that. He's like 400 pounds.
Yeah.
So that's it. That's the end of the
You can't
story.
say that you shop healthy when you could audition for Baron Harkonnen. You
Oh,
can't
like,
do
Yeah.
it.
This is definitely during the him on that drug, the miracle drug that he said made him lose 30 pounds.
Cocaine. Yeah.
Because I remember, well, it's just he was screaming about that on the last compilation we did, right? On that, like he was screaming that he wouldn't have the money to pay for the medication on the big freak out one, the I begged you one. So I'm wondering about the story and how it gets reconciled, because in the video he's talking about like, oh yeah, I don't even want to eat like sugary foods anymore. I don't like it anymore. I like eating like cherries. But like, look at this. Like how does he-
Cherry
I don't
Coke
know.
doesn't count, just to be clear, Boogie.
I just find it funny. I also find it. I mean, I presume that that's going to be. We'll get around to that later.
For my
he even went
fucking
and bought a
roommate.
Mr. Beast chocolate bar after Mr. Beast put out all these disparaging videos.
The first fucking thing about Chris, because none of the
Oh,
money
look at
goes to
that
Chris.
cat.
This fucking new video today, I fucking was done.
Just for anybody here who missed the clip earlier, he had a Mr. Beast chocolate bar that he bought, and then he crushed it up on stream to prove that he would never support Mr. Beast and that was a mistake.
He bought the bar.
Oh,
you could have just not have bought the bar. You paid for it.
Well, you must understand, he discovered the truth of Mr. Beast between the time that he bought it and that it was called out.
Yeah. Not all
Oh, I
heroes
figured
wear
you were gonna
capes.
say
Not all
it was the same as the Mountain Dew thing, right? Of just like, oh, I don't even want to eat this.
Yeah, no,
chocolate.
absolutely.
And then just
You catch him with a
I could
fucking
imagine as
his
well, like,
hand deep in a
with
bucket
that
of sugar, and you just be
boogie
like,
was-
"This isn't even for me. This is for my cat."
Okay. Well, like, because in much the same vein of like pouring out the Mountain Dew into this bag that some poor cleaner's gonna have to grab. I can imagine
Yeah.
God, I don't want to eat this chocolate. Here, dog, eat it.
Oh, no.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
It's just it's always he's always so hapless in terms of trying to make himself look great.
Yeah.
Like that Mountain Dew one is so funny of just pouring it out into a bin. Like, yes, this makes me look like a good person, ruining some minimum wage like cleaner's day.
Throw that shit away.
Wow.
Threw the candy bar away.
Just
Yeah,
like
it's in
he
the fucking
poured the
truck.
Mountain Dew into
Well, wait.
the bin at the.
So the funny thing is, of course, at least with a chocolate bar, if you crunch it up and throw it away, it's like you could always go back for it. So he's gonna have to prove that that's not a possibility.
I don't see it. That's the thing. I don't believe it.
Dude, as
Yeah,
soon as
fucking destroyed it.
Yoda, as soon as the stream ends,
I
he's
bet
gonna
you
take
did.
it out of the garbage because all he did is crumple it up and like threw it in there.
Into his Nutella s'mores.
See, look.
I'll prove to you I won't.
Wait for
Prove to you I won't
it.
throw it
Wait
in the
for it.
garbage.
Wait for
I
it.
enjoy the
Rewatch.
Wait
Oh
for
god,
it.
there's something about to happen.
What's
See,
gonna
look,
happen?
he still got it. It's still eatable.
No,
it's still eatable.
No. Oh god.
You're just making it worse when you dig it out the garbage
What?
later. You crumple it. Oh, he's pouring brother.
What?
Oh, okay.
To prove he can't eat it, he's
okay.
putting peroxide
Oh
on
my
the
god,
chocolate
when he
bar.
lifted his arms,
look
look
at
at
that
his
sweat.
shirt, bro.
Oh my
Whoa.
god.
Existence
Right,
is
it
pain
pulls
for
out
that
in the
person.
Flaps, okay, you gotta watch out for them sweaty flaps.
The underbelly.
No.
Sweaty
Like his
flaps.
body is straining to exist right now.
Things you could say about your 18-wheeler and Boogie.
There's more liquid on his shirt than there is in the peroxide bottle.
If
Why is
you,
he
like
got peroxide?
if you like strain the shit, it just
rub the-
water
to
just
rub the
flows
tattoo
out.
away.
Like,
Yeah,
It's
that
like
actually
some
might be it.
religious
Rex.
Isn't it just fascinating that this sad fuck used to be?
Yeah.
a very
Fucking look at him.
successful
Just fucking look at him.
YouTuber.
Jesus
on
Christ.
he was on the
Such a
top of the
great
mountain
guy. Look
once.
now.
This is
Yes, he
this
is.
is the second act low point of Boogie's life.
He got to the top of the mountain, but then realized getting down is
Right.
also really
It's the
difficult.
fucking 100th second act low point. He keeps coming back to the second act low point.
He is a long series of low points.
But wait. So he still has dogs, right? And he just poured it onto the carpet that the dogs presumably
Yep.
walk on.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
Light it on
you know,
fire,
you'd think
Buggy.
that you would be a little
Boom.
bit cautious, but
I was
You
gonna
know.
say.
Yo, fucking eat it now, right?
I don't know.
You
Probably
might
will.
but
why,
I'm not
why
gonna
would
put it
you
past you,
expect
man.
some bad move? Like they were right; it was still there and edible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, you paid Mr. Beast $1 for it. So,
Yeah.
like, I don't-
Oh,
you did more than
tipples.
most people do. Most people don't buy it, but you went out of your way to buy
Oh.
it to show how much you don't like.
Ragsy
buying it or
actually said
something?
quickly at
I
one point
just
he does
found
it to
something.
support YouTubers, but before he knew that Mr. Beast was a horrible YouTuber, so there you go.
This
He's
guy has
just
no
trying-
money and he buys.
Just
I
trying to
think he
support
bought
people,
one.
darn it.
Yeah.
Darn
I
it,
think
you're
he
trying to do a
bought
good
one
thing.
app that happened to do this shit.
If you want to send every frame of pause a couple juicy super chats with that cancer money, then man, you fucking go for it. Help some YouTubers out here.
And join
You're
the
asking
Patreon, by the
Boogie
way.
if he wants to donate to support EFAP. I'm sure he loves
Yeah,
us.
man. We're good. We love Boogie.
If you're
Boogie's great.
feeling lonely, you should be sending super chats to E EFAP.
That's right.
Oh,
Because
no.
We'll be
we're
your
lonely
friends.
gamers.
You
We're lonely
know, I just
gamers with no friends.
I just realized the dog situation is even worse because now there is chocolate and peroxide in an open bin that the
Why is
dogs
the
can
peroxide
access.
there?
He had to, he had to
Because it's
prove
in the
he couldn't
chocolate
eat
bar.
the chocolate himself. Oh, wait, you mean why is the peroxide there in general? I'm not even sure. Probably just trying to get rid of the tattoo.
Look
To
at the
rub away the
Discord. I just
tattoo.
I just
That's a good
posted
way
a
to the
screen
tattoo,
cap. Yeah, like it's
He's
actually
such an
like, hey, if
idiot.
you want
He
to
doesn't
fade a
even
tattoo
realize.
while it's
He's like,
healing, apply hydrogen peroxide.
Let me prove that I'm not going to eat this chocolate by revealing that I have a substance that can be used to like dull a tattoo. Also, my tattoo is
Within
dull.
arm's reach. Like,
Very weird.
it's
Yeah,
right
'cause
here.
he's probably reapplying it constantly. Like he's trying to get it off.
Boogie, look, you know, when you were gone, I told these guys, I go, look, I can't just not pay him. I'm gonna.
Out of curiosity, so his plan was he threw it away, closed and in its package, in the waste bin that was right next to where he sits at his computer.
That was
Interesting.
empty apart from his chocolate bar.
Interesting.
Gonna have to pay him, right? We're just kind of trolling him now. But I think you should volunteer some of this money up. Like, honestly.
I did! 1,000! I fucking need the rest to pay my fucking bill!
I love how he has to yell about charitable donations. Like, he doesn't even realize that it might be a good idea not to scream about how much of an inconvenience it was to donate to charity.
Yeah.
Well, didn't he say to Muda last time that if Muda gave him back his $3,000 that he gave to charity, he could have his button?
Yes. That was the reason he donated it, I think, was to get the button. It was mentioned like the
Yeah, it was,
Yeah.
Fucking bills!
Wait, I thought that 4,000 was split. I thought that was from the crypto
Yes,
money.
I emptied my bank account, presuming that I was going to get my paychecks as I normally do. But now that
So you didn't do it out of altruism. You knew that you were just.
I did it out of altruism, but I also didn't know I'd
Bullshit.
effectively
No, you
been
didn't.
fucking fired so Tommy could eat when I fucking can't. That Tommy gets water, Tommy gets electric, Tommy
can eat
gets
while he
No,
yes.
You don't drink water.
You can eat because we just saw you
what is
buying
Boogie
a bunch
using water
of shit.
for?
It really is a hard sell of like,
That
oh
would
man,
feed
I'm
a normal
sorry,
person for
I
a
don't
month.
have money to eat food. When first of all you're enormous, and second you live in a mansion.
First off, you're enormous.
Yeah.
It's just crazy that he screams about his dire straits while living in this giant house.
Yeah, to be clear,
Like, all-
Boogie
all
is made
the-
out of provisions.
All the food they showed there, I could live with that for like weeks. Fucking.
Well, it's kind of
Sweet meat.
It's almost sweet, the innocence of it. But when Keem first sees the two,
Sweet meat because of all the Nutella in his.
when he sees the two Nutellas and the two popcorns, he like reads out them and then just goes, "But you're fat." Like, you can't do this. Why are you doing this?
Also, the classic shitting on the person that is currently not in the call.
Yes,
we
of
do
course.
that. And then
Fucking
next time they end the
internet,
call,
and
they
I
go, "Love you though."
Love you though.
fucking have it. I didn't fucking know that my bare essentials were gonna my fucking pocket. I might have fucking decided differently at the fucking time whether or not I should empty my fucking bank account if I known I've been effectively fucking fired.
Oh god.
Oh, you could.
Oh, we got up again. Oh,
Someone remind me not to join when I have to hear Boogie yell again. 'Cause that's the same thing that happened last time I was on.
It's this EFAP year 6. It's the year of the boogie.
It really
How
is.
else could we celebrate the anniversary? This is part 2 of 3, by the way, as of the boogie sections of the anniversary. Really
Has there
spoiling
been
the
more?
audience. Yes,
Oh,
Yes,
fuck.
it's the final section is the community service.
Oh,
I
can't wait to see a Boogie action sequence.
Can cashiers fucking check for being on vacation?
You sell that land you inherited pretty cheap to make.
It's called holiday pay. That's what it's called. It's called
Yeah,
holiday
but
pay.
don't fucking deep throw the microphone.
Yeah, remember, isn't he got land in
Yeah, in
West
his pants.
Virginia?
Yeah, but he said before it's like nobody's buying it. He could try and sell it, but nobody's gonna fucking buy that shit.
That shit's been fucking getting shopped around by a realtor for 2 fucking years. Are you buying
can't even
a piece
tell
of
what he's saying
shit
right now.
land that's covered in shit?
Can I just sorry. That is an
Why
impressive
is it
amount of
dilapidated?
titty sweat.
It
That
is.
is a really impressive amount of titty
It's
sweat.
regular
going
for
on
him
right
at this
now.
Honestly, we've commented on
Does
it
it
like
make you
4 or
wish you
5
could go
different
back
times, but it's
as
been
to the good
fair
old
every
days?
time. It was worthy
He's
of being
doing the thing like
appreciated.
Jackass, get it,
I am
fills it into a
envious.
little
Yeah.
cup, and then he has to drink it.
Well, there's likely
Yeah,
an
who needs a water
ecosystem in
bill?
there. It's like
I
a
mean, look at the
terrarium
guy.
inside, you know?
You'd want to find that in the desert.
I walked through the heat last night.
Oh, God.
Yes,
Boogie in a
what is
Why?
that? Yo.
Why?
No.
More
Why?
like Boogie in a dessert.
Imagine lifting that up.
I don't want to
Yum,
find him in
yum.
the dessert either.
Ew.
Man, just imagine just grabbing it and lifting it up. Just
The-
taking
the
your
heavy
tongue and
flapping, you know?
Yeah.
sticking it in there and just drag.
No. Why?
How about Boogie taste salty?
Oh,
Hang on, Mr.
like
Can't
that-
handle hut
that boogie
cream
meat.
is suggested this
I was
shit.
about to say, yeah.
That's disgusting, dude.
Yeah.
Quit talking about hut
Just,
cream. That's nasty.
Hot cream is way better than Boogie
Yeah,
Sweat.
stop talking about hot cream. Let's talk about
No.
Boogie's sweaty
No.
pits.
No.
salty
Cream
like
is way
Christ.
worse than
butter.
Boogie's.
Let's talk about licking other Boogie's tit. Like, what the fuck?
Stop. That's nasty.
Now put it in the same bowl.
Quit.
Put it in
That's
the same
Rainbow.
Extra salty, then they're sweet.
Rub some Nutella on that bitch. Put the popcorn in the microwave. Nutella on top.
To be fair, Nutella would improve the situation, I think.
Honestly, yeah, it would cover up the
but
taste.
why?
But why?
You want to get that half Nutella, half marshmallow.
Sweet and salty, baby. Sweet and salty.
Oh, household in Pound, Virginia, which is a town that just incorporated.
Dude, you need a new mic. You need a. We can't hear you.
No.
You need a new mic. It cuts out
Just
every
stop
time.
yelling into it. That's probably.
I don't know, but you're buying a house in unincorporated Pound now.
Okay, but listen, why can't you? I can't scam you. You're gonna get paid, right? I can't do that, right? But I wish I could because it's so morally wrong. What do you think you could do to make people like feel better about the situation?
I don't know. Get a liar tattoo on my face.
You're gonna profit.
Maybe donate.
Why would, yeah, it on your forehead.
Look at Muha already. Like, that fucking tattoo. Oh,
So many funny faces.
Beauty. Nobody buys that fucking tattoo.
4,000. How much will I get paid in that much? You're shopping around the figure.
Was he about to say, oh yeah, $4,000 donated to charity, that makes up for all I've done? Like, oh yeah, $4,000, really?
So I can make.
He
Yeah, so I
scammed
can
people
make,
for
like,
2
how many
years with the cancer. 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He made more money on the crypto
Boogie
thing.
really,
Like,
Boogie literally just
just the
considers
crypto.
it a morality tax.
Do you think
Oh yeah,
Boogie's walls
dude,
were
he,
originally
want,
white?
he wants it to be written down and figured out by like a
Yo,
scientist how much money is worth his buying morality back. Like that, as simple as that, please, and let's get it done.
But the problem is that like if it actually starts to get to a point of like, oh shit, but I can't buy like video games or I can't buy as much food, like then that's where it stops.
Yeah,
It's like
Yeah.
will only be so much as before it actually infringes on his comfort, and then he won't do it.
Who will
That's
buy
why the
cheapest
community
food?
service
Not I.
felt like it was different than the other things because it looked like he was in
That's
serious
a good one
pain.
because it was so upset, and it's actually doing some good. It's perfect.
Yeah, it's physical effort and actual charity, the two things he hates more than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
3,000. How much were you shopping around?
You're gonna
how much
profit.
am I getting paid?
You're gonna profit. You're gonna profit. Well, they already leaked. Tommy already leaked it, so I don't care. It's
Eat the
around
banana!
$6,000.
You're a
Okay,
coward.
so
Please.
4,000 of it's already gone. Would you like me to donate another 2 when it comes in?
Wait, how
Yes.
is 4,000 of it already gone?
Because I
donated it to St.
I donated it.
But that's
right?
that's a good cause right there. I
Yes,
wouldn't
it is.
consider that money
So I'm
gone.
going to donate I will donate the equivalent of the entire check, the original 4,000, and an additional 2. How about that?
Wasn't the check
How about
10?
what, you're gonna give another 2 grand?
Yeah, he got 10, not 6.
Oh, they're saying the 6,000 is the lolcow monthly thing, not the crypto
Oh,
scam.
he's still everyone's efforts trying to etch out the fucking crypto scam money. You're getting there though. Just gonna keep getting him to donate more.
Yes, I will give another 2 grand. Do you care to match it with me, Muda? Do you care to match it with me, Muda, on the day I do it?
It already matched 4 grand.
I know, but why not much 2 more? You can afford it.
Fake cancer. Why would I
You're
have
the one. Do what?
Exactly.
Every time he tries to moral trap people, everyone is just like, I didn't fake cancer.
He didn't do anything wrong. Matching it is already doing more than he needed to do.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm just giving you the opportunity. I'm just giving you the opportunity.
Wait.
Yeah, thanks, Boogie, for giving me the opportunity.
Shut up, dude. What a fucking piece of shit.
He always has the opportunity to donate. You could just do that.
Wait.
Said, I don't even understand why he did it. Yeah. And you were like, I don't even understand he did it. Why he did it? $10,000 isn't even a lot of money.
Yeah, actually,
And I was
if you're scamming your audience,
$10,000.
Yeah, that was
Did you
like,
catch that?
scamming
If
your
you-
audience. That's
to sell yourself out fully to scam your audience via your lie of cancer through crypto fucking
Sell your soul.
bullshit. Yeah, it's like, what's that worth to you? 10,000. It's like, wow.
Well, like 10 grand. It's like, oh.
Yeah. Boogie's trying to moral grandstand on him by being like, 10,000 must not be much to someone who's lived a life of luxury. You wouldn't understand. Like the hardworking man, 10,000's a lot. You know what I mean? Like that flip is so funny.
Sorry, just got a question. How much money did Boogie lose in crypto?
Wasn't it over $700,000 or something?
Yeah, it was a lot.
Well, remember though that what that was that he gained it, but it was paper gains.
Yeah, well,
So,
those paper gains he could have cashed out on.
He
Yeah, he
could
could have turned that
like,
paper gain into
you say
Nutella,
loss,
but he didn't.
Like a loss means like a net loss, not like a potential gain that you didn't realize. If it's unrealized, then like that's just not what anybody thinks of when they think of a loss. They think you are actually down like 750 grand, which is not what happened.
I think that his his next paycheck should have to go to casino. Like he has to put it all on red live on stream to see if he can pay his bills that month.
That would be funny.
He is a lot of
Double
money.
or nothing.
I would-
Is it enough
I would
money to
suck
scam
your
the audience you
fucking
built over
dick
17
for
years?
$10,000
Wait, listen to what he says here, because Keemstar picks up on it.
right now.
Is it-
I'd
is it worth
gargle your
scamming the audience
fucking
you
brown
built over
cock
17
for
years?
$10,000 right
Like
now.
your brown God.
I would gobble your brown.
You can't just. Yeah,
That's
you can't
a lot
just
of money
go
for a
Indian.
person of color,
Yeah.
see?
It's so weird.
He's
That's
not
like
walking above me. It
It's
doesn't make
inches
point
for a
anymore.
person of
See,
color.
Keemstar notices. It's like, wait, what?
Wow. I'm just saying.
No, the point that I'm making is $10,000 is factually quite a lot.
Why
It is a lot.
why,
This is
why are
worth
you
for
saying
Fucking out of touch.
reputational
They're
loss.
so out of touch.
Why are you
it was
saying
worth
brown
running a
cock?
I'm not
Oh, to be fair, the reason he called it a brown cock is to distinguish it from a regular cock. Okay.
Right.
Very simple.
Oh no!
So
Boogie, what
weird,
you
though.
done?
video.
Is it
was
worth
running
the
a
long-term
dumb video.
reputational damage?
Yeah, you don't know what.
Remember when he was talking about foods he didn't like when Munoha was in the corner? The first thing he said was curry.
Yeah, I do remember that.
And then he was like, I don't like plenty of
God.
things. Curry, it wasn't hot chips. He's like struggling to find anything else.
He might not like curry, but it's not in a little Nutella mixed in can't fix. Okay?
That's true.
Oh,
That
Nutella
is
curry.
true.
Nasty.
Ugh.
Oh my
$10
God.
million fucking dollars is $10,000 is worth like any of your fucking
I
audience.
don't know what $10,000 is. $10,000
When's the last
USD.
time you put in 40 hours a week?
Because I don't spend it on hookers.
When's the last
and
time you
stupid
spent
shit.
40 hours?
Yeah, so Boogie's trying to pull on him. It's like, you've never worked like
He's
a full week in
actually-
your life. And Munoha's like, I didn't spend all my money on hookers, you fucking moron. Like value.
Boogie's
Also, it's
worth a
hilarious
billion
that
in his
Boogie would
fucking
try
life.
that on Muta, because Muta actually has like still a normal job on the side of YouTube. Like he definitely works like 40 hours on top of doing YouTube.
Guys, I got a confession. I got a confession. So, I just had some breakfast put in front of me.
Oh.
And in the
Nutella?
yeah, I know. It's pretty much Nutella. It's avocado on toast with an egg.
Hipster.
The Taylor
I'm
Lorenz
kidding, that
special.
sounds good.
So it's
Well, I just ate a
it's-
kiwi.
It's pretty much Nutella sprinkled with popcorn, and
Pretty much
I
the
would
same,
like
yeah.
to apologize
Little
to the
crunch,
chat
Wow.
for the hypocrisy of trying to do this.
Be
No,
true.
get out.
Not through us, though. Just a chat.
Yeah, chat's mum is she's a great cook. Thank you. Chat.
Oh, yeah.
There's
I
so
don't
many
worry, as I ate a
similarities.
kiwi to balance it out.
So many similarities between you and Boogie. You live with a chef. He lives with a chef. You're losing weight. He's trying to lose weight. There's a lot of things about your lives. It's
He's
like
gaining weight.
parallel. You're blood brothers.
Well, chocolate with peroxide has a lot of calories, so.
He's got sweaty tits. I've got sweaty tits. You know.
Wouldn't it be
Oh,
Syrup
yours
Brothers
can't
at that point?
compare. He's got waterfall tits.
Yeah,
Ocean
I walked through the
tits.
heat yesterday for
There's
like 2
fucking
hours.
salt
I was
factory
in
over there.
waterfall sweating like that.
He's got the Reichenbach Falls of tits right there.
Niagara
you know,
Falls of
Fucking
tits.
mine the salt up his body when it's starting, like when it's done sweating.
Oh my God. The Niagara Falls of tits.
Mariana Trench of tits.
Oh,
Mariana's
Niagara
Trench
Falls
of
is far more
reputation.
beautiful.
God, I
Yeah.
should have said that.
Mariana's
That's
Trench is his
disgusting.
rear end, you see.
Fucking
I
did
don't
this.
think it's
When's the last
more.
time you spent 40 hours a week? Because I did this quite a bit
What?
in my life.
When
When's
did
the
I
last time?
spend 40 hours a week? I
40
actually
hours
spent
a week?
more than 40 hours a week at a job, actually. I was a cybersecurity
Yeah.
expert.
Yeah.
I spend way more than 40 hours a week at a
And
fucking
did you
office.
get paid about as much as I did in the rest of your fucking eyes? Or you get about
No, I didn't
$1,800
get
a month
paid
too?
nearly what I
You got paid about $1,800 a month or two? Because that's what I fucking made. When I was working
What?
40 hours a week, I made about $1,800 a month.
What is
1,800.
Wait,
his-
what?
What is
He is,
he
he is trying
You
to
had a-
out working man Mutahar. He's trying to be like, I've lived a harder life than you. It's just, could you just fuck off?
Boogie,
I got
you
paid
look
like
like
shit.
you
Where did he
look.
work?
You can't-
Why is he
Was that
claiming that?
every
Last 2
week?
years, Boogie's been like doing YouTube videos, the most like low effort
Yeah.
Like YouTube video, just turn on the webcam and then just start talking. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, who are we kidding? Like the amount
Jesus
of work
Christ,
that's being
man.
put in, all right? And also, he's
$100
not even in any position to do this. This is like right after the biggest mistake.
Yeah, well,
of his
imagine trying
career.
to be like someone trying to shame you when they faked cancer to get as much money as possible. You're sitting there like, you can't be serious, man. Like,
What's all this about? The idea that he should be donating as much as you when you're the one who fucked up.
It's like I'm standing in front of a child that just stabbed to death, and someone's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" It's like, "Well, when did you last work 40 days, 40 hours in your life? Just give another stab in the neck." It's like, what are we doing? Why would you try to moral grant like after all the things you've did, you fucking moron?
You can go from like I can't stand up for 5 minutes to look at how many hours I've worked. Look at how such a hard worker I am.
Yeah.
A month.
40 hours a week where?
He worked
Fucking
hard
a
driving
local
around
game-
that supermarket. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Game shop up at the fucking hyper security
Okay,
building.
well, that's
Watch
your
the
career
district
fuck up right there. I was working my ass off for a good compensation. Still not enough for what I deserved, but yeah, I made good money.
What I'm saying is, there's a lot of people out here who are working their asses off too, and they're not.
There's a lot of people out there that aren't faking cancer.
Yes.
You can just pull it out every time.
He can't win an argument anymore.
Yeah,
it's impossible.
Boogie can't do anything because everyone can obviously just play the ultimate
Yeah.
trump card of you faked cancer for profit for years.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nothing else matters.
There's a lot of people out there that are working to make ends meet. There's a lot of people out there that aren't scamming their audience for 10 G's.
That's fine.
That's fine. That's their problem. I did.
Yes, it is, isn't it? It is a really good point.
Point. Can you one time stick to this point?
Oh, man.
$10,000 to everybody watching this right now is factually quite a fucking lot.
$10,000 to somebody in their fucking 50s shouldn't be a lot of money because you should be smart enough not to have burned it on hookers, smart enough to invest in it wisely. Yeah.
Especially after scamming your audience with fucking fake cancer. You should have way more than that.
Yep.
After
Yeah.
creating a YouTube channel with millions of subs.
Yep, 4.5 million, and he ran it for
Well,
how
it's
long?
just
17 years successfully?
Actually, 10K to somebody your age shouldn't be that much. 10K for somebody that's willing to throw it into crypto, that just
I know it won't pay for one of your fucking Teslas. I know it won't pay for one of your fucking expensive.
That's actually
Wait, didn't Boogie want to get a Tesla?
Well, how was he
Yeah,
going to talk?
yeah,
Didn't he
yeah.
have
He
all that
tried
money
and
with
failed.
Tesla?
What a weird
Yeah.
criticism. Like,
Yeah.
Mudahar
He just
buys his
jumps from
cars with
hole
money
to
he's
hole.
I
earned.
don't
Not
even
get out
understand
of-
what the argument is. He's trying to say, like, Mudahar, you're a bad person because you think that $10,000 isn't worth that much.
Yo, Boogie, you faked cancer.
Yeah.
He's
Like,
looking at the
these are
wrong
not
list.
equivalent.
He's looking at the things I shouldn't mention list, and he keeps reading from it.
How many orphans do you think you could feed if you drained Boogie's fat reserves?
Oh my god.
Can you go away?
Well, are we allowed to slather
Never.
Nutella on top of it, or is that like out of the
No.
You
Gotta
may.
sweeten it.
You may.
I should have stayed in
As long as the
bed.
hot cream goes next, along with a little pinch of sweat.
question? Yes.
It's actually funny. You scammed your audience for a Tesla. I worked my ass off to buy a Tesla.
You scammed your audience for a Tesla. I had to work my ass off for one. Every single thing Boogie says, it's just like, dude, there's a whole history. Let's recorded all of it. You're not going to be able to
Yeah.
escape.
It makes it so easy on other people. It's like, oh, have you ever worked? It's like, yes, actually, you haven't. You scam people. Well, did you buy a Tesla with your money? Yeah, and I didn't scam people for this. It's like, god damn it!
If he actually gets the cancer diagnosis, it's just gonna be funny to people. It's not gonna be seen as some kind of like, oh no.
No.
It'll just be like, oh, there he goes.
Boogie,
There goes karma.
Boogie is the
Karma.
Boogie's the training dummy of rhetoric.
True.
Well, like if you can't pass him, you're fucked. You gotta be able to beat
Yeah,
him.
it's like
Yeah.
I need to practice
the
my archery
automatic
or
victory.
my sword swinging or whatever. So you hit the training dummy, right? He's that, but for just like
He's the living straw man.
conversation. Yeah.
Living straw. Well, every single thing he says is like, all right, now everyone together, but you faked cancer. There you go.
You fake cancer.
Welcome,
God
Random
damn it,
Film
Leroy.
Talk. How you doing?
Hola.
Hey guys,
Hey, dude.
how are you guys holding up? Because I tuned in last night before I
doing
went to
okay.
bed when I was a little bit drunk, and I heard that some big shot jumped on and called everyone peasants. Something like that happened.
Something
We're-
like that did happen, yeah.
I think we're at 16 15 hours and a half, so still 8 to
thereabouts.
go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doing just fine. Kept alive,
Doing
kept
alright,
well
doing
by
alright.
Boogie's antics. If you want to
Have-
use the
please
link.
tell me you haven't been talking about Boogie for the last 12 hours.
No.
No, just the last 6.
Just most of it. If you join us, you can come in on the last third of the second third of the Boogie content for the anniversary. We got some
boogie.
Got plenty of surprises to go after this as well.
My knowledge of Boogie, just so that you guys know, is basically nothing. I haven't actually watched any of you guys' Boogie content, but someone in my Discord did give me a TLDR, so I don't really know who he is.
Well, this will be even more interesting.
Yeah,
then.
it's better that way, probably.
Yeah.
He's the guy in the top left, if you didn't know.
And your
Oh yeah,
I
heard
worked
him
my
last
ass
night,
off
and
to
he
buy
made me
it.
go to bed.
I never
Where's the
had
fucking
this. I've
difference?
never had one. I've never had one, dipshit. You're the one driving one. You
No,
dumb
you spent your money fucking inverted commas LA 10s.
Yeah, that was. Would have mentioned that. Like he's fucking already shelled him for him. He's not realizing.
Why? I worked hard to get it. I worked hard to earn
I
it.
never had one. I never had one.
I never had one.
I
never
didn't deserve one.
What
Well,
is,
he's
I do not
tell
understand.
people
Like,
it.
how has it gotten to this? It's genuinely because Mudahar just said that he didn't think 10 grand was much money, and this
To
was in
sell out
relation to
for.
the idea of how much money he ought to have donated, or like alternatively what he sold out for.
That was what it was.
And now he's like actually trying to moral grandstand because he said that.
I completely
Like,
agree
I
though.
never had a
Selling out for
Tesla.
10K
What?
sucks. Like try and have some pride.
Yeah, $10,000.
Guys.
Like, come on.
Guys, people have had sex with this man with those sweaty tits.
No.
I just want to
No.
put that.
Why do you have
Everyone
to keep
else
bringing this up,
it is
Gabe?
in
Why
my
are you bringing
brain.
this up?
Hello was for.
One for me, one for my
Come
hooker.
back.
One for me,
That's
one for my
great.
hooker.
No, the flapping.
Oh, my God.
We're making s'mores tonight. Get in the.
And he once said it was on top. He could be on top now. Ah!
But you spent
I never had
Tesla
one.
money on hookers.
I never had one. Except
But
I
you
never
spent
had
Tesla money on hookers. You
Oh
spent
my
more
god,
money than
he's
the
doing
MSR.
this
He's doing it. He's doing the I
doing
never
it.
did,
He's
but with a
doing
new
it again,
set.
yeah.
The funny part is he still tried to buy one, and then it's like, oh, I actually can't afford it. Can I get some donations, please, so I can afford it?
Remember, we watched the clips where he said,
he was
"Please
like, buy me
dig
a
deep."
Tesla.
Yeah,
Dig
give me
deep.
money.
Yeah.
Dig deep so that I can have
Buy
a
me a
fucking
Tesla,
Yeah.
Like that stupid shit.
We remember
Yeah.
Boogie. Whether
I'm
or
still
not you do.
traumatized.
But like, I
Because
don't
my-
even know why he's like, because it's the whole point that Muda is saying is like, yeah, you could have had a Tesla if you didn't spend all your money on stupid things.
You know what's also funny? Sometimes I look to the bottom right, it's like, oh yeah, Wings is here. He's just hanging out.
Yep.
He's
Yeah,
just chilling,
he's just there,
with his cat,
Yeah.
chilling with his cat.
Just chilling.
Yeah, he's like,
I
I'll go back.
down payment on the Tesla. I hadn't done any of that shit.
No, but you spent $200,000 on hookers. You spent more
And
than the
again,
cost of my car
was come on your show, you lying piece of shit, and
Whoa.
Oh,
Oh, suddenly so
Love you, though.
aggressive. Yeah, I love you.
You're
though.
lying piece of shit. Huh?
said that that was not the actual number.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was traveling around
He
paying
came on
for
your
Chanel bag
show.
on
He
hookers.
came
Right,
on
that's-
your show
That's
and
true.
said that that was not accurate. So you're again.
Oh, so you lied about, but you spent that money on travel and everything, right? So you spent
we need to
Tesla
get
money
one-
on shit like hookers and Disneyland and stupid shit.
Hey,
So what
hey, I
the
got a
fuck?
question.
And not having
Would
cancer.
any of these hookers be willing to come on the local live show and
Oh
talk
God,
about their
Wings,
experiences?
stop.
He stuff put on his protective shield because he's.
Why would you want to do that to the poor woman?
Because
Why would you
that's
ever wanna
fucking
do that?
interesting.
No, none of
You
them
know, it'd
should
be a
do
lot
Poor
better.
woman, like
But
he gives a
that's-
fuck.
But what has he done with Desi, right? His girlfriend lady,
Ate
right?
her.
Especially at
He
the
ate
comedy
her.
club.
We
He
don't wanna
basically
ate her.
hoisted her up to be made fun of as like as a magnet for his insult fetish or his humiliation fetish.
Turned the bones into kindling.
From the Mike
I have
Klum
not- I have
documentary.
not seen this.
Yeah, but remember the
Is this
clips
person-
from the second round of the Lolcow Live stuff where he was talking to Tommy about how he was like, "You keep her name out your fucking mouth." Like whenever
Oh,
people
yeah.
actually make fun of her, he does that
Yeah,
whole
the only
charade.
one allowed. Yeah, the only one allowed to dehumanize her is me.
Pretty much.
Is
Yeah.
this the person that he had a bath with, or is this someone else?
Yep.
Yes, that's the same
that-
girl.
No,
Yeah.
that's her.
Okay,
Isn't,
okay.
isn't he trying to pimp her out on OnlyFans now as
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Sure.
It's,
It's so
uh,
fucking
Imagine how-
disgusting, dude.
Yeah.
Imagine how the bathroom
the girl
smells when
that's-
he gets in the water and the sweat mixes with bath water and then you keep.
Can we kick meme finally? Jesus.
Yeah,
what's
can we
going
kick
on?
Imagine saying that you got together with a girl because you had a shared history of abuse.
Yeah.
And then you tried to pimp her out on OnlyFans.
I know, it's so fucked up.
We had a trauma bond. She was abused, and I kept doing it to her.
yeah.
That's the running theory.
Literally,
he said he half expects that she will like outgrow him. That there will be a time where she'll want to leave. That's something he's already said.
No,
before.
nobody will outgrow you, Boogie. Don't worry.
What do you mean do that to a poor woman?
Actually,
if I spend $200,000 on hookers, I would neck myself. Okay.
Subtle hint.
Not out of shame, just alone.
I would too.
I
Well, no, you didn't. What? Why would you say I would
I
too?
can't neck
You're
myself
right
'cause
here.
I'm too
I can
fat
see
to hang
you.
myself. But if I had actually spent $200,000 on hookers, I would too. Yeah, I'd probably do the same thing.
What? What are you talking?
Dude, I would love.
He's trying to say that he didn't
do
spend
hookers.
that
He
much.
didn't do it. Didn't do hookers, which is interesting.
I never did.
It was more like
Oh, now it's just
50K.
no
What
hookers
happened to
anymore.
one for
They
me,
want
one for my
hookers
hooker?
to
Like,
export.
Oh, is this?
What
is
happened to the
it,
hookers that were interviewed in the documentary?
Well, didn't Boogie
That's
say,
some of
"Oh
them.
no, we lied. I lied. I made up."
oh,
the
he'll
amount
explain.
that
He'll
was
explain.
actually-"
Don't you worry.
Oh, okay.
That's
Oh, okay.
grade A content.
Well, again, I never did the hooker thing.
How
I
about
did
the one that you
drink thing.
that quit
Never
hooking?
Wait, you never did the
because
hooker
they stuck
thing?
with
Wait,
Boogie?
what? How you didn't do hooker?
Yeah, get
I
the
did
fuck
sugaring,
out.
which is a very different thing. If you're
Sugaring, very
That's
different.
He's just doing.
It's more expensive.
Wait for it. Keemstar's reaction kind of sums
Wait a
up the
minute.
audience.
Wait, whoa.
I
Didn't he say in
continually
the
pay them over
documentary-
time, is what he's saying there.
Well, yeah, but didn't he say in the documentary, "I'll take you out. We'll have a nice time. I'll buy you food that you'd never be able to eat because you're
I'll
a
put
scrub."
your children through school.
And, yeah, and then maybe we'll go back and fuck. He
Yeah.
said.
Yeah, so it depends on your perspective. Arguably more pathetic than a hooker. It really depends on what you think. But
More
like I said,
expensive and fewer
It's a
guarantees.
fancy hooker.
very familiar with
Doesn't
the
maybe
Hollywood.
imply an
obviously
option,
women
though.
prostitutes. They're still hookers.
No, it's
What are you
completely different.
talking about?
Completely different. A lot of these women I never even slept with. There's no sex involved. How can you be a hooker if there's no
Professional
Yeah, like get
Exactly.
so that's
Hold
not making
on.
me look better, dude.
This guy said that he would kill him. Well, no, he would what was it? Neck himself if he spent however many $100,000 on hookers, and now he's trying to claim that he didn't actually have sex with them, as if that makes it better.
yeah, well, just
Yeah.
it's dude, the top tier bullshit big fat here. Like the little intro from Keemstar's perfect.
These women I never even slept with. There's no sex involved. How can you be a hooker if there's no
What? Stop! Are you fucking kidding me, you fat dumb piece of shit?
Go, man, go.
Dumb piece of
There
shit.
he is. There he is.
He got
There
activated.
He is.
That's peak Keemstar right now. That's happening right now. It's gonna be
Prepare
bad.
for ramming speed.
Some women just fed me s'mores while I beat
I
off. It's
spent-
totally different.
Today's
spent
a
two-
good day to die.
Look at Budaha's
Look
face.
at
spent $200,000
$200,000
on hookers.
Like fucking Jesus Christ.
Jesus
Oh, that's
Christ. I
perfect.
can't imagine spending that kind of money on hookers and still having the feeling of the inside of a vagina being an enigma to me. Fucking wild. Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Aren't you
man.
like a little like at what point are you a little curious?
Just all four of them right now. There's fucking all the faces.
Rags,
just
he's putting
fucking-
kids through school, okay?
You
He needs to
paid
put his
women
dick
to
through her
fucking hang
vagina is
out
what
with
he
you?
needs to do. No.
Yes, he did. because I remember
Oh
his
my
video where he
god.
had one of
Oh
those
my
women
god. Oh
he
my
bought
god.
them Wendy's.
Oh my god.
I bought them dinners.
You
I bought
paid
them,
women. You paid women
I
to
took
hang
them on
out with
trips.
you.
No, nobody. Very few women
First of all,
got like a
okay,
check.
okay,
Very
okay.
few women
Listen to
got
me.
like a
Listen to me.
check.
Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me.
Let's
Stop
get
talking.
your
You're gonna
Very
listen to what I'm
few,
saying
so
right now.
some of them did. So some of them did.
Yeah.
Some of them
It is
needed to pay
really,
their
really,
bills.
really fucking pathetic to go online and like simp to like Pokimane. It's even more pathetic to pay for some girls' OnlyFans. It's even more fucking pathetic to like pay for sex. But it's got to be the absolute most fucking pathetic
Yes,
thing I've ever heard.
James
That
correct
you're
here.
fucking paying a woman to go hang out with you in real
not what I did.
life.
What I
That
did was
is
buy them
fucking
dinner,
pathetic.
Which is not what I did. Of
That
course,
is.
I bought them
What
dinner.
did you do then?
What? How is that not the same
Did it-
thing? What?
Oh, so like you were dating. You were in a relationship.
Well, it's not even
then,
dating. That's
right?
just it's It's not real. You know what I mean? Like they're
That's
only
what
doing
it would be if you're like in like a normal world with like a moral god and things, right? That's what we call like dating.
But
he's talking about something
he's
completely
trying
different.
to-
Like, oh yeah, I bought that woman dinner. It's like, oh, because you're
He's
like
trying to
dating
argue it
her
like
and that's
it's
what you do, or...
it's high class or something. When it's the reality is it is dating without the actual relationship, and you have to pay for everything, including their time.
No, it's dating where you're paying for the relationship.
But you don't even get the relationship really.
Fake. Yeah, but it's all fake. It's all fake.
It's not. It's the what's the inverse of it's strangers without benefits.
Dude, I miss the days when
Yeah, it's actually it may very well be the worst
friends with
possible
potential
thing.
benefits.
You pay them for their time, you pay them to eat, you pay for them to go to nice places. They might fuck you, you have to pay for that as well, and then they'll abandon you the second the money runs out. Like how is this not the worst possible version of all the things they just went through?
What do you get out of this? What do you get out of this?
You get to pretend someone loves you if you just believe.
That's what you get, bankruptcy.
Wait, what you're describing is
also
way more expensive than an actual hooker.
What you're describing is like going on a first date, knowing that it's going to fail, and knowing that there won't be another one.
Wow.
I miss the days you could just fuck a hooker and there wasn't like a microtransaction attached to it.
Well, there was a microtransaction attached to it, but
I didn't get the hooker DLC. Damn.
Yeah, this girl's offering some really cool DLC.
Maybe if he's lucky, she'll twist his tipples. You know.
Ooh. Top tier package.
Would be so fucking gay.
It's so gay.
That is gay.
hanging out with
I
them. Why
mean,
don't you just buy the
that's a
fucking
fair
entree?
that's a
and leave?
fair comment. You know, in all fairness, that is a fair comment.
Oh,
if
God,
you're paying for it, you gotta fucking get it.
Well,
you can't not
just
get
letting-
it, man.
That's letting someone like it's like consensual robbery. What do you even call that?
I just love the idea that there would have been several
Charity?
people where he spends the night with them, they just don't like his company, but they keep around to get the food, to get the place, then they're like, okay, bye. He's like, oh.
I don't like his cum either.
Ew, Nutella.
It never gets to that.
What I'm saying is,
apparently.
we had dinner. We
They don't
sat
even know
around,
if they
we
like his
talked, and
cum
then
or not.
afterwards they went
True.
home. There was no cash. I didn't like fork over $200. Thank you for going to dinner with me. That shit doesn't happen. That's not what sugaring is.
You pay for everything. What do you mean?
How did you meet them?
buy
How
her,
did you
though?
meet them?
They pay for
On
it.
this
He's
date,
lying.
did
He
you go
fucking pays for
shopping?
everything. It's like a distinction without a difference. I didn't fork over $200. I just paid. Remember, he'd go to like hyper high end restaurants. He made a whole thing about this in the documentary. The way it works, he'll like go to
that's right. His
all kinds of like
profiles.
crazy places just
sugar
to
daddy site.
experience what it's like if he had someone who cared about him.
Oh, that is the saddest way you can describe it, but it's so accurate.
Because I have
So
no
you just-
understanding of the hobby.
Do you just buy them shit just to hang out with them?
So how did you spend $40,000 on hookers, but it's really $40,000 on meals for hookers?
Building your audience for 17 years, the long-term reputational damage.
It's like it's the ultimate cuckery. You're providing her with the calories to fuck other men later.
That or
Boogie.
that's cannibalism.
That's not even. That's like 4 degrees of separation. That's like ultimate mega cuckery.
Boogie, unironically, if you were just paid for sex, you would be in less financial ruin than you are right now.
Yes.
Yeah, if you just fucked her and was done with it, and then you could just.
But
No,
did
I
it say
think
it
it's
deserves
illegal
like the
now,
LA
so.
Nines or something like that? Like,
And you get to have an orgasm too, man. Come on.
Whoa.
So do you think it's seriously though? Do you think it's because he just wants to be seen in public with a woman that he deems to be attractive?
That's got to be a
to
part of it.
elevate his.
Probably, yeah.
I think it's a. I think
He
there's
said he
another degree
deserved it,
to
right?
it. I think there's
In the
one more
documentary,
degree
he
to
said
it.
He can't get hard?
It's not. It's just. It's not just being seen in public with a woman. It's being seen with a woman that everyone recognizes and knows instantly is way out of his league, and the implication that he must be paying for it, which plays into the. If they see me with this kind of woman, then they'll understand the dynamics of this and what its implications are, and that's like a humiliating, sad thing that people will think of me. So that's it plays into the,
Yeah, and he
there's a
doesn't have
lot
enough
happening.
money. He doesn't have enough money to keep doing that, so he dates younger now. So it kind of conveys the same message without him
Yeah, because
actually
younger
having to
women
pay
are
for
cheaper.
it.
Yeah. No, they are. What younger people are? It's a lot easier to impress a younger person, so it's not going to take nearly as much money as it would like an older woman who expects more. You can take a young person to. You don't have to take her to some place super
Depends on the
classy or
age,
anything.
I would say.
You mean McDonald's?
Hell yeah,
Chuck E. Cheese.
Maybe we're going
unfortunately,
to
What age are we
Boogie's
talking
gonna-
about here, Rags?
Boogie's gonna drown in the ball pit, so he can't. do that.
The final
He'll
fate.
get stuck in the little tubes.
That'll be his
To you
fatality when he's
and
the
you're
guest
standing with
character
the
in the
re-
next Mortal Kombat, the ball pit.
Can I exchange these tickets for more pizza?
rest of the people in the community is worth the $10,000 that you earned through this scam?
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think raping every fan you have up the asshole was worth a penny?
Wait, what?
What?
Can we roll that back? What the fuck?
This is an interesting. This is an interesting hypothetical.
Fucking wild response.
What?
I, like, where did?
I guess.
How?
Hang on. I surely I
Happy
fell
to
asleep for a
engage
second
with a
there. What was
hypothetical.
happening?
All right, I've rolled back what, like 11, 12 seconds. Here we go. Okay, full context.
I'm pretty sure we were talking about
Three,
hookers or
two,
something.
One.
Meals for hookers.
Building your audience for 17 years, the long-term reputational damage to you and your standing with the rest of the people in the community is worth the $10,000 that you earned through this scam?
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think raping every fan you have up the asshole was worth a penny? Or you didn't do that either, did you?
What?
dipshit?
I agree, Moon. I agree. What?
Is he suggesting that were he not sugar daddying, he would be
I guess the answer would be
essaying
no,
his
right?
fans?
It wasn't. It was
didn't
so no
happen.
is the answer
So
to the hypothetical.
The
No,
simple
it's
thing
not
is just
worth
like,
a
why
penny.
did you do activity? And then the response is, why did you blow up the moon? Yeah, for the same reason, because we both didn't do it.
Exactly. What
That
the
would have
fuck?
been better.
But everybody is
So
now
confused.
just thinking about
Just
raping
complete
everybody. Like,
fucking
why did you
insanity. Like,
say
what?
this?
You didn't do that.
Whoa, hold on.
The only thing that got raped was Boogie's bank account.
Down it went.
I didn't bringing
That
up
was
rape into
consensual.
this.
What? I don't know. Okay, whatever. Not stabbing. Stabbing.
Okay, we'll switch to
No
stabbing,
stabbing?
people.
Okay.
What's happening?
Is stabbing everyone of your fans for a penny worth it? No.
No,
I'm trying to
What?
find
No,
something
I guess
worse
not.
than cancer.
How does this address anything?
I
that's
wish
been
I wish
asked?
to assure
She is
chat
not
if
good at
Fringy,
crafting
Rags, and I were offered
hypotheticals.
to stab all of you, we wouldn't accept it for a penny. We would go higher than that.
No,
Oh,
yeah.
I would. I would stab every single one of you. Fuck you
That's
guys.
You
Oh,
would rape them
sweet.
up the ass, though, right?
Oh, you're
I
a
need to-
real
I need-
good
I'm gonna
one.
go with
Yeah.
no.
I need to stab everyone so I can afford my Nutella.
We are the most
It was a rare
moral.
penny.
Hold the fuck
Yeah,
up.
okay, what about
Yeah, I do it for
stabbing? What
crypto.
about
Whoa,
stabbing?
whoa,
What
whoa.
about stabbing? What about
What?
stabbing then? What
Yeah,
about
I don't think stabbing anybody in my
Yes, but I
audience
didn't
is
scam
good.
anybody in my
Boogie,
audience
Boogie,
either.
Boogie, listen,
And I
listen.
didn't scam
Boogie,
it.
stop,
I got
stop,
paid
stop,
to
stop.
come
Muta, thanks for
I don't know
Stop.
why.
You-
Why is he
you're
even
retarded.
going back? He's already said that he believes that it was a scam anyway. Like he said that himself. So what's he even talking about?
Yeah.
He does this where like he'll admit to it and then try to run back to like a
I
nice.
could lie anyway. Like after he admitted to it.
I don't get it. Like, does
Yeah.
he think that nobody's paying? What does he think this is effective? Does he think anybody watched this and thought, "Wow, that's a very compelling point, Boogie"? Yeah, no, I agree with you. Now you're a good person. Is there a single person in the world who that worked on?
Would rape our asses.
Listen, Boogie is a rhetorician. That's how he's described. He's very good at this. He's convinced everybody. I would say.
Of course.
The only thing I can think is he's just trying to find something that is worse than cancer or faking cancer so that the report
really had to
can't
dig
come.
for that, huh?
$1,000 isn't worth a lot of money.
Yeah. What's worse than faking cancer? Raping 4 million people, I guess. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
You know what? I guess so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Muda, as always.
I mean, I'll engage with the hypothetical, I guess.
No.
But
Wait, are we having a love you though moment just now?
Yeah, I was about to say, watch out the love you though. It's so good.
Muta, thanks for coming on. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, Muda, as always.
My God.
Yeah. Muda's really entertaining.
It's so fucking funny. It's so insincere. It's bullshit. Thank you, Muda. Love you, Muda.
At the end of the day, I don't like him as a person, but when he's on the show, he's extremely entertaining. And I think the audience likes him. They like how he fucking gets up in my shit. Yeah, I'm all about it.
I'm all about it.
He's also funny. Just sit here and listen to him
oh,
lie.
wow, what a guy you are, Boogie.
What was the lie?
Wow.
He's so in on
Well,
it,
I
guys.
mean, like,
He's not
okay,
mad at
now-
all.
Wait, he's done another heel turn though. Where's he going with this?
Do you see? Because he's now gradually just taking the opportunity to absolutely shit on Moose.
Yeah.
He's God now.
Yeah.
He's also funny to
Boogie
sit here
classic.
and listen to him lie over and over again.
Oh, that's
It's
I.
so
Oh,
Yeah, you never do
that's
that, do you,
fucking
Boogie?
rich
You
coming.
never lie.
Glass
He's
Cancer Awards,
enraging.
Boogie. Glass Cancer Awards.
Well, watch. He's
to
very.
kill
Boogie does a very
rising.
deft rhetorical flourish here that you probably don't know about because you're not very smart, everybody. But I'll help you understand it, right? So he
Okay.
calls you watch him. He
thanks.
calls Mutahar a liar.
Oh, that's I.
And then Keemstar says, "Oh, that's rich coming from you." And Boogie's very clever because he thinks like, "Oh, because Keemstar's calling me a liar, but I can twist it." Watch how he twists it. It's very clever.
Oh, that's fucking rich coming from you, buddy.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, to lie to me is fucking ballsy.
That's so.
Oh, God. That doesn't make any fucking sense. What?
The sheer skill.
Okay.
The sheer skill. He's
If
You
twisted
gotta be
that.
really good at lying to do it.
That's what we call
without-
a verbal riposte.
jeez.
How does he keep walking into these fucking rakes like all the time? It's like the fucking
He's
Simpsons
retarded?
meme.
If you don't lie to Boogie, no balls.
Yeah.
Oh, rich.
To sit here and lie to me is fucking ballsy. That's crazy.
That's
Whatever.
crazy.
I just feel like
I
when
don't
it
even
comes to
exactly know what he means by that, actually.
Wait,
I mean,
I just
I
like
don't
Wings
think
is
he
so
knows
ready to
what he
just
means by that.
stop. Wings is so ready to just go offline. Just, I don't know. Take
Wings
shit or
does
something.
sometimes come across as though he's like, it sucks that this is my life, but I've got to do it. Like it pays the bills.
Yeah,
sort of thing.
Yeah.
Whatever.
At least
I
I,
just
live
feel
with
like-
this nice lady, and I have a cat, and
I have a
you know, I've
Pikachu
got
on a
this-
column.
You know,
You know what?
Bills.
I think the funniest
be
outcome of
worse.
all of this would be Wings just having all this debt payoff and just can chill after all this
He
is
like
done.
announces he's
and-
leaving Lolcar Live because he's paid his debts. He's like,
Yeah, I used all the money to actually get my shit together, and I'm just gonna hang out with my wife for the rest of my life.
I just
Yeah.
thought of a brilliant pun. That Pikachu is ionic. Oh fuck, that's good. Jesus Christ, that's so fucking good. It's so good that most of you won't get it. Oh.
Well, that's great. Can we continue?
Because of the type of column, there's like Ionic, Doric, and Corinthian, and that's a Ionic.
Oh.
It's fine. It's fine. It's
Moving on.
it's really good because
It's
Pikachu's the most
interesting
iconic Pokemon, but that's a
Rich
Ionic
Corinthian
column.
leather.
Did someone mention moving on?
Oh.
Well, Rex, you forgot I'm
Oh,
speech
it's
disabled, so I don't get it.
fucking good.
Moving on.
Go on, say
How
it,
do I do
Rags.
it?
You think that we wouldn't all get it because we're all peasants? Say it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm a- I'm a-
Small
I'm
Here
a
it is.
peasant.
Ionic Order.
I'm a peasant, so I don't get it.
Yeah, we're happy in
alright.
peasant land doing peasant.
I
things.
get it. I'm get it, and I'm satisfied. And I've got I got my strawberries and my sand, and I'm just having a great time.
Sand.
Okay.
That's a great
Like-
combination.
Peanut
Do you
butter.
have a bit
See?
of boogie
Jesus
sweat on
Christ.
top of that?
Oh, look at that. Oh my God. Oh,
I mean, is it even one of those pillars?
Ionic Order.
When it
it's
comes to the whole
like-
faking cancer thing,
It's
like
ionic,
even
you can
Boogie
look
doesn't
at it, yeah.
understand the real
But
evil
is-
of that
is it
situation yet.
No, I do.
What is
Listen-
the real evil
listen,
of the
I-
situation? Tell
listen,
me, what
I-
is the real evil?
The real evil, in my opinion, is the people who have been affected by cancer, either having lost a loved one
Oh.
or dying themselves.
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
it's
wait,
Ionic
wait,
and
wait,
he's
wait,
a
wait,
electric
wait,
Pokemon. I got it.
that's phrased weirdly.
What?
The real evil are the people with actual cancer.
No, he paused. He got paused.
Did he actually say that?
Wait,
He's halfway
what?
through. He's
What?
explaining. He's saying.
wait.
Like Medicare being genuinely hurt by that.
There you go.
Not just in the regards of, man, hearing about that sucks and makes me feel like shit, but also
doesn't.
because it
Of course
makes
it makes you
the
feel
other
like
people
shit,
who
you
are
piece of fucking wank!
To be fair,
You're the one who did it!
to be fair,
You're the
he-
one who's fucking lying!
no, he feels bad because he got caught. Like, that's why.
Yes!
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the only reason. That is the only reason he feels fucking bad. Is he got fucking caught? He doesn't
He feels-
feel bad about the people. He doesn't feel bad that he fucking lied. He doesn't feel bad that he's a degenerate piece of fucking shit that's fucking pimping
He's
out
not
his
degenerate.
girlfriend
he doesn't
on
fuck the
fucking
hookers.
OnlyFans.
Kill him.
He doesn't feel bad that he fucking does nothing to help himself whatsoever. He doesn't feel bad because of his fucking attitude and the way that he behaves towards others. He feels bad because he fucking got caught.
I felt that
Tattoo
deep in my
right
soul.
across your forehead, cunt. Right across it.
I would accept
right
that.
across it.
Some good ass content right there.
What would you
Goddamn it,
prefer,
my
actually?
God, I'm doing that rant.
Would you
Fucking
prefer
hell.
liar in perfect, legible, like big stamp on his forehead, or cunt? I'm not sure which one is better because the liar one is.
Liar.
Lying cunt.
What about liar? There you go.
All right, yeah, there we go.
Liar.
Problem solved.
I think liars. Yeah. Why not
actually
both?
suffering who try to raise money to pay for their fucking medical treatments and bills seem a little less trustworthy.
Well, see, so to be fair to Mudahar, he's kind of killed him here because on one hand, either he didn't answer well, and it would have been like, well, you're just a fucking idiot for not knowing the damage you've caused, or he answers well, that it's like, why the fuck did you do it?
Mm-hmm.
So it took you 2 years of faking this illness to realize that?
That's what I mean.
Oh my god.
No, I've known it the whole time.
I've known it the
I
whole
know.
time.
No, why would you say that?
That's what I mean.
Another rake.
Rhetorical
There was another rake.
master.
He stepped right into it.
Rhetorical master.
He's clearly operating at a level that we just cannot comprehend.
Maybe it's not
And
sweat that's spilling out there, it's just brain fluid. Like, it's all just,
years
he's
from now,
done
we're
so.
gonna wake up in the middle of the night and go, "Holy fuck!"
It's just so
He
interesting
was
because
so smart, and I never knew it the whole time.
You know, when you talk to someone and you realize you fucked up, you said something wrong or offensive, and you're like, "Oh, that was
No.
pretty bad," and you go like, "Oh, damn it, that sucks." But Boogie just says that and just keeps going. It's like, "Oh yeah, I knew it the whole time." Anyway, did you rape your audience?
Boogie takes the Boogie
hates
takes
being
the
alive, he
YouTuber
hates being
advice
alive, he
of
hates
just
being
keep
alive.
going to the extreme.
I've spat so many times this stream.
After having done it, I'm like, having talked to my doctor, he's like, well, look, we're going to treat you for this. There's no reason to get the diagnosis. I'm like, okay. Well, and then I justify.
We're gonna treat you for this. There's no use getting the diagnosis.
That's
I don't
absolute
believe.
nonsense.
I don't believe a doctor ever said that. to
No.
you.
Well,
I
what's
don't
funny,
believe
too-
that. There's no point getting a diagnosis. Here's your
But he's
treatment
playing
for
into
this,
his
whatever
usual
you got.
spiel, and you catch Keemstar's already losing it. He's like, oh, here we go.
There we go.
If I had my head the whole time, I'm like, okay, well, they're still treating me for it, so I'm going to keep letting
Wings
them treat
is
me for it, and
dissociating
technically
in the
I still
corner.
have it. And then we got on this fucking show, and you
It's the
guys
doctor,
confronted
by the
me.
way. It's the doctor's fault.
Yeah, of course.
It's the doctor's fault.
Remember,
Yeah,
he said
well,
the doctor
cloud,
couldn't
so-
speak English. he could say, polycythemia vera, but he couldn't say cancer.
That's why he hates Mudahar, because Mudahar reminds him of his doctor that can't
Oh!
They made those jokes. He said the Dr. Gupta. He kept saying that back and forth.
You know, the doctor was from one of those African tribes that mainly speaks in clicks, except for polycythemia vera. So
Yeah,
it'd
of
be like,
course.
yeah,
Everyone knows that.
polycythemia vera.
Just to be fair, though, if you go to a hospital and you can barely understand your doctor, it means that guy earned his way into this country, all right, and he's gonna heal the fuck out of you. All
That's
right?
what I mean. Boogie genuinely tried to use that in order to like fuck over the. Remember, because people started like questioning. He's like, "Well, I'm not going to give you any more research." He's like my family doctor. I wouldn't do that to him. I wouldn't bring him on here. He wouldn't talk about as if like he wants to throw them under the bus, but also prevent any information from actually being discovered.
Of course,
that's the way the Boogie does it.
And they're like, well, technically you don't have it. And until you fucking technically have it, we want to fucking fuck you, piece of shit. I'm like, I know, but I still have to pay the fucking bills. You're like, I don't care. I don't care that you have to pay the bills. I want a fucking diagnosis. Get your bone drone into. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. So now I've effectively faked cancer.
I think he's just trying to make a cohesive story.
Trying to talk.
One for me, one for my dog.
It's not working. It's not working.
Oh,
he failed.
And
One
now
for
that that's
me,
out
one for
there,
my doctor,
yes,
one
that's
for
when
me, one
it
for my
did
doctor.
truly occur to me after hearing from dozens and dozens, including channel members.
I
who
can't
written
hear
me-
this anymore. I can't hear this anymore.
I agree, Tim. I agree.
Yeah, just fuck off, like.
But yeah, thank you guys. Any final words?
That's all of it. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm going to go eat myself to death.
No.
He had to leave with some.
You've been
I'm
doing
gonna
that
go
all
eat
your
myself to
life,
death.
so
It's
you
real
know.
staring at
Just
me.
fucking-
I've been staring at
The
this
food hasn't
packaged
killed you
raw
yet, Boogie,
chicken
I'm
for
sorry to
too
say.
long.
It's like
I
yet
gotta-
another
sorry.
suicide bait when he leaves. Like, of course.
That's
Yeah.
like more
What,
victims.
What, you reckon he's gonna have medium rare chicken, Rags?
Oh, why are you picking
Why would
on
you have
Rags?
medium rare chicken? That's not healthy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
It really isn't.
You probably shouldn't eat medium rare chicken. That's not good.
No, it shouldn't, Rags.
That's
If
a
he's
pretty
still
bad
ever
idea.
said
He
that
definitely
that's
should.
something that's.
I feel like I'm missing context here.
Well,
never mind.
Speaking
But
of,
medium rare
not enough
just to be
whooshes in the
clear,
world.
medium rare chicken literally exists. There are ways to measure the wellness of meat. You could make chicken
That's not the
medium
context
rare.
I was talking about, Rags, and you know it.
What's not the what is it? What is it?
No,
we
I'm
have
just not gonna.
more things. Goblin Jr.
See, there was a rake right there, and I avoided it. Unlike Boogie.
Is anybody in need of leaving right at this moment?
Yes, I have to depart and get ready for my little streamy poo.
Oh, of course, my good man.
I know. Congratulations on 300. This was a lot of fun. Boogie's a piece of shit. He'll never kill himself because he's too in love with himself to do that. He will continue to try and scam people through manipulation and pity until the day he actually does die, which will probably be due to an overdose of fucking Nutella. Have a good day, gentlemen, and I shall see you later. I love you all.
We'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So was he fucking the Nutella in that context?
Stop it, babe. Stop.
Listen to Metal. He knows the limits.
Sometimes you unscrew the jar and you look inside and you see the nut hole and you're like, oh, Boogie's been here.
We're making s'mores tonight, my lady. Yeah.
That's gruesome, that is. Well, next, because we were mentioning, eating foods that could potentially make you ill and end up making you maybe look like Gollum-ish, which is relevant to the next subject. I bet you're all like, what the fuck could he possibly be talking about?
I mean, I could go for some lunch, so I'm down.
That's not what I'm referencing at all.
Oh my god! Oh.
We never covered this.
I actually know about this.
The rest of the internet's already covered this, but we haven't.
Oh my goodness.
So a little context for everybody, because there's just vague interactions, but it's led to something that needs to be read out because it's so fucking funny. And genuinely, I don't know if Rags and Fringy, I don't know if you think there's a person here that would best have a voice to read this in terms of just how funny it is. But whoever we choose has to go full throttle. When there's caps lock, you gotta read it like it's caps lock, okay? But, I'm ruling out Meme because he'll blow out his microphone doing it. But anyway.
Hey, you know what? Maybe you should do it.
What? I mean, if we
You
wouldn't
have
want
to
to
do
vote
it
for
in an
myself.
American accent.
Well, so anyway, context first. This is indeed about Xander Hall, who I think the first interaction I had with him directly was when he accused me of saying that Rings of Power was bad because woke, and then I was like, find one example of me saying that, and he was having a back and forth. He got very angry at me, and then I called him a cheap copy of a bunch of streamers that are much better than him from like an older era, which gets to him because it's like the thing that he says to everyone he hates. And he got very angry at me and did like coverage of how wrong I am and everyone else is about Rings of Power. And I went on Adam and Sitch's show to talk about it, and he famously said that he very much enjoyed Rings of Power Season 1, Episodes 1 and 2 because the CG was awesome in the big fight scenes. And then he said, can't wait for the remaining 48 hours of Season 1.
I
still remember that.
Mentioning the other law of his IQ test that he did on stream.
He did indeed do an IQ test on stream that made it into my Quantum Mania video for eagle-eyed viewers.
Oh, that's not good.
Let's just say that Xander Hall's in the double-digit club.
Sounds like it didn't go so well.
He's quite far down in double-digit club.
He didn't use
Why'd you call that
banks
guy
until
85?
recently. He recently just started using banks because he put his entire balance in PayPal, and then someone hacked him and spent it all on Steam games.
Oh no!
Some things I just don't understand.
And so, just on the, I guess, format of lol cowery, he had some friends in certain areas who eventually became enemies and have decided to leak things that he had said privately. And my goodness, what an adventure! So, like I said, I'm happy to hear some goofy ass coverage of this. We could go page by page or something, but the fact is, I just want it read because it's so funny. I could go first. Is that all right with everybody? Shall we do it? Also, hi Dev.
Hello.
You have to read it accurately though.
Good morning.
Oh, Dev's got it already. And by the way, we watched the recording of him taking this test.
Oh God!
I don't know how he scored this high.
Yeah, we were surprised he scored so high.
I know it sounds like a joke, but I'm legitimately shocked that he scored this high. If watching him take that test, which was painful to watch him take that test, what a moron! If he gets a 97, I must be a genius.
I remember it being lower, but yeah, that's
all right. Let us begin.
See, I thought it was 92 actually, but I looked up. No, it's 97.
There is another.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know.
Well,
how
he's got a higher IQ apparently than Sneeko, who also did a
test.
test. So hey,
it was frustrating watching him take this test.
I understand. All right, I'll do page 1. So we begin. And again, I don't know if there's any more context I can do to say to help this. This is with his editor, I think, he's talking to. And he's just losing his mind a little bit. So it begins. Okay, so I think I'm fucked. Still no money. And still does not show as pending in my bank account. Okay, the number was wrong. Confirmed. The 4K went to some rando. It has to be stopped. Cherry. ASAP. Emergency. Fucky. Homeless. I am now homeless. Cherry.
Homeless.
Why? Andwa. Answer it. No. No, you.
no.
Please. I'm going to be homeless. Cherry.
I'm gonna be homeless. I can't afford
So
He's in a fugue state.
a fugue
state.
POV, you're Cherry. You open Discord and you see this for the first time all at once.
All right, who wants to take page 2?
Yeah, you see Xanderhall's icon and like a 37 next to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, I'll do this one.
Oh, Lord.
Cherry, V.
What's the
V? It's Control V. It's Control V.
Oh my god!
Oh, no.
I thought it was some inside thing they had.
So violently that it's not.
Discord's bandwidth can't keep up with it.
I have never been paid by P before, according to all my bank info. Not ever before. Cherry, answer now. I will be homeless.
Homeless.
Homeless starting tomorrow. Cherry. Okay, we are buying my ticket back to California now.
Holy shit.
It's a change in tone a little bit. I think, Rags, you'll have to do number 3 then.
And there's no response in between.
No.
He's probably asleep.
It's nice and normal. All
For
of this.
context, you know what money he's talking about? He was working with Progressive Victory, if you're familiar with what that is. So basically they just bring you in to like sit you in a meeting and tell you like the approved talking points that are gonna help the help the Kamala campaign win the election. Right?
my god.
And he gets paid $4,000 to do that.
That's it? And you have to
they're like, bankrolling small streamers and like paying for their lives.
Well, they bought out a fuck ton of people apparently.
Damn.
Yep.
Well, anyway, take it
Someone
away.
got paid. Thank you for completely ghosting me tonight. I'll never forget it. Never. The only way to save me is for PV to pay me everything. They owe me. I have never received a single payment, not one. I am fucked. Cherry, answer now. Cherry, you have fucking killed me. Why? Why? Please. Just answer. Please. Answer now. I have messaged Brianna myself. When you are back online, we need to have a conversation about your future employment.
Oh no.
If I am saved, it will be no thanks to you.
If I'm saved.
That's Brianna Wu, by the way.
Right, yeah.
So who's doing the next one now? Should we pass it over to some guest-roonies?
I don't want to do this, please.
Well, I guess we could just cycle B, Rags, and Friggy, I suppose.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I could do one.
Go on, Mark.
I've messaged Brianna myself. When are you back online? We need to have a conversation about your future employment. If I am saved, it will be no thanks to you. If I am fucked, it's your fault for not making sure they paid me. You swapped the fucking numbers and they weren't able to pay me because of that. Email by Cherry sent to PV to get Xander Hall his payment. Not the 4K. Not the 4K is on its way to some fucking guy now. I'm waiting.
I like the normal ones. It's just I'm waiting.
Yeah. I'm waiting.
What will happen next?
So I guess Xander Hall is Cherry is like in charge of all of his money.
I think so. She
That
was,
money specifically.
from what I gather, she was in charge of like everything, like for him. She took care of him for everything.
So what does Xander Hall do?
Show
That's
up.
a good question. Very good
Show
question.
up.
So
He
you
hits
can't
live.
even
Yeah.
you can't even arrange your. But why don't they don't just deposit it into your PayPal or your whatever? And why do you need a middleman for this?
Yes.
That's wild to me. How come you have to pay a middleman to ensure that you get? I don't. It's.
I don't know.
I
Normally
can give you a
that's
bit of information if
already
you want.
done, and then it goes to your bank account. That's how my payments work from work. They just appear there
Yeah,
because
a
I did
lot of the
thing
times
before.
it's just automatic. It's just
Yeah.
every 2 weeks or whatever, or whenever it is, it just boop, it's there, and then they give you a stub to be like, "This is what we deposited to you."
Yeah, we
And
have
it
the
has all your
technology. It's
information
crazy.
on it. Yeah, they give you the thing, and this is your stuff. Here's what you're paid for and why.
We'll do I mean, I'll read. This is long, but I love the
You
part
want me
where
to
it
do this
flips
one?
out. Oh yeah, if you want to, yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yes.
All right. I want you to know that if I have to fly to California tomorrow, I can't bring my PC. I will not be able to afford your pay. Your job will not exist tomorrow because you wouldn't message me back. This is still salvageable, but time is now slipping away. And if you're asleep and you see this in the morning, it's already too late.
Oh no,
I'm also now in hot water with Brianna because I look bad for having you handle this shit while I was busy. You were the one who got me to join PV. I told you I'd be too busy to handle this stuff, and you said you would. I have to pay another $250 so my mom can reschedule her flight and extend her rental car for next week. My lease ends in
Here
25 hours, but I won't be stranded here without her when I get kicked out. I could have locked in this house hours ago if you were fucking awake to send me the W-9 and pay agreement from PV to verify my income, you fucking fuck.
I like how he edited that. You could tell that he
edited it,
fucked
yeah.
up somewhere and he had to edit it.
Great delivery, too.
That was beautiful.
I would have had this place and moved in by now, you motherfucker. You are the only person holding this whole process back now, you fuck. And if I end up being made homeless because my place gets nabbed up by tomorrow and I'm stuck living with my abusive mom again, and my fans ask why I'm back where I started, I'll make sure they know it was because of you.
Oh my god.
That's how you really feel. Jesus.
Oh my
Slide down
God.
here slightly.
Oh, we got an additional character
Can you read,
now.
like all of them? That was fucking awesome.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was great.
There's so many
you,
things
thank
in this text. I'm just so confused. So she paid her mom for a rental car and extend before the flight, and then it's like I don't want to go back to her because she's abusive. I don't even know what's happening.
Now I want to carry on, but Nick, keep playing Xander and Metal play Cherry.
Okay.
Take the cherry medal.
You probably won't even pay me this month.
What do you think? Oh fuck! Sorry. Why do you think I won't pay you? Tell me why you think I can't and how it makes me bad.
You didn't last month.
Why? Say it. Why couldn't I pay you? And how does that reason make me the asshole? I'm gonna get evicted at the end of this month at this rate, Sherry. We have not made enough money. I can't change that.
He sounds like the Joker.
Why? Say it.
Do you want to know how I got this poor?
Also, eviscited. Ever-cited is some fun
Gotta
spelling.
get excited.
So is this position? I didn't make enough money last month to pay you, my employee, because I had to pay my rent, and now you need to get me more money so that I can take care of my stuff. Otherwise, you will definitely not get paid ever again.
I think because she controls his ins and outs with certain connections, he's like blaming her for not having the money he should have to be able to pay her money for doing work for him. You know what I mean? It's like this tangled web, but he's lost his fucking mind.
It makes you wonder what he does.
By the way, this gets the most unhinged by the end. We've not even reached the unhingery.
No, that's right.
Oh, God.
The hinges really come off in time.
Are we just gonna keep going?
Yes, take it away, gentlemen. You're excellent.
Yeah, all right.
It's a pantomime.
I've been your #1 supporter for 2.5 years. I'm worried if I don't agree to this, you're going to hurt me.
Holy
I'm
fuck.
not Keffels.
You,
I'm not Keffels.
you talk about wanting people to just...
A lot of people need to die, to be fair.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that story. Maybe it would be, yeah.
We're still friends, right? Like, you want to see my dog and stuff?
Well, the way you say that, it makes me think that he's threatening to kill his own
Yeah.
dog.
You still want to see my dog, right?
You want to see my dog
Oh,
again,
man,
right?
no.
You wouldn't want
Violently petting the dog.
To
You want to see my
dog.
dog? My dog. Is the dog even real?
We're
That's the
still
big
friends, right? After all this.
Oh god,
I hate
here
all
it
of them,
comes.
Cherry. I want all of them to die. I would kill Keffels in a heartbeat. I'd even shoot her. I'd beat her to death. I'm sorry, I wouldn't even shoot her. I'd beat her to death with a gun.
You're not in a good mental state.
I will kill her. What is her address? I want to know where she's at.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
She's in Ireland. It's not public. Please stop. You're spiraling.
Someone has to die for this. I won't be happy until someone has died for this. Ideally, Keffels.
Someone has to die for this.
I mean,
I'll take anybody. Just throw someone.
You don't
We're
want
the
that
evil
on your
bigots,
record,
though,
fellas.
everybody.
Pick a random Irishman.
What the
Her
hell
career
is
is going to die. I can't like this is like the cherry parts are just so normal. It's like someone has to die for this.
Well, I think it's funny that Cherry, after being told like, "What's her address? I want to kill her," says, "She's an island, but it's not public."
Not public.
Anyway, don't kill her.
And Velvet and her fucking orbiters. I have to kill her. Really kill her. Stop her heart.
Zed, fucking stop. Calm down. Stop. Stop, please.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is just a fun one on top of everything.
Oh my
I think Nick, you should probably read the quote tweet as well. So this is just me celebrating the Acolyte got cancelled. This is someone
Read it like
quote
it's
tweeted.
Xander Hall.
Yes,
saying
read it like it's
because
Xander.
Why not?
Oh, how does he?
I just mean with the voice you were just
Mauler,
doing. Whatever.
Oh, okay.
Just imagine it's his icon and text right above it. And
Well, I was
now that
kind of
you're in
thinking like, we
character.
gotta go like smug. Like Mauler, you dumb, smug, condescending, pathetic bitch boy motherfucker. It does not deserve this, and you know it. Your small, insignificant ass might have won, but the rest of us normal people with media literacy have lost.
Okay,
just
was that
not
tweeted
wow.
before or after? Wait, it's definitely after. I think we just said
This
2023,
is
so that's
Dracula,
funny.
right?
Yeah.
That's funny.
This
Normal
is
Xander
people.
Hall, you're not normal.
I need someone to die for this. Us normal people, we want this actually.
Yeah, normal people don't have
Media
those
literacy is like a
thoughts.
slur.
It's a self-report.
Oh boy, it's
No
tiring
season
and
2 for the
hilarious.
Acolyte. That's like 40 hours of content
I know, right?
canceled.
Believe me, we're the ones that suffer the most because no one else was watching it.
Benefiting the most from this.
I
Like,
wasn't.
If it didn't get cancelled.
Yes, I don't know what the latest news on Xander Hall is, but he's clearly an unhinged disaster, and we wish the best for him, I suppose. That doesn't include him being able to kill people, if that is his best.
Yeah, don't hurt anybody,
Yeah.
Xander Hall. If you're listening to this, seriously, don't hurt people or kill anybody.
Yeah, go to Canada.
Don't go to
Oh no, you
Canada,
gotta get the fuck away from Canada.
He wants to go to Ireland.
He's a
Oh, yeah.
crazy little lad. All right, next up, I've got a selection of this. This leads from Xander Hall right into Twitch streamers in general. We've got some Twitch arenas, some wonderful clips all over the place. I'll explain them all. Don't you worry. This first one. Is
You're
from
not those people.
a classic real BBC episode where I'm explaining some history that you guys are aware of, but there's an extra chapter now. So this is like a context. But it's XQC discovering the concept of condensation. And
that again.
Classic.
Oh, no.
A classic.
So this I should be able to let play. You'll understand.
Someone sent me a clip where XQC, he comes up from downstairs and he's on his stream. He's got a drink next to him. This shit was so fucking funny. And then he says, chat. And he pulls up paint and he's got a drawing of a drink. And he says, What the fuck is going on? I go to my fridge, I grab my drink, and like it's fine, everything's fine. I take it upstairs, and then like 5 minutes later, I go to pick it up, and it's fucking wet. Why is it wet? Where the hell is the water coming from? It's leaking. What the hell is going on?
Condensation?
Correct! So this is true pop culture, by the way. His video is edited into this. Condensation makes a lot of good real BBC, EFAP, and open bar memes, that man. And he's popped up a few times on your stream, Metal, I think.
Yeah, Forge. He was on our Alien Romulus episode that was like 7 hours.
And he loved it, right?
Yeah, he was the biggest fan of that.
Yeah.
He meant to watch the Spider-Man re-release in the cinema, and then I made him watch Romulus instead. I'm learning from you, Mahler. I'm doing the thing
I would
you do all the
never,
time
ever.
Oh no!
He Googles condensation and goes condensation, and then he says, "What the fuck is this? What water just exists from nothing?"
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
And I legit was like, no way.
Oh no!
This is the clip, by the way, 1-to-1. I don't exaggerate anything. That's exactly what happens.
I can't remember when I learned about condensation, but I know it was a single digit
In
A.
high school.
We're doomed.
You're gonna want to look at the screen for this, okay? So this is this is
another classic clip. Nick, if you haven't seen this one, you should have. It's an XQC certified, just core memory unlocked sort of situation. You gotta have this.
He's playing one of the Uncharted games, and a quote comes up on screen, and then he reads it. Okay.
Yes.
Just give this a listen.
Okay.
Chat. Shh. Jam, a man of fortune. Jay must seek my fortune. Henry Avery's 1994.
Play that again, please. Sounds like me reading a super chat, to be honest, to be fair.
Jam, a man of fortune. Jay must seek my fortune.
Can't believe
Henry
you pick on
Avery,
mentally disabled man.
1994.
This is why people watch him.
What's great is that
It
he
all makes
sees.
sense now.
It's incredible that he's clearly there's clearly two different symbols next to each other, but he
I
just
know.
calls them both 9. Fair.
Fucking lost it. Jam, I am a push.
From the machine.
So this is XQC looking at that clip where he doesn't understand condensation. So he's come a
Oh,
long way.
damn.
Come a long way.
I bring it back up, right? And when I touch it, I don't get wet at all.
It's not even the
my
same
hands
thing,
are
though.
fine, right? But when I let it there, after a couple times, dude, I play the fucking game, I get it, and it's fucking full of water, dude. It's full of fucking water, dude. Look at that shit.
And by full, I mean on the outside.
The English is
you know,
just
it's full of
remarkable.
Probably covered is the word you're looking for.
No.
And after a couple times.
No, okay.
Yeah,
That's because the water is in the air, right? And the coldness of the bottle is making the air in around the bottle, okay, transform it into water.
Look at that.
He still doesn't get it. He still doesn't.
He's
no, he
made
thinks that the
progress,
cold
Rags. Appreciate the
transforms
progress.
air.
Appreciate
I guess
it.
it is progress.
Yeah.
Why does he have a doctor
It's
disrespect?
dripping. Look at that.
Oh, that's probably before times.
Yeah.
That shit,
Not
it's
even so.
dripping. Why? Is that it? Condensation. Okay, what about condensation? What about it? What does that shit fucking do?
Okay, so the water in the sky,
annoying.
where does it come from?
Condensation.
So now he's in the
What?
new
You're
clip.
right,
He's
it's the
asking,
good-
where does that water come from?
He's asking, where does the water in the sky come from?
Yes.
Well, the rain
Sky
god.
water.
The rain god. Kurufuto, yes.
Yeah, the rain
love
god
the
Kanukshtika Poklek is
It's
the
Boogie's sweat.
Condensation.
Who do you think we fucking sacrifice?
spell that,
Jesus
Rags?
Water that collects as
Christ.
droplets on a cold surface when humid air is in crap. The oceans. Okay. So it evaporates. It's hot. It evaporates in the sky, and then it, boom, and then they collect it. It makes a lot of sense.
Evaporates
Actually, yeah.
in the sky.
He got it, I think. it's good enough.
I mean, there's like well, but like you.
Well, it's
but
stage
this is
2.
like public
Stage 3
school,
will be
like
even
grade
better.
School stuff. You learn about the water cycle and evaporation, and then precipitation.
They skipped that part, I guess. He's getting there, and you know what? I'm proud of his progress. I'm really happy that he's getting there. We're going to be teaching him maths next time.
He's graduated to thinking that this coldness, the entity that the coldness transforms air into water, which is closer to reality, I think, than not even knowing condensation exists at all and being confused by it.
It would have been
that's sort of progress.
Way too tempting for chat to try and convince him there was a water goblin that casts spells on drinks if you leave them out.
Well, the way he just explained it made it sound like the ocean is breaking into his house and attacking his bottle of Coke.
He probably does think that.
it can sense that it has have a delicious cold Coke in the ocean once a
secure your drinks from the sky.
Oh my lord.
Chat.
Fuck your bottle of Coke specifically.
The oceans are rising.
Oh, this is another classic I was sent as well.
Like 6 in the morning, okay? I'm about to go to, I'm waking up.
37
I'm about to go to bed.
Sex QCL.
And my phone rings, and out of anybody, it's fucking Linus, dude. Right? And dude, he just said the same thing I said on fucking Reddit, dude. He said, damn, dude, how the fucking, I don't know where he said it, but he's like, holy shit, dude. It was you, now it's me or something like that, you know? Like, oh man, oh man.
I think
what the fuck is happening?
To help you out, nothing has necessarily been said yet. What happened was he was about to go to sleep. Linus Tech Tips called him and said, haha, I was being cancelled and now you're being cancelled. And this was in reference to the React takes that he had. That is the story up to this point. Nice and translated.
It is, chat. That's what it is.
I got more out of the High Top Films video.
No, you didn't.
It is what it is.
I don't know, this is fucking probably...
This is copyrighted, yeah.
Yeah.
He still says that he doesn't agree with my thing about React, though. And I was like, you know what? That's fine.
I'm going to just be careful here. Yeah, so Linus said, I don't agree with your take on React. Listen to this follow-up.
Because he still made sure to let me know, chat, that he still does not agree with any of my takes. He says that being deliberately stupid, and he's right.
Did you catch that?
So XQC is saying I was being deliberately stupid, or
the
I'm
React takes,
stupid.
yeah, being deliberately stupid.
React takes.
After all that worming
well, he just
did.
admitted. Well, yeah, didn't he just come out and say like he doesn't care if he's a shitty person or a stealer or whatever? He's gonna make his millions and fuck people. That's
I don't think
what
as much as that. He never said I was just being stupid. It was like, oh well, I guess there we go. That's the closing of that chapter.
He was more being just like evil than stupid.
I get started. I mean, he is right.
Okay,
yeah, that's that.
I was only pretending to be retarded.
Chat.
And then the final XQC clip, because, you know, maybe enough is enough already.
Chat, if you use it more than 2 weeks, I swear, chat, guys, as a DJ myself, okay, guys, I'll give you a little bit of advice, chat. If you use it more than 2 weeks.
So when he says if you use it more, if you use it more than 2 weeks, he's talking about a towel.
Use the bath towel.
Yes.
Oh, it's a towel. Oh.
How many
You were
times
gonna
Tom
fuck yourself,
Aspinall
okay?
uses his bath towel? Okay.
One time, I used it for a month, and it molds, okay? And I had double ear infection because of it. It's really bad.
All right, fuck you.
Wait, okay, so like the
That's so many
towels I
times,
have in the
but
bathroom that I used to dry myself after bathing.
Yes,
those?
Yes.
He's referring to those.
He said he didn't wash or dry it for a month. It got moldy. He dried himself off with it. He got double ear infection as a result.
Yeah, because he probably just puts it on the fucking floor. And
Yes.
doesn't, you know,
Yeah, just crumbled up. It's like, which that's very fine.
Okay.
Stuff like this is just.
But then
like,
it doesn't even fucking dry you properly the next day, so I don't even know why you would use it. It's just so stupid.
You just need to hang
how
it
long
somewhere
does it
where
go
when
between
it can
bathing?
like dry without being, you know, bungled up. And, you know, it's
Yeah,
super
you
fucking
really
easy.
just have to not leave the towel on the floor, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, because if you
fine.
just hang it up when you're done, it just
dries on.
Dries.
You hang it up
Yeah,
on like
dries
the
naturally.
shower curtain. You can hang it up there, or on the little racks you have on the wall where you keep the towels.
oh, there's
Or
so
like
many
over the
things to
door,
say
whatever
about
you want
this.
to do.
on the fucking door somewhere.
I mean, maybe after like
Yeah.
5 or 6 showers, you still got to wash it again. But
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the issue isn't that it's not clean. The issue is that he's leaving it wet,
Well, you
right?
just wash it with
Yeah.
your laundry, typically, right?
Well,
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
probably, like it was like he's probably just leaving it on the floor, picks it back up, drops it, back up, drops it, and then he's like, wait, what's It's getting gross. How is this happening? Is the
How
dirt
how
goblin
can a-
getting
Yeah,
to it?
I mean that adds up with
can
the
a
not
towel get-
understanding condensation.
What is
He's
this towel
probably
doing to my
wondering-
ears?
It doesn't understand bacteria culturing either.
Mold
Well, he's probably asking, how is this towel getting more fuzzy?
Yeah.
builds in it,
Like
and then you
green
wash your
fixes
head
the
with
clear
it,
shit.
and it puts into your ears, and it fucks your ears up.
Oh my god.
I know, right?
If this
What,
happened
did
to
his
me,
parents teach him anything?
I don't know.
my
clearly
God.
not. He doesn't know. He had to learn about condensation
Yeah.
from like his
His
Twitch
chat. And they've tried. God bless them, they tried. They're trying to teach him this stuff.
I swear
Don't do
this
it.
is a serious question. Did he graduate high school?
Probably not.
Doesn't matter.
Probably not.
It was-
He
it was
doesn't know
Quebec
about
High
the
School,
water
though, dude.
cycle.
Yeah, I just
Sorry,
realized
like,
that
one-
there
No
is
elementary
actually a
school.
there is actually
Probably
a
didn't
through line
graduate
here.
primary school.
He doesn't understand how moisture works.
Well, XQC couldn't spell GED.
Maybe he doesn't believe in moisture. Like it's not a real
He's
thing.
actually a fire wizard. His water is his like one weakness.
Week max.
And even if you look at like the
If I ever gave myself a double ear infection from using my disgusting, nasty towels because I live like a barbarian, that would y'all would never know.
Barbarians would never
I
let
would
that
never
happen.
tell anyone. True. Yeah, a
This
barbarian
really-
would just drip dry in the summer breeze.
Barbarian
and
would
they
know.
wouldn't
Yeah,
have this
they wouldn't let
problem.
that happen. They'd know.
They would just they'd walk out of the river and then they would just sort itself out like
Yeah.
it does every time they do that.
So the thing is that like I did something like comparable to this, but I was like 8 years old. You know, it's one of those things.
well,
how do you live with
this guy's in his
yourself?
20s.
How do you live with
Yeah,
yourself?
like I was a dumb kid story. Yeah, when I was a dumb kid,
Yeah.
this thing happened and we laughed because dumb kids are dumb, and we were all at that stage at some point.
Now, this is an example of just a few snippets of a discussion that was had by several Twitch streamers about not politics, media, that is fascinating. Since we're all very much into media, listening to them discuss media, you'll sense very quickly why it's cringe, painful, and horrifying, and that it's good that the spheres are separated.
the most popular trope.
Who is it? Is this Captain America? Who is this?
I don't know who he
I can only
is.
assume because of the iconography.
I don't know who he is, but he says funny things.
I think this is on Jim Pool's show.
Oh, that's Lauren Chen.
Yes, that's
This is
Lauren Chen.
lady. Okay, who is
That's Lauren
guy?
Chen, yeah.
I don't know
I
who
think he
guy
was on the
is.
Whatever podcast.
Okay.
You look
Lady
at like
and
the most
guy.
popular tropes in films, they all are in a way like right wing. I mean, you know, the good
Oh,
over the
good
evil, the
lord.
strong over the
Oh no, I've seen this one. No.
Like, I mean,
Why do you bring this back to my memory?
It's such a fucking funny clip.
Oh my god.
All of film is right wing. The good strong versus the bad
When
weak.
good wins, that's right wing. When evil wins, that's left wing.
yeah.
Wait, does that mean that Joker
Holy
is a left-wing
shit.
movie?
I don't know.
Absolutely, 100%.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Or
They certainly don't want to take ownership of it. Interesting.
weak, the triumph of good. Jonathan Bowden writes about this extensively.
right wing?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
I feel
it
like
is.
a lot of the traditional media is actually, if you depending on how you analyze it, a lot of the movies we had growing up was actually the overcoming of toxic masculinity.
They
Ugh.
What?
What? Jesus, Destiny.
What is happening?
No.
I don't like this
Why
movie.
is
Just put it away.
I'll use your retardation to
This is
fight
what I mean.
my
It feels like retarded wizards casting spells. It's like, stop
That's
it.
the thing. Like, political. There's something about political like YouTubers where their media takes are fucking wild.
Well, it makes some
I don't
sense,
know what it
right? Their
is.
whole everything is politics to them because that's their job. So when it comes to media, it's just like slot it right in wherever it'll fit and go. The rest of us must suffer.
This man has not seen Commando.
This was Xanderhall's thing for a while too.
That was Sandoval's plan, right? He was going to infiltrate. He just said on a stream he's going to infiltrate lefty video essayists and turn them further lefty. Or was it centrist he was going to go after?
Commentary. He was talking about me. Commentary.
He's going to get you. Did he get you? Did you feel
Yeah,
got?
me, Turkey Tom. No, I no, we
got
just
God,
laughed at him
bitch.
for a while.
That's true. So they will take like a right wing sort of concept and they will redress it to be more egalitarian because they will replace, you know, the man with the woman, or they'll add like woke stuff or gay stuff or
Not
what
even-
have you.
I don't know what the fuck. There's some other funny
Yeah, I
ones.
heard.
What the
I've
fuck?
heard the
It's just
words,
a-
and I was like, what?
Yeah. It's hard to track.
So he
It
has.
really-
This is this Frank. It's this bizarre. He has a picture of a. Well, you know, and it's. Okay. Okay. He has a.
Are you okay? Do you need a doctor?
Listen,
I'm
it's
trying
been
to
a long
figure it out.
day. It's been a long day for Ags. We're at what,
No,
17 hours?
Look at this. What's happening? What's happening here?
agree.
He has a floor for a wall, which is already strange. But
Hardwood walls.
He has this picture of a chicken, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay,
It's a
that's
cock.
nice.
It's a cock.
But yeah.
It is a
And
cock.
it's got the flintlocky pistol.
He's got
and
a
then
guitar.
like
And a Telecaster.
a samurai weapon sword, and they're just
He likes
crossed
cock,
over.
he's a patriot, and he's a weep.
But it overlaps on the picture, and then he has a guitar randomly.
These
Yeah,
are
what's
all
going on
representative
here?
of his
What's
hobbies
this?
and interests.
Is this just like, yeah,
guess.
I like swords and guns and chickens, and I'm gonna put those three things over here?
You know what?
And I
Which is
play the
fair. I like those
guitar.
three things.
I kind
too.
of like those as well. I'm a fan.
They're just like
like-
there.
like-
There's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just like randomly. I don't know. Sword, gun, chicken. There we go. Also guitar.
It's like the least aesthetic thing I've ever seen in my
Oh,
life.
I know,
least
right?
aesthetic
The
thing,
sword is not
really.
even up the
With
right
all the
way.
videos we've covered.
Just
Blade up.
Boogie, like not
Blade
even an
up.
hour ago.
We saw Boogie like
Oh,
you know.
Lord.
an
Yeah, we
hour
saw
ago.
Boogie
I was going to say, we had
His
Boogie.
wall also kind of looks like a floor.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
right.
right.
Yeah.
You are so correct.
Oh, let me
So, yeah,
let
no,
me
I'm not-
repeat
I'm
something
not
we said
saying
already as
I'm
well.
tired,
There's a
but I'm not
chicken on there.
I went and saw the new Indiana Jones, and I got like crap for it just because like it was woke or something because there was a female protagonist. Which you ever seen those movies? I mean, that's like always a trope, and people are
Oh my
My
god!
brain is shutting down.
He's
Hold on.
going
Why
to
have you
bat
done
for
this?
Dial
What?
of Destiny.
He's going to
after
bat
all
for...
that?
This is what I mean. You just don't know what's going to happen. You enter these worlds.
Holy
and
shit!
This is why it's fun
Yeah, it's just
covering
a
Ben
roll of the fucking
Shapiro.
die, what they will say about it.
You never know what'll happen. They'll say anything.
like, oh, it's woke. She's such a girl boss. But that's kind of the point is, you know, this girl is so prideful and annoying that her like literally 80-something-year-old godfather has to come in and like, you know, show her how it's done.
That is not what happens.
That's not what happens at all.
Not even close.
I haven't seen it.
She has to
No,
beat him the
Indiana
fuck
Jones
up
is
until
a-
he's knocked out to drag him away from his suicide.
The fucking people.
To be
These
fair,
are
she
people
tries to kill him multiple times.
Also that.
He was watching that movie while telling himself that that's what was happening.
I don't know what
And
movie
not-
he
not
watched.
actually
Dude.
paying
Maybe
attention.
deleted
Like,
his
that's
video.
what
Daydreaming in the middle of
dialogue.
it, making up his own lore.
This is the personification of the person who goes on Twitter and tells you that you don't understand the boys.
No, not those people.
Oh no.
Actually, the
Because
boys
he
is
is the-
right wing.
The adventurer. He is Indiana
They
Jones.
got rid of Shia LaBeouf.
And
He has a
if you
feel
notice
for
too,
woke,
a
too.
lot of the like more
Oh,
like
fuck, it's
woke
the same
film
movie.
critics don't like that movie, and I think it's because Indiana Jones and James Bond, these kind of franchises, are like one of the last sort of authentic displays of like real adventure or like a hero archetype that like men have to project themselves onto. Because now if you look at like Captain America, like you mentioned, what that has devolved into is like Captain America fights for gay rights and stuff.
What?
Where did you? Where are you? I mean,
What
I-
is?
What?
Remember in
He's just,
Endgame
like,
when
saying
Cap
shit,
was like,
like-
gay rights, and he stabbed that
Used to be-
with the price
Favorite part of the
flag.
movie, yes.
As far as I know, canonically, the gayest thing Captain America has done is compliment his own ass,
Yeah.
which
You
I don't
have
even
to-
think is gay.
I don't even understand anymore. It's like you can't go
You
to
can be
Cap
proud
in the
of your
movies because he's
physique.
fighting for gay rights. Like, it
I
was-
think that would be gay because it's an alternate timeline version of himself, so it is a different person, right?
Yeah, it is a different person, but it's like the gayest thing he's done is he's like, yeah, that is America's ass, and it's like, yeah,
It's fair.
like
My
me,
brain is
kinda,
shutting
sorta, like a
down.
multiverse version of me.
like that with the whole like MCU, and I just don't think that that's as good of a role model for like what masculine leadership looks like.
I feel like
Remember Squid Game?
Oh, totally right wing.
Because
And these.
Here we go.
Totally right.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
I remember why I
Finish your
repressed
point. I
this.
got to rant on this.
they people were like, oh, it's like
please
this
don't.
critique of capitalism. I'm like, okay, well that's kind of right wing. But then it was also like the way
Wait, a critique of capitalism is right wing?
I don't understand anymore,
no.
Rag. I can't follow it
Unless you're
anymore.
really fucking far right
This
wing, it's not.
guy fucking writes an r/Hassan Piker. Okay.
Uh,
yeah.
If you want to go like
Critique of
very
capitalism.
extreme far right, there's some anti-capitalist stuff there, but
It
the
gets
mainstream
very,
right
like,
now.
It's
Yeah,
very
like
white
the fascist
noisy.
state should control the economy, so capitalism's like bad or whatever.
way the characters were
the horseshoe thing, basically.
Being successful wasn't like, you know, a girl boss. Like there were the women characters who were using like their beauty and their sort of charm to like seduce the male characters. It was like, you know, might is right. I mean, the stronger ones were winning until they were stupid and uncalculated, like that big guy who ended up getting killed by the woman on the glass panel one. Sorry, spoiler. It's been 2 years. Watch the stupid TV show.
Only 2 years?
Yeah, so I think it's fall 2021.
Okay, I got around on this because when the movie came out, I was like, wow, this
the movie.
movie.
What movie? A huge critique of communism.
Show.
And I get all these leftists being like, Tim's so dumb.
Squid
The
Game.
guy who made it said it was a critique of capitalism.
This is while we were talking about the characters, the plot, and the world building, the B plot being like a frustrating thing, the potential of the future, the world of the Squid Game and how it like works, whether or not it's believable. People like Tim Pool and everyone else were just arguing whether or not it was made to communism or capitalism
How do
more.
Yeah, all the political tubers are trying to figure out how can we make this be pro-our thing.
Yeah, because
it's a popular thing.
To be like,
How
criticizing
does it confirm my beliefs or their correct
If thing is good,
Oh,
we need to make thing our
women.
thing, because then it makes the other people feel bad.
What a bizarre. We kind of got a glimpse of this in the Ben Shapiro one, where like a lot of the commentary was oddly about like whether or not it aligns with his personal politics. What a bizarre world where like every single thing is filtered through the lens of like your political motivations. God damn.
It's a strange place to start from when you're trying to analyze media. Be like, okay, how does this agree with
your
me?
mind all the time. I don't know. Maybe that's what happens, right? If you're just like so, you know, immersed in it, then you just I don't know. But like, god damn.
It just skews your view of everything if you come at it with the those precepts.
Yeah, no, yeah, you can mold and meld everything into anything. It's easy.
And I'm like, then this guy doesn't know anything about communism or capitalism.
Yeah.
Let's use the red light, green light scenario, because it's been a long time since I watched it, but this was a really great example. In which system, contestants, are you likely to find everyone wearing the exact same clothes, starting from the exact same position, and then being told, good luck? A capitalist system or a communist system?
Yeah, I've heard
what the
fuck? Like, why would there be whatever?
right-wing commentators say that it's anything where there's like gray areas morally is leftist because of moral relativism. It's like, okay, I understand what you're trying to say, but a good villain will have their own justifications for what they're doing. Otherwise, it's just cartoon evil, and that's not interesting.
And we went a little bit over, so I'll end with my final thoughts. That's why Final Fantasy 16 is awful.
Just find that
Wait,
amusing.
how did we go to Final Fantasy 16? What?
They probably talked about it earlier, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess
it was a terrible
Ultima
game. I
is,
stand by this.
like-
Everyone's allowed to be mad at me. I won't spoil the game, but it is lower than one-dimensional. So yeah,
Which isn't always bad, though. I will say that there's a time and a place for Game of Thrones, which is incredibly seven-dimensional.
Yeah.
Okay. God bless the ending of that show was so
Whiplash.
fun. And there's also a time and a place for Lord of the Rings, which is incredibly one-dimensional.
Agreed.
Whoa!
I don't get it. I
Wow.
don't understand. How does this? The dye has seeped into his brain. I don't understand.
Lord of the Rings is incredibly one-dimensional. Like, Lord of the Rings is fucking amazing. There's loads of aspects that are complicated. There's way more to say about Lord of the Rings than simply the one dimension of the good guys fight the bad guys, so to speak.
It's
literally
pissing
the
me
biggest
off because
bad guy and the goodest.
Yeah, the baddest
think I
bad
know
guy
what he's
versus the
saying.
goodest good guy.
Yeah, I know what he's saying too. He's just saying it badly.
Yeah, he's really not phrasing this very well.
If you want to
Do you
scale
know
it,
what
I
he's
think if you want to scale it, I don't
feel
think
like
Lord of
I
the Rings
do.
should be the 1 on the 1 to 10. I don't think it should be. I think it's more complicated than
I
that.
agree.
I think
Because even if you look at the
phrasing it as
concept of Lord of the Rings,
one-dimensional
it really
is
is
insane.
just. Oh, sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying phrasing it as one-dimensional is insane because all he should have just said the morality in Lord of the Rings is much more clear-cut.
There are.
There's a clear divide between good and evil. That's a point that makes sense. Saying it's one-dimensional is like, well, I mean, not exactly. Like that's really kind of
Well,
being
let me just
ultra
Let me just lay
reductive.
this out, right? So if 1 is the simplistic, they're clearly on either good or bad, and 10 is it's really hard to tell because of all the details and dimensions. It's like take a trying to get like a complicated-ish character in terms of how they maneuver the world. Maybe a Tywin Lannister. Like, is he strictly evil? It's like, well, I think there's more complications to that, and you have to go through his history, blah blah blah. And then vice versa, you might be like, okay, Sauron. You're like, well, yeah, okay, he's definitely evil, but I think you can flip this pretty easily. Ramsay Bolton, nobody's going to defend him as anything other than pure evil. He's essentially a Sauron-level character. And Ned Stark is often just described as basically the pure good guy. But then take someone like Denethor, or someone like Boromir, these characters are a little bit more complicated than the good is good or the bad is bad or anything like that, right? And I just feel like at this point we would just be cherry picking and treating it almost feels unfair to Lord of the Rings to be like, you're the simple one where Sauron is evil and everyone has to stop Sauron because he's the big evil and he's going to do evil. It's like, well, there's a hell of a lot going on.
It's more in like generalities with the different factions in the worlds, right? You know, in Lord of the Rings you have these factions which are, you know, good or evil, and in Game of Thrones it's more like, you know, a bit gray.
And like,
so in those terms you can actually agree with that, but you
sometimes
know, when it comes down to specific characters, there's definitely a lot more nuance there.
Yeah, there's so much interesting things to talk about.
So in the Lord of the Rings, you've got like characters like Boromir and Denethor and whoever else, and I guess Faramir to a lesser extent. They get tempted by the ring, which then gives them much more, I guess, ambiguity on the scale of good to evil. But in the context of the Lord of the Rings, if we're just taking the films, they're basically being corrupted by something that is just absolute evil. Like, that's not ambiguous. And whether Destiny knows that, I have no clue. But
seen the films.
If he's comparing that,
you know, like
if he's
Gollum,
comparing
for
that
example.
to Game of Thrones, yeah. Well, because like Gollum is definitely a complicated character, but the fact that the ring is like pure evil, I don't know if Destiny knows that necessarily. I'm not sure.
So this is the thing. I actually do think that there are aspects that someone could list to be like, see, Lord of the Rings is more one-dimensional, but I'd be like, but there are plenty of those in Game of Thrones. It's just like...
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm happy to concede Lord of the Rings isn't as politically complicated, but I mean, I wouldn't want to undermine Lord of the Rings. And obviously this is the more interesting conversation out of all these clips, because the rest of them are like fucking can't even start. Because it's like this thing, my thing I like is actually pro my political thing. You're like, okie dokie, thumbs up. you do you.
Well, I think it's because the central conflict in Lord of the Rings does end up being a lot more clear cut in the end.
No, so this is the problem. It's all no. It's all POV, because in Lord of the Rings you've still got to build armies and connections that are complicated with people who may or may not have the same motivations as you. In Game of Thrones, all of it eventually comes to a head of we have to fight the army of undead monsters that simply want all things to be dead. That's not exactly complicated.
You have the historic feud between the elves and the dwarves, for instance.
It's really, to me, it feels unfair to Lord of the Rings when we do it this way, you know?
Well, also,
I
we've got to bear in mind.
Agree with you. I would have completely agreed with you, Muller, if they actually ended the show on the Army of the Dead, and they didn't. It's like, well,
I mean, you're not arguing that they made it complicated and interesting at the end, are you?
Yeah, like I mean,
no, I'm
they
not.
make it just pretty clear.
So, yeah.
Okay, now evil is
No.
Daenerys.
I'm not saying it was a good
go.
ending, but I like.
Yeah, but it's not
would've been a better ending, I
multidimensional.
think,
They
if
just
they'd done
say
Army
the
of
guy
Dead.
with the best story gets the throne. That's you, Brad. Which was just like, what?
I feel like we got to remember as well that like the extended Lord of the Rings is obviously long. It's like what 11 and a half, 12 hours or something. But comparing that to 8 seasons of Game of Thrones, that's like 60 hours of content. It's obviously going to be more complex.
And I guess to round it out then, I don't know that it's necessarily saying that anything is bad because it's one-dimensional. I just don't think that Lord of the Rings is one-dimensional. I think it's a bit more complicated than that.
Bad example. Not 100%, no.
I guess if you had like a scale of simple good versus evil story, and then more complicated everyone's shades of gray story, Lord of the Rings is probably closer to the simple good versus evil story than Game of Thrones, but it's not at one on that scale.
Yeah.
The politics in Lord of the Rings are simpler because like there's the factions are very far apart. Like Gondor isn't near Rohan, which isn't near Rivendell, and they can kind of just keep to themselves, and there's no war for any one throne. So the conflict in it is just against the big evil kingdom to the Mordor.
Oh, which sorry, it's not over yet. We got more.
Good, it's good. But there's a time and a place to enjoy different types of media, I think. Yeah.
So this, I
right.
threw this in just because it seemed relevant. This was the recent thing with the Fallout stuff, which we mentioned, I think, hours ago on this anniversary. But now this is the actual image.
You mentioned it once.
They got, critique of capitalism was never the point of Fallout. In fact, the game went out of its way to mention that other countries like China were also behaving terribly. If anything, Fallout is a comment that war is inevitable given basic human nature. And then you've got Reddit mods are deleting one of the Fallout creators' remarks that the game is about war, not capitalism. And Chris Avalon said, let's ask the creator of Fallout what he thinks about things and then not care what he thinks.
Wait a second. This person doesn't align with me politically. Get him out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, fuck.
So
I can't use this piece of media as a weapon in my
This,
political war.
The way I want to sort of mention this as well is because it comes up with Bioshock, it comes up with basically everything, actually. You could just say it about pretty much anything that is like, you didn't notice what was happening in the game you love. You think it was about this, when in actuality it was a big critique of this thing that you actually maybe like, maybe don't, whatever, it doesn't matter. And I feel like there's a bit of a turning tide as of recently. Those people felt like they saw more. They had more to analyze, more to break down, and more to humiliate you on for not having noticed all of these amazing, deeper themes. But like, it's starting to flip in terms of, why would it be that Fallout is more meaningful as criticism of capitalism as opposed to criticism of human nature, which is a far more fundamental prospect of like figuring out what it means for war to almost be perpetual, inevitable. It never changes in the sense that it always rises in the same way and always has the same level of destruction, at least on a scaling sort of format. And what does it say about humanity? As opposed to, it's about an economic system having flaws. And you're like, okay.
Well, the unsatisfying answer, but I think it's true to that question, is that a lot of the people who do this type of analysis, they're usually very, very far left. And they're usually just very anti-capitalist, and they don't believe in human nature generally. So
they don't believe in
they
human
just say,
nature.
"Oh, it has to be capitalism." Oh yeah, that's a big thing on like the very radical left right now. Is just a complete denial that human nature exists.
Well,
We're all just
even
kind of blank slates.
Oh, I figured it was more so
A nature
now,
that can
I
still
could be
develop
wrong.
from after birth. I don't mean like it's a necessary thing that we have values that relate to war from the moment we're born. I mean the nature, the nature that is nurtured somewhat by the lives that we live anyway in societies that are built. But some stuff that I think is super interesting to talk about as like a core that would have matched throughout history as opposed to more so rose with a political system or an economic system.
I mean, I suppose it's fascinating, right? Because the tagline of Fallout is "War never changes," and apparently that was too subtle.
Well, I recently got into it. Maybe a few months ago, I got into it with a bread tuber named Dead Domain, and we kind of went back and forth a little bit, and like doing the reply guy thing. And one of her big points was basically the inverse of what we just saw some of these people say in this clip, and because she basically said, yeah, so if it's a piece of media and it's critiquing the government, it's left wing. Don't you guys know that? And it's like, listen, it's more complicated than that. But it does really kind of boil down to this type of thinking again, right? I mean, hold on.
Well, so
all right.
That dollar meat, it's got to
So-
come back
yeah,
up.
I was choking on my coffee. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, this Tim Kaine Fallout thing that you have up here, Mahler, and I think Chris Avalon also worked on Fallout as well.
Yeah.
I posted something a
To
few months
New
back.
Vegas.
I'll put it in the chat here if you want to take a look at it. But I posted something a few months back on the exact same topic that took off because I found a clip of Tim Kaine in Tim Kaine in an interview said, "Yep, it was because of the show," and he said basically that in the original lore, China launched the first nuke, and it wasn't actually a thing of capitalism. It was actually about war. So this is from a few months ago. Tim Kaine saying the same thing, and I had so many people shit on me for like digging up this clip, and people are saying like it doesn't actually matter what the original creator meant for this work, and I'm like, hold on. Isn't that the whole point of like the media literacy conversation? Is like you dumb right wingers.
Oh,
don't
they'll say it about
understand
Starship
what this
Troopers, yeah.
means.
Oh
Yeah, yeah. It's like you dumb right wingers don't get it. You don't get this piece of media is laughing at your ideology, and you're too stupid. You sit there and you laugh, thinking it's a good show, but it's making fun of you. But now that the tables are turned, they start dusting off the death of the author hat.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
it's fascinating to me that they would actually be deleting the remarks of the creator of the series on the subreddit that's based on that series that guy created. Like, no, we don't want to see what he has to say. That's really cringy. That's really awkward.
I think there's now a sense of it's no longer in Tim Kaine's hands. It's no longer in Chris Avalon's hands. So now we can do whatever we want with it.
That doesn't change anything. This is related to Fallout, and it's not really. What are you meant to do if he says, "Yeah, that wasn't like what we were going for"? That's the end. That's what he thinks. So it's exactly like the tweet says: ask him what he thinks, and then not care what he thinks.
Yep.
Only care what he thinks if he agrees with you.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I think I spoke to you about this, Regs, privately. I'm working on a pretty long video on this topic. Just how some people will put on the death of the author hat and then take it off as it suits them, you know?
Oh yeah, there's not going to be any consistency. I mean, it's going to be, can I use this as a tool? Oh, I can't. Discard it or change my stance or don't be consistent with things.
Yep.
Speaking
yeah,
of tools. Give me a sec.
Okay.
hang on.
So if you remember,
Jesus Christ.
we once checked this out, and I was made aware that we only saw the first half of it. So for anyone here who is not familiar with this, you're about to have a fucking riot. This is two
Are they
guys.
arguing that they're flowers or something?
2 guys just having a chat, and you're gonna get the full thing. Okay, this is from start to end. Don't you worry about it. Here it comes.
What's the animal in this world that you fear the least? Fish. Animal. Fish.
Stop. You can't just do this so casually. What animal do you fear the least? Fish. No animals. Like, wait.
Fish.
Fish is not a valid answer to the category animal.
What do you
Wait, mammal?
But
Fish is
well,
a
so
vegetable.
this just gets better and
Animal.
better. Just
Okay.
enjoy.
Okay.
Don't. You're starting and I'm not. A fish is an animal. No, it's not. I'm talking about an animal. Like fish. Fish. That's.
He went. I think he and XQC went to the same school. They must have been classmates and then never showed up. They never knew they were classmates because they never went.
Like saying like an ant. That's not an animal. Fish aren't animals.
So ants and fish are not
That
animals.
face right there.
Okay, so fish and ants.
We're figuring it
so
out. We're
I
getting
guess
there.
by extension, all arthropods are not. So like lobsters aren't animals either. They're plants or whatever.
Yeah, plants.
Or concepts, I guess.
Concepts.
Maybe they're
The
like gases
idea.
or plasma.
Well,
all right.
you know, we can edge this out and just get more information, right? That's the way we'll do it.
So like,
That's like that's a sea
bivalves
creature.
or
A fish is an
cephalopods.
animal. You can't go to the zoo and see a fish.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
We have
I have
seen fish at the zoo. We have specific
I did it not too long ago,
designations
actually.
Fish actually have their own unique name.
It's so fucking funny. It's the reaction as well. What a
Why is
weird
this criteria for whether
too.
something is
Like,
an animal, whether or not it's a zoo?
yeah, that's not even good criteria, but it's just funny as fuck that he said
That's
it.
like that's a sea creature. A fish is an animal. You can't.
Yeah, but wait. What's weird is that he calls it a creature, not an animal.
Yeah, creature is his umbrella term for
It
all
is
of
a
it.
yeah. It is a creature, but not an animal. So there can
There
be
are cars
animals
at the
that
zoo.
are.
Saying like an
Wait.
ant. That's not an animal.
So I guess
Ants
under
are
his classification, creature is not an umbrella that covers animal, but all animals are creatures.
Yeah, the
And
solution
the
here
same way
might
that all
actually
boars
be.
are pigs, but not all pigs are boars.
But we've got to
guess.
figure out what he thinks animal means.
I guess
Because
so. Yeah.
whatever's going on here is not normal.
So animals are not necessarily
Not ants or
creatures
fish.
that are not ants or fish. Okay.
Uh,
This is fucking biblically accurate.
I love it.
Like,
feels
Jesus
like what it
Christ.
means is mammals, yeah.
Saying like
Yep,
an
so
ant. That's not an animal. Fish aren't animals. That's like that's a sea creature. A fish is an animal. You can't go to the zoo and see a fish. They don't have zoo fishes.
There's actually so many fishes.
There's fish zoos. You can go to a fish zoo.
No.
Yes,
he's so confident.
This is yeah.
so
It's the
confident.
confidence.
SeaWorld, motherfucker.
You are so. If someone's telling you there are zoos for fish, and your instant reaction is incredible, you're so confidently. What's the word? Not even skeptical
by it.
right? Like the idea of
Shocked.
going to see fish in a zoo that's wild to me. How can you be so confident?
What is it about water that just breaks these people's brains?
I don't know. It's the connecting factor, though.
They got too
Oh, it
much
is.
of it in their brain, clearly.
kinda feels
Dinosaurs are not animals, except for birds, because dinosaurs
Well,
are
dinosaurs
extinct.
might be.
Mm.
We haven't
Yeah,
got
that's
the
a tough
ruling on
one. We got to find
Well,
out.
no,
more.
Assuming-
hold on.
Assuming
you
he
can-
thinks
zoos.
dinosaurs are real, he might. Who knows?
Oh.
Who knows where he
Well,
stands
you can't
on
see.
that?
You wouldn't go to a dinosaur zoo, so therefore they're not animals, right?
True. I can't see dinosaurs at the zoo, and I don't
Except
think
for
we
birds.
count alligators. I suppose, or birds, their descendants. But
so many fishes. There's fish zoos? You can go to a fish zoo. No, there's so many fish that they have their own fucking attraction called an aquarium. That's different. That's like sharks and shit.
Okay.
That's different.
All right.
There's so many payoffs.
this
It's
is
just it's a
wow.
payoff machine gun.
Did you
This
say
clip.
That's different. Okay.
Yeah, just I'll
Okay,
play it again.
oh
Just
my
make sure you
God.
catch it. Okay.
Aquariums.
Fucking
Aquariums are for
attraction called an
sharks, not fish.
aquarium. That's different. That's like sharks and shit. No.
Sharks are fish. Yes.
Wait, so fish are classified not by anything about the fish, but where you would go to see them.
Yeah, fish
Right?
zoo.
Fish
So
zoo.
Maybe it's
if
size.
you go to a
Maybe he's
fish
thinking
zoo,
size, right?
well, he said sharks.
There's a
Sharks
difference.
are
Sharks
okay.
are fish.
So
Like a tuna is
sharks
small, you know?
sharks are not fish because they are in aquariums, which we have freshly discovered do exist.
But
Okay.
yeah,
Seconds-
they're not. To be fair,
seconds ago,
they're not
aquariums
fish. They are
didn't
sea
exist. Now they
creatures.
do, and
retardation bags, please.
Not fish, sea creatures. Just to be clear.
yeah, they're sea creatures that are not fish are at
The
fish
aquarium.
zoos, which didn't exist a moment ago, but they do now, and it's for sharks.
Yeah, he's world building.
Only sharks.
This is actual brain
Oh
cancer.
my
Holy
God.
fuck.
That's like sharks and shit. No, that's why they have different names. I'm talking about an animal like a monkey zebra. That's like saying a mammal. You just ended yourself. If you would have said mammal, I would have gave you different answer. You said animal. That's not a fish. Fish is an animal. No, fish. Something with paws is an animal, dog.
Something with paws.
Something with paws.
So humans,
is
so
fish.
humans,
yeah, he just
so
means
humans
some
aren't animals.
He's fucked up
Humans
animal
are
at Babel. It
retarded.
seems.
Holy fuck.
Is a lizard an
Rest
animal?
don't
No,
have
it's an insect.
What's a
a
lizard?
reptile. What are reptiles? So
Wait, whoa,
what's a
whoa,
human?
whoa, whoa,
Are we
whoa,
animals?
Well, hang on.
Whoa. Did he just say lizards are an insect?
I think that's what he just said.
There's so many things being said. It's hard to track.
Is an animal. No, fish. Something with paws is an animal, dog. And fur. Is a lizard an animal? No, it's an insect. What's a lizard? Reptile? What a reptile?
How can you slide that in? How can you just like slide that in? That lizards are insects.
It does sound like he's mistaking animal for mammal.
His classifications are all fucked. Yeah.
No, this is way past that. That is one tiny building block in this cathedral of ignorance. That is one tiny. That's a brick. That one brick.
Ignorance is fucking charitable.
What age did you guys all learn about the 5, animal groups? Was it
I
like grade
don't
1?
know
I don't
because it
remember.
was so. It's like a core. It's like core knowledge. It's like when did you
Yeah.
learn multiplication? It's like I don't know. I just assume I came out of the womb knowing it. It's like one of those basal facts that you learned so early. You just assume you just always knew it. Like when did you learn what the colors were? Like I don't know,
Yeah.
man. That's just like innate human knowledge.
When I had eyes.
Around
Yeah, it was
about
like
my
5 years
dinosaur
old or something,
phase,
I think.
Yeah, it's like one of those
You get
super
eyes at
super
5 years
early
old.
things.
Oh, yo,
You don't
boy.
Yeah, I
even
had
know
eyes
when you
before I
learned
was
it.
5, but
Can you be
Walking
sure?
with dinosaurs. That's when I found out.
oh shit, you're right.
It takes a few years to grow in sometimes.
I don't remember.
It's an insect. What's a reptile? What are reptiles? So What's a human? Are we animals? Are we animals? Because we're humans. Mammal. Exactly, it's a mammal. It's not an animal. Which is an animal.
Okay, so mammals can't be
You
animals.
are an
Oh, wait,
animal.
Well, no, this
You fool.
builds up. I think this is. Okay, fish are not animals. Animals are not mammals. Sharks are sea creatures, but not fish. No, sharks are fish, but they're also
Unless
sea
it's
creatures,
where
unlike
insects,
fish, which
right?
are
I
not.
thought he ruled them out as
Serious
fish.
thing about being an animal.
Oh,
So what can actually classifies an animal at this point?
So
I think
paws
I
and
got it.
fur.
I said paws
think
and
I got
fur.
it.
Paws and
fur,
fur.
apparently.
Mammals.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
well,
I
a
think,
dog
I
is an
think,
animal.
I think what he. So I think he thinks that just animal refers to like household pets.
I think it's a dog,
But
right?
not-
Like,
but-
yeah, an
but
animal
not-
like
Dogs
bear.
or cats, like common animals that are hanging around
And
your
what about
house.
rodents?
Bear.
I think rodents have paws and fur, so
No,
they
he'd
would
probably
be
be like.
Well, they also hang around your house, too.
Rodents are an order.
Bear is a
That's like
forest
their
creature.
Category.
Yeah, that's like a pest or something. That would
Mammal.
be the response.
Exactly, it's a mammal. It's not an animal. Which is an animal. So we're animals. Animal! Listen, you said humans are mammals, right? Listen, I can't. Listen to my explanation. Just get into my brain for a second.
frustrated.
I don't want to get
Get into my brain. I don't
lonely, cold, slimy place. We're not an animal. You are. I'm an animal? I won. Comments! I won! Explain it. You explain it! How am I an animal? You asked me. Yeah. What animal?
You're talking with your mouth, like
Stop.
you're breathing. You're
At least you called me an animal.
With
like you're
lungs.
literally a great ape. Like you're a primate. I don't know. No, we can't even bring that shit up. No, fuck no.
How am I an animal?
You asked me what animal am I least afraid of?
But you called me an animal.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You just said I'm an animal.
You brought human beings into it.
Why
you
are you screaming at me?
Because you're stupidity.
You're stupidity.
Oh my god.
His little expression when he says your
God.
stupidity
By
is
the way.
absolutely classic. It's so sad.
Human beings into it.
Why are you
sack of
screaming
points.
at me?
Because you're
He's
stupidity.
screaming. Why are you screaming at me? by the way?
Fish.
I'm talking about animals.
I don't care. Animals. I'm talking about cars. It's not a Mitsubishi.
Okay,
it's car.
but what is the definition of a fish? What is it? Aquatic.
Aquatic what? Aquatic what?
Yeah, you saw he was about to say. He was about to say.
Creatures.
Animal. No, he was about to say animals. He was about to say animals.
He's
Like,
reaching
he had to
euphoria.
say creature.
He was
He had
about
to
to
say
say
creature.
animal.
He
Yeah,
fucking
he
knew.
He knew.
I'm glad we know.
He knew he'd
The
fucked up.
two little brain cells in there knew enough that
Definition
they
of
didn't
fish. What-
say
what-
animal.
Finally collided and made a thought.
What is it? Aquatic.
Aquatic what?
Yeah,
Aquatic what?
Aquatic creatures.
Animal.
You're saying you're the same as a leopard. You're not a leopard. You're a white man from Dallas. You're not a leopard. I'm trying to tell you something.
So he thinks that like a thing can only be itself. It can't belong to other categories except for the things that can be themselves and belong to categories. You cannot simultaneously be an animal and a person and a mammal. It's like pick two. You choose wisely.
That was like concentrated brain rot. Holy.
That's insane.
Fuck.
How does
wild.
this person probably like operated a car on like a motorway with other people?
Yes.
And they drove to work. How does this happen?
Oh yes.
An animal, yeah, because a meerkat is fur and paws. Fish is not an animal. An otter is paws and fur, so he would say it's an animal.
No, it's a traitor.
But he wouldn't say that like
So-
an elephant or a rhino is a animal, right?
Whoa, because it doesn't. I mean, they have hair, but not fur. But I
They
don't,
don't
I
have
don't know if you
claws.
call them paws. Well, I don't think
No.
an elephant doesn't have paws, right?
No, that's what I'm saying.
that's
Or
not-
am I-
An
It's a
elephant
foot.
wouldn't have paws. Yeah,
No.
they're feet.
Do you,
Yes.
do you think that humans turn into fish when you hop into a
Yes.
bathtub or something?
Yes.
Yeah. Fish.
Okay.
Well, no, we turn into sea creatures.
Aquatic
yeah.
creatures.
Aquatic creatures. Get in the hot tub.
Animal is a
A
situational
pool
description.
is just a fish zoo for aquatic creatures, which are people.
I gotta do some booting. We gotta make room for 3 people.
God damn.
So, Nicholas, I guess we'll
I'll
see you
go.
for the next
Oh,
boogie
yeah,
round.
you can. Yeah, you can sunset me. Be back in like 8 hours. Thanks for having me.
We'll see you later.
Should be
the
like
next one.
6. We'll go with 6.
Boogie
All right,
video.
see you then, buddy.
6, or I'll set an alarm again.
All right.
Peace.
Doodle pip.
God damn. Fucking champion that man.
And
Am I the next one who joined? Like next longest one?
I don't. Well, does anyone here intend to leave anytime soon?
I think
I mean,
it's
I just
you
got
and
here.
me, Mark.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's you and me, Mark.
All right. Have a good talk, guys.
Love you guys.
You bet. We will do that. We will see y'all later on. Bye bye.
Adios.
Adios.
Take this lull.
I survived to the next round.
Yeah, not bad. Just enjoy the peace for a moment before we enter more.
Wait, how long is this part gonna be? Isn't that gonna be 888 or what?
No.
What's the?
We can't do it like
Oh,
that
okay.
because the availability of guests is completely random and scary. You have to move around for them.
Spooky.
It shouldn't be
Yeah,
that
'cause
me,
remember, here
Rags,
in the
and
States, it's
Fringy
morning
are
now.
accounted for. It should be everyone
That's
else.
ridiculous.
And we got some
That's not
we got some
allowed.
fun lads along the way, okay, for fun discussions.
La di das.
Oh boy.
Oh my goodness! Look who it is.
Hello, Hide your beers. He's gonna drink them all.
Drink, you've missed so many events. Oh look, it's Ryan as well.
Oh my
Ew.
goodness.
If only we had
mean,
Nerdrotic, that would complete the racist trio, and then we'd be able to summon
Oh,
something.
it would. I can
It's
fill in.
the holy trinity of bigotry.
Man.
I love it.
I remember when I, as a German, was like peak racism.
Yeah,
That
I
was
know
a
you're
good
getting
time.
outclassed, man. You gotta boost it.
Yeah, that's
You
bullshit.
can't
actually.
rest on your laurels forever.
Your generation doesn't know how to do proper racism metal.
Well, I think I have to strap in and get us back on track.
I believe in you.
I'm never
Is that your
quite
announcement
sure.
for public office medal?
Yeah.
I'm never
Good.
quite sure what's going to get me blasted. I'll say what I think is the most offensive possible thing I could imagine on Friday Night Tights. And then I look at Twitter and it's some just absolutely retarded clip from some video I made on some random channel 3 years ago that gets called me racist.
Yep.
So
That's how they get
but
you.
how's it going, boys? Happy 6 years.
Oh, thank you. I
I
got
didn't-
something
I didn't get
special
anything.
specifically for you, Ryan, or rather, I wanted you here for it because I came across this at absolute random, and it was so fucking funny. Jump into the watch together, gentlemen, if you haven't already. Gotta get going. I don't know how long I have you for. Okay, I gotta be quick.
I will stay as long as I can.
Beautiful. So, this is
Right.
from a channel where this video is called "The Truth About Star Wars Exposed." Pong Krell, clones,
nice.
morality, George Lucas, and original text. Now, you may think, Mulder, why is this? What's? And she's like, you know what? I almost don't want to say a thing. I'll just let him talk because this goes places. Video.
I mean,
goes
honestly,
places.
you had me at Pong Krell. Like I was.
I would have
holy
thought so.
He's
shit.
not a-
The Pong Krell? Really?
The Pong
Yeah,
Krell.
he's going there. Yeah.
What about
going there.
Slurpo?
What's
He's a
funny
sea
is
creature.
I feel like Ryan's the only person who knows who that is. Who's he?
Yes. So like this, just for context, I suppose before we even get into it, this Pong Krell he's a Jedi in the Clone Wars era in the Clone Wars cartoon. Oftentimes, when people tell you have to watch the Clone Wars, Dave Filoni is just a master of storytelling. They will refer to this arc as just like peak Star Wars, right? Which they've said that about literally about every
Peak
cringe
Pong.
thing that's come out, but this is usually the one that they're talking about.
well,
But
let
just
us
real
begin.
quick, I'm looking at his
I
picture
can-
here. Oh,
I
I'm
can
looking
tell
at his
just by
picture
looking
here.
at him.
Yeah, is this guy a fish or an animal?
No, he's a sea creature.
Oh no!
No.
We're not doing this again. We're not doing
It's good to know that his pronouns are he, him, though. Thank goodness.
Well, I got to.
Yeah,
I have to
wouldn't want
see
to
if he has
misgender this
paws or
fictional
not.
character.
Original texts are later.
Oh shit, it's a bit cool.
And I really have to get this out right now, or else it'll impact the quality of the video.
What?
Okay.
Why does he
All right.
talk?
Fuck all the clones! Fuck
All of
every
them?
single one of these rat bastards! They are
Rat
the reason
bastards?
the entire setting has become a shithole by the time of the original trilogy. Why the fuck are they all portrayed sympathetically? They don't deserve sympathy! Not a fucking ounce of
Clones?
it!
I mean,
Clones
they've
don't deserve
literally
an ounce of sympathy. They've been that
literally
grown
bred
to
for
be
war since-
disposable. Yeah, disposable people to throw into the meat grinder of war. I can sympathize with that. That sounds like a pretty. That sounds.
Well, okay, let him
pretty bad.
finish.
They,
He's
they are
making-
what they
he's
are. because
laying
they
the
literally
groundwork.
they don't know how to be anything else.
I'm feeling
Why is
compelled
Michael
right
on the
now.
other
He
side of
seems
the room?
passionate. He must know what he's talking about.
They deserve nothing but contempt, disdain, mockery, derision,
Wow.
spite, and scorn. They were made
Damn.
with the express purpose of killing the protectors of the galaxy. That's what their fucking purpose was.
It sounds like he should be angry at the person who made
Palpatine.
them.
Who made them, yeah.
Not, yeah, not. It's because it's not their choice.
It's
that
like
even
getting
true?
angry at a nuclear missile or something. Like it doesn't really have a say in what it's used for. It was just created for that purpose.
Yeah, it literally is not an agent in the same way that I don't think clones are agents in a sense. Like, are they?
They don't have
Do they have
agency,
free
really.
will? Do they?
Yeah,
Those
so
are they like
some
I think they're
terrible
like
to
heavily
animals,
programmed, but
or-
I think that one of the things that Clone Wars, the television series, did that a lot of people praise it for is they do feel like it gave the clones like more personality, and you do have like more sympathy for them and all these things. One of the other problems is that they turned Order 66 from, hey, these clones, they are actually just going to be loyal to the Republic, right? Regardless of all these friendships or whatever. They turned it to like this chip in their brains that when it got switched on, they just turned into like animals, no pun intended, who would just kill the Jedi. As opposed to it actually being, hey, these are people, and they might even have these connections to the Jedi, but this is ultimately what they were bred for, what they were programmed to do, and they're going to kill them indiscriminately.
Yeah.
So
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong as well. Like once the Clone Wars were over, were the clone armies not basically discarded, like in favor of just mass conscription?
It took a while. Yeah, they got phased out because I mean, obviously, the reason the clones are were able to be so readily available, the accelerated aging and things like that. So they didn't hang around for very long. So once your force started aging out, they did conscription because it's way cheaper to just conscript all these masses than pay somebody to make these clones, especially after what they did to Kamino.
Yeah, so essentially, not only were they created like with the sole purpose of being soldiers and had essentially no say in the course of their own lives, but their lives were extremely short and they were thrown away once they'd served their purpose. So I'd say that deserves quite a bit of sympathy, really.
Surely the clones must be cheap if the Republic never noticed that they had a pinch. Had actually ever
focus,
paid for
all right?
it.
We're trying to listen to this guy's arguments.
Okay, sorry. Here, yeah.
It was actually, I believe it was bankrolled by Darth Plagueis. I'm almost
he paid
sure.
for it himself.
Yeah, so Darth Plagueis is actually he's one of the richest people in the galaxy. He's a very influential person. Well, Higo Damask is his real name in his normal day. But yeah, he essentially gaslit Sifo-Dyas into believing that the time would come where this big war would be in the galaxy and the Jedi would need to be ready.
So one person can fund an army that could take over. This is madness.
Not helping the Republic win the Clone Wars, but to kill the Jedi. They're not even.
You can do both. Give him some credit.
Well, so maybe I'm wrong about this. I remember at some point there was an Order 65 where the clones could be ordered to kill the Chancellor instead of the Jedi. Was that retconned, or did Disney take away with that, or?
I can't answer that.
I'd have to look that up. I'm not sure about that.
Because I think the initial purpose of the clones is that they would have all these various fail safes built into them, so that if one part of the Republic became too tyrannical, they could turn on them.
Also, Theo just loses his mind in chat. I will say this is more to just appreciate this man's POV. Okay, I just want to play these clips just to let you know that there's people out there who really feel this passionate. Just start to appreciate some of his ideas for what should happen to certain elements of Star Wars.
They're not even human or Mandalorian or whatever. They were made on a goddamn assembly line in a goddamn lab on a goddamn ocean planet. They're no different than the Separatist droids. Every clone ever deserves to be wiped out as penance for what they helped accomplish. No exceptions. I don't care if there are good ones like Rex or Cody or whoever. Just kill them all.
Bit of a moral absolutist, this guy, isn't he?
Who helped
this guy.
He's going further than that. He ain't stopping at the clones.
Bring about darkness upon the galaxy, because that's exactly what they fucking are, and you can't change my mind. And if they don't deserve death, then they at least deserve to rot away in a slum on some imperial city planet with no food, no money, no friends or family, and just be cheered at by every passerby.
No access to streaming services.
They deserve to starve and rot.
He's actually kind of winning me over, to be honest. I kind of agree. Just take all the clones, put them on one island together, just them. They just end up butt fucking
Australia
each other.
Them.
On. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Do they have genitals?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think so.
Really? They're not just like smooth down there?
They're not just like Ken dolls.
Yeah, your only purpose is for war, no fucking allowed. That would actually be. I would have sympathy for them if that was the case.
Well, they could be castrated like they could be like the Unsullied from Game of Thrones, where they've been castrated.
Yeah. Honestly, if I were living in the Star Wars galaxy in that time period, I'd spit on that clone, kick that clone in the nutsack, gather a crowd of people to do the same, before ultimately doing the galaxy a favor by throwing that clone off an overpass. Fuck it, all of them. And I know you're going to say, oh, but they had a control chip in their brains. They didn't have a choice.
Mickey Mouse.
No, they did have a choice. The choice to blow their brains out for being clones and built to serve evil. What? All right.
Did they have that choice, though?
Did any of them do that?
Really,
No. And who cares if they didn't have the control chip to begin with? They ultimately would have killed the Jedi anyway, because as products of the dark side and products of an evil man, the dark side would have overpowered them and made them kill the Jedi anyway. Either that, or they simply would have done it anyway by taking advantage of their bullshit.
He's like, every way ends in killing them. It must. There's no innocence to be found here.
With the Jedi. Hell, that's exactly what happened when Rex almost killed Ahsoka. He wasn't resisting the control chip. He was pretending to resist it so Ahsoka could let her guard down and he could kill her easier. So in summary, fuck the clones for being no better than the Death Star. Fuck Rex for being full of bullshit. Fuck Cody for being useless. Fuck Dogma for killing the unsung hero of the show, Pong Krell. Fuck this one clone for having.
I'm pretty sure I watched that episode, that arc in Clone Wars. Basically, it was this Jedi guy who just went out of his way to get clones killed, and then there was a massive fight where he killed like 100 clones single-handedly.
Yes, that's
not
Pong Krell.
single-handedly, he's got like 4 arms, so
He's got 4 arms and he has 2 double-bladed lightsabers that he wields. Yes,
he sounds cool.
He's a buff Dexter Jester.
Well, just
Can I just ask Ryan a question quickly, just for clarification?
Go ahead.
Because I only know the films, I haven't seen like any of the extra stuff. So did they recontextualize why the clones were actually made? Like, were they specifically made to kill the Jedi?
So it was all. For anybody that would be interested in reading something ever, unlike Mauler, the book Darth Plagueis gives so much very interesting context to some of the things that are going on behind the scenes in terms of the Sith. And yeah, so the idea of the clone army was from like the Sith. It was from Darth Plagueis, and he found a handful of Jedi who did truly feel like things were going to go off the rails. They saw these fights breaking out around the galaxy. They saw what was happening with the Trade Federation. And after kind of over a decade worth of like discussions and like careful manipulation, they were able to convince Sifo-Dyas to place this order because they felt like the Republic was going to need it at some time. But the truth was the entire reason that this army was going to be made was so they could do this, so they could help to, destabilize everything and eventually use them to overthrow the Jedi. Like all at the same time, they'd have to be taken out, the vast majority of them.
So to add on to that, I did decide to look it up, and Order 65 was a thing, but Disney retconned it.
Oh.
There was originally 150 orders that were basically contingencies that different parts of the government could order the clones to do if one part of the government became corrupted, but Disney cut most of those out. So there's no more.
Was Order 65 to take out the Chancellor?
Yes, the Senate could order the clones to kill the Chancellor.
And is it a coincidence that on this man's computer it currently reads 65 degrees Fahrenheit?
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Yeah.
It does make me wonder though, because like who has the ultimate authority here? Like say the Senate orders them to execute Order 65 and the Chancellor orders them to take out the Senate. Like, well, which one do they obey?
First come, first serve.
Does it depend on who has a chip in their brain?
Well, all those orders were before the chip thing.
Okay.
Like before the inhibitor chip was created. So the thing you're talking about, I didn't remember the number or how many there are, but that's all from all these Clone Wars novels that Karen Travis wrote in kind of the mid 2000s. And she did a lot of work building up what the clones were, what Mandalorian culture was even. There's a lot of crossover and stuff there. All of that got completely wiped away with TCW. Like just the vast majority of it just got wiped out. This was even before Disney, right? TCW just started retconning all that stuff and overriding it.
Damn. They always retcon the best stuff.
Yeah, typically, and it's typically a bitch like Dave Filoni, and everybody praises him as a genius. Yeah.
the show, Pong Krell fucked this one clone for making like clone Twi'lek hybrid babies, because the last thing that the Star Wars needs is for clones to be fucking up the galactic gene pool. Fuck Palpatine for making the clones and being the Lucifer of Star Wars. Fuck the Kaminoans for making these piles of filth. Fuck the Imperial troopers for wearing armor similar to these fucks. Fuck Dave Filoni for continuing to rewrite the Star Wars lore.
Hey, there you go, Ryan.
Hey, thank you. I'm telling you, this guy's winning
Now we
me
can
over.
agree.
He's winning you over.
This guy's winning me over. Yeah.
Specifically making more pro-clone and disparaging the name of Pong Krell. And fuck all of the clone simps for loving them in spite of the fact that they are obviously mass-murdering machines. And frankly, all evil and its byproducts need to be purged from the galaxy. Palpatine and all his cronies need to die for being evil. That's obvious. And yes, that includes Anakin Skywalker, aka...
Man, when this guy watches the original trilogy, he's going to be very satisfied. He'll leave that trilogy
angry,
a happy
dude.
man.
Darth Vader. Anakin had every chance to resist the dark side and not give in to it, but he did it anyway. Death is a suitable punishment for all Darksiders and former Darksiders.
This guy took some very interesting lessons from the trilogy.
Yeah, I mean, he's a simple man, you know? Evil, you're gone. That's it.
He wants to kill everybody that's evil. You know?
Look,
None
he's
of them
synthetic
do.
man's
Redemption
Padawan.
should be
Okay.
absolutely impossible for anyone who's turned evil. Darth Vader deserves to go down in history in the same way here, like frickin' Hideki Tojo goes down in history.
Who?
He was the right-hand man for the guy who plunged the galaxy into darkness and
he was
continued
the
to help him out after
leader
it
of Japan
screwed
during
him
World
out of
War
an arm, his
Oh.
legs, his wife and kids, his wife that he killed, by the way. And speaking of his kids, Luke and Leia need to die too.
He says all of this like it's
Okay,
real,
this-
you know?
Look at Leia need to die too.
Okay.
I was with you to a point, bud.
Did
eventually. At the hands of Disney, they did.
Okay, we'll let them in.
I didn't know people that based even existed. Jesus.
Firm, meaning they too will inevitably fall to the dark side. Luke was already showing dark side tendencies when he was negotiating at Jabba's palace and when he was fighting Vader on the Death Star too. So we might as well kill him then and there.
Kill them all. Might as well.
A
You know?
single drop of dark side, and you got to kill him.
You gotta
This guy
get
wanted
it
to
out.
for masturbating too.
Get it
There's
out.
something to be said about the idea of like angelic beings that can suffer no imperfection, and so they're like essentially evil in the way that they seek out the purification of everything that they see. And I'm getting these vibes from him, like this super,
He's like an
this
angel.
evil creature that
So
he's like
Puritan,
this
yeah.
evil, super puritanical creature that can absolutely accept no imperfection, not a single drop of this kind of blood, that kind of blood. The whole galaxy needs to be purified and
You
made
eat the last
clean.
cookie, fucking die.
Yeah, I can imagine he operates this way in his everyday life. Like he gets a new puppy and it pisses on the floor, and he's like, "You made a mess on the floor. I don't care. You're out of here now. You deserve to die. That's it. One drop of piss and you're gone."
All of the puppies need to be thrown into an imperial gutter and starved and have their balls kicked by me.
Just
They need to be
accidentally gets
removed
bumped
from the gene
into on the
pool.
street. Just gets you bumped into me. Just shoots him on the spot.
Also, hi, Gary.
Oh hey.
Oh, hello.
We're talking about the purification of the galaxy. What are you up
Yes,
to?
naturally.
Oh, is this a Dalek
No.
meeting?
We mean
Let's go.
genetic purity.
Just click that all watch together, and you can join us for this wonderful
Nazis.
seminar.
Okay, cool.
There's only
No,
a
they're bad
minute
too.
left of what I
It's
wanted us to listen
complicated.
to. He's just finishing up his manifesto.
And Leia even turned evil in one of the Star Wars Infinities comics. See, look, you can see her right here. And
She's
See,
evil.
look,
She's
she's
drawn
evil.
evil.
He's in the shadows.
Her on the cover, so yeah, I'm convinced.
She's been drawn
You
evil.
can tell she's evil. I'm not
Yes,
bad.
I
I'm
know
just
that this
drawn that
comic
way.
is like non-canon Elseworld type of shit, but it's as I always say. if it could have happened, it'll surely happen.
Oh.
And Han Solo and
He's Batman.
Chewbacca
That's an
also
interesting
deserve death for being
phrase.
petty
Yes, so hold on,
criminals.
hold on. This guy's puritanical nature is such that if you could have done an evil thing in an alternate timeline, you're still responsible, even if you didn't do it.
Well, he's
And
saying
you need to die.
killed.
if it's
Yes.
possible, it will happen. It's pretty
He's very
surefire
movie Bob,
logic,
isn't he?
Yeah.
So yeah, once this guy has killed every living organism in the entire universe, I'm sure he'll be quite content that he's purged
the
it.
dirt will still get him.
Everything is.
The dirt will still get him, Drinker.
That's
well,
true.
he's,
Yeah.
he's just gonna kill all the animals, but the fish will still be here. Don't worry.
There's always a new enemy.
Couldn't
I
he
don't
draw this
care
even
what-
further and blame the midi-chlorians?
Just kill
Yeah, kill them
everything.
too.
Just kill it all. Yeah.
And by the way, George
I'm okay
Lucas
with that.
is the one who created this thing, so he needs to die too.
Exactly.
And
They
the
smuggled-
people who procreated, who are capable of creating George Lucas, well, they need to go too.
Or that they ended up joining the rebels anyway, or that they were good guys with hearts of gold. No, they are criminals. And all criminals deserve death. Boba Fett is a
Jesus.
contract
Wow.
killer, so
All
he's
right,
a
I'm
criminal
dead.
too.
Even if you're
And the clone
jaywalking,
on
it's like,
top-
well, criminal death for you.
Oh wait,
What if you
well I
steal a
think what he said
paperclip?
about Boba Fett didn't do anything illegal, in that bounty hunter is legal, right? That's not breaking the law, so he's okay.
Didn't he vaporize people though?
Yeah,
That
he
might-
disintegrated
not
people,
necess-
apparently.
That might not necessarily be against the law, if he's doing it within the bounds of his bounty hunting work, because he was.
It's quite
Because the
extreme. I would have
Empire-
thought you're, as a bounty hunter, you're there to bring people in.
Well, yeah. I mean, some bounties
Well,
are
alive. Dead or alive.
Depends on the bounty.
dead or alive, and some of them are just dead. As in, like the bounty only counts for them being dead. They just want people dead.
Yeah, we don't
I
want
mean, I
to
did often wonder, like, how do you
There's no more room in the
prove that
gutter,
you,
so
you vaporized the bounty? It's like,
Well, that's why you don't
know, just have to
vaporize
take my
them.
word for it.
I
you
guess
have
you
to
could
live stream it to Twitch.
Yeah, if you
live
record it,
stream
you'll
the
be right.
vaporization on Twitch, then you're good to go.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I think you actually just
sweep it into like
press
a little dustbin, and you bring that, and they'll test it.
Here's his ashes.
In my
Hold
experience,
on,
you just press Y and claim the dead body. That's what happens in the bounty
Yeah, once
hunter
you
game.
string them up, you press Y. Yeah, pretty straightforward.
If
Yeah, I knew-
Boba Fett
knew
is
that.
off the hook because it's his job, what's the job of the clones? Isn't it to fight?
Yeah, well, listen, we haven't figured this out yet, so.
I think we have. It's just kill everyone. It's pretty
Well,
straightforward.
wait, I don't know. Is it their job? Do they get paid? They don't get paid, do they?
The clones? No. They just get. They just
Okay.
get fed, yeah.
There we go. We found our loophole here. They don't get
Well,
paid
they're like
for it.
Discord moderators. They do it for free.
Yeah, and
the
they're happy to
clone-
do it for free. They take.
On top of that, so he should die too. C-3PO should die for being built by Anakin. Finn should
Oh my
die for being an
God.
Empire 2.0
Finn's
soldier.
down.
And no, I don't care if he defected. And Rey should die.
Oh, wait, we
Wait,
gotta.
you post on
we
Ray
gotta-
should die?
I want to hear his thoughts on Ray.
Come on, I gotta
Well,
know
I
why
have to
Ray
back up to hear
dies.
the thing he said before. Then.
Like, the C-3PO is going to be the most innocent character in Star
No,
Wars,
he was
surely.
built by Anakin.
Yeah, even
Yeah, that
R2
means
evil
he's
droid.
tries to
with evil.
murder C-3PO.
He's been tainted with evil, obviously.
I do
Finn
think he
should
said
die
Boba
for being-
Fett should die, right?
Yeah,
Like
that
that's
doesn't
what- was
surprise
his
me
final
compared to
conclusion.
C-3PO.
Boba Fett Should die. Yeah.
An Empire 2.0 soldier. And no, I don't care if he defected. And Rey should die for being Palpatine's granddaughter.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I can agree with him.
myself. All
Yeah.
evil.
He's
It
winning
would
me
be
over.
easy- He should have just listed who doesn't deserve to die, and the video would be shorter.
Yeah.
True.
He's killed
And its
most.
byproducts.
We're running out of characters
from the galaxy.
Oh,
Who's gonna be
hold on.
left?
All right, everyone. I'm sorry about that.
We're missing-
Let's go back just a little bit. We got to hear the end as we go through the book of names of death.
Finn should die for being an Empire 2.0 soldier. And no, I don't care if he defected. And Rey should die for being Palpatine's granddaughter. So I'll repeat myself. All evil and its byproducts need to be purged from the galaxy.
Jesus. And you're the man
All
to
right,
do
everyone,
it.
I'm sorry about that. I had to get that off, or else I would have like.
It was a
burst
burning
into
desire.
summer.
Really had to get that off my chest. Been holding that
He
in
just
for a
needed
long
the-
time.
It has to come out eventually. I'm glad it came out in this
I'm glad.
productive
This is
format.
a
and
healthy
he didn't go to a
expression. Yeah,
school with
this
a
is
gun
good.
or something.
This is good that he did it.
So he wants to purge the entire galaxy of all life because it's evil,
straightforward.
Does that make him evil?
Or-
No. He's the agent of good here.
because he's doing it for justice.
He's the last good man in a galaxy turned evil.
No,
So
C3
Bob,
so
he's,
anybody
hold
else
on.
share?
Hold on. So he wants to purge all life, but he's less evil than C3PO.
No, just just
not
most
all. I think he's still less evil than Movie Bob.
Just evil
most
life.
of it. Yeah, evil. Its byproducts, descendants, and all that assisted in its creation.
Yeah, which is fair, right?
He can abide no imperfection. He is like the lawful evil angel
Now,
of purity.
I have just the perfect video since Gary and Ryan and Drinker are here. This is just what a beautiful one. Do you know what it is? You know what it is?
Hit us with it.
Is this something about us being racist or something? What is
No.
this? God, I hope so.
It's House of the Dragon. A review.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
You guys
okay.
like that? A review
Oh,
of
House of the Dragon's pretty cool.
Yeah, we like House of the Dragon.
Yeah.
Reviewed
I
by
like Kristen Cole and Alicent until the
Ben Shapiro.
I should have never sent this to you.
Double dipping
Oh, God.
on Ben.
Yeah.
That would have been my
Truly
fault.
is an anniversary.
Wait,
We're double
this
dipping
is
on Ben.
Ben. Captain America is John McCain Shapiro. Okay, let's just
Gonna
keep
get
that
some
in
solid
mind from
takes
last
on this
night.
one.
Yeah.
I almost want to
Oh,
like.
boy.
I just want you guys to go ahead with this one. It'll be so funny because I know what he says.
So excited.
Alrighty, folks, we're here to.
Oh wait, 1 sec. Let me.
The start is pretty strong, by the way.
Ben facts don't care about your feelings, Shapiro.
Hell, fucking yes.
He's got his battle yarmulke
actually-
on. He's ready to go. He's got. Look at these candles.
Those are nice.
Yeah, I like the
candles.
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 He's like about to do a seance or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
To
Actually,
recap
I'm
season
watching
2
this, by the way, so this is even new for me. I didn't watch it.
Oh.
of House
Did
of
Ben
the Dragon.
have to look away when like all the dongs and boobs came out? Does he have to?
Yeah.
Did he cover his eyes?
I think he
Yeah.
probably got someone to edit it so he didn't have to look at those things.
Yeah.
Like he got like a
Oh.
sanitized version.
Oh yeah, he got his assistants to purify the show first to make it kosher, so that when he watched it, it was a-okay and it didn't break any of the Talmudic laws or whatever he follows.
Yeah, he's like looking. Actually, I think he was like looking extremely hard. He's like looking to see if everyone's circumcised or not, and that's going to be like part of his judgment of the show.
He's like, I can only judge one character, Amond.
Yeah, he's like,
Real quick,
I
while
really
the
went.
chat's saying,
What?
the chat's saying the video is way too loud.
I sorted it. Don't worry. I had to boost that previous guy because he was so quiet.
House of the Dragon. Here's the quick recap. Nothing happened for a whole season. This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN.
Boom, sponsor.
I mean,
ExpressVPN,
Oh,
ExpressVPN.
be careful with him with the
ExpressVPN.
fucking music got us in trouble in the previous stream. Bastard.
Ah!
Burned us.
That scared me.
Look at that production
All right,
quality
folks,
there.
so just finished
Yeah.
season 2 of House of the Dragon, and that was the worst season finale of any series that maybe I've ever seen in my entire life.
Wow,
Jesus
okay.
Christ.
Not
Have you
Game
seen
of
Game of
Thrones
Thrones?
season 8?
Yeah. I like that
No
Lost comes up
way.
as opposed to the much more suitable connection, which would be Game of Thrones season 8, of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
When we last left our story at the end of season 1, it seemed as though the High Towers and the Targaryens were about to go to war. And when we left season 2,
That's a way to phrase it. The High Towers and the Targaryens are that's the dividing line.
Sure.
Yeah,
Blacks
I mean,
and
he's obviously
greens.
he's oversimplifying it.
It's
but, yeah.
fine.
Yeah, like to some extent.
I think
Yeah,
that's
but
fine.
I wonder, does that like the crown? Does the little point in the middle? Does that like push down and cause discomfort?
Oh, yeah. You could end
There's
up
a
with a big
little
dent in your
velvet padding
forehead.
underneath.
Certainly hope not.
it seemed like the High
Still excited
Towers
about
and the Targaryens were about to go to war. I know, it sounds like I just said the same sentence twice, but I changed the part about which season it was. Because nothing happened for 8 episodes. I'm sorry, it's the worst.
Damn.
There's basically one half of one good episode. So episode 4, there is something called the Battle of Rook's Rest, and it's about...
Motherfucker, do you have to
It's
use
like
the
Something
music?
called
Is
the
it-
Battle of Rook's Rest.
But it's like his measure for like things happening in a show is like the entire landscape
Action.
of the world changing. Yeah, like everything
No, it's
blowing up,
action.
armies
Oh, no.
destroying each other. It's like
Yep.
you understand that just 2 characters talking in a room can constitute a massive piece of plot development, right?
Yes.
Like it's not
This is-
defined by action.
This is the incredibly, I suppose, like normie take we've seen about this season. The people that are screaming that it was somehow. I remember Gary in our finale review that we did on your channel, and I'm just seeing these people like legitimately, not trolling.
Look
like,
at me, I'm
legitimately
friends
saying,
with Nerdrotic.
Yeah, like legitimately saying this is worse than The
Crap,
Acolyte. This is worse than season 8 of Game of Thrones. And it's
What
like
the
I
fuck?
don't know how
Yeah.
there were people saying that. I don't understand how you can come to that conclusion.
Well, yeah, because
I
the only
actually-
thing worse than the Acolyte is Deadpool and Wolverine.
I actually do think that the basic part of what he's saying with that opening, hey, it seemed like at the end of season 1 we were about to head to total war, and now at the end of season 2 it seems like we're at the end of total war. I do think you can like make some criticism about that, specifically the last scene of season 1 when they decide to show Rhaenyra. It looks like she's about to go kind of full Mad Queen or whatever. I do feel like now in retrospect, it doesn't kind of add up to then what we see for the next, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 episodes of season 2. But to pretend like nothing happened when we have this entire Daemon arc, when you see all of these different machinations that are going on at King's Landing with Otto and Aegon and Aemond and Larys and all these characters, it's just I don't understand how these people actually watch the same thing we did.
And like on the conflict front of all of this, you know, they don't just immediately go into total war and just like smash a bunch of armies together. Like the two sides are trying to probe each other's weaknesses. In some cases they're trying to seek a diplomatic solution. The other houses throughout the Westeros are trying to decide which side they should come down on, and there's like little skirmishes breaking out here, there, and everywhere. There's stuff happening constantly. It's just not the big payoff, you know, set piece battles that you might be looking for, but that stuff is just superficial. If you've got a bunch of characters who all have their own arcs, who have their own objectives and are pursuing them and are actually doing things towards those ends, that's what you need in a story like this, and that's what you get.
That's what it was. That's what Game of Thrones used to be, and then it fell into that trap once it passed the source material and just started making spectacle. And that's when it absolutely fell apart. But as you know, Ryan, you know this, everybody knows the ratings went up. So that's what they fell into, but they forgot what got them there and what it was before. And it's dialogue, it's intrigue, it's betrayal. It's a lot of time to court. Some of the best scenes in the season were sitting at the council and listening to them argue over and over again, watching people lose power, gain power. That's what it is. And the battle is supposed to be 1 episode per season, not 2 or 3. And you know, even if looking back at the Battle of the Bastards, what a ridiculous battle that was. It was freaking with like.
Well, let's not even
bodies.
start about the second Battle of Winterfell against the freaking
There's things to criticize for this season. There are certain oh my god, Misseri like needs to die, like a slow death or a quick one just to get rid of her. And that last scene, but I mean, this isn't a good excuse, but the strike did affect it. They were told by HBO fucked them. So HBO told them to take off the last 2 episodes to save money, and they couldn't rewrite anything to lead up to an ending because of the strike. But so they should have probably ended it with episode 7, because that ending in episode 8 was the very ending. That last scene was ridiculous. It was ridiculous, unnecessary, and they felt like they needed to get there because I don't think I'm breaking any news here. Rhaenyra's not a good guy, and she's not a good guy. No, there's no good guys in this, and all these people rooting for Team. God, I hope there's a bunch of idiots out there naming their daughters after Rhaenyra right now. I really do.
I guarantee it.
I think that legitimately the majority of people who by the end were watching Game of Thrones season 8, I actually think the majority of the Game of Thrones viewing audience probably binged the first couple seasons over a weekend to then become a part of something big, something big part of Game of Thrones. So I actually do think there's like a massive disconnect from a lot of these people who didn't watch these seasons as they released and instead just binged it to get up to season 4 or season 5 or whatever to be part of this big thing that was going on. And they have no true understanding of how the first couple seasons of Game of Thrones actually felt.
I think you're probably correct. I think it attracted a lot of normies towards the end who were entranced by the spectacle of it, and then once that was over, they just moved on and they didn't care.
No, and I mean, if you've read the books, there's a lot more of this. There's a lot more of setting things up. There's entire chapters of Tyrion just being drunk But they're good because the dialogue's good. It's setting things up. It's world building. You're getting to know Tyrion a little more. Tyrion, the villain, by the way, who's a villain. Yeah. So it's spectacle versus storytelling. But at the end with that tease, though, I can understand why people were pissed. I can completely understand why people, because they just put a big trailer at the end.
Oh yeah.
And you know, so they were caught in a rock in a hard place, and now that you have to wait 2 fucking years, that's the thing, dude.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt their momentum because it feels like the show doesn't have a huge amount of like popular momentum to it. Like, don't get me wrong, it's definitely got an audience that really appreciates it, but it feels like it's so much smaller than what Game of Thrones had.
And it is
even
lucky.
Yeah.
It's
even
lucky
in the
it's got
early
what it
seasons.
did.
Yeah. I mean, it's lucky that it's really good. Like, I honestly expected nothing from it when they first announced it. So it's been way better than I ever thought it would be. But it just definitely doesn't seem to have that cultural impact that Game of Thrones had.
No, I don't think it ever will
no
either.
way.
That's really hard to recover. They had something huge and they fumbled it.
I don't know if any show is going to have that anymore because there's so many shows and the way they're watched now. I just don't think we'll get that. If we do, it'll be rare, really rare.
Yeah, like appointment viewing, right? When everyone is sitting down at the same time, kind of everywhere, watching the same thing, as opposed to, I think I'll go to bed early, maybe I'll catch it in the morning on this streaming service. Things are just so different now, and I don't know if we're ever going to really get back to that.
We kind of got that with the Acolyte in the wrong way, though.
It did bring us together in some ways.
Us together, yeah.
Family would gather by the TV.
Have a
Dad
few
would
laughs.
get home from work from the mines, and he'd sit down in his chair.
Streaming mines, Rags, the streaming mines.
The chocolate mines.
20 minutes of awesome, and that's kind of it. The rest of the season is comprised of various attempts to assassinate the others.
Right?
Oh,
isn't that good?
Okay.
Here's an overview.
So Rhaenyra doesn't want to do anything for the entire season. So let me just go through real fast what happens to each of these characters during this season and why it makes no sense. Daemon takes his dragon, runs away from Rhaenyra because he thinks she's a pansy, runs over to Harrenhal, sits there for an entire season, and gets high and has weird dreams, and then bends the knee to Rhaenyra. That's his entire season.
Come on, dude. Lame.
Your perspective is boring.
Yeah, read a book.
Oh yeah,
that
where's the
isn't
lie?
Bible, I guess.
Yeah, it's like, through that one sentence that he's trying to sum it up in, Daemon has his entire worldview flipped on its head, and he's forced to confront everything that he's been running away from his entire life. And we get to see it. It does, take several episodes to play out. We get kind of breadcrumbed through the thing. But, if Daemon had just gone there to Harrenhal and immediately got that vision, he would have rejected it. He wouldn't have given 2 shits about that vision he saw at the end because he wouldn't have been receptive to that. That's not how his mind works. But it's everything that he went through, combined with the real life struggles that he was going through with the Riverlands folk and everything. I thought Daemon's arc was awesome.
Oh yeah,
what do you think
He's such an
turned it
interesting
around?
character, and like there's so many conflicting motivations for Daemon. He's a guy who was spurned from leadership initially. Like, his brother got the throne when he perhaps felt more entitled to it. Rhaenyra then takes it. He's a man who's fiercely loyal to her, but also has his own personal ambitions. He's trying to prove himself. Like, he's trying to prove himself as a commander, as a king potentially. But also struggling with his failures and his flaws as a person. And there's just a lot going on with him. And to boil his arc down to something as simple as that, like, he goes to a place and gets high and then feels weird and then bends the knee to Rhaenyra. It's just such a superficial recounting of events rather than the subtext behind it.
I mean, his experiences, I doubt, would be described like like Luke in Empire. That probably wouldn't be described the same way, would it? When he goes into the cave, I think most people would have a lot to say about what that scene means because they'd give a lot more deference to something like Empire, but they're not doing it for the Harrenhal sequences for some reason. Doesn't seem fair to me.
Because there was no dragons blowing up things.
Oh, I was gonna say Luke didn't fuck his mom in that tree, so maybe.
Being angsty about whether to go to war with the Hightowers, who literally have killed her child, which makes no sense. Jacaerys Velaryon, who is her kid.
Wait, that was his summary for Rhaenyra? That was it?
Oh.
That was it?
It makes no sense she didn't go to war with
That's
the
his
people who killed
entire
her kid.
season. Rhaenyra spends the entire time being angsty about whether to go to war with the Hightowers, who literally have killed her child, which makes no sense. Jacaerys...
Well, one of them did.
Yeah, and she really wants Aemon dead.
Yeah, and what undercuts it, obviously, is that Daemon takes action in it. Which, by the way, I think would be more believable had Jacaerys been mentioned in the Alicent Rhaenyra scene at the end of the season.
Oh, yeah.
Should have. It was missing for some reason.
Yeah.
But that definitely undercut her vengeance arc, having one of the baby sons killed. It was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Valerian.
And plus, yeah, like, this is a story of people trying to show restraint, despite their declining influence and control over the people under them. You know, these people like Rhaenyra are trying to find a better solution, even though as flawed people as they are, like, they do not have full control over all of the lords and the armies and all the individuals underneath them, and they're gradually, all of this stuff gradually undermines their ability to get a peaceful resolution here. That's good. That's good storytelling. Like, they don't just immediately want to go to war, because going to war is really bad, and
it's really bad. And what's factored in is the small folk. They pepper that in throughout the entire first 2 seasons. Like, we can't just go to war because we'll lose the small folk. If we lose the small folk, we're all dead.
Yep.
We're all dead.
And like, going to war, total war with dragons, if we use ours, our opponents will use theirs, and then the entire kingdom burns to the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, and,
so,
the people who have a small sense of that, like Kristen Cole, you can see he's still got like PTSD from seeing that battle and everything that happened, right? Like, that it is not fun when dragons fight. At least not.
Because most people, because most people haven't seen it happen in this world. There hasn't been any out war for a long time. There's a long peace with Jaehaerys and Viserys.
Is her kid.
So yeah. Pretty horrifying.
A complete waste of space. He sits there being incredibly whiny.
Whoa.
Rhaenys.
Oh, we're done with that.
Oh.
All right, well, I mean, look at what we did with Rhaenyra, and she was like a super important.
We didn't mention the dragon
character,
seeds, or like the plan to, sway the power balance and how that's going to screw up. You know, just like, all right, well, because we only got like 10 minutes.
Do you think he'll speak positively to any of the characters?
No, Simon Strong. Maybe that'll be.
Oh, he'd better. He'd better.
Who might have made the only decent leader in all of this, decides to ride a dragon to get killed for, again, no reason you can discern. Aegon.
I mean,
I love how, like, because I actually think there's like plenty of room for criticism for Rhaenys, like, kind of in general.
Yeah, I didn't love her as a character.
The fact that she is viewed by Ben as the best, most positive character so far is kind of funny.
It's when he says she decides to ride a dragon and get killed for no reason. It's like she was specifically ordered to go do it. Like, what do you want?
Well, and if you kill Vhagar, you win the war for the Black Side.
And also, no one knew it was a trap, right? They were going there to ambush them when they were trying to take Rook's Rest. Kristen Cole laid this trap for them. And Rhaenyra wanted to show everybody that, hey, I'm not just sitting here avoiding this stuff. Let's go protect Rook's Rest. And Kristen Cole laid up a really fine trap that he didn't know that Aegon was going to also run into.
And she had it weighing on her, which we felt was decent repairing, but not full. That it had been held over her that she fucked up in episode 9, right? And this is almost her like trying to correct that mistake.
Does nothing the entire season except be a drunken sot. Aemon, who's the only person.
Wow.
Aegon does nothing in the whole season.
Aegon's like, he's top tier, man. In this
Aegon's one of the most dynamic characters in the season.
Yep.
I think that, to me, Aegon was one of the most compelling characters of the season, based on what we saw in season 1, where he was just, listen, he never had any plans of being king. He just thought he was going to be able to drink and fuck a bunch of whores and watch children fight in pits and do whatever he wanted, right? Never wanted.
They
that
literally
type
have
of
to
power.
drag him to the coronation. Like,
never wanted that type of power. Was kind of, he did not have a father as much as, Rhaenyra's father paid attention to her. Didn't pay as much attention to Aegon. But as soon as he gets in front of the small folk in the dragon pit and he hears them cheering, he's like, I actually really like this. I want the love and appreciation from all of these people. And you can see the first couple episodes is him trying to get that from the small folk, even promising them things that he absolutely should not. That's pissing Otto off because that's how badly he wants to be loved by everyone. But he has no training in the politics of this world because he was never expected to take over. And then to lose everything in the first time you take your dragon into war by being betrayed by the brother who you let on the council. You defended him to the council, to your mother who didn't want him in the room. And then he's the one that kind of betrays you, and you're sitting there, you're burnt, you're hobbled, your dick exploded like a sausage, according to him, and he now doesn't have an heir. His entire world has come crashing down.
Almost great is the
final. You really saw his frustration. You saw his frustration as well during this.
Cuts into the just the point he's making about the the realm's delight, that last push he needs to actually save himself in the kingdom before despairing to the point of possibly committing suicide. It's still all based on the potential adoration. Lost his strength of himself, lost the ability to produce an heir, lost his dragon, but he can still get that love that he's looking for from the realm.
Mm-hmm. By repairing it.
What are you gonna say, Drake?
There's nothing.
Yeah, I was just going to say, to build on the point that Ryan was making there, you saw his frustration during the small council meetings where other people were very clearly making plans behind his back, and essentially he was just a figurehead. He wasn't even in control of the war. He didn't even have proper awareness of what was going on. And it's like, he's a guy who clearly wants to be involved. He wants to be seen to be the leader, and he's just being cut out and treated like a child. So part of his decision to get on the dragon was just motivated by that frustration and that desire to prove himself.
And then he got pushed over by his own mom. So
yeah.
Yep.
His own mom shamed him into doing it.
The entire season, except be a drunken sot. Aemond, who's the only person with a plan, doesn't enact any of those plans this year at all.
But he does.
He did. How do you feel?
That's pretty wild. He's accused of treason for doing so.
What? He is now He is now essentially sitting in the Iron Throne.
Yes.
He is the regent right now. He is taken over. What do you mean?
Yeah.
At all. Helena suddenly is like warging or something, and there was no hint that she was going to do any of that.
Oh no,
she's a dreamer.
Not?
There
was no hint.
No hints
That's
throughout the
literally-
entirety of season one. In the beginning of this one, when she's
We knew there was something
predicting
going
blood
on.
and cheese. And, yeah.
This is again. I think this is one of the things. This is why I like weekly releases.
And
in a lot of
warging
ways.
is warging into an animal, by the way, just to
Yeah,
get
yeah.
well actually on you.
Like
Sorry.
I think that this is one of those things that happens, and why I like weekly release. I prefer it to binge because it gives you more time to sit there and actually think about what happened, as opposed to this comes off as somebody who really doesn't understand it at all, but also somebody who watched the entire season in a day. That's how this comes off. This review from Ben.
I think you're right. Yeah.
She also seems bizarrely undisturbed by watching one of her children beheaded. Like she's disturbed by that very briefly, but it seems like for a person who is the victim of incest of her brother, as promoted by her parents, and then watches one of her kids beheaded, I feel like she should be a little more screwed up than she is. Raina.
Well,
if
it's
you had
kind of the
paid
point of the
attention-
character. She doesn't really
She's
process
pretty-
things the same way we do.
Well, if you had paid attention, Ben, all these signs that you are missing, that Helena might have had like these strange special gifts. She was literally sewing her child's funeral shroud in the first episode before he died because she had already seen it. She had dreamt it. She knew that this was going
In
to
season
happen.
one. In season
Yes.
one, she mentions it. Yes.
Well, maybe.
Well,
they didn't set it up at
what are you
all.
gonna say now, Ben?
Hey, he's getting to Raina. There's some criticism he can
Watches
give.
one of her kids beheaded. I feel
Okay,
like she should be a little
I
more
would
screwed
probably
up than
agree
she
with
is.
it.
Raina just stumbles around the landscape until she finds a dragon. Correct? That's her entire storyline. Yeah, that
I
was
have
great.
no
I
arguments
love
with
it.
this.
He gave her
Okay,
the
I
same
mean,
level of summary as everyone else. At least this one, he's right. This one, he actually hits on it. It's like, yes.
For some reason, she had a
wait.
conflict.
Oh, go on. I have a
someone
point
that
to
I
make
didn't
about Raina
understand.
after this.
There's like a lady who she goes to live with, and apparently they don't get along, and then she just gets thrown out and then finds a dragon.
She's not thrown out. They go to Pentos. Like, this is the plan.
Wow.
So the best part about Raina is she took another character's she took another character's arc because this show had met its quota of black people. There is a character named Nettles she's taking her character, which is the only character that George wrote black in the story who has a black person, but the Valerians weren't. So since they changed them, they decided to take over the one character that George decided to write as a black
People
person.
have, you know what,
I
Gary?
find
People still have hope
hilarious.
that Nettles exists, climbs
How?
onto that dragon in the first scene of
guess
season
they
3 and
could.
eats Reyna.
Okay.
So, you
You
know,
can actually-
hold out hope.
That would be
actually-
great.
Oh, that would be
There's
cool
a-
if it turns out the dragon wasn't wild all along.
I would apologize publicly if that happens. I'd say, I'm sorry.
I think
that was awesome.
I think there's a 5% chance, a 95% chance Reyna hops on that dragon and is, has her dragon or whatever. Which
So you mean
would
there's
not
still
like that.
hope?
Yeah, I would not like that. I do think there's a 5% chance that because this obsession, Ryan Condal actually talked about it a little bit, that like Reyna's entire thing has just been about this dragon. Like that's her obsession. That's where she places her value. She doesn't think she has any worth in her family because she doesn't have a dragon and all these things. If she were to get there and fail to and not die, but fail and then accept
eat her.
that, hey, I can do other things and then actually go back and kind of do what she's supposed to do with that family. I actually that would be great. I think that would be great storytelling for this person that was like completely and totally obsessed with this. Maybe not abandon the children that you're supposed to be protecting.
She's
But in
got to have
terms of
serious
overall
repercussions when she gets back for doing all
Yeah,
that.
and the people who were with her who didn't go out, there's no search party
Yeah.
or anything. I mean, we have a royal
No one gives a shit
Targaryen
she's
running
gone.
around, running around in the
Nah.
Erie. And by the way, and coincidental timing, I'm sure. George R. R. Martin put a big blog post about dragons, and about like basically, I'll sum it up, how his dragons behave and where they are. They're not creatures that just fly around everywhere. They mainly stay on Dragonstone. Of course, they're in the Dragon Pit in King's Landing too, but they're not all over the world. They like to be near volcanoes, and I think they're in the Dragon Pit just because they're with their riders. But they don't like. They would prefer to be on Dragonstone. They're not in the Erie, hanging out. That's really unusual. So whatever, but he puts this whole thing on like how my dragons behave, and when you don't honor the source material, your story falls apart. And it just coincidentally came out like a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
That post a couple of weeks, maybe before this episode.
Curious.
Weird.
I'm pretty sure that was all 8 episodes for her. And then there was Bela, who just kind of exists. Well done, writers. Like, seriously, solid writing right there. Nothing happened. Nothing. And then when you get to the High Towers, Alicent sits around being upset that her kids are brats and annoying. Basically, she's willing to let them die.
Man, what a travesty.
What can you even say at this point? It's like,
What a
damn.
tragedy. Bela got more of a discussion than Alicent.
I know. Alicent, who came to terms, which was starting out to be a pretty good character, came to terms with the fact that she was a shit mother. Was pretty good.
Oh yeah, Alicent is fantastic up until her last 2 scenes.
Yeah. Up until the last couple of
Yeah.
scenes, she is actually quite high. Really, really liking what they were doing with her.
Someone said you can't say anything because it's objectively true. It just gets tiring to recall all of the scenes in the season. Everything that happens with Alicent, right? Like, every last piece of her power being stripped away gradually, and her realizing just how responsible she is for the monsters that are her sons, and still desperately trying to reconnect, but simultaneously realizing every last piece of her that is within them makes them worse. Having that direct comparison with Daeron. Everything that she feels in relation to her family and her position of like trying to establish and maintain power, torn away, and then realizing none of it even matters. And arguably a lot of it was destroyed by her own doing of misunderstanding or misappropriating, like where she would focus, what she would do, where things should be moved, what things should be done. And, launching the season with her basically deciding Aemond is done to her. There's nothing salvageable about him after what he does at the end of season 1, right?
Yeah.
And then what she sees happen with Aegon. Alicent's top fucking tier in this season. And then she gets ruined right at the end.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Right at the end. Ugh.
But I mean, it's weird to start, with every character where Ben just goes, they don't do anything. It's like, right. So, unfill scroll. This is what they did this season.
This is
Wayne
what
Hightower,
happens.
who, again, the actor who plays him, Freddie Fox, is really quite amusing, and he's in a bunch of different stuff now. He's becoming kind of a thing. Basically, his entire role is just to follow around Kristen Cole and say snarky things sometimes. And Kristen Cole, his entire job is to shoot up at Alicent and be really good at battle, but have no actual plan to be a nihilist. So, just
wait. Did you say have no plan and be a nihilist?
He had a plan that would have worked very well up until Aegon came to fuck shit up.
Yeah, up until the royal family had their fucking squabbles that destroyed all of his war plans.
Yeah.
And I feel like it also forgets the entire first couple episodes where you see Kristen Cole feel responsible for the assassination of Jaehaerys, which he rightfully should because he was fucking Alicent instead of being on watch like he should have been. And then he's completely overwhelmed. He ends up trying to correct that by gaslighting another member of the King's Guard into thinking that they were the ones that failed and send him on an assassination attempt where he's forced to go there, not only to try to kill Rhaenyra, which he feels conflicted about, but then also ends up having to fight his own twin brother and, die, which causes the other twin to kill themselves out of like all the shit that they've been through. And then ultimately, after all these things clearly showing he's out of his depth and doesn't know what he's doing, he gets promoted to Hand of the King. And then has to deal with that responsibility.
On that note, we're gonna have to say goodbye to Mr. Critical Drinker. It can be.
I'm sorry.
Difficult to jump in and out, but appreciate it all the same, sir. Thank you very much, and I'll catch you probably tomorrow.
Thanks for showing up. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me, guys, and well done on 300 episodes. Damn.
Ooh, yay! Hooray! All right. Yeah, we will catch you later. Thanks for
300 years.
300 years.
300 years.
300 years of this.
300 years of streaming.
Oh, damn.
300 years of violence.
Laters.
Later.
Bye. Bye.
Wow, that was great.
Ooh.
Oh, all right.
There you go.
Everyone.
Thank God he didn't talk about Simon. Thank God he didn't talk about Simon. Jeez. Oh.
Drivers in House of the Dragon are Aemond and Daemon. Daemon was sidelined for the entire season, having weird visions of the future, the Wall and Jon Snow and all this. And for some reason, that's supposed to change his motivation for a reason that I can't quite discern. And here's the thing: we already know how that ends.
Oh.
I have to help prevent the end of the world.
Yes.
Yeah, I need to play my part, and it's not the one that I would like to do, but I still have to do it. Otherwise, shit's fucked.
And it still reinforces. It still reinforces. Like, he's a Targaryen supremacist, so it still reinforces that they are kind of the most important thing, and they need to stop this. It's just not him.
Yeah. It's actually quite good, you could say, but maybe I'm just wrong in German.
Well,
so it's not even suspenseful.
It's not the first time.
I actually don't like the Daemon storyline at all this season. Not just because he's wandering around like he took too much ecstasy and weirdly hugging trees and such, but mainly because his entire driving motivation in this season is he doesn't think that Rhaenyra can do the job. She's not harsh enough. She's not cruel enough. He can do the job. He was meant to be the king. And so he spends the entire season doing nothing and then eventually bending the knee to Rhaenyra because he had a vision of like the White Walkers at the Wall.
Bro, did you not catch any of the other vision? When he sees Rhaenyra sewing Jaehaerys' head back on, what do you think that means?
Yeah, like Daemon actually spends the entire season in real world, not the visions he's having, but in the real world, realizing just how difficult it is to actually be a political leader. When you can't just chop everyone's head off, you can't just run away to the islands, you can't just use your dragon to blow off some steam. Actually being a leader is extremely difficult and frustrating for him.
Yeah, because the one time he does it in that season, it comes back to fuck him over, and then he has to kill another guy to make it right, basically. So yeah.
I mean, well, it's probably our pick for the best arc in the season. It's very fucking well done. Every last second is taken advantage of. It's just that it's so character focused that I think a lot of people don't necessarily see as much value in it. They want more scenes that break it up. I think less of him experiencing it through visions, more of it experiencing it through places in the world, perhaps moving around the map, sort of thing.
Right.
Hundreds of years from now, that's stupid. And meanwhile, Aemond, who should be the active participant, right? He's the only one who actually drives the action on the Hightower side of the narrative. He's sidelined the entire season. He appears for 5 minutes the entire season, which is weird because when we left season 1, he was
one of the opening scenes we get him in season 2 is him planning shit with Cole, and then we find out that's all to do with the Rook's Rest shit, which is some of the most impactful shit in the season. And then he is the figurehead of action for the side of the High Towers. Remember the scene where he takes over in power, technically? Over from his mother? Over from Aegon? I don't understand this assessment. It's very strange.
Yeah, but there were no dragons and killing in that
But there
scene,
were
so.
dragons.
As the driving force, he's the one who killed the Targaryen kid, which means that he's the one who's leading off the war. But then he goes completely missing. Meanwhile,
missing? He doesn't go missing.
I'm very confused.
Aegon spends the entire season lying sick in his bed and talking about how he doesn't have it that works anymore. And meanwhile, you have Otto Hightower.
We skipped Aegon again. The poor guy, he just doesn't get any fucking. All right, at least
the parallels with his father. Like I think I seem to recall Viserys being in bed and sick for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Season 1. Yeah, MVP performance.
Who again was a driving force who was sidelined within the first 5 minutes of this season, and he's sent off, and now he's in prison or something. Get to the end, and you realize that he's been imprisoned by someone, but we don't.
Well, I mean, we all regret that he didn't get more time.
We need way more Otto.
Fucking
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, we needed more Otto.
Yeah.
More Otto.
But also, this entire review it feels like it's skipping the first 4 episodes, basically.
Yeah.
Or at least 3.5. Because to say, Otto disappeared in the first 5 minutes of the season, Otto was extremely impactful. It had one of the best scenes of the season that was in episode 3. And it was after episode 3 where he gets sent off and kind of taken out of power. So to say he was there for 5 minutes, he was there for 3/8 of the season.
Don't know exactly whom. So the driving forces in the season are just gone because Rhaenyra is unbelievably passive. She's kind of like middle of the series run Game of Thrones Daenerys, where Daenerys you think is going to be like this driving force, and then you just end up sidelined, doing nothing of relevance to the plot. That's Rhaenyra. She spends the entire time kind of wandering around.
Dragon Seas, you could argue, are pretty relevant. Maybe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Being angsty about having to be at war, and then having like a random lesbian kiss with her advisor that ends up
that was retarded. Nobody's denying that one.
That was retarded,
Yep,
and it did
that was
feel
really
very
dumb.
random. Yeah.
Cringe, you might even say.
undercutting her character because the entire question of whether she's going to end up with Daemon is one of the driving forces, and then they have her kind of like be a bisexual with this. Like it's randomly thrown in there for woke purposes, I can only imagine, because the lady who plays Rhaenyra is apparently a bisexual, non-binary, agender human, even though she's obviously a good-looking woman. So basically, none of the season made any sense.
Rhaenyra in the books did fuck women, just
yes,
for the record. But
yes.
they did a terrible job of setting it. That scene is terrible. Like just how out of nowhere it comes and who it's with and all that stuff. I agree with that. But yeah, she does. She gets down with Lena. Actually, her Daemon and Lena have some threesomes in the book.
There you go.
Nice.
Alicent Hightower is portrayed by the end of the season as the true evil driving force in all of this.
History will paint you a villain. Let them think what they must.
Even though in the actual plot line, she's much more responsible than Rhaenyra. She's the only person who sees any attention to duty. She's forced into this whole situation.
Except motherhood.
By her.
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, like I thought we just made a whole point about how Rhaenyra's, not moving fast with the war shit, but Alicent's the more responsible one. Why? Because she does her duty, which has been shown to be obviously like has fallen apart at this point.
Yeah, it was really responsible fucking a Kingsguard while your grandson getting killed.
Her dad. She's a victim in all of this, and suddenly she is the person who's the evil person, while Rhaenyra,
it's just she's had plenty of years to take plenty of actions. I think she's a big girl, and even she recognizes she's made some mistakes. A lot of mistakes.
has spent the entire series basically being wildly irresponsible, is suddenly the responsible force, which I didn't see at all. You get to that last
I just want to point out, hot grandma, by the way.
Yeah, that's true.
Sure.
Where Alicent meets with Rhaenyra and basically says she's willing to sacrifice even her own kids so she can be free of this whole burden. And Rhaenyra is really terrible to her. I mean, really, really unkind and nasty to her, even though we should remember that it was Rhaenyra's side that actually killed her grandbaby, like as a baby.
This is a good point. It's a good one. Bringing up Jaehaerys during that conversation is a huge problem that the writers obviously avoided because it would have fucked everything up.
The end of season one.
The difference between the conversation they had in front of the candles and the conversation they had at the end, and I hope that this is where the writers are going with this, is, Rhaenyra was very willing to do anything possible to come to this ceasefire, to have Alicent do anything that was possible for her to do anything. until she feels like, oh, well, I'm actually destined to do this. The gods are in my favor. Look at what's happening with these dragon seeds. And then after that, now that she has that, the idea that it truly is just, it's going to be her no matter what, that this is going to end in, like, this is what I'm supposed to do, then she's very reluctant to do any of these things, and she's holding it over Allison's head, which I think is supposed to show a, like, where Rhaenyra is headed in this arc.
Yes.
Rhaenyra's kid ends up being killed by Aemond, who's riding the giant dragon, and it's kind of accidental, sort of. The thing that you can say, at least for that, is that Rhaenyra had made her son into a military figure, right? He's a pawn on the chessboard. He's actually being sent to a place to recruit people, and Aemond is there also. So they're actually at war at that point. Rhaenyra's side, under Daemon, actually deploys like a murderer to go behead a baby. I don't know. I'm not sure that Rhaenyra has the upper hand.
I agree with him completely on this, and I wish it fucking came up in that final conversation, but it doesn't. Ridiculous.
We'll get to more of that horrible show in just 1 second. First, let there be no...
Hey, calm down. Fucking horrible show. Even from his assessment, it just seems to be a boring show.
No, all the characters are bad and nothing happens.
But even then, horrible.
Wasting
to,
Ben's time. Listen, time is money.
Actually, to be fair, that is an argument a lot of people make. If you bore me, that's like worse than being shit. But for me, I don't know, like, I'll take a boring season over a season 8 of Game of Thrones, right, where they just kill everybody, more assassinate them, I mean, you know what I mean? Ugh.
Yeah, season 8 definitely wasn't boring, was it?
No, I wouldn't describe it as boring.
Tech and the far left have joined forces to purge America of conservative views. Everyone right of center is now getting evicted from the legacy media. So why precisely are we choosing to give big tech companies all of our personal data? The battle lines have already been drawn. Big tech has made it clear where they stand. Now is the time for you to take a stand. Protect your personal data from big tech with the VPN I trust from my online protection. ExpressVPN. You see, every device, whether you're on your phone, laptop, or TV, has a unique string of numbers called an IP address.
I mean, hey.
When you search for things online, watch videos, or even click a link,
mostly recommend
VPNs
in general. They're pretty good.
All your activity and then type
yeah, they're good.
ExpressVPN, however, my connection gets routed through their secure encrypted servers, so these companies can't see my IP address.
I'd read this a lot different.
Activity becomes anonymous, and network data is encrypted. The best
I mean, most VPN ads the same. it's you know.
Let the Eye of Sauron look at your connection and determine if it's okay instead.
Just download that app on your phone.
Blah 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 blah.
And now you are magically protected. Scan the QR code on the screen.
It is magic.
Visit the link in the description or visit expressvpn.com/BenYT. That's expressvpn.com/BenYT.
Bennett.
3 extra months for free. expressvpn.com/BenYT right now to learn more.
The main problem.
The main problems. Okay.
The biggest problem with the series, of course, is that none of these characters are particularly likable. They've turned Alicent from somebody sympathetic into somebody who's...
It's interesting because I heard that criticism for season 1.
Yeah, but now they're really unlikable.
Well, Viserys died, and then it was like, well, now there's definitely nobody. It's like, all right.
It's because to me, all of season 1 is Alicent thinking that she is the one that is doing her duty. She's one of the only people in the world that's actually doing like the right thing, right? Where Rhaenyra's fucking everybody, causing a bunch of problems when it comes to secession, all these things. Season 2 is her realizing that even though I was just trying to do my duty, what I ended up setting into motion is kind of disastrous. And I paid way more attention to making sure that we had power as opposed to raising my children the right way and caring about them and bringing them up. So to me, season 2 does a lot with Alicent kind of being introspective and realizing all the failures that she's had.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They were really setting her up for something else.
Something other than what we thought they were.
But scheming for no reason, because she's scheming on behalf of terrible family members. Aegon is a loser. Aemond wants to have power.
Man, what?
Oh, okay.
Like, he just hates Aegon.
Aegon's a loser. This, like, okay.
No arc at all.
Just a loser.
But you have no idea precisely why. He's just sort of the big baddie. In Game of Thrones,
You don't know why, Aemond?
What?
Really? See, this is the thing I worry about with writers.
One of our complaints
precisely why he's just sort
got his eye gouged out.
Well, it's just like it was too subtle, apparently, because like Ben's got nothing.
Aemond wants to have power, but you have no idea precisely why. He's just sort of the big baddie.
Like that's amazing to me. I'm pretty sure he's explicit in season 1 as to exactly what his motivations are.
It was one of our kind of complaints. Is like, oh, he just told her it's because they bullied me. He's like, oh, well, we could have been a bit more. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that scene for season 2. This is what I mean. It's covered in season 1 and 2. I don't understand where he's going wrong here.
You don't understand.
He cares about
how
his
this-
perception and his insecurities and stuff like that. It's like
He believes
it's like a
he's
season of
the
TV
right
with
man for the
Artemis.
job. He did everything, follows all the symbols, did all the work. Aegon has always been a drunken fool who doesn't care. The second son who
he
doesn't
feels
get
like
to
he has
achieve
to
what he
project his
deserves.
value.
Yeah, and then
Like,
undermined and not taken seriously, earns his way to get the greatest dragon alive. Still not taken that seriously, so he's subverted and plotted to push his way all the way up to the throne. Like, how is it? I would have thought Ben would love that, like, as a storyline, you know?
Yeah, him and Daemon are supposed to be like very, reminiscent of each other, right? You even see in one of those things that Daemon ends up seeing, oh, look what Aemon has turned into, because that they're both second sons. They both think that they'd be better suited to the job than their brothers were who ended up getting the throne. They both feel like the need to prove themselves in this way or that way. The idea that you don't understand what Aemon's motivations are did you watch the show? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Because, so in chat just mentions, like, there was another scene where Alicent makes it clear what his motivations are, too. It's like, fuck.
Yes.
I'll be missing it this many times, surely.
It's actually, to state the obvious, it's not very subtle at all.
It's as subtle as an
Maybe
eye
he's looking at his
patch.
phone.
It's on the nose, which means it's bad dialogue.
In Game of Thrones, every season there'd be new characters that were fascinating. And you feel bad when they die. If any character in House of the Dragon died, would you feel bad? I guess you're supposed to feel bad, kind of, when the queen who never was gets killed aboard her dragon.
Yeah, I kind of was.
But do you really feel anything? Because nobody is doing anything that makes sense. So here's...
Oh, okay. Whoa, that was a jump. we went from...
You don't, because no one cares.
Because
What she did made sense.
I understand the argument that you don't think any of these people are good people, therefore you don't care if they die, but saying none of them make any sense, like, okay, that's not true at all.
Here's my big critique with series that I have problems with. Why does everyone act like idiots? So in season 1, 2, 3, 4 of Game of Thrones, everybody has a clear motivation and they are making moves that may be wrong-headed but are at least intelligent. They're not just doing stupid things. Here, for the sake of the convenience of the writers, people just do dumb crap all the time.
Name one.
Why, for example, would
Okay,
Rhaenyra...
that's fair, but...
That's fair.
To be fair, we were aggressive with this one too. Like, what's frustrating, I guess, is that you can point to this. I would even point to the twin plan. I thought that was pretty retarded, but at least that one got acknowledged in universe as retarded. This one got partially acknowledged in universe as retarded, but then the Alicent decision at the end, that's pretty retarded, and then everything to do with Massaria. Does that cover everything?
There are truly like a handful, right? There are a handful of legitimate things where you can look at for this season and say, yeah, that's really dumb. That's kind of a miss. I don't know why they would do that. But that to me that doesn't
well
overshadow
compartmentalized to those things.
Yeah, to me that doesn't overshadow all of these other things that have happened throughout this season that were not dumb, that actually were really, really well done in my opinion.
Well, like Otto's plan to make use of Jaehaerys' death. Would we not compliment that as, like, wrong-headed, or rather, well-motivated, but still, like, horrifying, but also clever?
It's so fucked up, but it's so conniving and smart to take advantage of this terrible thing.
Yep.
Personally, fly over to King's Landing to talk to Alicent.
She didn't fly.
I don't think she flew.
No.
That would be odd.
Under the assumption that she's not going to
It's
die.
Rhaenyra. Oh, no, never mind. It's just a nun that was riding on her back. Never mind.
It's just a nun on Cyrax.
Nun.
No worries. It's just a nun.
It's a dumb move. Why would Alicent do the same thing in reverse, for example?
Yep.
I mean, at least there you can make a case that she's doing it because she's going to betray her own family. But Rhaenyra isn't even doing that. She's just making basically a peace overture. She could do that via
how would
emissaries.
anyone do that?
Now, my understanding is that the co-showrunner for season 1 left right before the production of season 2. So maybe that is why all of the creative decisions this season totally suck.
Right, he was involved in season 8 of Game of Thrones, okay? Let's not, just pretend like it's some golden sage.
That is not the reason.
Yeah.
Is it an excuse? No.
Okay.
So can the show course correct? The show can only course correct if they give clear motivations to the characters. Again, maybe they'll get to some...
I don't know.
And if they have massive battles.
I don't know. If they did, would you even notice?
So, like, let's be clear. The writers, all they can learn from this is the subtlety has to go out the window. They've got to stop letting people interpret what characters value through action. They've got to start saying it more and more and more, which sucks.
Out loud.
But like, what else is the solution? He doesn't seem to understand anybody's motivations. So at this point, you've got to do it. Like, and then of course, yes, you need more battles.
Some battles.
And he doesn't understand that they are like within season 2. There was a lot of very subtle setup for things that are going to come later, which I won't spoil.
All that build up to the end of season 2.
When they happen, if they do it right, you'll go, oh.
Yeah, the first 2 episodes of next season are going to be very telling on if they get a payoff for what they set up.
Yep.
Finally emerge in some sort of battle, or maybe they'll just talk it out for another season like this. The only successes in this show,
talks.
The graphic depiction of the dragons is very cool. I'll say the stupid scenes where the dragons are just burning randos, and then a couple of the randos get selected by the dragons. I feel like there's a better selection process than that.
Correct. He's got another one.
Yes,
Yes.
Yep.
And that is going to come back on
Yes.
Rivera. That's the thing.
That's one of those things.
Don't you? Terrible HR violations right there. I am
there's no
highly
railings
disappointed
anywhere.
by
None.
the season of House of the Dragon. It's going to take a lot to get me back on board, but it feels like the opposite of season 8 of Game of Thrones.
Best season ever!
Wait. What do you mean the
Feels like
opposite?
So that would be good. So if it was
So
the
that's good,
opposite,
yeah.
it'd be good. Okay.
By that point, the writers were like, we got to finish this thing up. So it's going to take 5 minutes to get from King's Landing to the wall. And they just sped everything up randomly, and so the pacing was off. Here, it's like, what if we do nothing for a full season? Meh. Okay, so apparently there is a new spin-off. It is titled Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, which is set 100 years after House of the Dragon and 100 years before Game of Thrones. And honestly, like these kind of filling in the gaps series, I'm having a tough time caring a whole hell of a lot. These are apparently
actually a very good
going
book
to
series.
be about.
I mean, yeah, they've got an established fandom behind them already, so it's probably going to be a decent start, but then it'll be word of mouth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dunk and Egg, who are from the Hedge
Good casting.
Knight. I've read the Hedge Knight. The Hedge Knight is good.
Oh, there you
But
go.
are they going to drag that out over like 3 seasons or something?
No, you
Well,
dumb
there's-
piece of shit! You fucking retard! That one book is going to be one season, and then the next book is going to be another season, and then the next book is going to be another season. You fuck up.
There's 3 books. Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. You can go out and get it. They're all collected. He still does have to do a couple of more, including the She-Wolves of Winterfell. I think that's the next one that'll never happen.
She-wolves. All right.
Yeah, the She-Wolves of Winterfell. But yeah, this is actually a really I'll say if you haven't read A Song of Ice and Fire, you can actually jump in with this. That like if you didn't want to just go into Game of Thrones, because this is like just it's a smaller story. It kind of takes place in more confined locations with civil wars going on in the back, the Blackfire rebellions going on in the background, and they're very good. Like
The logline for the series is a century before the events of Game of Thrones. 2 unlikely heroes wandered Westeros. A young, naive, but courageous knight, Sir Duncan the Tall, and his diminutive squire Egg, who is Aegon, by the way.
I understood that reference.
Set in an age when the Targaryen line still holds the Iron Throne, and the memory of the last dragon has not yet passed from living memory, great destinies, powerful foes, dangerous exploits all await those improbable and incomparable friends. Okay, maybe.
Well, all right, it's nearly got him. It's getting there.
Hey, all right.
Tempting
It
him.
gets the official seal of maybe from
the
them,
official
Benjamin
seal of maybe.
Shapiro.
Not bad.
I guess. But I'm not sure how many times you can go back to the well on this one. You're not adding to the universe, really. You're just filling in gaps in the timeline. Part of the
You're
problem.
not adding to the universe.
What?
You're
You're
not.
not adding to the universe. You're
so,
just filling in the gaps.
Didn't he say he liked the book?
Yes.
I don't understand.
Then I don't know why you wouldn't. Why wouldn't you want the show of it then?
And it does add.
Well,
I mean, just think
it
it's
only
gonna
adds
be
if
the
it's
whole.
the bookends.
I don't know, man. That was odd.
I'm here also is the Game of Thrones is a wide variety of families who are fighting for the throne. And here you just have 2 and they kind of know each other and all the characters are stagnant and nothing is happening and they made one of them good and one of them bad.
Saying that.
I
No,
mean, they're
they're both
obviously
bad,
not
so-
stagnant. I don't even
Yeah,
know why
I-
that's been said that they're stagnant. That's obviously
Yeah.
not the case. That hasn't even been proven.
Overall verdict.
I don't know, man. Hopefully season 3 will
We
be
know
better.
you don't know.
You'll have to let me know because I'm not
Okay.
watching the first few episodes unless it improves.
No, you're just gonna wait until they're
That's
all
your
out and then
verdict?
binge
How
them.
do you? I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
who's
not
the
gonna
one
watch
enjoyed
it.
that recap.
He'll watch them in one afternoon and he'll speed them up and he won't really pay attention.
Yeah.
And then he'll make a review that's terrible.
House of Dragon season 2 better than I enjoyed the show House of Dragon season 2.
No, we're not gonna play the rest of the fucking music. It's too loud.
Wah, wah,
I'm gonna get us in
wah,
trouble.
wah, 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 wah.
Well,
I like the absence of arguments for the
There's
most
been a
part.
theme
That was
today
really
of
fun.
political YouTubers covering media and the horrors of that. It's
There's something that happens. There's something that happens. It's something in the brain.
You know, we shout on high top at the beginning of this, but you know what? At least he knows what he's watching. Like he can recognize what it's from and stuff. That's neat.
Yes.
It's frustrating because, like, I don't think this is not just only Ben Shapiro thinks this way about this. I actually think there's a
No.
lot of people
Yep.
that are watching this and interpreting it like nothing happened, which is kind of scary. Because it is one of the few prominent shows out there that I do think is willing to take its time and have some subtlety and have these characters with these conflicting motivations that you get to see evolve over time and go through different things to change their experiences. And if you're the showrunners for this or whatever, and you're seeing this, you're like, well, I guess we just have to kind of dumb it down, and just put more fight scenes, even if they're meaningless. That would probably be what the feedback is for them.
It's a great example of that video was going around on Twitter yesterday. That's what I'm thinking. It was Trey Parker. And Matt Stone talking
classic.
about storytelling. It's a great example of not getting spoon-fed storytelling, which is and then it's something happens and therefore this happens. Something happens, but this happens, and that's what they explain. That's the difference. That's the difference. It's consequence. Each things have consequence.
Yeah, if you can't connect this decision with this result with $150 million, then you're doing something wrong.
Well,
Fill it up.
Ryan, I believe you must jump out at this point.
I do. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer, guys, but congratulations on 306 years. That's crazy. So
306 years.
306. Yes.
Yeah.
So many years, dude.
years to 307 years.
Absolutely.
I guess
And
the
counting.
only question now is are dragons animals?
Oh,
The fish.
Oh God.
They're aeronautic creatures.
Yeah. They're like birds, bro. They're not
Sky
animals.
creatures.
That's true. They're
Flying
like birds,
dinosaurs?
but they're
Do they
not-
count?
yeah.
Alrighty. Well,
But hey, thanks for having me, guys. Have a good stream. Talk to you later.
Thanks.
Later.
Thanks.
see you, dude.
Yep. We'll see you later.
All right. Since we've only got Gary for a little bit longer, we'll try and fit this into this, and then we can take our next break. So this is the next chapter, probably final, of us just checking in a little bit on Red Letter Media and what happened with the
Oh boy.
Star Wars
Okay.
Man stuff.
Oh,
I'll try to push
Star
this
Wars
out.
Man.
Star Wars
Yes.
internet.
So this part is just a reminder of chat of what happened, right? This is the original video. This is what happened.
That database changed his birth year in the canon to reflect
The show.
and then people are like, well, his birth year was established in the books, not the Phantom Menace, and the books are not technically canon. I was like, oh. I mean, there's people starving around the world.
Oh God.
Site error. God damn, they were quick to get on that one, eh? Look at that, boys.
Someone get in there! We have to update it to Leslie Headland's shit lore that she just created and manipulated.
But then you scroll down.
I didn't just making sure everyone understands. This is the context.
Hey,
That's what happens. It was
The
weird.
starving people care too, okay? To assume that the starving people don't care about Star Wars.
There are starving people in Africa who are watching Star Wars theories videos, okay? They're like,
Is this?
I care about Kiadi Mundi.
Did you cut this together? Or
No,
is
this is
just
the
taken
original.
from-
This is Red Letter Media's. Which, don't worry, I'll just let the clip play and then I'll give you the update.
To the
so.
shit that they updated.
This is a prior
Biography
chapter.
Was born prior to 132 BBY. Huh? I don't understand. How was he born before 132 BBY? But here they say 93 BBY.
So,
all the cringe is coming back to me.
That happened, right? And Red Letter Media got some criticism from several people, including us on EFAP. We said that was some retarded shit. We love it when they make fun of all kinds of stuff. Big fans of the channel. Me and Rags are big fans of the channel. I think Gary would say he is somewhat as well. I think Metal is.
I'm a fan. I subscribe.
I
watch the
I love
videos.
them too. I've been watching them for years. They're
It's
great.
top tier entertainment, but that was cringe. And someone might be like, "Oh, you're upset because they made fun of your friendo." You'd be like, "It's just weird, man, to say like, why do you care about details in a nerd thing when there's starving children in Africa? That's a really odd thing for them to say. It doesn't make any sense, and it's unusual." And then, of course, there was the angle of just they didn't seem to understand why people were upset. They thought it was literally as simple as like changing a birth detail in a Wikipedia page. It's like, no, that's not what happened. But, you know, whatever. We gave our takes on it. We thought it was bizarre. And if you remember, the video ended, I think, with them saying, if you continue to watch something that you think negative of, then you're essentially encouraging it. You're like supporting it. You shouldn't be doing that with things that you're not enjoying. You should be leaving them in the dust, because otherwise, statistically speaking, Disney will feel you want more of it. Which again was like, wait, what? Like, they cover so much shit that they think is awful. And I'm not talking about best or the worst even necessarily, though that would definitely count. The main citation we gave was Picard. It was like, well, they covered the fuck out of Picard season 1 and 2, even though, and most people remember if you're watching it, the people's face, the faces they had in their thumbnails had like lasers and blood flowing out of them to signify just how much pain they were having. It was entertaining as hell, and it was just like, I don't understand. Like, why are they telling people to do this, but they're not doing it at all? It's odd, you know. So that happened. We got clipped to hell and back. People very mad at us for criticizing RLM. That happens every time. That's
pointing
okay.
out their hypocrisy.
They never reference the parts where we say we're big fans of them and would promote their channel and work. I think they're fantastic, top notch. Just these parts were really fucking odd. That's all. Star Wars Theory did his response. They didn't really get it. Didn't really understand why they were saying this, and maybe they were misunderstood or something. And so eventually they did a response. They added this into their next video.
Wikipedia changed his birth date, and that got everybody mad. And that, you know what? I'm gonna say something. You're not gonna like it, Jay.
Oh.
The man on the internet, Star Wars man.
Okay, Tales of the Empire is nothing compared to Tales of the Jedi that happened last year. Not even comparable. Grievous stole the show. Vader was clickbaited hard. He literally sat in a throne, a little dinky throne, mind you.
I don't know what his name is. The man that was very upset about that.
Yeah.
That I made fun of.
He really... Oh, sorry. He said very upset about the birthday thing. That's true. But just for reference, Theory really took their criticism, like, chilly as fuck. I was actually kind of surprised. He didn't seem to mind at all.
And I said, Jesus, don't get all bent out of shape out of this. There's starving people in the world to worry about.
You mean that funny joke that Rich laughed at?
It's a joke. I have to apologize to Star Wars man.
Okay.
Because that is his thing. That is Star Wars fans love their details in canon, and I love my details in canon in Star Trek. Not so much anymore. I've kind of like given up on that.
Well, you have to
but
at some
boy,
point.
Oh boy.
Why?
Do you though?
I mean, there's giving up and there's like hoping that it gets better, but
if he means because they'll just destroy it eventually, it's like, well, I mean, Star Trek had a pretty fucking good run for a long time, you know?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That lore was pretty intact for a very long time.
The fact that the most recent iteration of it is garbage shouldn't mean that you no longer care about the lore, because by that logic, none of us should give a shit about the Lord of the Rings anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, like
or anything.
If what Jay is getting at with that comment is like, you have to be able to detach because someone's going to come along and fuck it eventually, I'd be like, well, that's bleak. I guess. But maybe he's right to some degree.
Maybe. Yeah, separate the good from the bad and reward the good if it does come out. You know, you want to encourage good behavior. Hold on to the things that are good.
We've had examples though of Terminator 1, canon, everyone cares about it. T2, same thing. T3 is like, T4 is like, whoa, this feels a bit strange. T5, you're like, what the fuck, you're fucking with the whole timeline. And then T6 is like, you know what? We're scrapping 3, 4, and 5. And it's like, oh, that's great. And then you watch it, you're like, oh, what have you done? And so I guess what I'm getting at with that is like, well, I guess you shouldn't care. And it's like, well, but maybe you should, because they're willing to decanonize in certain circumstances. And it's all based on like reception, right? They wouldn't have said 3, 4, 5 didn't happen if not for the fact that the fans were not very fucking happy with them being canon, really, you know?
Yeah. Shame works.
It does.
I mean, numbers work too, and losing money, but shame works. And we need to bring it back. Absolutely. And it's, I mean, I don't want to get too far ahead, but like it's about consistency of argument. If you are worried about starving kids in Africa, why do videos on bad independent movies of people with no budget just trying to do the best they can? Why care? If you keep talking about them, they'll still keep making B independent movies that are shitty that you can make your videos on.
And
Consistency
so,
of argument.
This was already pretty satisfying for me because I was just like, well, there's the apology, and you can tell it's because Mike is like, fuck, I'm no different. I know they want to go the angle if it was just a joke. I guess in the sense that it's a comment that evokes humor, as a robot might say. It's like, totally understand, but you were still making a point, and now you still feel that the point is not very fair. Which is like, yeah, that's all people were saying.
Much anymore. I've kind of like given up on that.
Well, you have to
but
at some
boy,
point.
oh boy, did it annoy me when they didn't know why 10 Forward was called 10 Forward. They thought it was named
so
after
bad.
the street that Guinan had her.
But like, just so you understand what Mike is saying, to someone who doesn't know Star Trek, this sounds like a detail that doesn't matter. Like why a bar was called a bar for a base, you know what I mean? Like, and it's like, but equally, you'll have those kinds of details in Star Wars for people who aren't as giving a shit. And it's like, yeah, we're all kind of the same. This is why it would be like weird to, as a Star Wars or Star Trek detail fan, make fun of a Warhammer fan or Lord of the Rings fan for getting details wrong. It's just like, no, we're all kind of in the same boat with this. It's just how familiar you are with each of the laws.
Bar in San Francisco. And I was like, no, that's not why it's called 10 Forward. It's because it's on deck 10 in the forward section of the ship.
Yes, pretty self-explanatory.
And that annoyed me. So in full acknowledgement, one could have said, why do you got to worry about that, Mike? They're starving children in Africa.
And believe me, we did.
We did. And so, you know, I publicly apologize to Star Wars Man. I think his name is Star Wars Theory Man.
So, Theory took that really well. He was just like, yeah, no problem, chill. And everything is well in the world. That's all I have to say about that. It's wonderful.
Everybody has their little hypocrisies.
Everyone's got their thing, and some people are super into Star Wars. And I think that's why they're all mad, because not that the show, I don't know, maybe it threw some of the canon and got things wrong, but I think it's the tone of, it's like if
what it's done with the Jedi as a whole.
Yeah, it's like for me, for them, it's the Jedi acting like Keystone Cops. They're stupid. They cover things up. They lie. They're awful. They kill people. They steal children.
It's all true, by the way. The Acolyte portrays Jedi as fucking incompetent retard psychos. It's not good.
It just portrays the lesbian witch coven as being worse.
Yeah.
Children from lesbian space witches. To me, that's the equivalent of when these Starfleet crew in Strange New Worlds act like idiotic teenagers.
Hi.
So, there you go. That closes that. But there's one thing that did happen in between that I think is now, in retrospect, even funnier. You know when I said we got a few of we got clipped and put onto the old Twitters, we also got put onto a subreddit.
I love being clipped.
The Red Letter Media subreddit. And people were like,
Reddit loves us.
People were like, EFAP disagree with Red Letter Media or blah blah blah. And then, so I've got a couple of comments here. Now, the best thing about these comments is keep in mind what Red Letter Media ended up saying. So, first of all, it's the post. Seems every frame of pause is not a fan of Red Letter Media's advice on not watching movies and shows you don't like. Which again, it was just strange.
Yeah, because this is the Red Letter Media subreddit, so that's like Red Letter Media, the channel, is. I mean, that's what they do.
The channel
that's
built
what they do
completely on breaking down obsessively 3 movies they didn't like. They went beyond that too, but let's just
the starts here
3
with
movies they didn't like.
Is there a reason we care about these random people's opinions? It's like, all right, fair enough. Yeah, you don't have to.
I thought you were asking me that about the Redditors.
No, here we go.
That's the
The only thing I care about here is them ripping off Every Frame of Painting, which is a great YouTube film dissection channel. You know, Every Frame of Painting, the YouTube channel, isn't the originator of the understanding of the phrase "every frame of painting," right? Like that's the
one I know of.
We have equal claim to screwing with that phrase as they do. Like they don't need to own it.
Oh, they invented it.
Yeah.
Reddit. God
but
bless
for
you.
the record, Every Frame of Painting is an excellent
Retard it.
channel on YouTube, by the way. Good stuff. I recommend it. The video on why Jackie Chan fight scenes are great still pops into my head every time I watch an American action movie, even if it's not an action comedy. And they're also correct. That video is excellent. These whiny grifters essentially stealing the name of a good channel is pathetic. No, we're not.
I wonder what
every frame we pause. And then every frame of painting relating to movies, because we cover movies. And then every frame of painting, because every frame of pause, because we pause the shit out of YouTube videos as well. We pause the fuck out of everything. It's all about details.
Why grifters, though?
We call everyone grifters they don't agree with. That's how it works.
I guess I wonder what they think about us that makes them think, oh, there must be grifters, because not liking RLM, that's not a grift. That's just not. That just isn't a grift.
It's just insinuating the truth, Rags, that we all have our 4K steelbook copy of Ahsoka and we secretly run off and watch it over and over again.
I love it.
And then you got their name also makes no sense. Every frame a pause, pausing every frame. What does that mean? Why are we pausing every frame?
The mind of the Redditor struggles to comprehend basic language.
We broke them. We broke them with the name of this podcast alone. I think that's impressive. IMO, but you know what? Maybe not. Maybe it's hard to say. What else we got in this wonderful thread? I wonder.
All right.
They have a show making fun of bad things. That's a comment from us about Red Letter Media, that they have a primary show that's all about making fun of bad things. The response,
best
yes.
for the worst.
But they get joy out of dissecting what makes something bad. Just like certain people on the internet watch bad things so you can make outrage bait video content and get money, which brings them joy.
Oh, wait, that's literally us.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, so you describe them with what could describe us as well. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Is that, yeah?
We enjoy dissecting bad things, explaining why they're bad, and it's like a job, and it brings us joy.
Yeah.
Okay.
We try to make it entertaining. That's almost part of the job, is to
No, you guys, you're not liking it the wrong
right,
way.
well.
You're not liking it the wrong way.
And then,
okay, just keep that in mind.
Quote, you guys are famous for the memes, which is true. Red Letter Media are very famous for several memes, several fantastic ones, like Consume Product and Wait for Next Product or whatever, and how does it feel to watch everything you love burn? You know those two? Classics. It says, well, now Mike is just suicidal. Like, no, he knows that. He's talked about it. They're aware. They know they've gone viral for all kinds of memes. They're aware. It's fun.
He often is an editor for their videos, and he throws in stuff like that. He is a very active participant in helping to create the memes.
Depending on what circle you're talking about, they've spread the furthest, as do many things, through the form of a meme. But, like, if you want to go further in, yeah, they'll be famous to fans of Red Letter Media for their entertaining outlook on media and stuff. But, you know.
I like that bottom one.
Well, so this is the key. If something brings you joy, watch it. Mike is only suggesting that you shouldn't watch these things that make you angry and bring no other benefit to your life. It's a straightforward, easily understood point, but it seems that's too much for some of the other critics out there. It's just like, what are you talking about? It's not a difficult concept. Plus, they follow their own philosophy. They've been saying this since Transformers 3. All right. To be fair, they did bring up Picard here, which RLM seemed pretty depressed by and yet continue to watch. And then it says, did nobody actually watch the Picard videos? They ended up loving the show in the 3rd season.
Oh. Wait a minute.
So what about the one with the season 1 and the season 2?
2 seasons of terrible content that they hated, and it seemed to make them miserable.
We didn't even get to Acolyte season 2, but had we gotten 3 seasons and enjoyed the 3rd one, apparently we'd be just as justified. So, all right.
Okay.
As long as it ends with a good season that we like, then it's all okay.
I say that doesn't make much fucking sense at all. Like,
Picard season 1 and 2 are the Last Jedi and Obi-Wan of Star Trek.
That does not surprise me.
Awful.
Mike is saying, quote, don't watch something if it doesn't bring you joy. But they're hearing, don't watch something if it's bad. And then the 2 responses here are, no, I don't think so. They astutely pointed out that Mike watched Picard despite it not bringing him joy. It's a dumb take, and there's no reason to defend Mike on this. And the other one says, incorrect. They're being massively out of touch hypocrites. Picard really did melt their brains. Now, I'm not going as far as... I'm just saying the thing they tell us, general people, anybody who's criticizing the Acolyte to do is to stop, because otherwise you're statistically adding to it, especially if you're not even enjoying it. Like I said, all those boxes are ticked for them with Picard. I just don't understand the difference. Why are they doing that if they don't think it's a good idea? I'd be curious to know what their point of view is on that. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Because I find the Picard coverage very entertaining, and I would hope that a lot of people, and I
Brilliant.
think it's fair to assume they did enjoy in chat. You enjoyed everyone's here coverage of the Acolyte in their various forms.
Yeah.
It's what we hope to do, convert it into entertainment.
Also, sorry, bareback.
Mike was saying the tried and tested don't watch so it doesn't get a season 2 argument, or it doesn't keep going. Vote with your dollars/views, or so I thought that's what he was saying. I think some of the guys commenting on the video have had said similar things themselves. RLM for life. This is curious. Yeah, don't watch it so it doesn't get a second season. It's like...
Well, people didn't.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
so first of all, you're absolutely fucking correct. But secondly, could I have not argued their coverage of Picard Season 1 led to Picard Season 2? Oh my god, they shouldn't have done it. Oh, it's like... well, it's
it's
true,
Red Letter Media's fault.
Okay, I can't.
Also, how many times have we covered stuff and it's like, by the way, don't fucking watch it because it's really fucking bad.
I mean, it's
and
usually
I think a lot of
built
people
into...
didn't go watch it.
If we're shitting all over it, we of course don't recommend it. You know? Like, I don't think anybody in chat ends up thinking, I gotta watch this awful thing on my own.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
need to.
obviously there's going to be people who go watch it because they want to be in the loop and maybe want to comment about it themselves during some coverage or put a comment below, whatever it is.
So,
but for the most part, a lot of people watch you guys, me, us in general. It's just like, yeah, let's see if this is actually any good. It's like, oh, great to know. Now I can skip that. I can go watch something else instead.
Okay, I can't help myself. The best of the worst is literally talking about basically one-offs and random movies they find that are garbage, and they actually make fun out of the outright poor filmmaking and silliness. Both things I think apply to our coverage of Acolyte. So, still waiting for how this is different.
Yeah, the different, and I'm okay with them. Do best of the worst. Oh, I freaking
Absolutely,
love it.
yeah, go for it. It's fun as fuck.
Big difference is independent filmmakers doing their schlocky stuff, and they're awful, and you're making fun of it. What I mainly criticize: giant corporations,
right?
$180 million budgets, all the fucking resources in the world, and they still make something as bad as those independent makers with $5. I think that does bring me joy.
The
Lots
vast
of
majority of their coverage is of stuff that's like long gone now, right? Like 80s, and a lot of it is like B movies from then. But they do cover some new stuff every once in a while, and I think one could make the argument, wouldn't it be better to hit like multi-million-dollar corporations? But ultimately, I think if they want to even hit, like indie movies and stuff, it's like, all right, I mean, make it fun, try to be constructive, have a good time, whatever. I can't blame them for that. Yeah. So
I love Best of the Worst.
They watched Picard for one season. It was on the air for the one season. One season. Mike even says he does not care for Strange New Worlds and does not want to cover it. I don't think they covered the last couple seasons of Discovery. Don't watch it is quite literally the easiest way to tell companies you don't like it. Companies grow from viewership and dollars. People not watching equals loss of both. People watching but complaining about things like children online still gives companies both. RLM as a whole...
Like this is pretty funny considering
don't worry. Don't worry. It's all...
Can I point out that a lot of people stopped watching, and Strange New Worlds is a continuing series. Star Trek Discovery went 5 seasons. 5 fucking seasons before getting canceled.
Yeah, nobody fucking even knew it was happening by the time they got to the end. Nobody was watching it at all.
Picard was only supposed to be 3. Yeah. They're making a Section 31. They're doing Star Trek Academy, which is supposed to be Harry Potter in space. And nobody's watching. So why are they still making it? Because it's content. Because they have, they had a lot of money. And now Paramount, who runs this, shut down their TV division and is writing down billions of dollars.
RLM,
so it's a different time.
As a whole, jokes and makes fun of movies. What they do though, is actual criticism that is also in a humorous fashion. Go watch The Last Jedi review or Ghostbusters. They did not like those movies because of the stories being told. Nothing to do with the childish garbage online. These man-children complain about lesbian space witches without any actual complaints about the quality of the show. I'm shocked these idiots didn't even realize RLM makes fun of them just as much as they make fun of Disney shills. Grow the fuck up. Laugh my ass off. Now, this is going to shrink, because it does mention how, the more you cover a thing, the more likely it is to succeed. And, they only covered, well, what did it say? They only covered season 1. It's like, don't you think this constitutes significant coverage of something you find miserable?
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I easily recommend these. They're entertaining as hell.
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't watch
these were-
Picard, but
these
I
were
watched
really
those
fun.
when they came out. I could share it.
I'm just
Everything I
so
know
far
about
as-
Picard and Discovery is through these videos.
Dude, the only good thing to come out of it was the videos and these videos in particular.
I have it to thank for that.
What's so odd about this?
If I was going to watch a video about Star Trek, because I don't know Star Trek at all, I would watch Red Letter Media's videos on it because they seem to actually care about it, which is going to contextualize the opinions that they're giving, and it's going to lead to more humorous moments because they're going to get very, very angry if it is actually that bad.
There's Star Trek Picard season 2 episode 10 review. You can see the thumbnail. They're wearing like fucking bizarre costumes as if they've just like lost their minds outright. It's funny as shit. But what's interesting to me is that a lot of these comments will be themed in a way that's like, these guys don't even know that RLM are making fun of them. They don't know their backlog. They don't know why they do this, that, and the other thing. And I'm sort of awkwardly sitting here like, man, I've been watching them for so long. I've seen a lot of their videos twice. Like and then simultaneously you got them saying like, they didn't even cover Picard beyond season 1. I'm sitting here not knowing much at all about Star Trek and being like, no, they did. They were funny as hell. I don't like it's all very confusing as an experience, but here we are. It's and like I said, it's fine.
I publicly apologize to Star Wars Man. I think his name is Star Wars Theory Man.
I watch a lot of their stuff, and I'm a fan of both.
Yeah,
they do have legit criticisms. But this is about EFAP and Red Letter Media, by the way. They are very... One sec, it's going to be real quick, I swear. They are very ingrained in the culture war aspect, though, and I usually roll my eyes with this stuff. But their reaction, and more so their fans' reaction, to a light ribbing from Mike has made me rethink their whole deal. This is the thinnest skin I'll ever seen, all because RLM made fun of them when they run a podcast making fun of shows, and more importantly, YouTube videos from people they don't like. I was sure they would be able to take a joke, because a lot of these people for years have talked about how RLM is one of the best, but I guess that only lasts until they make fun of them as well. I thought this comment was fucking weird, because we advocate that they do make fun of us more. We want it. But like, try to hit us for stuff that makes sense instead of...
Yeah. They didn't have any substantive criticisms about the lesbian space witches. Like, come on, man! Like, you didn't watch any of our stuff. You never watched our stuff.
It's so odd because they're saying like you couldn't just take a joke for RLM. It's like RLM apologized. You could say all day
because they realized what the
joke doesn't really work.
Issue
right?
was.
It's awkward.
It's like, we do that all the time ourselves. Like, of course, yeah.
It's like this is the thinnest skin you've ever seen. Besides, they didn't make fun of us. They didn't mention EFAP. We were just talking about Star Wars Theory, Star Wars Man. And we just, on behalf of him, were like, seems a little bit wonky. Seems a little bit out of pocket, is what the kids say, right? Out of pocket.
Well, I mean, he agrees, right? Like,
yeah, well, Mike agreed, yes. I don't know what to do. Like, what is... This comment's so weird. It's like, I'm a little bit disappointed in EFAP for being so thin-skinned on this. Like, it's fine. And it all worked out.
It was funny. It's like one of these...
The whole thing is really weird. It's like, so first of all, Mike agrees, so that's pretty awkward. The whole like, well, no, when people watch it or talk about it, that makes them succeed. The Acolyte got cancelled despite getting massive amounts of conversation and coverage and videos and stuff, so that's a bit awkward. Like, it's just funny to me. It's just wrong. They're just like incorrect about
well,
like,
and then the very
everything.
thing that they're accusing everybody of not, like, shouldn't do, they've done recently with another show they despise. You know what I mean? It's all very confusing. It's like, okay. Like, it would be funnier if it was sort of like more parody versions. Just the equivalent of what they do with like the shill stuff, which again, it's all really funny as well. Said this about South Park. South Park took way more hits on Disney and shills than they do on the reverse. You're like, there's plenty of opportunity. Go for it. In fact, make more episodes just generally about the concept, because it's funny as fuck. Well, there we have it for part 2, I think.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness.
Haha.
But
about 5 more hours, right? Well, the actual stream part will be that, but the total amount of stuff that you'll be getting will be about 5 hours.
Yeah, because I was going to say, don't make me think too much now. I got to set up the next Batwoman.
Well, all I'm saying is it's in about 5 hours. That'll be once we get over the 24-hour mark for our stream time. But it'll be more than that in terms of total time because of these breaks.
Someone mentioned in chat that we're like an hour and a half away from reaching the 3,000 total hours of EFAP content. 3,000.
Oh, that's pretty. That's man. What are the odds, huh?
Yeah, it feels a little coincidental. I like it. Gary, what are you up to today?
Doing reading
Watching
some Lord of
things
the
he
Rings.
Ooh.
Well, reading Lord of the Rings, and yeah, I'm putting off having to rewatch Rings of Power season 1. Probably gonna start that tomorrow. But today is just a little bit of reading, alphabetizing comic books, really important stuff. And then Forbidden Frontier tonight. I'm gonna talk about what are we talking about? Oh, Lou Elizondo just wrote a book. Gonna talk some UFO stuff and Shroud of Turin. We're gonna talk the Shroud of Turin.
That was a bit upsetting because whenever I saw Forbidden Frontier, I was like, "Oh, that means we're doing House of the Dragon," and then
I know, yeah, and no,
like,
yeah.
It died.
I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, if only we had those 2 extra episodes, huh?
Yeah, too bad.
I
Thanks,
did get that
HBO.
feeling too, where it was like, oh, there's no more House of Dragon for another like 2 years or whatever. Like shit.
Nope.
That's oh well.
Well, I think you guys will like Night of the Seven Kingdoms. At least the casting looks spot on, like perfect. None of it's weird or.
When we got
off,
Agatha on the
and,
way, right?
Oh yeah, can't wait.
Yay, Agatha, she's a witch. If
That's
she
actually
doesn't
not that
like
far
you,
away,
you'll
right?
be bewitched.
Isn't it like a couple of weeks ago? A couple of weeks ago, Hawaii.
What?
Oh, we got Rings of Power first, so that's
Agatha
epic.
has a pointy
Yay!
Agatha has a big black cat. She flies on her broom and casts her spells.
Dude, I love that
And
theme.
if you don't like her, you can push her down wells.
Oh.
Just like in Season of the Witch. But make sure you take them out and finish the prayer, or else the demon will possess a lady.
You know his brain is melting.
Then
getting tired, Rags?
With
no,
hair.
what's his name? No, what's his name?
Nicolas
Fuck,
Cage.
God damn it! And then at the end,
Frank.
Nicolas Cage and the other guy will die. Then Hellboy will die by
You
the
don't have to keep
demon.
going,
Ron
Rags. You can just
Perlman.
stop.
In the church.
And the church.
He dies twice. He dies twice.
Yeah,
One
oh,
death
don't spoil
isn't good
it in
enough
the
for
death of
Mr.
the king in
Perlman.
the
He
name
has
of
to
the
die
death.
twice.
Dude,
What?
okay,
No, he died
right?
twice in that.
Spoilers.
Well, no, in Season of the Witch, he
Shadows
we
died
thought he was
twice.
dead.
All right.
Sekiro.
Oh, you sounded like
That's how
Filthy
Thea
Frank.
says it.
Yeah.
All right, everyone.
And
You want
Cool.
some more Batwoman content? Well, we're going to be heading out now, but you, lucky viewer, can one of you guys spam the link in the chat? Can go and watch Batwoman.
Sure.
Episode 14 of season 2. Exciting. This one has zombies in it. Wow.
Oh God, I actually forgot that there was a zombie episode about.
There was a zombie
yeah.
episode, yes.
Zombies.
So, go and check that out. Look at that. It's begun. The timer. All right. We need to go and refresh a little bit to stay awake for these last hours now. It's important. We're a final stretch, everybody. Thank you so much
Home
for joining
stretch.
us. Appreciate you.
on the stretch.
For now, though, we will head out and see you once Batwoman is over.
Part 3.
Later.
Doodle pip, everybody.
Bye bye.
Cheerio.
Sweet. We will see you guys later.
Bye.
Be right back.